Namaste India, Namaste Delhi, good afternoon. Kya kahun, it's a beautiful Sunday at Sunder Nursery in the capital city of Delhi. And if there was ever a perfect Sunday, this is it, this is it, this is it, really. Hi Geetika Ganjudhar. I'm enjoying the magical experience of the Khoj of hashtag India Ka Arth at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL, Day 3, a melting point yet again of Indian art, history, traditions and culture. आप सभी कला प्रेमियों का स्वागत है इस खूबसूरत रविवार की दोपहर में। अर्थ का क्या महत्व है हमारी जिंदगी में, बूझिए। अर्थ शब्द ही इतना वजनदार है कि हर शब्द का वजन उसके ही अर्थ से बनता है। Our lives have meaning if we understand the meaning of life. The meaning of who we are as a people, who we are as different regional communities, who we are as one nation, and who we are as India on global stage. And to answer these questions, we've unfolded for you a multitude of topics over the last 2 days, and we've gained meaning on many. Whether exploring the authenticity of the Aryan invasion theory, or talking about recreating traditional systems of education in India, or examining the state of the Indian film industry, or lending our minds to the myths and the miasma of a dharmic nation. Every minute has been full of Arth, really. And today, at Arth, a culture fest, we have for you a fantastic lineup of esteemed guests for the third day. Eminent dignitaries, trailblazers, change makers and scholars of arts. We will be hosting Honorable Union Minister Srimati Smriti Irani ji, and discussions will be hemmed by people such as Dr. R. Jagannathan, Smita Prakash, Manoj Bajpayee, Raghav Chadda, Neelesh Misra, and performances are upcoming by Kutle Khan. Do share your experiences about Arth on Instagram and Twitter. Our handles are @Arth_live, and on FB our page is Arth a Culture Fest. You could use the hashtags #Arth a Culture Fest and #India Ka Arth. तो आइए आरंभ हो इस खोज का, इंडिया की अर्थ का. Here comes the first session. Now, Lord Vishnu in his Krishna avatar in chapter 2, verse 47 has said, Karmaneva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana ma karma phala heturbhu ma te sanghoshtava karmani. You have the right to work only, but never to its fruits. Let not the fruits of action be your motive, nor let your attachment be to inaction. Wisdom from the Bhagavad Gita. At times, when time takes its own course, and we have to remind ourselves कि भाई कम करते रहो और फल की चिंता मत करो. And that in Mumbai lingo, where I'm from, translates into bindas रहने का. You know what? India has this rich dharohar of holy epics that can be revisited as guiding lights for ways of living a spiritually awakened, arthapurna, joyous and righteous life. Be it the Mahabharata, Ramayana, Vedas, they have divine answers to all our human questions. It is then important to bring back into day-to-day relevance these epics and their teachings, as they have hidden gems that can center and transform millennials. Also, it is essential to revisit the scriptures and ek baar phir se, spasht roop se, retell epics straight and simple as they were written, without twisting or turning the content, because there can be no other foundation but the truth for our nation that anyway still lives life, drawing guidance from various epics across religions. For this session, please welcome on stage historian Ms. Ami Ganatra, alumna of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. She's authored several books on the lesser known facts of the Mahabharata and Ramayana. Please welcome her. Namaste. Aaiye please. Our next panelist, a Vedic scholar and eloquent speaker on Sanatana Dharma, Dushyant Sridhar, has authored Vedic texts, written and produced and acted in Sanskrit movies, has his own Vedic e-learning portal, and as if that was not enough, he is a recipient of coveted titles like Sarvakala Chudamani and Harikatha Bharati. His Twitter handle is followed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji. Namaste and welcome. Please welcome on stage the eminent lawyer Raghav Avasthi, campaign committee head for the Bharatiya Janata Party. A loud applause for the formidable force, Ms. Sai Swaroop Iyer, who is an author, coach, professor, and Shri Shakti awardee. Namaste. Very warm welcome. And moderating this session is entrepreneur and philosopher Kushal Nehra. Namaste. And namaste, Kushal ji. It's over to you.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Namaste. Hope everyone is doing good. So I have a lot of pressure. They put me in the first session of the day. I hope I do a decent job. So we're talking about scriptures today. So I thought we can set up like this and we can start with a theme where all four of them can maybe give a startup for 5 minutes. So Dushyant, I want to start with you. And this question is for all the panelists. So while growing up, what were the specific scriptures that maybe shaped you? And as you are growing up, have you revisited those scriptures? And do you find the interpretation to be different as and when you reread them? Maybe we can start over there because we are talking about scriptures today. So Dushyant, maybe you can go first.
Namaskaram to my panelists and namaskaram to the August gathering. At the age of 5, the first verse that probably I was taught was Kujantam Ramarameti Madhuram Madhuraksharam Aruhya Kavita Shakham Vande Valmiki Kokilam. So, memorizing the verses of Srimad Narayaniyam, Srimad Bhagavatam, Srimad Ramayanam, and excerpts of Mahabharatam has been integral to my childhood. Of course, I did develop a distaste towards just memorizing it at that point in time. Later, while I was tutored in the Shastras, the meaning of the Shastra, that kind of brought the enthusiasm in me to revisit the scriptures. So when I talk about revisiting in the today's context, understanding Ramayana and Mahabharata from abridged versions, from Wikipedia articles, from those 3-minute short talks in 10 respondent 9 o'clock prime TV news channels has become a rage. But for me, Ramayanam or Mahabharatam has been a journey where I read it with the interpretations, with the commentaries. Like for example, Madhava Yogin's work or Amrita Kataka, Tilaka, we have a plethora of commentaries that deal with the Ramayana and Mahabharata. So it's very, very important before we come on news channels or come on talk shows that we respect the commentaries and understand what is told in by the lines and between the lines. So that's been a part of my journey. Coming to revisiting our scriptures, that happens every day. Because as we do sadhana and read those words, there is a revelation at every point in time because it feels that, oh, I didn't know this before. So that comes through intense reading of the Shastras. I can give a variety of examples, but I'll just keep my speech short here because I need to listen to my other panelists speak about their childhood experiences with the Itihasas and Puranas as well. But one thing that I feel is the need of the hour is coming to a consensus with a lot of the incidents. Just an example. Samudra Manthana, the churning of the ocean, comes in the Balakandam, the first canto of Srimad Ramayanam. It comes in the Adi Parva of Sri Mahabharatam. It comes in the 8th skanda of Srimad Bhagavatam. It comes in the first Amsha of Vishnu Puranam. So the same incident told by Valmiki, Vyasa, Shuka and Parashara. So it is very, very important as students of Shastras that we learn the art of coming to a samanjasam, which is called as consensus. And there is various formula to that. Itihasa Purana Bhyam Vedam Samupa Brahmayet Bibheti Alpashrutat Vedat Mamayam Pracharishyati. So we deploy the UV rule of integral calculus. So we have something called ILATE. Integral, logarithmic, algebraic, trigonometric, exponential. So we have to deploy that particular rule to understand those Puranas. So my perspective in the current day context is to understand the Puranas and Itihasas in a very structured format rather than seeing 2-3 lines in news channels. This is where I'll stop. I would love to listen to the other people.
Fair enough. Ami, maybe you can now start.
Namaste everybody. Namaste to all of you. Jai Shri Krishna. Very happy to be here again. I think my introduction to scriptures was not through books. And in that, I'm sure a lot of you would relate to that journey. I come from a Gujarati family and Bhagavad has been, Srimad Bhagavatam, has been a large part of our growing up years, but not really the reading of it. There is a 7-day Bhagavad Saptaha. So Katha Vachan, that happens. And I remember my earliest memory goes back to that when we young cousins were there. And you know, Saat Din Pe, there will be one day where there is Krishna Janma. So everybody will be dancing. Some of the kids will be dressed as Krishna. Then there will be Rukmini Viva and many such incidents. So, but it was a lot of music, a lot of dance, a lot of good food. And that is what was my first introduction. Now it so happened that I was in that age, 4, 5, 6 years, when even Mahabharata and Ramayana were streamed on TV. So I would say my introduction to the Itihasa happened pretty much through television, which is I think the case for most of the people I know around me. Yeah, a lot of us got introduced to that. And one thing I write on Itihas, and I always say, "Acha, Mahabharat mein B.R. Chopra Mahabharat mein aise tha," but the actual text talks about something else. But today, from this stage, I want to convey my heartfelt gratitude to both B.R. Chopra ji and Ramanand Sagar ji, because but for them, a chunk of us would have never explored what the Shastras were, right? given that there is this saying, ऐसे मानते हैं, there is this thing, belief that महाभारत को घर पे नहीं रखना चाहिए, महाभारत को घर पे रखेंगे तो महाभारत हो जाएगा. Yeah, so people don't read it, and I don't think any of our parents also wanted to read the Mahabharata to us. Anyway, so because of that, the introduction happened, and I also thought, like everybody else, that I know Mahabharata Ramayana. Then life took over, where the revisiting part then happened. That essentially happened through yoga, because I used to do gymnastics and yogasana, and that is what I thought was yoga as a kid. I wanted to get deeper, and I opened the Patanjali Yoga Sutra to find more asanas. Yeah, and to my greatest shock, there were no asanas in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. This is like 10-15 years back. That's when I realized that there's so much out there which I don't know, or which I thought I knew but is completely misplaced. Now through that, I started getting deeper into the Shastras. Then I realized कि नहीं भाई, Sanskrit सीखना पड़ेगा, basic. Then there were lots of these discussions that used to happen around Mahabharata, because we all know that we all have very strong views on Mahabharata. Different characters, अरे नहीं कर्ण अच्छा है, अर्जुन अच्छा है, whatever. So much fiction is written about it, and my reading was also fiction. That's when I was completely confused. I was like, okay, till now what I was growing up with, which I thought I knew and which I believed in, now it's all over the place. Was it even right? Do these make sense? They talk of it as Dharma Grantha. What is the Dharma here? And that's when I think the urge, the vismay, the curiosity to actually read the text for what it is happened. And having done that, I realized that there's so much out there. Abhi to bas shuruaat hui hai. So, looking forward to this journey, to learning more, actually revisiting to kya, actually learning from scratch as much as I can.
Awesome. Sai Swarupa.
Namaste everyone. Srimatre Namaha. Yes, very great experiences told by my co-panelists. Introduction to the Purana Itihasa Cosmos, right? I believe that India, the children of India don't need an introduction, because I think we would have started our learning while we are in the wombs of our mothers. So, can anybody have that moment of when did you hear the Ramanama for the first time? Right? We don't have a memory. It's been there. It's been running in the legacy, and we are going to pass it on to our children. And it runs, Sanatana. That's the meaning of Sanatana. So I think I was blessed to have had that family, my parents, grandparents, and remaining in the fold of Bhagavan Sri Satya Sai Baba, where our introduction happened through his discourses, and then each of us explored our own ways, reading the books of Sri Ramakrishna Matha, Chinmaya Mission, and it was a free style exploration that my parents did, that I did, after a certain basic reading. But I think an important turning point is where I started revisiting, right? We accept certain narratives as a part of, the legacy that is being passed on to us. But the revisiting happened when, in my 12th standard, I had this conversation with a Muslim friend of mine. We have, at grassroots levels, we have very open conversations. We don't take offenses at, facts thrown at each other. So she asked me very innocently, not with any malice, she asked me, why do you guys love Krishna so much? I mean, he has so many wives and all. So, what makes you love Krishna? I mean, I can understand if you are scared that he's God and he's worshiping, you're worshipping with a lot of love. So what's wrong with you guys? I naturally told her the story of Narakasura Vadha, saying, why does Krishna have so many wives? There was an asura called Narakasura who kidnapped so many women, 16,100, 16,000, different texts have different numbers. He kidnapped so many women, and after Krishna killed Narakasura, those women had nowhere to go. So, and he wanted to facilitate a life of dignity to all of them, and he married them. And, that's one reason why we love him more. Right? And that was a conversation that stayed with me because I think the imaginative, like I'm a single child, so I didn't have brothers and sisters to fight with or talk to and share my day's experiences. So the Pandavas or Rama, the Lakshmana and Hanuman more than Rama were my brothers virtually. Every day I would have imaginary conversations as a child. And kind of, simulate how would they reply back. So the imaginative person in me started reimagining what would this episode of Narakasura Vadha mean to one of those women rescued by Krishna. And that's how my writing journey started. I think I'll hear more responses and we can resume that later.
Raghav?
Am I audible? I hope so. So for me, the introduction to the epics happened because my parents come from the Hindi belt, and we have this tradition where during this spring Navratra, which happens around April, we used to have this 9-day recitation of the Ramacharita And that's when because it's a very beautifully written poem, and the verses are written in such a way that you can actually sing them. And when I got a bit older, I read this novel called novel called Manas Ka Hans, which is in Hindi written by somebody called Amritlal Nagar. So then I realized what a multifaceted personality Tulsidas was, and he was actually the Ramanan Sagar of his day. Inasmuch as in the 16th century he popularized the Ram Katha, and he used to direct the Ram Katha, Ram Leela, that used to take place in Varanasi. And the other thing that he came up with was that he shot different prasangas from the epic at different locations in the city. And at that point, it was a big morale boost because, of course, the country was, not the whole country, maybe that belt was under the grip of alien invaders. So for the people, it was a big source of confidence to know that ultimately the message of good triumphing over evil was something that echoed. But then when I got older, I started reading the so-called Marxist history. Then what struck me was, and it's something that I still feel very strongly about, is what a bastardized version of the epics was taught to us. And if you actually read the epics, then you realize that a lot of what was taught to us was incorrect. Like, I'll give you a very small example. Like, there is this chaupai from the Ramcharitmanas which is really popular these days. It goes something like Dhol Gawar Shudra Pashunari Sakal Tadana Ke Adhikari. And the translation is that if you are a drum, if you are illiterate, if you are an animal, or if you're a woman, then you deserve to be spanked or beaten. But if you actually go through the Ramcharitmanas, then the person who speaks it is, of course, not Ram. And it's not Tulsidas, it's not the narrator. I mean, there are multiple layers at which the narration is happening in the Ramcharitmanas. The entity that actually speaks these words is this personification or embodiment of the ocean. It's a Neptune or Poseidon type figure. And Tulsidas actually says in the previous chaupai, Binay na manat jal, in the Doha, Binay na manat jaladi jad gaye teen din beat, bole ram sakop tab bhai bin hoye na preet. Which can be translated to that if you plead before this stupid sea or stupid ocean, then it makes no sense because it will do your bidding only when you show some anger. So the context is that Ram is trying to worship the ocean and trying to make sure that the ocean gives way to his army to cross over to the Lanka, and it's not happening. So when it's not happening, then he just says that I am going to shoot my arrows and I will dry up the ocean. And unfortunately, what's happening is that in this highly politicized atmosphere, this Marxist missionary nexus is forcing us to, is forcing this rather tendentious reading of the epics upon us. I mean, ultimately, let us be very honest, you will not find your values of liberty and equality reflected in the epics. But there are so many places, like there is a verse in the Uttarkand where Ram says that, where in the Uttarkand in the Ramcharitmanas, where Ram very clearly says that it doesn't matter what caste, creed, gender you are from, and as a matter of fact, he even mentions the third gender and says that my devotion is equal to all, and salvation is something that is available for everybody as long as you are worshipping me with the utmost devotion. So what I find really unfortunate is that because a lot of us don't really read the epics, and they just read the bastardized version of the epics that you find in the history books, you actually don't know what is in there. And unless you go to the original, or if you read, or even if you don't know how to read the original, because the Ramcharitmanas is written in a dialect that nobody really speaks these days, even in Awadh, right? Even the Awadh region, that dialect nobody really speaks these days. But unless you go to the epics and read them, you will not be able to understand what's there, and then you will be imbued with an inferiority complex wherein you will feel that your religion or the religion of your ancestors was totally casteist and misogynist and based on the oppression of women and lower caste. But that's actually not the case if you go through these epics and revisit them. So I think it's really important for all of us to read at least the Ramcharitmanas, the Ramayana, the Valmiki Ramayana and the Mahabharata in the original, to try and understand who these characters were, why they behaved the way they did. Because if you don't, then then it's really unfortunate, and it will create huge problems for us as a country and society in the future.
Yeah, वो तुलसीदास जी की पंक्ति आपने जो बताई, तो उसमें सुरेंद्र शर्मा ने एक बहुत अच्छा, सुरेंद्र शर्मा इज अ हास्य कवि, तो उसमें उनका एक पंक्ति थी, उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने मेरी पत्नी जी को कहा कि ढोल गवार शूद्र पशु नारी ये सब ताड़न के अधिकारी, इसका अर्थ समझती हो या समझाएं। तो उनकी धर्मपत्नी ने उनको उत्तर दिया कि इसका अर्थ तो बिल्कुल साफ है, इसमें एक जगह मैं हूं, चार जगह आप हैं।
No, but I'll just add one more thing. Like, there was an analogy I was thinking of. I don't know, is there anybody who's read The Great Gatsby by Fitzgerald here? I think all of us have.
Dushyant is like, मुझे माफ करिए.
So if you read it, then there is a character called Tom Buchanan. And Tom Buchanan is talking about a very shady pseudoscience called eugenics, which was really popular then. And he says that, look, now what is happening is, and this was in the context of the rise of the Japanese empire, and of course, African American culture was getting closer and closer to the mainstream in America. The story is set in the 1920s, in the so-called roaring 20s. And this character talks about how it is very bad that the white race is about to be overshadowed by the yellow race and the black race. But these are views that were held by the character, and as a matter of fact, Buchanan is not a sympathetic character. So just like you cannot cancel Fitzgerald on the basis of what Tom Buchanan says, I don't think there is a case for cancelling Tulsidas on the basis of what a rather unsympathetic character in the epic says.
All right, I want to come back to you, Dushyant. So you did mention do not understand scriptures on the basis of 3-minute videos or 3 lines or a Wikipedia article. But the proof of the pudding is in the eating. How many in the crowd over here, if we could maybe do a straw poll, how many of you read any basic scripture? Put your hands up in entirety. There's the answer, Dushyant. All right. So, well, I mean, you could say 10 to 15%, but that's the reality over here. Now, an average human being, let's say if I'm growing up, I have to study those thick books. At least when all of us used to go to school, the books were really thick. So for the kids these days, you all are lucky, okay? So, पहले हम पढ़ाई करते हैं, फिर हम बोलते हैं कि अरे अभी कमाई करेंगे, फिर उस सब के बाद if we are expected, like the Mahabharata is quite a lot of pages. And today, first it was okay, there was a 45-minute time segment. Then it became 15-minute YouTube videos. Now we have 60-second Instagram shorts. And in that process where you have reducing attention spans, Dushyant, don't you think we have to simplify scripture?
Simplification, in my humble opinion.
I mean the essence.
We can. So I'll give you an example for that. You wanted that simplification, right?
Yes.
So, in Srimad Ramayanam, when serial directors or movie directors have to depict Sita during the Vanavasam, which is the exile period, we see her sporting Valkalam, which is forest hermit dress. So while Rama was asked to relinquish his jewelry, his comforts, and then go on an exile to the forest, Sita is also given similar clothes. So she also has to relinquish her jewelry. This is what Anjali Devi in the Telugu cinema, Padmini in the Tamil cinema, and I'm sure there'll be characters in the Hindi industry have depicted. But the truth is, while Sita wanted to be as simple as what Rama was, she was commanded by her father-in-law Dasharatha, telling that you should not relinquish your comforts. Savastran abharananicha. So he commands his son Lakshmana that for the 14 years of the exile in the forest, Sita should be sporting the same silk clothes and jewelry what she used to be sporting in Ayodhya. So Lakshmana had to carry that extra big container of saris of different types and jewelry for Sita. So she had to sport silk jewelry, silk clothes and jewelry. Now the question is, what relevance will it make to a current day audience who are seated in this tent in Delhi? If I have to say that Sita was to sport all this jewelry, she had to be the way she was in Ayodhya. So she had Lakshmana attending to all her daily work. So what message does this have to convey? So let's imagine either the wife or the husband, they've been posted to some deep forests of Kodaikanal or Nagpur. The wife or the husband to that person doesn't have to give up their Netflix subscription. So the person is in the forest, so the other person doesn't have to pay the brunt of it. So Rama has been asked to go to the forest. Sita shouldn't have to give up her comfort. So this is the relevance that we can have. But this itself, Tushar, took about 2 minutes and 10 seconds. So the 60 seconds is actually not that possible. And one more thing is, at every point in time, we don't have to come down to the level of the audience. We may have to elevate the audience also to the level of the listener. That's very important. If the audience says tomorrow, tell me for 15 seconds, I don't have to give it up. If you are interested in the scriptures, of course, we are not a religion. As a civilization, technically in the past, we have never believed in luring people through money or through fear. That's technically been the point. So in this civilization, if you want to acquire knowledge, you will have to spare some time. It need not have to be the 3 hours or the 15 years of Gurukula Vasam of those days. If you can't give up even 15 minutes in your life to learning and you're restricted to 60 seconds, I'm sure, Achida Visishtan, Pralaye Jantun, Avalokya Jata Nirveda, Karanakale Yogam says Shastram. Certain people are ordained to stay in this mundane world. Let them.
But then, okay, Sai, Sarupa, even if they live in the mundane world, should they not know a little bit? Isn't a little bit better than a lot in many ways?
Absolutely. But there is one principle behind itihasa. Maybe it will apply to the Purana part also if we think. But there is the shloka called which goes like dharmartha kama mokshanam upadesha samanvitaha purvavritta kathayuktam itihasam prayakshati. Now Mahabharata, because everybody likes the Mahabharata, how many dynasties were there during that time, or before the Pandavas and Kauravas, after the Pandavas and Kauravas? If you read the Vishnu Purana or Bhagavatam, you'll get a countless number of kings and there all kinds of kingdoms, dynasties. But why are these particular stories taken? Because there is a upadesha, there is an instruction about how to pursue dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So the way to look at itihasa itself is, if I can again reduce it, for our own selfish purposes, for our own pursuit of our dharma, our artha, our kama, our moksha. The mistake we do when we do these 15 seconds or 60 seconds or 3 minutes, even 15 minutes, I mean, a lifetime is not enough to, do the Adhyayan of Mahabharata. But still, the mistake we do is we go about judging rather than learning. So judgment is like a, free consulting. I mean, nobody's paying you for that opinion. Why do you want to spend that effort and time forming an opinion, right? You have to learn and apply it so that your dharma, artha, kama, moksha get achieved, right? I think that is the guiding principle that we need to keep in mind. And yes, as you said, once that is, strong, even in 60 seconds, we can get something useful.
Right. So there was a famous song, I mean, पता नहीं, मुझे तो पता है, बाकियों को पता है कि नहीं, ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट पिक्चर थी, आई थिंक 50s या 60s में, उसमें लाइन थी, सिकंदर ने पोरस जो से की थी लड़ाई, जो की थी लड़ाई तो मैं क्या करूं, जो कौरव ने पांडव से की हाथापाई, जो की हाथापाई तो मैं क्या करूं. सो मैं क्या करूं, राघव, तो जो आज की पीढ़ी है, टुडेज जनरेशन, ये 1960s का गाना है, तो वो आज ये कहती है तो मैं क्या करूं, तो क्या करें वो.
देखिए, मेरा इसमें यह कहना है कि कोई भी जो सभ्यता होती है, उस सभ्यता को अपने नायकों की आवश्यकता होती है. और यदि हमारे जो नायक हैं हम उनके बारे में स्वयं नहीं पढ़ेंगे, तो और जो लोग हैं, जो दूसरी सभ्यताओं के लोग हैं, जैसे पश्चिमी सभ्यताओं के लोग हैं, वो हमें बताएंगे. जैसे साई स्वरूपा जी ने अभी एक उदाहरण दिया था कि एक उनकी मुस्लिम दोस्त थी जिसने जो है उसके बारे में जो है काफी भगवान कृष्ण के पात्र के बारे में काफी बुरी बात उनको बताई. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जब तक हम इनको खुद नहीं पढ़ेंगे तब तक हमें अपनी सभ्यता के विषय में जो है ज्ञान नहीं होगा. और हमें अपनी सभ्यता के विषय में अगर ज्ञान नहीं होगा तो हम अमर बेल की तरह होंगे, हमारी कोई जड़ें नहीं होंगी. और जिनकी जड़ें नहीं होती उनको बहुत आसानी से जो है उन वृक्षों को गिराया जा सकता है. कि जैसे एक रामचरितमानस में भी आता है, सजल मूल जिन वृक्ष नहीं, की अगर आपकी जो जड़ें हैं उनको पानी और खाद नहीं दी गई है तो आप बहुत आसानी से जो है गिराए जा सकते हो. और ये बात जो है मुझे लगता है आजकल जो मनोवैज्ञानिक है वो भी यही बोलते हैं कि आपके जो है कहीं ना कहीं आपकी कुछ वैल्यूज होनी चाहिए, आपकी कोई रूटेडनेस होनी चाहिए. तो इसलिए जो है इनको पढ़ना मेरे अनुसार आवश्यक है. और ये तो मैं नहीं कहता कि हर किसी के पास एक एक 2-2 घंटे का समय होता है, पर हमें बहुत सारी चीजों के लिए समय मिल जाता है. अंत में जब हम समय निकालना चाहते हैं तो हमें मिल भी जाता है. जैसे मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं, एक मेरा जॉब है एज ए लॉयर, और अदरवाइज भी मैं ऐसे पैनल्स पे आता रहता हूँ, फिर भी मुझे जो है मे भी 1 घंटा रोज जिम करने का समय मिल जाता है. तो इसलिए जो है युवा पीढ़ी को भी मैं केवल उद्बोधन ही कर सकता हूँ, जबरदस्ती तो कोई कर नहीं सकता, कि दिन में आधा घंटा या 40 मिनट निकाल के इन किताबों को भी पढ़े. क्योंकि हमको कहीं ना कहीं ये बताया जाता है कि जो पाश्चात्य सभ्यता है वो हमसे बेहतर है. और लेकिन अगर आप एक्चुअली इलियड और ओडिसी को पढ़ें तो इलियड और ओडिसी का जो कंबाइंड लेंथ है मुझे लगता है महाभारत से 10वां हिस्सा भी नहीं है शायद, कंबाइंड जो लेंथ है. और महाभारत में वो सब तो छोड़िए, आपको इतनी सारी मतलब जो कथानक है महाभारत का वो 1 लाख श्लोक हैं, और 1 लाख श्लोक में जो 80% जो है वो बाकी जो कथाएं, मतलब जो उसके पूरी टैपेस्ट्री में वीव करके जो है कथाएं बताई गई हैं, तो उनको पढ़ के जो है बहुत बार हमको अपने जो इतिहास है आज का उसके विषय में भी आपको इंसाइट्स मिलती रहती हैं. तो मुझे लगता है इस वजह से जो है महाभारत, रामायण, रामचरितमानस तीनों का अध्ययन आवश्यक है और करना चाहिए.
अच्छा अमी, आजकल सबको T20 क्रिकेट अच्छा लगता है. राघव
मैं टेस्ट देखता हूँ, मैं टेस्ट मैच.
हाँ तो फिर बोलो मत ना कि टाइम मिलता है तो पूरा दिन टेस्ट मैच देखते हो तुम. तो आजकल मतलब मेरे और राघव जैसे ओल्ड डायनासोर्स हैं इधर जो टेस्ट मैच देखते हैं अभी भी. मैं T20 नहीं देखता, ठीक है, तो मैं तो स्क्रिप्चर पढ़ लूंगा चलो, मगर यू आर एन ऑथर ऑफ 2 books वेयर बेसिकली यू हैव समराइज्ड इट, तो फिर क्यों किया?
तो मेरा इस पे जो मत है वो ये है कि टेक्नोलॉजी इज हियर टू स्टे, 60 सेकेंड्स आर हियर टू स्टे, 15 seconds will also happen. It is how do we use this to start anchoring the youngsters to create, as you said, ना मेरा क्या, what is in it for me. जब तक यही नहीं पता होगा कि भाई मेरे को क्या है, या अरे to create that shock factor, to create the whisper factor, I think उसमें कहीं ना कहीं even the 60 seconds videos help. And I'll give one example, something that happened with me. तो एक पॉडकास्ट था जिसपे it was a long 1.5 घंटे का पॉडकास्ट जिसपे मैंने एक बात कही थी कि वो ट्रिविया था कि हनुमान जी के पास रामायण में गदा का उल्लेख नहीं है, श्रीमद् वाल्मीकि रामायण में गदा का उल्लेख नहीं है, और वो जो पॉडकास्टर है उसने उसका 40 सेकेंड क्लिप कर दिया.
स्मार्ट का है.
हाँ, सो नाउ दिस थिंग वेंट वायरल. ठीक है, इट वेंट वायरल एंड आई गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ गालीज की क्या बोल रही है हनुमान जी बिना गदा के, ये तो हम इमेजिन ही नहीं कर सकते, इसको आता नहीं है कुछ. ठीक है, नाउ ऑफ कोर्स देयर वर सम पीपल हु स्टॉप्ड एट दैट कि इसको कुछ नहीं आता है. ठीक है, बट देयर वर अदर्स एंड देयर वर मेनी अदर्स हु वर लाइक ये क्या बोल रही है यार, इसको कुछ आता है नहीं आता है, लेट अस चेक. ठीक है, लॉट ऑफ देम एक्चुअली वेंट एंड चेक्ड. Many others are like, क्या कहाँ से बोल रही है, इसका पूरा लिंक कहाँ है पॉडकास्ट का. इट इज अ 1.5 hour पॉडकास्ट. नाउ दैट हैज लाइक 500,000 व्यूज. राइट, हम कहते हैं कि आज की जनरेशन जो है वो लॉन्ग फॉर्म नहीं देखती, हम कहते हैं कि आज की जनरेशन जो है उसमें पेशेंस नहीं है. Of course, there will always be people who are going to be more mundane, ठीक है, who will prefer Bollywood over everything else. That's fine, right? पर ऐसे भी है जिनको थोड़ा भी अगर हम विस्मय क्रिएट कर पाए तो they will be attracted to what we have. But we have to create that vismay, we have to create that anchor for them, which the 30 seconds video do for sure, yeah? So I think how do we use it will determine how effective we are or how effective we are not. The other thing I'll say, I was in, I used to work for a German company और हम लोग को ना जर्मनी भेजा गया एक लीडरशिप ट्रेनिंग के लिए. ठीक है, तो we had a 3-day leadership training, amazing, really nice, this, that. अच्छा, at the end of the training, I went up to the coach and I was like, you know, a lot of what you're teaching resonates with me because उस समय मैंने, this is like 6-7 years back. I'm like, हमारा जो भगवत गीता के कॉन्सेप्ट्स है वो बहुत मैच करते हैं आप जो कह रहे हो उससे. This is so similar. ठीक है, and I was stupid enough, मुझे लगा same हर जगह आता होगा. He smiled and he's like, I've spent 5 years in India studying yoga, shastras, Vedanta and all of that. ठीक है, now you think of it, we actually give our money to all these big leadership institutes who come up with these frameworks for us. Lot of them actually learn from us, but we don't know what is in it for us in those scriptures, and hence we are ready to pay all that money only for those frameworks, right? Now, when we know we have that, we have to convey it to the people. How will we convey it? Using the methods we have today. By making the best use of the methods we have today, be it summarizing the text, be it making videos, be it making some great cartoon shows, right? Another example, the other day, my brother lives in the US, he's married to a Russian-American woman, and I have one niece and one nephew. उस दिन we were doing a video call, and my niece and nephew were jumping, Jai Hanuman कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? Why? Because they are watching this series on Hotstar, Hanuman, the legend of Hanuman. It is so beautifully made, yeah? Lot of times we see that the quality of what was made on our side was never great. ऐसा नहीं था कि था नहीं. But the current techniques, the current animation, all that, it is actually appealing to people. We just need to do more of this. Once they are interested, once they know that there is something in it, many of them will pick up that path and continue to walk on that path. So I am not afraid. I mean, I'm not scared at all with what we have. I think it is an opportunity for us, which we must have.
I completely agree. सब लोग please podcast सुना करो. Podcast बहुत अच्छी चीज होती है. Yes, राघव.
इसमें एक दो चीज ऐड करना चाहूंगा जो एमी जी ने कही. उन्होंने जर्मनी की बात करी. तो जर्मनी में जो है आज भी जो वैगनर के ओपेरा है और जो वैगनर के ओपेरा है उसमें वो लोग ज़ीगफ्रीड और ब्रूनहिल्डा की कहानी सुनाते हैं. तो उनका जो ये जो जर्मेनिक माइथोलॉजी है वो भी उसी की कहानियों का मंचन करते हैं और वो 4-4, 5-5 घंटे चलता है और वो कहानियां बहुत ही बोर है. मतलब वो एक्चुअली उनका रामायण और महाभारत से जो है कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं है. और मुझे कभी कभी बहुत दुख और क्षोभ होता है कि जैसे आप गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स का उदाहरण ले लें तो वो जो कहानी है उसका एक्चुअली वेफर थिन प्लॉट है, कैरेक्टर्स में भी कभी कभी आपको लगेगा डेप्थ और नुआंस नहीं है, लेकिन आप उसमें पढ़ें कि जो बैटल ऑफ द बास्टर्ड्स है उसके मंचन में उन्होंने कितने दिन लगाए थे, कितनी मेहनत करी थी। और हमारे जो रामायण और महाभारत दूरदर्शन ने आज से 35 साल पहले बनाए थे, तो उसको देख के मतलब ऐसा लगता है कि लोग आपस में लाठीबाजी कर रहे हैं। और अगर आप एक्चुअली महाभारत को पढ़े तो महाभारत में जो है कैसे तलवार से युद्ध करना चाहिए, उसके बारे में एक पूरा जिसे कहते हैं ना अध्याय है, जो एक मैनुअल सा है कि कैसे करना चाहिए। लेकिन हम उसको रिविजिट नहीं करते, हम उसको इंटरेस्टिंग तरीके से मार्केट नहीं करते। जैसे इन्होंने कहा कि हॉटस्टार में इनके नीस और नेफ्यू देखते हैं, तो एनिमेशन छोड़िए, मुझे लगता है हम अगर लाइव एक्शन मूवी बनाए, अगर RRR जैसी मूवी जो कि एक्चुअली एकदम ही काल्पनिक इवेंट पे बेस्ड है कि सीताराम राजू और कुमारम भीम कभी आपस में नहीं मिले थे, मतलब इस इतिहास में इसका कोई उल्लेख नहीं आता, वो मूवी जो है अगर पूरी दुनिया में मार्केट करी जा सकती है। या आप कभी कोई जाके देखे, यूट्यूब पे है पीटर ब्रूक की महाभारत, तो जो पीटर ब्रूक की महाभारत है वो 5 घंटे का प्रोडक्शन है, उसको लोगों ने देखा, नॉट जस्ट भारत में, उसको पूरी दुनिया में लोगों ने देखा। और उसका इंटरनेशनल कास्ट था, केवल आई थिंक मल्लिका साराभाई जो थी उन्होंने द्रौपदी का रोल किया था। तो मुझे ये लगता है कहीं ना कहीं गलती हम में भी है कि हम जो है, हमारे पास आज जितने रिसोर्सेज अवेलेबल है उस हिसाब से जो है इन एपिक्स को उस स्केल पे ना हम इमेजिन करते हैं, ना उनको प्रोड्यूस करते हैं। अगर हम करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है इंडिया के एनडीए से बाहर भी जो है लोग इसको सीरियसली लेने लगेंगे। और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कहीं ना कहीं ये हमारी सॉफ्ट पावर बन सकता है। जैसे आप मुलान की कहानी देखें, तो मुलान की कहानी जो है उस पे पहले डिज्नी ने एक एनिमेटेड मूवी बनाई और उसके बाद एक लाइव एक्शन मूवी बनाई। और मुलान अगर आप पढ़ें तो पूरी मुलान की जो लेजेंड पढ़ के आपको लगता है कि पूरे जो चाइनीज सिविलाइजेशन के लोग थे वो कैसे जो है नॉर्दर्न नोमैड से जो है थर थर कांपते थे। तो जबकि हमारे महाभारत और रामायण तो विजय की कहानी है कि कैसे जो है हमारे लोग गए और उन्होंने श्रीलंका में जाके जो है विजय प्राप्त करी। और आज भी जब मैं थोड़े दिन पहले श्रीलंका गया था तो मुझे ये जान के बहुत हैरानी हुई थी कि जो लक्ष्मण जी हैं उनकी श्रीलंका में अलग से पूजा होती है, तो उनको लाख समन देवियों बोला जाता है। और वहां पे एक लेजेंड है कि रामचंद्र जी का तो ऑफकोर्स उनका तो एक प्रण था कि वो शहर के अंदर नहीं घुसेंगे, तो लक्ष्मण एक तरीके से वहां पे मिलिट्री गवर्नर जैसा काम करने लगे थे। तो वहां पे उन्होंने जो है एग्रीकल्चर वगैरह उसको काफी इंप्रूव किया था। तो आज भी वहां के लोग जो उनको रिवेयर करते हैं और बुद्ध भगवान के साथ मंदिरों में उनकी भी प्रतिमा की स्थापना करी जाती है। तो ये सब चीजें जो है हमको खुद बतानी पड़ेंगी, खुद समझना पड़ेगा। एक बड़ा ही डिफीटिस्ट और विक्टिम हमारे अंदर कॉम्प्लेक्स आ गया है, तो उस विक्टिमहुड कॉम्प्लेक्स को और उस डिफीटिस्ट कॉम्प्लेक्स को हमें छोड़ना चाहिए।
So, before we go into the audience questions, I just wanted to touch upon, and I'll request maybe Dushyant, Sai Swarupa, and Ami to take this up immediately. I'll give you an analogy of my experience. So, I was in America last year. I visited a temple. I don't want to take the name of the temple for reasons obvious, but the pujari knew my darshan or my point of view, and they still invited me. मैंने पूजा की, हाँ 4 वक्त पूजा भी करते हैं। सो अंदर गए, उधर द पुजारी कॉल्ड मी द हेड एंड ही स्पोक प्राइवेटली टू मी। ही इज लाइक वी आर फेसिंग अ स्ट्रगल। आई वाज लाइक पुजारी जी, ही इज लाइक सेकंड एंड थर्ड जनरेशन किड्स ओवर हियर, they are not getting attracted to the ideas, and I was like, why pujari ji? And he was like, we are not able to, I'll use the word Raghav used here, we are not able to repackage it in, look, language evolves, right? Even if we look at Sanskrit, the Vedic Sanskrit in the old books of the Rig Veda, then the language changes in the new Rig Veda, then the language changes right up to the Bhagavad Gita and today. So if that language itself has evolved, why can't our messaging evolve? Maybe Dushyant, again, I'll be back to you and then we'll go into the Q&A.
I'll take up this question in parts. First of all, our understanding that the language in our itihasas and Puranas, which is Sanskritam, and the language deployed in the Vedas is the same, itself is a bit flawed. I'll tell you how. I'm sure there'll be experts who will even be consultants to some of the best Hindi authors here. I generally speak Hindi to a public, to an audience who doesn't speak Hindi. So that's my proficiency in Hindi. Yet I will try giving you an example. Kal main aaya tha. So based on the verb, you decide the meaning of kal, which is yesterday. Kal main aunga. Again, it becomes tomorrow based on that aunga. So that kal gets a meaning based on the verb and the participle it takes. This is how most languages are. Any language that we know is based on the context. For example, Dvijaha, that which is born twice. When Krishna is born, to see the whiteness of the teeth, the poet says, Dvijachandra Chandrikam Aikshata. The 2 rows of teeth were seen. Why is the tooth referred to as Dvijaha? Because it comes as a milk teeth and then as a permanent teeth. So it is born twice. So Dvijaha. In certain occasions, we also refer to birds as Dvijaha because they are oviparous. They come as the egg, and from the egg, the chick. So it's a 2-stage process. This is how most languages are. Whereas when you come to Vedam, Ajaha, Durmanaha, if it goes Ajaha below, then it denotes goat. Ajaha, Yevam Va, if it goes up, it is Brahma. So the way you interpret Vedas is not on the context, but on the sound. So technically, it is always better to say that Sanskritam as a language is inspired from the language of the Vedas and not the Vedic Sanskrit. One. Second thing you had asked with respect to?
Repackaging.
Repackaging. I am not one of those celebrated authors who's seated on the stage. I'm just a wannabe author. I'm more of a speaker. So I do travel. I give about 300 discourses a year within India and outside India in my mother tongue, which is Tamil, as well as in English. So I do find that there is a surge across generations to understand the scriptures better. But trust me, Tushar, this particular statement that the generations feel that it should be repackaged is a line that has been repeated across centuries.
Absolutely.
Because while I used to be in my class 9, my mother used to tell, you are not studying the way you were studying in class 8. And she used to repeat the same dialogue while I was in class 10. So it either proves that I'm exponentially deteriorating or she's lying. Whichever is the truth. The point is, at no point in time, everybody will read the Itihasas and will become the next Valmikis. And repackaging, yes. That is where I would like to conclude with this small point. In MBA, of course, I'm surrounded by, again, a lot of such people, such scholars here. We do come across this course called as communication skills. And we may end up paying an average of about 12 to 22 lakhs to do our MBA. Of course, after paying loads for the coaching. You attend a typical discourse of any person, at least if you have time, you can attend my discourse. Free discourse, it's open for all. You don't even have to register. On day 6, when I talk about Sugriva Pattabhishekam from Valmiki Ramayana, while Rama and Lakshmana go on a sojourn to search for Sita, they end up coming to a place called Hampi, the current day Hampi, which is Bellary district from Karnataka, the state from which I hail from. So, Rama and Lakshmana, they are very dejected. They've lost Sita. There were only 3 of them and 1 member is missing. So they are dejected. And there is the other person who's the excommunicated brother who has been made a pariah by his own brother called Sugriva. So Sugriva asks Hanuman to go and check who these gym-bodied men are. So Hanuman has to come and check who these men are. Hanuman comes and just speaks 4 sentences. And after those 4 sentences, Rama turns towards Lakshmana and says, and gives about 10 verses. This is called Bhashana Kaushalam. The right way of speaking. Avistaram asandigdham adhritam avilambitam urastam kanthakam vakyam vartate madhyame sware samskara kramasampannam udhritam avilambitam ucharayati kalyanim vacham hridayaharinim. While you speak in the public, you should ensure that every person listens to you, you're audible, you shouldn't shout at a high pitch, you shouldn't talk at a baritone, you should not give gap between words, avistaram. You should not talk in such a way that the speed is so high that people are not able to understand what you're speaking, because that is an art to not allow people to ask questions. If you speak so fast, people won't understand and ask questions. Isn't that a smart way? So, you should be talking words which are acceptable to the general audience. Whichever situation you are put to, even in the TV debates, you should never use words which are uncharitable. That is the control that you should have. Sadhana gives you that control. You should learn how to control your tongue. No word, see, TV debates should not become 13 plus or 18 plus. Right? All children, there are children seated, you should know how to frame your sentences, not repeat. So these are all important things. Now you tell me, I am just expressing what is told in Ramayanam. And how better can I repackage it? And if people are not even ready to listen to this, so be it. I'll now ask others.
Can I?
Yeah,
Okay,
quick
so-
points because we have to go to
yeah.
Q&A.
So my question, I am not, as in, I belong to maybe one generation older, but the same generation also, which was like, Arey, I can't relate to this. Hai na? Why is this important? Why are these dharma granthas there? That is where my journey itself started. That it's not making sense to me. What is in it for me? Now, why is it that our youngsters don't connect is the first question.
It is.
Why is it that our youngsters don't connect? Because they believe that somehow the value systems which these scriptures talk about is not relevant today. What is relevant today? Equality, everybody same, freedom to decide, my way, highway, whatever. And we believe that our scriptures are actually anti to that. ठीक है? So they feel कि यार इसमें कोई मजा नहीं है. आज के लिए ये कुछ भी relevant नहीं है. Now, is it true is the first question. If it is not relevant, तो पढ़ने का कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. ठीक है? Why would you waste your time reading if it is not relevant? But the fact is that's not true. A lot of values today also that we talk about are actually, it's not as if कि हमारा शास्त्र कुछ और ही कहते हैं. I'll take one example. We talk about, whenever we talk about Draupadi, we only talk about the Vastraharan episode. Yeah? Vastraharan, फिर she's crying, she's demanding revenge, da da da. There is one episode, ek to that itself, like her character in Mahabharata is very, very evolved. She has a poise. Yeah, and she has a wonderful personality. But there is one episode of Draupadi Satyabhama Samvad, where Draupadi is actually telling Satyabhama that how, when she was the queen of Indraprastha, she used to manage not just the entire household, but the activities within the palace, where like 1 lakh plus people would come to eat every day. Then there were thousands of maids and helpers who would be needed to actually serve all of them. So it was a huge project management exercise, yeah. And she says, I am the one who was managing all of this, yeah. Then she also says that the treasury of Indraprastha was unfathomable. It was huge. Eko aham api vedmi, she says. I am the only one who has complete transparency to the treasury of Indraprastha. Yeah? Not even the brothers. Only I know what is the I and the Vyai, what is coming in and what is going out. So if you see in today's context, if this was an organization, she's like the COO, CFO of Indraprastha. Is this not relevant today? Is this not what we should learn? Now, when we talk of free packaging, I don't think there is any required. We just need to pull out these stories which make sense as they made sense then, as they make sense now, right? And that is where I think some of our role comes. That what is it that we want to bring out to begin with, to show that the values there are as relevant as they were then, as they are today, for all of us, right? This is just one example, and I can go on and on.
Yep,
to say how relevant this is.
Sai Swarupa, because we have to go to questions.
Okay. So, yes, I totally agree with my co-panelists here that repackaging, right? The necessity of repackaging occurs because some kind of packaging happened in the middle that corrupted the message. Yeah, some kind of wrong packaging, very time-limited, narrow packaging happened in the middle. I don't want to take names or time frames or anything like that.
No, please do.
That kind of... so that kind of made it irrelevant. And as Amiji beautifully pointed out, Draupadi's functions as the empress of Indraprastha. And I would like to bring in Savitri's case. So, how do we use the term Sati Savitri? Right? Term Sati Savitri, if I ask, it's kind of popular notion is about some submissive, very goody-goody woman, that kind of this one. But you actually know how Savitri chose Satyavan, right? That is not discussed, right? I mean, Savitri's father, Ashwapati, he tells her when she becomes of marriable age, he tells her, I mean, you are so well versed in your skills, vidyas and all, and whichever boy I see, I find him not worthy of you. Maybe it is my father's bias. And tomorrow I don't want that blame that he kept his daughter unmarried. So, you take your chariot, you take your soldiers, tour the country, meet young men, and choose your husband and come back to me. I'll bless you. So how many fathers have this courage to send their daughters out to choose their, husbands today?
Raghav.
So that is the level of liberalism that, ancient India had that we don't know. So I think the content creators today, authors like us or even teachers, I'm a professor as well. So the way we impart these lessons we have to put an extra effort to pull out those relevant stories to give the younger generation. We have to respect the younger generation.
मेरा short point
जल्दी से आनंद के जैसे फटाफट बोलना।
जल्दी से मेरा बस ये कहना है कि जैसे इन लोगों ने द्रौपदी की बात करी, अगर आप भीष्म पितामह का पढ़ें तो आई थिंक ये उद्योग पर्व में आता है या भीष्म पर्व के बिगिनिंग में आता है. ही एक्चुअली टॉक्स अबाउट द रूल्स ऑफ वॉर. एंड इफ यू रियली रीड द जिनीवा कन्वेंशन, एक थोड़ा सा क्लीशे होता है ये कहना कि जब वो लोग जंगल में थे तो हम लोगों का एडवांस सिविलाइजेशन था, पर इस केस में ये एक्चुअली एक्यूरेट है, क्योंकि अगर आप उन्हें पढ़े तो वो सब जो जिनीवा कन्वेंशन में लिखा गया है कुछ नहीं तो उससे 3000 साल पहले भीष्म पितामह ने ऑलरेडी कहा हुआ था. पर जल्दी से मैं एक पॉइंट और ऐड करना चाहता हूं. बात रीपैकेजिंग की हो रही है तो मुझे ऐसा कभी कभी लगता है कि क्योंकि ये सारे लिविंग ट्रेडिशन है और लोगों की आस्था इससे जो है जुड़ी हुई है, तो हम उसको रीपैकेज अगर एक सर्टेन ऑडियंस की सेंसिबिलिटीज के लिए कर दें तो उनको थोड़ी नाराजगी होगी. तो एक तरीके से मुझे लगता है ये थोड़ा हम लोगों के लिए एक जिसे कहते हैं एक धर्म संकट जैसा है.
Okay, so now we can go to the Q&A. My request to everyone is कि आप लोग हमेशा 60 seconds के वीडियो मांगते हो तो 3 मिनट के क्वेश्चन मत पूछना. प्रवचन नहीं चाहिए, प्रश्न चाहिए. तो जिसके पास प्रश्न है प्लीज प्रश्न पूछिएगा. एंड जैसे वो YouTube का शॉर्ट या Instagram का वीडियो होता है उसके टाइम से कम में प्रश्न पूछ लीजिएगा.
Hello. Namaskar. My question is to Brahmashri Dushyant ji. You are talking about revisit. A few days back, I saw a Yakshagana performance in NSD. It was Bali Vad or Bali Moksha as they presented it. So there was a dialogue when Rama reveals to Bali that I am Rama. The Yakshagana chief told me that they are based on Valmiki Ramayana. In Valmiki Ramayana, are there occasions when Rama has said that I am like Jatayu Moksha, or some other occasion? Has Rama said I am Lord Rama? Thank you.
Sir, your question is, has Rama revealed that he is divinity?
Yes. Yes.
So it is called Atimanusha Sheela Vritta Veshaihi Ativrittamara Vikramah Pratapaihi. Every time Rama speaks, he says, Atmanam Manusham Manye Ramam Dasharathatmajam. I am a normal human being. I am the son of a monarch called as Dasharatha. I am D Ram. I may have problems with N Ram, but he says, I am D Ram.
Hey Ram.
So this is one. So to your question, Rama doesn't say anywhere, but there are 2-3 occasions where inadvertently that comes out. When he looks at the dying bird Jatayu, he says, Gachalokan Anuttaman. Go to that abode from which there is no return. Nasapunaravartate says Brahma Sutram. From which there is no return. So moksha pradatvam, the ability to grant moksham is vested only with Paramatma. One. Second, while Hanuman sees Rama in Kishkinda Kandam, he says, Bahavaha. Hanuman says, I see hands in front of me. Bahavaha in Sanskritam is Bahuvachanam, not Dvivachanam. Bahu, Bahavaha. So he says, I see more than 3 hands. So for which the commentator says, only to Hanuman, Rama was able to showcase his 2 other hands, which is 4 hands. Chaturbhuja Veshena Hanumat Vesho Abhavat. That is another one. Towards the Uttarakandam, he takes all the sentient matter to moksham. Anna characharangalai vaikundatteti says Kulashekara Alvar. So these are 3 instances where Rama doesn't say it, but does it. Yeah.
Anybody else has a question in the audience? Well, Bhai, can you take the mic over there? Please keep your questions short.
Good afternoon, sir. As a amateur reader, जिसको scriptures के बारे में कुछ भी नहीं पता है.
आपका प्रश्न किसके लिए है?
पूरी पैनलिस्ट के लिए.
ठीक है, सारे बोलिए.
तो वो बेसिक कहाँ से स्टार्ट करे जिसको scriptures की रीडिंग स्टार्ट करनी है?
Very good question. Very good question. Everybody give a fast answer.
I started my reading with Amar Chitra Katha and went to the interpretation by Dr. Rajagopalachari. So, and then believe in the magic of Veda Vyasa, he will take you.
मेरे हिसाब से जो राजगोपालचारी की रामायण और महाभारत है, that is a very good start. और राजगोपालचारी I think वाल्मीकि के अतिरिक्त एक 12वीं शताब्दी के लेखक हुए हैं कम, तो वो कम रामायण से भी कुछ एपिसोड जो है लेते हैं. जैसे थोड़ा थोड़ा फर्क आता है कम रामायण और वाल्मीकि रामायण में, कि कम रामायण में क्या आता है कि जब रावण ने सीता का अपहरण किया था तो he made that little patch of land rise up and he flew along with it. अगर मैं कुछ गलत तो नहीं बोल रहा? हाँ.
Dushyant.
Well, what do I say? I would say start with Mahabharata, unravel Ramayana, unravel. No kidding. I think एक जो major mental block होता है लोगों को कि संस्कृत नहीं सीख सकते, we are too old now. और संस्कृत कैसे सीखेंगे? Because हमारे काम मतलब we can't do it anymore. I would say वो mental block निकालो. If you really want to read scriptures for what they are, have a working knowledge. You don't need to be a Vyakaran Shastri. But you will still need a working knowledge. Start from there. Of course, as they all said, there is Amar Chitra Katha, there are English translations, there is Hindi translation. The one other tip I would give, especially if you want to read Bhagavad Gita or one of this, ek to read it in your mother tongue if you can. Second, while reading, ensure it is accompanied by certain good lectures. Maybe listen to him. Dushyant Sridharji is one of the most learned on the panel here, yeah? Because kai baar kya hota hai na, the text itself will not make sense to us unless somebody puts it in the context. So rather than only wanting to read it, listen to some good scholars who are talking about it. And there are many out there. You will find ki aapka gelling kiske saath hota hai. So I would just say keep that in mind when you start your work.
Dushyant.
The name of the Astika who asked this question? Your name, sir?
My name is Kapesh.
Kapesh.
Yes.
Kapeshji, if I can just reframe your question, where should I begin? That will be a better question because you had made it a very concrete question. Where should I begin reading? So that's where I'll concur with her. In Sanatana Dharma, reading is given lesser preference. Listening is what is very important. Shravanam. Listening, because we are a civilization of Shruti and Smriti. We brought all those manuscripts much later. So my humble suggestion or request to you is, listen to hours together of lectures on Ramayanam. While I used to get trained under my Acharya, Bahudha Shrotavyaha, Bahubhya Shrotavyaha. You should listen to Ramayanam many times, rendered by many people. The discourses. The more you listen, then you get trained, and of course reading will come much later. I want their books to sell really well.
Yeah, please buy their books.
But please buy their books, but listening is very important.
Yeah, so we can take a couple of more questions. Maybe we can start over there and then come over here.
Hello. My question is with all the panelists, as we have talked about repackaging, and I have heard about a book called Ikigai, and a lot of my people talked about Ikigai and how good it is. But when I read about the book, in the first 3 or 4 chapters, it tells us the exact same thing that Bhagavad Gita told us. But a lot of people don't even know about us. So my question is, it's not, instead of telling people what happened in Mahabharata, why can't we tell them what values we can learn from Mahabharata and Ramayana?
Exactly, I totally agree with you. Actually, Ikigai, if we actually, dwell upon it, it again comes from our Purushartha, the Dharma, how you can contribute, how people can value you, Artha, what can pay you, Kama, what you like doing, what you're passionate about, right? All these things. So, I am actually personally working on a goal setting mechanism based on a Purushartha. So, yes, I agree with you that we have to, start imbibing our teaching or our whatever we teach the younger generation, it has to be based on our Sanatana frameworks like Purushartha, Panchakosha and all that. That's the work that we academics have to do. I have started my work, but also these are also doing exceptional work, so do please refer to their works also.
I would just add, there is no either or here. Yeah, we need everything because there's so much out there for us to learn. There is a lot of work happening also on what you said. Just bring out the values. Yeah, there is an organization called Ritambhara which works on using frameworks from Mahabharata for organizational learning and development and behavior. So a lot of work is happening. The thing is, we have to ensure we do our research well, we do our due diligence well. Yeah, so abhi to hai. The effort is going to be ours to dig deeper, find out and get educated and propagate it more. We have everything out there.
All right. Yeah. Gentleman in the red shirt.
Firstly, wonderful session, beautifully moderated by Kushal. Quick question for whichever panelist wants to take it. I'm about 550 pages through reading the Bhagavad Gita. Whenever I mention it to somebody, their first question is, which interpretation? And then they will go on to insist why one interpretation which they like is better. Firstly, why this division? And would anyone like to answer the question? Would anyone like to answer the question as to the differences between the interpretations and why you would recommend one as opposed to the other?
Sarvopanishadu.
Thank you very much for your question. I will request the panel to take it off stage because we have our guest who has a further appointment and is now ready to join us on stage. Thank you very much. I have my orders from there. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, moderator. Thank you to the panelists. Bahut shukriya aap sabka. Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest today is an embodiment of Shakti, a self-made woman with a mind of her own. She inhabits many worlds with guts and with gumption. She was a superstar on television as Tulsi. She's carved out for herself a space in the top rung of Indian politics. She turned writer with a thriller set in the Maoist heartland. She is an administrator, currently as Minister of Women and Child Development. She's a homemaker with 3 children, a beautiful home, and a husband who is truly her partner in the journey of life. She's also a storyteller, one who has a way with words, spoken and written, who can hold an audience in the palm of her hand with her oratory abilities. She's proud of the change that the present government has driven for the betterment of women of India, following up ideas and ideals with actions of importance by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, a vocal proponent of women empowerment, whether the Ujjwala Yojana, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, Swachh Vidyalay, Mudra or Jan Dhan. They say, don't they, ladies and gentlemen? Let your actions speak louder than your words. Well, who better then to word out gender inequality than the Nari who created balance in an uncertain world? May I please call her an absolute rock star? Can I do that? Well, I just did. Please welcome on stage Honorable Union Minister for Women and Child Development and Minister of Textiles, Srimati Smriti Irani ji. Namaste. In conversation with the minister is public policy expert Anurag Saxena, whose work has been featured in Washington Post, Financial Express, Economic Times, Sunday Guardian, and has worked with GE Capital, Prudential, Deutsche Bank, and Credit Suisse. Over to you, Anurag. एक बार फिर से जोरदार प्यार भरी तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन करें माननीय मंत्री जी का.
Namaskar, Smriti ji.
Namaste.
And welcome everyone to the most awaited session of the day. Now, before I start off, first question.
Sounds very ominous. Hello, Anand. I'm sorry, I'm having a fangirl moment.
So, before we start off, Smriti ji, given that this is a panel on gender and equity, inequity, what are your preferred pronouns?
You know, this is literally fodder for a man like Anand. But I also know that the question is posed to generate headlines. But if you ask a woman, how would she like to be defined? Is it only that we would depend on the gender? I think most women want to be defined by their capacities. Most women will want to be defined by their relationships, because we are mostly denoted by our responsibilities. So if somebody has to present me to the world, if you look at my way of life, Sanatan Dharma, which is the me that you will present. So I think the beauty of the religion I'm born in, the region I'm born to, is that they are manifestations of a variety of thoughts. But penultimately, if I am myopic enough to restrict myself to the pronoun, then I do a great injustice to my journey, not only as an individual, but also as a small speck in what we call Sanatan Dharma.
So how does India and Indians operate in a world, so if you believe gender identity is reductive, how do we operate now in a world which expects labels, that expects to wear your identity on your sleeve, which...
I take exception to the term operate. Indians have quintessentially never used relationships to operate. We have existed. We have flourished in that existence, or we have carried many burdens and moved irrespective of the weight on our shoulders towards solutions. We have moved from challenges which possibly set such stages on fire through conversation towards peaceful existence. So for me as an Indian, I take a huge exception to the term how do we operate, because we quintessentially have never created relationships or created ecosystems to operate. We have been a part of systems so that we could all flourish. We have been competitive, but I think foundationally we've all been very compassionate. I think that is what defines me as an Indian and many Indians that I know.
Well, speaking about being competitive and about peaceful coexistence, I'd like to bring in your constituency and the young leader who had the fortune or misfortune of ludowing elections against you. Now, there was a headline at that time which said, the Smriti Irani is a woman in a man-led patriarchal party, defeating a young man in a woman-led party. How is this progress for her gender?
I think that when you look at the battle, as you so call it, for Amethi, it was never a man versus woman battle. I never presented myself as the female candidate of the Bharatiya Janata Party opposing the male candidate of the Congress Party. I think it was an ideological fight. I possibly represented ideology, and I think Prime Minister Modi very wisely worded it when he came to the election campaign in Amethi in 2014, and he said, "मैं बदले की भावना से नहीं, बदलाव की भावना से आया हूँ." And I had just had 20 to 22 days to fight that election. Everybody who has been participative, or for that matter, even witnessed electoral politics in India up close, knows that you're going into battle not with the promise of victory, but with a definite outcome of a defeat. That you can go into such a battlefield with absolutely no political pedigree. that you can go into such a battlefield knowing that you will not lead an army, but just a smattering of people. That you can go into such a battlefield knowing that you will fight not only an individual, but an institution, which has had a 50-year entrenched somewhere attitude towards the constituents. That is what I was fighting. I was not fighting an individual called Rahul Gandhi. I was fighting an institution. And when you take on an institution which is a 5-decade-old institution in one geography, you also recognize that the relationships that institution has helped flourish from the grassroots up are so strong that they are economically entrenched in terms of their interest towards that individual or to that political organization. So to go with a smattering of people in 2014, and BJP had never won more than 30,000 votes there in the entire Lok Sabha constituency. Max we went to a 33,000 markup. So to go from 33,000 in 20 days to 3 lakh was a big sign from the people who I think wanted to depart from that rot and become a part of change. So Modi went there as a man, but translated into a movement for the people of Amethi. And that movement then helped crystallize a victory in 2019. So it was 5 years versus 5 decades. And I think that for me, as somebody from my ideology, it is one of my greatest joys that a simple Karyakarta of the Bharatiya Janata Party, I'm not saying male or female, because today we are here in Sunder Nursery during this cultural fest having this conversation. I was born barely 18 kilometers from here. In Munirka, whoever is well versed with the geography of Delhi, I lived in Munirka above at Tabela with my parents who had $150 in the year 1976. My mother was a housekeeper at Taj Mansingh, scrubbing floors. The first house I got as an MP was across Taj Mansingh. And I invited my mother to say, look at that hotel where you worked all your life. Where leftovers from Machan, where most of you may have gone there to order a non-veg club sandwich, that was my leftover for school. So one of the first thing I did was take my mother to that hotel, pay for that sandwich and say, today I will not take leftovers. So I have that background versus the pedigree that Mr. Gandhi enjoys. And I think that is why when in 2019, he conceded, not me, he conceded. I said, कौन कहता है आसमान में सुराग नहीं हो सकता?
Fabulous, Smriti ji. And you know, beyond your list of achievements, I see about a dozen people in India who are living examples of social mobility more than anything else. All of us have been through, a pretty meteoric rise as far as India is concerned, and now under the Prime Minister's Amrit Kal effort, the next 25 years, we are likely to see a more meteoric rise. Now, this needn't happen only in the areas of healthcare or development or defense or finance. From a social perspective, how does the youth of today, which is largely the audience here and online as well, how does the youth of today prepare for a future, prepare for an Amrit Kal, where they may lead lives very different from their parents or grandparents, where they exist so how relevant do you think cultural archetypes are, right, which may hold people back? How relevant do you think Amrit Kal is, and how does the new generation balance these two? Now, my next question is going to be...
He almost sounds like a board paper. Yes.
I hope you mean B-O-A-R-D and not B-O-R-E-D.
No, the A-R-D wala.
And my next question is going to be, in our last conversation, you talked about how your ministry is reframing the engagement with the world in terms of what it means to be a woman in India, not just individually, to be a woman in India, and how we want to represent that to the world. So if you could take these two questions, how do we prepare the youth for the Amrit Kal, and how does the system enable that reframing especially for women?
I think, Anurag, if I dial back a little, when India turned 50 in terms of her independence story, did we have a government in place which said, okay, where do we want to be 70 on the 75th year of Independence Day celebration? I think we lost out on that milestone. And that is where the milestone which could have been set by our parents or us as youngsters could have come into play. Today you have a prime minister who says, okay, I am looking at functionally responding to the needs of our country from one year to the next because of the budget. But can I also infuse an enthusiasm in generations across my country to say, what will the next 25 years look like for that generation, which is, say, right now in their teens or which is in their early 20s? Never before has India had such an vision given, and vision sounds for many people from a perspective of adjectives dipped in administrative honey. But I think that one needs to be mindful of the fact that till such time you designate a goal for a people or a populace to reach, how can you have a pathway created? The interesting thing is that Amrit Kal now is part of a conversation in a cultural fest, which means it's not an administrative proclamation. It is actually a people's movement or a people's desire to reach a particular destination. But in a layered way, it also means there's an acceptance by our elders. I will not be there maybe 25 years from now, but let me help you achieve foundationally that goal 25 years from now, which means there is a partnership between generations. There's a partnership between people and the Prime Minister that has never been seen before. So again, would I be restrictive enough to say, okay, for 25 years from now or the journey from here to 25 years, I will restrict how women are to possibly conduct themselves in polity, in administration, culturally, societally, because of a particular framework? I think one of our greatest strengths and joys is the vibrancy of our culture, of our people. That with each progressing day, with each progressing month, we will have something new that will come forth as a challenge, something new that will come forth which is a solution not only indigenously but can be applicable to the world. So let me contextualize it.
Sure.
3 years ago, did we know we'll have a global scale pandemic? No. But 3 years from now, can we say assuredly on this stage there won't be another pandemic? No. But what can we as Indians say resolutely, even if there is another challenge? We will meet it with solutions not only for us domestically, but we will also be in a position to help nations across the world. We've done it when it was least expected of us. So I think what the Prime Minister has set off is genuinely a Jan Andolan, not for politics, but for nation building.
This is very, very interesting, ma'am. And I can just tell you, as a very ordinary citizen of this country, even if I might not live in the
ordinary people don't work with Washington Post. Yes.
Well, no, just to clarify this micro slander here. Washington Post has written.
I don't think there's a slander of any kind. I think that as somebody, and I will not speak on this platform as a minister, but let me just speak as somebody from the right wing, which is backed also by the likes of Anand on Times Now every night. 30 seconds, yes. The issue is, restrictions were thrust upon us as ideologues, or for that matter, people who are part of a particular ideological movement. आप इससे बात करोगे तो आप अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के प्रति श्रद्धा रखते हैं, इससे बात करोगे तो इसका मतलब आपने अपनी आइडियोलॉजी के खिलाफ धोखा कर दिया है, उससे बात करोगे इसका मतलब कि आपकी आइडियोलॉजिकल पोजीशन डाइल्यूट हो गई है. मेरी आइडियोलॉजी की सबसे बड़ी ताकत यह है कि मैं वो 30 सेकंड्स भी सुन सकती हूँ और मंच से उनको नमस्ते भी कर सकती हूँ, उनकी गालियां भी खा सकती हूँ, लेकिन अगर क्रिटिसिज्म में कुछ कंस्ट्रक्टिव हुआ तो उस कंस्ट्रक्टिव क्रिटिसिज्म को फिर अपने काम में इस्तेमाल भी कर सकती हूँ. द डे वी किल कॉन्वर्सेशन, वी आर डूइंग अ ग्रेट डिससर्विस टू आवर कंट्री एंड आवर सोसाइटी एट लार्ज. मुझे लगता है आज अगर मैं इस मंच से, मैं विक्रम से मिली और मैंने कहा कि one of the greatest contributions that could be done to the legacy of Veer Savarkar was the works of the likes of Vikram Sampath. अब फर्क ये है कि 8 साल 9 साल पहले जब नरेंद्र मोदी देश के प्रधान सेवक नहीं थे, तो क्या विक्रम की आवाज देश में कहीं भी सुनाई देती? नहीं देती. और हम उसी फर्क का हिस्सा हैं. So I think it is incumbent upon us, irrespective of the cacophony from the ideologies that hate us, who killed every crevice, in every crevice they killed talent. I don't mind celebrating potentials like Anurag in Washington Post. Why not? क्योंकि उस युद्ध की भूमि पर जाकर अपनी बात कहने में एक अलग किस्म का जिगर चाहिए. और वहां जाकर फैक्चुअली बात कहकर अपनी आवाज पहुंचाने के लिए भी मुझे लगता है कहीं ना कहीं हमें अभ्यास करना चाहिए. क्योंकि जब हम कहते हैं देश के प्रधान सेवक, वो सिर्फ उनके प्रधान सेवक नहीं है जिन्होंने उनके लिए वोट किया, वो उनके भी प्रधान सेवक है जिन्होंने उनको आज तक एक वोट नहीं दिया. एंड आई थिंक फॉर मी दैट इज अ मैटर ऑफ ग्रेट प्राइड व्हेन आई लुक एट द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ इंडिया. दैट सड़क बनाते वक्त उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि जो मेरे धर्म में, मेरे कर्म में विश्वास करेगा वही उस सड़क पे चलेगा, कि मैं ब्रिज वहीं बनाऊंगा जहां मैं चुनाव जीता हूं. नहीं, उन्होंने अमेठी में AK-203 की रशियन MOU के माध्यम से फैक्ट्री तब बनाई जब MP राहुल गांधी था, मैं नहीं थी.
Fair point, Smriti ji. Now, I'd like to extend this a little further. Let's talk about the polarization of media and the lenses through which we are viewed as either or and othering and all of that. Now, as an individual, somebody might say ki Anurag is like this or the other or whatever it is. It doesn't matter because Anurag is not publicly relevant. Now, when they call you.
No, so I'm again distancing myself from that thing. That is another problem that we have within our ideology, and I'm sorry, I'm counting you as a part of the ideology.
I'd like to
no matter how much people within my ideology do well in the world, they are always modest enough to say, "Nee, I don't matter that much. Please heed my plea. You all matter." Because reducing the ideology to only, let's say, a minister on gender would be a great disservice to the ideology. So Anurag Saxena matters as much as, let's say, Vikram, as much as, let's say, me, because we cannot restrict the voice of our people, our thought, to just a few people. I think that is what the left ideologies did to us. They selectively picked which talent to kill. And everybody said, इसको मार दिया, इसका मतलब अपना कोई चांस नहीं है. अगर हम उनके साथ अलाइन नहीं करेंगे तो हम जिंदा नहीं रहेंगे एज ए प्रोफेशनल. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है, प्लीज अपनी अचीवमेंट्स को, आप मॉडेस्ट हैं, इसका मैं स्वागत करती हूँ, लेकिन ये हमारा दायित्व है, हमारा कर्तव्य है कि हम एक एक ऐसे अचीवमेंट को हर मंच से उसको प्रोत्साहित करें, उसका अभिनंदन करें, टू प्राउडली से यस, Anurag is a part of my ideology. Vikram is a part of my ideology. And what is my ideology? My ideology is nation first. Should I be ashamed of it? No. So if you put India first, you're from my ideology.
So how do we, you see, media has evolved in a very interesting way. In the past,
yes,
as you said, the way they would deal with disagreement or dissent is death by silence. They would just ignore you and make sure
No, they would not only ignore you.
I'm coming to that.
Anurag, I've served as Minister Education and I've witnessed. How will they kill you? Professionally. They will never let you become associate professor so that you never become good enough to be a VC. So it's not that they'll silence you. They will never fund any research you want to do unless it's a research topic they want done. So this is not only about silence, this is about a systemic attack on you as a professional till such time that you say, "Theek hai bhai, kya karna hai batao." We reduce it to silences. It is not. What technology has done is made our voice audible. But what has been done professionally to people within my ideology is something which is not spoken of. But I think it's time that we have those conversations where if professionals from our ideology being killed in terms of their prospects, I think that also needs a conversation.
So how do we counter
By not becoming them first. By not becoming them. Because we know what is to die that death every day.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think it is, I would think it's very difficult to hit the sack every night, knowing that you have done something which from a karmic point of view...
No, they are not bothered about that. I remember my father telling me कि नहीं हमने सत्य का जीवन जिया है तो हम रात को चैन की नींद सो रहे हैं. मैंने पिताजी जिसने आपका पैसा लूटा है वो भी आराम से सो रहे हैं इसी में. You see, karmically also, we are always taught संतोष करो. I don't know how many elders are here in the audience. हमको हमारे माँ बाप ने कहा है संतोष करो. उनको उनके माँ बाप ने कहा है फतेह करो. बहुत फर्क है उसमें.
Speaking of fathers, Smriti ji, last question for you and then we'll open it up to the audience. My father would say something very similar. He would say कि वो उसूल ही क्या जिसकी कोई कीमत ना देनी पड़े. So I'd like to ask you कि उसूल तो जो आपके हैं वो पब्लिकली सब जानते हैं. आपको कीमत क्या देनी पड़ी है?
बहुत लंबी वो वार्ता हो जाएगी. मुझे लगता है कि कीमत आपको पब्लिकली देनी पड़ती है अगर आप मुझ जैसे मुफट हो. कीमत आपको प्राइवेटली भी देनी पड़ती है जब अपॉर्चुनिटीज आपसे ले ली जाएं. और मैं पॉलिटिकली बात नहीं कर रही हूं. मैं मीडिया में भी एक सहभागी रह चुकी हूं. बहुत आसान होता मेरे लिए साल 2014 में दिल्ली में, क्योंकि मैं मीडिया से हूं, सबके साथ दोस्ती करना. मुझे याद है साल 2003 में मुझे एक बहुत ही वरिष्ठ भाजपा के मेरे नेता ने बुलाया चाय पर. मैं तब लगभग 26-27 साल की थी. उन्होंने कहा आज एक हिदायत दे रहे हैं तुमको, इसको गांठ बांध लो कि हैव योर ओन सर्कल ऑफ मीडिया पीपल एंड पीआर पीपल, you'll do well, you have potential. I at 27 was stupid enough to look at him and say, sir, अगर यही सब करना होता तो हम में और उनमें फर्क क्या है? उन्होंने माथा पीट लिया अपना. उन्होंने कहा तुम बहुत पछताओगी आगे चल के. उन्होंने कहा कि, और शायद उनके अपने जीवन का ये अनुभव रहा हो, कि बहुत आसान है सिस्टम में फिट हो जाना. आज कई ऐसे मीडिया के हमारे बंधु हैं, अगर उनका बस चले तो कल हमारी अंत्येष्टि पे आके परसों उसके ऊपर एक अच्छा सा डिनर कर दें. हम मजबूरी हैं उनकी. लेकिन मैं हमेशा ये कहती हूं कि वो जो आपके पिताजी वाली दिक्कत है ना, कि वो असूल ही क्या हो जिसकी कीमत ना चुकानी पड़े. तो चाहे हम कितना भी रंज रखते हो अपने माता पिता से कि आपने हमें असूल क्यों सिखाया, लेकिन अब सिखाया है तो इसी पथ पे चलेंगे.
थैंक यू मैडम. थैंक यू. नाउ वी हैव.
और अनुराग, मुझे लगता है सबसे बड़ा उसूल का संतोष ये होता है जब you're a nobody and you defeat for the first time in the history of your country, the sitting president of the Indian National Congress. तो आप बड़ी विनम्रता से सबको देखते हैं और कहते हैं
अच्छा, now can I request the organizers to pass the mics around? We have CJ and Anand. Organizers को mics यहाँ आगे दे दे please. Anand Ranganathan, the young man in the suit.
You only have 30 seconds, Anand.
Thank you very much. आपने जो मेरा 3-4 बार नाम लिया, मुझे वो मीम याद आ गई नाना पाटेकर वाली, जिसमें वो आदमी कह रहा है मुझको क्यों तोड़ा. But I have one point to make and two questions to Smriti ji. Wonderful discussion. But first of all, I don't believe the Amethi election was a battle of any sorts, because both you and Rahul Gandhi are from the same party, BJP.
आनंद, बीजेपी का इतना अपमान मत करो. हमारे यहाँ ऐसे टैलेंटलेस लोग नहीं हैं.
In fact, Smita Prakash ji is here. It will be a fantastic investigative journalism story to find out if BJP is entirely funded the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
BJP can never fund a yatra where somebody gives slogans against the country, and especially where somebody goes and proclaims in Kashmir कि मैं धारा 370 ले आऊंगा. मजाक में आनंद ये बातें सही लगती होंगी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है हमारे संगठन में जितने लोगों ने अपने जान, मैं आज खुलासा करती हूँ. मेरे नाना आरकेपुरम में रहते थे, स्वयं सेवक थे. जहां वो शाखा लगाया करते थे वहां आज विश्व हिंदू परिषद का हेडक्वार्टर है. इमरजेंसी में उनके घुटने ऐसे तोड़े गए कि वो जिंदगी भर लंगड़ाते रहे. तो जिस दिन अमेठी का रिजल्ट आया, मैं चुपचाप कमरे में बैठी थी और मुझे किसी पत्रकार ने फोन करके कहा, "What have you done this for?" I said, "For the old man that I saw limping for 2 decades. This is for him."
No, absolutely, absolutely. It's fantastic. No, I was saying things in lighter vein, but couple of questions very quickly. One, are you for, recently an ex-Chief Justice of India said that even Dr. Ambedkar had wanted reservations only for a limited period of time for 20 years. Are you for reservations for women? And B, do you support the UPA's move to install a ministry for minorities for which you are a minister?
So 2 things. I'm married into a minority family. Until such time that the Constitution deems it fit that this ministry exists, I will serve at the pleasure of the Prime Minister in his government in this particular administrative capacity. I think one of the greatest disservices again that we do to the community at large is to not distinguish between those who are mathadhishas and those who are genuinely from that community. The second part of your questions, do I support reservation? I think reservation was an attempt to bring about equal opportunity. I became the Upadhyaksh of the Bharatiya Janata Party because my party did reservation within the Sangathan so that women could have a greater say. So till such time we do not create equal opportunity, can we deny even one citizen an opportunity, is my question to you. To just simplify these issues to one question or one answer or one proclamation on behalf of the Supreme Court of India, I think would be doing great injustice. Even if we leave one woman, child or person behind, man behind, I think that is a heavy burden I don't want to carry as a citizen. So the question we need to answer ourselves, have we given everybody an equal opportunity? The fact that today you have a Prime Minister who does not talk about the community he belongs to, the class that he belongs to, but he gets abused every day, Anand. His dead father gets abused. His dead mother gets abused. Do you think his community looks at him and says, it is good enough to be Prime Minister and you will be absolved of all abuse? So I think that till such time you have sanctimonious people like the Gandhis who have denied opportunities of equality. Do we need such instruments to provide a equal level playing field for every community in our country? That is something that we need to have a larger discussion on. To reduce it to a mere few sentences or a conversation from a stage, I think would be doing, like I said, injustice.
Can we pass the mic around, please? And quick, short questions. We'll try and get 2 or 3.
Very short question. Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Papa CJ. Quick question. In terms of how your life has unfolded, what have been some of the major personal and professional trade-offs, and how did you come to those decisions?
I'm not known to be trading off things.
There we go. Short question.
I'm known to be very obstinate. When I believe in something, I'll go the whole hog. There is a price to pay for it, but I'm happy to pay that price to be what I am today. Now, there's been nobody in this world who will point and say, I made her. Not a soul. That there will be people in my life who've been at the receiving end of many queries from me, and on whose behalf I've been at the receiving end of kindness is known. But from somebody, like I said, who 18 kilometers away lived above a tabela and Tokus ka tabela, no trade-offs.
Wonderful, ma'am. Acha, can we pass the mic to the lady in the piche jo white salwar suit? Okay. Off-white salwar suit.
Very good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, I had asked you a question which Mr. Anand has already asked in 2019.
Anand is known ki arth ka anarth karte hain.
Yeah, in 2019 I had asked you the same question. क्या हम घड़ियाल की तरह विलुप्त हो रहे हैं जो हमें रिजर्वेशन की जरूरत है? This year I am not asking you the same question. This year I want to ask, in G20, our commitment to the world is how many decision-making ladies can come in courtrooms and in government. So from you, I would like to ask, how many JS, how many lateral hires this year from female fraternity?
Madam, two things I'd like to respond to. Firstly, you want me to speak on behalf of the G20 community, which I cannot. But I think what has happened in the G20 is the women's issue was always on the sidelines. It has been centralized now by the Prime Minister, who speaks of women-led development not only for India but the G20 community as a whole. With regards to how many people come in terms of lateral entry, again, or for that matter GSs, recently we've had additional secretaries who are women, which is a level higher than the GSs. But the quintessential question that I want to answer, which is not being asked, is how many young women are we supporting so that they can prep to sit for the UPSC exam? How many girls are we supporting post grade 8 so that they can go and pick science as a subject? And from a cognitive skills perspective, how many young girls from standard 5 are we supporting so that they have a bigger inclination towards maths and science? So while you look at entry-level posts for women in administration, which is a given, let's say in corporate India or administrative India, today we have, and the cameraman can, if they just move a bit, aap hट जाएं भाई साहब, mustard t-shirt wale. So right now, currently, I computed how many women are in administration across the country. There are 1.9 crore. 1 crore 90 lakh women serving in various administrative capacities across the country. That's a huge number, and I'm hoping that it'll grow. But my biggest desire is to see the number of women and young girls grow in the field of maths and science. That is where we have a huge challenge.
And just to add on a bit, I think, the last time we spoke, Madam, you've asked your question.
Madam, these 1 crore 90 lakh women are decision makers. They have been counted from, I'm sorry you want to argue for the sake of argument, I can happily do so. But they are computed as people who are sitting as district magistrates, people who are running fast track courts, people who are running Pani Samitis and deciding which village house gets how much water, people who are sitting as even Swachhagrahis who decide which house does not have a toilet and needs that allocated fund going to building of toilet. These are decision makers. I mean, I'm not even counting that the President of India is a woman.
The last time we spoke, ma'am, I felt so proud to know that as far as grassroots democracy is concerned, at the Panchayati Raj level, India actually is number 1 in terms of women's participation in the world.
So out of the 3 million across the world, 1.4 million are Indian women.
Wow.
The challenge was that the Global Gender Gap Index never considered them politically refined enough to be counted. So that is why this year I had the blessed opportunity of engaging with the World Economic Forum to ask them only one question. That these are women who are getting elected to office from the grassroots, which is one of the toughest elections to fight. And why would you not consider 1.4 million such women? They not only disregarded 1.4 million women elected to Panchayat system, they disregarded female MLAs, they disregarded even women ministers from the Council of Ministers in the Government of India. And that is why if you just compute that number, India will suddenly jump in the Global Gender Gap Index. That in the Ministry of Women and Child Development, we had brought forth questions with regards to the hunger index as well. That these international indices do not compute the realities from India. For instance, they will say कि circumference of the arm इतना ही होगा, height इतनी होगी. हमारे यहाँ बच्चा अगर पंजाब से है तो उसकी हाइट अलग है, बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर अलग है. बच्चा अगर नागालैंड से है तो उसकी बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर अलग है. बच्चा अगर तमिलनाडु से है तो उसकी बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर अलग है. बच्चा अगर लद्दाख से तो उसकी बॉडी स्ट्रक्चर अलग है. वो कहते हैं नहीं, हम अमेरिका में जो स्ट्रक्चर बोलेंगे उस हिसाब से नापो. वो बच्चा अगर उस हिसाब से ठीक है तो ही वो बच्चा हृष्ट पुष्ट है. ग्लोबल हंगर इंडेक्स में उन्होंने हमारे लोगों को फोन करके बोला, अच्छा भूख लगी है क्या? That was a question. I said, how is it scientifically measured? They said, no. Gallup called up people and said, are you hungry? I mean, I called Smriti Irani now. I have not had lunch or breakfast. Of course I'm hungry. But scientifically, have you measured that hunger? No. It seems Pakistan does better than us. They have no atta. But it seems we are hungry.
On that on that note, ma'am, we've just exceeded our time. I'd just like to thank you for being here. It's always, for me, I mean, it is personally a cleansing experience listening to you.
You almost make me sound like phenyl. But thank you for the
so much for your
conversation,
time.
Anurag.
And thank you all for participating so actively. Namaskar.
Once again, we must put our hands together and thank the Honourable Minister for her presence here at Arth Culture Fest, promoted by ZEEL. Thank you very, very much, ma'am. I request you all to stay settled. We are heading straight into the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to be talking about the road to 2024. And I'd like to begin by saying that voting is not only our right, it's also our power. The vote is precious. It is the most powerful, non-violent tool that we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. And use it we will, coming soon. The blockbuster of democracy in a ballot station will soon be with you. With a long rule at the center, will the 2024 elections be a prelude to the Bharatiya Janata Party's Mahavijay dreams coming true and sealing the fate of all other parties for a long time to come? Will this be countered by the slow yet significant rise of the Aam Aadmi Party, as they've shown stealth and heft in all their election operations and seem to be ready to take on national player status? Will Battleground 2024 turn out to be leaving on a jet plane for Rahul Gandhi? Or will it be a phoenix rising from the ashes? Let's wait and watch. Will state elections throw up unholy regional alliances? Election fever has begun to rage on. Battle 2024 is waiting. Our esteemed panelists are here to take us through all the possible scenarios. Please put your hands together for our panelists. Shri Anurag Bhadoria, National Spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, ex-State Minister of Sports, UP. A polo player, he is also Chairman of IGCL, Indian Grameen Cricket League, a league that promotes rural cricket talent in India. Namaste and welcome. Please welcome on stage reputed journalist and political analyst Rashid Kidwai. Can we please have you on stage? He's held admirable positions as the former editor-in-chief of The Telegraph and is a notable contributor to NDTV, CNN, India Today, and also publications such as First Post and Dainik Bhaskar. Namaste, very warm welcome. Please welcome global editor anchor Smrita Prakash, a veteran in the field of geopolitics with a focus on South Asian affairs. Smrita ji creates content across multimedia platforms for the subcontinent. Namaste and a very, very warm welcome to you. Please also welcome Shazia Ilmi, a well-known Indian journalist, television personality, and a current member of BJP, who's made a significant impact in Indian politics. She's been a vocal advocate for political and social issues in India, including women's empowerment, minority rights, and corruption. Namaste and welcome. And moderating this road to the 2024 elections is Preeti Dhaya, a broadcast journalist with 18 years of experience. She's currently working as consultant anchor with Zee News. Her previous stints include ABP News, Times Now, and India Today. Road to 24, तैयार हैं आप सब? Over to you, Preeti. The session is all yours.
Thank you, Geetika. So, Geetika has given a beautiful introduction to all the panelists. और वैसे भी वो किसी introduction के मोहताज है नहीं हमारे सारे panelists. और बहुत ही अच्छा और सिंपल टॉपिक है इस पैनल के लिए, रोड टू 2024. अगले साल लोकसभा चुनाव होने हैं. हम सब जानते हैं किस तरह का रोड मैप तैयार कर रही हैं सब पार्टीज. ऑलरेडी इलेक्शन मोड में आ चुकी हैं, ये भी हम सब जानते हैं. बीजेपी को लेके मुझे लगता है बीजेपी वालों को और बीजेपी के समर्थकों को बहुत ज्यादा चिंता है नहीं, क्योंकि वो हमेशा इलेक्शन मोड में रहते ही हैं और कभी वो इलेक्शन मशीनरी रुकती नहीं है. तो इस पैनल पे मैं एक्चुअली शुरुआत विपक्ष के नेता से ही करना चाहूंगी. और अनुराग जी बहुत बार मीडिया पर आरोप लगाते हैं कि उन्हें बोलने का मौका नहीं मिलता, तो पहला मौका मैं अनुराग भदौरिया को ही दूंगी. अनुराग जी, सबसे पहले तो सीधा सवाल ये है कि विपक्ष में जो नेता बैठे हैं, आप लोगों की क्या तैयारी शुरू हो चुकी है? आपका रोड मैप क्या है 2024 के लोकसभा चुनाव के लिए?
देखिए, आजकल दुष्यंत जी बहुत चर्चा में हैं, तो उन्हीं के शेर से मैं शुरू करता हूं. रहनुमाओं की दुनिया पे, रहनुमाओं की अदाओं पे फिदा है दुनिया, इस बहकती हुई दुनिया को संभालो यारो. जिस तरह के सपने दिखाए जाते हैं, जिस तरह की बातें होती हैं, वो धरातल पे है कहां? बातें तो कितनी बड़ी बड़ी होती हैं, विश्व गुरु भारत बनेगा, डीजल पेट्रोल की कीमत 50 रुपए के नीचे आ जाएगी, हर घर में रोजगार होगा। अगर रोजगार की बात करें तो दुष्यंत का दूसरा शेर भी याद आता है
जी।
यूं तो कहते थे यहां तय तो ये था कि चिरागा हर घर के लिए, यहां तो चिराग मैशर नहीं है शहर के लिए। आप तो कहते थे घर घर में दिवाली जैसा माहौल होगा। अब पूछ लीजिए किसी से, क्या दिवाली जैसा माहौल है? जिस महंगाई से उनकी कमर टूट गई है, जिस बेरोजगारी से लोग परेशान हैं, जीना लोगों का मुश्किल हो गया, इस पे चर्चा नहीं है। चर्चा किन बातों पे होती है? जो बात नहीं है उस पे चर्चा है, जिसको आम जनता का कोई लेन देन नहीं है। कौन क्या करता है, कौन नहीं करता है, कौन शेरवानी पहनता है, कौन सदरी पहनता है, कौन पाजामा कुर्ता पहनता है, कौन जूता पहनता है, कौन क्या पहनता है, कौन चप्पल पहनता है, इस पे तो चर्चा हो रही है। सोचिए आप, ये चर्चा का विषय है कि क्या कौन शेरवानी पहनेगा, कौन सदरी पहनेगा, कौन धोती पहनेगा। चर्चा का विषय है कि महंगाई क्या है, बेरोजगारी क्या है, अर्थव्यवस्था हमारी कैसी है, हमारा रुपया पतला हो रहा है कि मोटा हो रहा है, इस पे चर्चा होनी चाहिए। चर्चा होनी चाहिए युवा परेशान है तो क्यों है, हर घर में एक माहौल खुशी का होना चाहिए कि हर घर में रोजगार की व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, इस पे चर्चा नहीं है। किसान परेशान है, किसान की तो इनकम दुगनी करने की बात की गई थी और कहा गया था ये हिंदुस्तान का किसान सबसे संपन्न किसान होगा। क्या हालत है किसानों की? एक साल किसान धरने पे बैठा रहा, कोई पूछ
अनुराग
नहीं
जी,
है।
वो जो बहकाने वाला शेर आपने पहले बोला दुष्यंत कुमार जी का, उसमें दुनिया बहका दी है बीजेपी ने, या अभी विपक्ष बहकावे में है कि अब भी वो कुछ परिवर्तन कर पाएंगे?
देखिए, विपक्ष बहकावे में नहीं है, विपक्ष धरातल पे है। हम धरातल की बात कर रहे हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी धरातल पे आना नहीं चाहती है। वो सबको हवा में रखे हुए है, वो धरातल पे पैर रखने ही नहीं देना चाहती है। अब वो शेर मैं नहीं कहूंगा जो शेर पहले कह दिया गया है। धरातल पे बीजेपी नहीं है दरअसल में, और उसको धरातल की हकीकत से रूबरू भी नहीं है, क्योंकि शायद उनको जनता से कोई लेना देना नहीं है।
अगर मैं इसी को राशिद किदवई जी आपसे पूछना चाहूं, धरातल पे बीजेपी नहीं है लेकिन ग्राउंड रियलिटी लगता है कि सिर्फ बीजेपी को ही पता है वोटर के बीच में जाके कैसे अपनी जगह बनानी है, कैसे वोटर को लुभाना है, क्या वादे करें, किन मुद्दों पर टच करें कि वोटर हमारे साथ आए। ये लगता है कि विपक्ष इससे दूर है। क्या आपका क्या आकलन है सर, किस तरह से वो इस रोड को तैयार करेंगे?
जी देखिए, ये विपक्ष के लिए बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है। आपने देखा, जो आपने प्रश्न हमारे मित्र भदौड़ी जी से पूछा, तो वो एक राजनीतिक भाषण देने लग गए, बजाय उसके कि जवाब देने की संख्या किसके पास है, नंबर किसके पास है। देखिए, विपक्ष की रास्ता जो है बहुत दुश्वारियों भरा है। सबसे पहले एक वैकेंसी होनी चाहिए, एक जगह हो, एक फुटहोल्ड मिले, एक ओपनिंग मिले। उस ओपनिंग में देखिए, मेरा आकलन अपना ये है कि अगर 24 का इलेक्शन नॉर्मल सर्कमस्टांसेस में होता है, जैसे 2019 का चुनाव हो रहा था, फिर एकदम से बालाकोट का हादसा हुआ, फिर सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हुई, तो उससे एक दूसरा टाइप का मोमेंटम बना। अगर नॉर्मल इलेक्शन होता है तो भाजपा को थोड़ी समस्या और अड़चने आ सकती हैं, और भाजपा के पास देखिए इस समय अलाइज नहीं है। 4 राज्य ऐसे हैं जो मैं बात कर सकता हूं, जो बिहार है, बंगाल है, कर्नाटक है और महाराष्ट्र है, जहां काफी सारे बदलाव आए और जब भाजपा को बहुत पर्याप्त नंबर की संख्या में सीटें मिली थी लोकसभा की। जैसे बंगाल में 18 सीटें मिली थी, अगर वो सीटें कम हो जाती हैं 40-50 सीटें, तो मुझे लगता है कि भाजपा के लिए बहुत बड़ा कठिनाई होगी। ये बातें, लेकिन विपक्ष की कहानी बिल्कुल दूसरी है, जो मैं बाद में बताऊंगा। अभी तो मैंने एक सिर्फ आपसे ओपनिंग बात कही।
ओपनिंग कमेंट्स ही ले लेती हूँ सबसे, और लास्ट में शाजिया आपके पास आऊंगी। मैं स्मिता से इस बारे में बात करना चाहती हूँ, जो राशिद जी ने कही कि 2019 से 2024 में देखा जाए तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए भी सिनेरियो चेंज हुआ है। जो पुराने साथी थे वो छूट गए हैं, कोई से लड़ाई हो गई, बाहर निकल गए, अलायंस अब वो एनडीए वो तस्वीर नहीं है जो 2019 में था। 2024 के लिए अब आप आम जनता से बात करें, किसी को इस बात में दो राय नहीं होती कि वापस आ रहे हैं मोदी जी, लेकिन किस तरीके से आ रहे हैं उस पे आपका क्या आकलन है?
पहले तो स्मॉल करेक्शन, पुलवामा was the hadsa, Balakot wasn't the hadsa. Balakot was the strike.
Yes, that's what I meant. Yeah.
So that Balakot is something that we are celebrating as the strike against what happened to us. तो दूसरा, आई थिंक 2024 के लिए अगर आप लोगों से पूछे तो वो आज तो यही कहेंगे कि इट्स क्वाइट क्लियर कि बीजेपी जो है उनके पास स्क्रिप्ट है जी, लेकिन ऑपोजिशन के पास कोई स्क्रिप्ट नहीं है, कोई एजेंडा नहीं है, और वो जानते नहीं कि गोल क्या है। बस सरकार बनानी है 2024 में, कैसे बनाएंगे वो बाद में सोचेंगे। और कौन कौन उस गठबंधन में या उस पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेशन में प्री पोल अलायंस है या पोस्ट पोल है, उसमें कौन शामिल होगा, कौन नहीं होगा, किसका एजेंडा उसमें फिट होगा, वो सब अभी तय नहीं है. इज इट टू लेट टू डू दैट? इट्स नेवर टू लेट. अगर आप याद करें तो व्हेन वाजपेयी जी वाज फाइटिंग द इलेक्शन, उस टाइम अखबार में, उस टाइम मैगजीन्स का बड़ा चलता था, तो देयर वाज दैट वाजपेयी वर्सेस क्वेश्चन मार्क. लोग सोचते थे कि हु कैन इवन थिंक कि वाजपेयी जी को हरा सकते हैं. उस टाइम ऑपोजिशन भी जब बात करते थे जब वाजपेयी जी को कौन हरा सकते हैं, लेकिन लोगों के मन में क्या चल रहा था कोई नहीं जानता था. सो वन रियली डजंट नो व्हाट इज इन द माइंड ऑफ पीपल. ऊपर ऊपर से तो सब लगता है कि इट इज ऑल फिक्स्ड, बट नोबडी रियली नोज. और ये बात बीजेपी खूब जानती है, इसलिए वो हर चुनाव, चाहे कॉरपोरेशन का चुनाव हो या फिर विधानसभा का चुनाव हो या फिर सेंटर पार्लियामेंट्री चुनाव हो, वो जी जान से वो ऐसे लड़ती है जैसे कि हर सीट पर लड़ना है, सिर्फ जीतना नहीं है, हर सीट, एवरी सीट मैटर्स. सो आई थिंक द वे ऑफ गोइंग अबाउट इट इज नॉट जस्ट एन इलेक्शन मैकेनिज्म. दे हैव देयर एजेंडा इन प्लेस कि हमने इतनी सड़कें बनानी है, हमने इतने पोर्ट्स बनाने, एयरपोर्ट्स बनाने हैं, हमने नक्शा बदलना है इस देश का. और अगर नक्शा बदलना है तो सरकार में आने की जरूरत है. कॉर्पोरेशन लेवल से लेकर पार्लियामेंट तक we have to be in majority to bring that transformation in the country.
और वो एफर्ट करते भी हैं, वो एफर्ट हर लेवल पे, जैसा कि आपने बोला, नजर आता है. मैं ये प्री पोल और पोस्ट पोल अलायंसेस के बारे में डिटेल से बाद में डिस्कस करूंगी जब हम थर्ड फ्रंट या सेकंड फ्रंट की भी डिस्कशन करेंगे. लेकिन शाजिया, जिस चीज का जिक्र मैंने स्मिता के साथ शुरू किया, क्या बीजेपी में इस बात को लेके कहीं कुछ हलचल है, कुछ चिंता है कि जिस राह पर हम 2019 में थे, बहुत स्ट्रांग अलायंस था हमारा और बहुत स्ट्रांग मेजॉरिटी के साथ हम आए, वो जो दोस्त छूट गए हैं पीछे, जो आप दुश्मन भी बन गए हैं, उनको लेके कोई चिंता है? और दूसरा, अनप्रिडिक्टेबिलिटी ऑफ इंडियन डेमोक्रेसी, जिसके बारे में स्मिता ने जिक्र किया. भारतीय जनता के मन में क्या चल रहा है ये आप प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते. अगर झटका वाजपेयी जी को मिल सकता है तो फिर किसी को भी मिल सकता है.
बिल्कुल. और देखिए, मैंने सबकी बातें सुनी यहाँ पे, और ये लोग मानते हैं, और हमारी जमहूरियत में बहुत से लोग ऐसा सोचते हैं दैट देयर इज नो ऑल्टरनेटिव टीना फैक्टर के बारे में. और शायद ये वजह है कि मोदी जी सबसे आगे हैं. लेकिन अब लोग सोच रहे हैं, एक और कुछ और दृश्य उमड़ रहे हैं जब देखते हैं भारत जोड़ो यात्रा, कि रीटा तो टीना था अब तक, अब रीटा यानी कि राहुल इज द ऑल्टरनेटिव. और वो बहुत ही, उसके बारे में जमहूरियत को यानी कि लोकतंत्र को तय करना है. या फिर मीता इज द ऑल्टरनेटिव. तो अब आप टीना फैक्टर तो एक है, पर अब रीटा और मीटा का क्या होगा, या मीता का.
और नीता भी तो है, नीतीश जी भी तो है.
नीता भी है. तो अब ये है. तो मुझे लगता है ये कहानी एक विकल्प के ना होने के उस वैक्यूम से बढ़कर आगे बहुत पहुंच गई है. आपने रोड मैप की बात की, तो क्या दिशा है, क्या दृश्य है, और किस तरफ हम जा रहे हैं. तो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं एक ना सिर्फ एक पार्टी को, लेकिन एक सोचने को अंदाज को, क्योंकि ये कहते हैं ना, योर लाइफ इज योर मैसेज. तो आपने कहा एफर्ट जरूरी है, और एफर्ट होती है. ये एफर्ट ही हिस्सा है, ये एफर्ट ही होती है. मतलब हम लोग ना चुनाव के परिणाम को देखते हैं, और मैं 9 साल के अपने भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अनुभव के बारे में आपको बता सकती हूँ कि सदैव तत्पर रहना, चाहे इलेक्शन इस राज्य में हो या उस राज्य में हो, चुनावी समीकरण बदल रहे हो ना बदल रहे हो. दूसरी बात आप देख रहे हैं, अब थर्ड फ्रंट की बात हो रही है, और अब इसमें सवाल यह है कि अब आप सोचिए कौन किससे लड़ रहा है और क्यों. तो अब एक अनार है सत्ता का, 100 बीमार हैं. वो बीमार भी हैं, बड़े लाचार भी हैं, और आपस में भी उनके बीच तकरार है.
अच्छा, ये
तो आप देखिए,
बीमारों की लाचारी में क्या हुआ कि एक यात्रा निकाली गई कि अब कुछ तो तोड़ निकालना है. कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक राहुल जी यात्रा लेकर निकले. कुछ बहुत सारे उसमें से तस्वीरें आई, वीडियोस आए जो बहुत अपीलिंग थे, स्पेशली यंगर जनरेशन के लिए, जब वो कर्नाटका में भरी बारिश में खड़े होकर अपना भाषण दे रहे हैं. श्रीनगर में बहुत ज्यादा बर्फबारी हो रही है, वहां पे भी डट के अपना भाषण दे रहे हैं. भाई बहन की भी बहुत कुछ प्यारी तस्वीरें सामने आई. लोगों ने बहुत वार्म रिसेप्शन दिया. मैं उसका असर बीजेपी पे क्या हुआ ये पूछना चाहती हूँ. क्या कुछ खलबली हुई थी कि यार पॉपुलैरिटी बड़ी बढ़ रही है?
मुझे लगता है इससे ज्यादा बड़ा सवाल है कि इसका असर कांग्रेस पर क्या हुआ, कांग्रेस पार्टी पर क्या हुआ. उनके तो जो सिपह सलार कर रहा है उसका असर सिपाही पर क्या हो रहा है. तो मुझे लगता है ये बहुत ज़रूरी है. और उसका तो जो ट्रांसलेशन है वोट्स में या पॉलिटिकल डिविडेंड्स में, कि क्या उससे मिलकर उनके लिए आ रहा है. देखिए, एक तरफ तो ये हो रहा है, यहाँ तो आप देख रहे हैं कि एक अजीबो-गरीब स्थिति है कि मैंने भी सुना भी, ये जो थर्ड फ्रंट के जो लोग हैं और जो बात कर रहे हैं कि कांग्रेस को ये सोचना चाहिए कि उनकी लड़ाई क्या ममता बनर्जी से है या फिर अरविंद केजरीवाल से है या फिर भाजपा से है। तो अब अपना राजनीतिक अस्तित्व बचाने के लिए ये सारी पार्टियां या तो उसके लिए अपने अहम को निकलेंगी, लेकिन स्वयं ही ना खत्म हो जाए, यानी कि उनके अस्तित्व के क्या होगा, वजूद का।
ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बात आप कह रहे हैं और मेरे ख्याल से इसी को लेके जितने भी भारत में अगर कोई आज ये सोच रहा है कि ठीक है मैं आगामी चुनाव में केंद्र में सरकार बदलूं तो मैं किसको वोट दूं, उसके लिए रीता, मीता, नीता और केसीआर ने भी एक ऑप्शन तो दिया, अनुराग जी। लेकिन जो शाजिया बात कह रही है कि पहले तो आप अपनी ईगो को सेटल करें, फिर आप एक दूसरे की ईगो पैम्पर करें और फिर आप लोगों के सामने एक ऑल्टरनेटिव दें। बहुत ज्यादा काम है, समय बहुत कम है, क्या तैयार है इन सब कामों के लिए?
देखिए, सवाल ये है कि विपक्ष की चिंता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को ज्यादा रहती है। अगर विपक्ष की चिंता की बजाय जनता की चिंता करते तो शायद उनको विपक्ष की चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती।
लेकिन विपक्ष को बीजेपी की चिंता क्यों नहीं है कि वो ऐसे एक रोड रोलर की तरह बढ़ती जा रहे हैं?
विपक्ष को कोई बीजेपी की चिंता नहीं है। विपक्ष जनता के साथ अपना काम करता है।
हमें चिंता इसी बात की है कि विपक्ष को बीजेपी की चिंता क्यों नहीं है?
इसलिए नहीं ना, क्योंकि बीजेपी को जाना तय है। बीजेपी को 2024 में जाना तय है, क्योंकि बीजेपी ने जो जनता के साथ धोखा किया है, जनता उसका बदला बड़े हिसाब से ले लेगी। जैसा कि अभी स्मिता प्रकाश जी ने बोला कि इसके पहले वाजपेयी जी थे, तब भी इसी तरह से ये आज इनकी हालत ये होगी कि इनके साथ कोई खड़े होने को तैयार नहीं है। नीतीश जी इनका साथ छोड़ गए, अकाली दल इनका साथ छोड़ गए, और जो इनको तो क्या है, ये तो पीडीपी के साथ भी सरकार बनाने को तैयार रहते हैं जब सरकार मिलने की बात आती है। दूसरों को कहते हैं कि सरकार के लालची। सबसे ज्यादा अगर सरकार में रहने की लालसा किसी को है, लालच किसी को है, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी को। सेवा की नहीं, जनता की सेवा के लिए।
लालच और ललक में फर्क होता है।
नहीं, हम बता रहे हैं जनता की सेवा के लिए नहीं, इसलिए मैंने ऐड किया। इनको जनता की सेवा नहीं करनी है। जनता की सेवा के लिए होते तो शायद आज हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति जो लोगों की है वो दूसरी होती। इनकी स्थिति ये रहती है कि कैसे हम कोशिश करके विपक्ष को टारगेट करें। विपक्ष कुछ बोलेगा तो उसके लिए परेशान है, जनता कुछ बोलेगी तो भी नहीं, लेकिन कुछ खास लोगों के लिए बड़े परेशान रहते हैं। यह समझ में नहीं आता कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी को खास लोगों से प्यार क्यों है, आम जनता से प्यार क्यों नहीं है। सवाल इस बात का है।
स्मिता कुछ कहना चाह रही है
जी, जैसे आपने कहा ना कि विपक्ष की चिंता इस बात की है कि विपक्ष को बीजेपी के बारे में चिंता नहीं है। 2014 से जो 2014 में मात खा गए, उसके अगले इलेक्शन में मात खा गए, और ऑपोजिशन के बहुत से लीडर्स हैं जो प्राइवेटली कहते हैं, देखिए 2014 में भी कहा था बीजेपी अपने आप ही अपनी गलतियां करेंगी तभी हारेंगे, वो हमारे बस की नहीं है, वो देख लेना, वो गलतियां करेंगे वो हारेंगे। अगले इलेक्शन में हुआ नहीं, फिर नहीं हुआ। बीजेपी जो है, उनके लीडर्स उस वक्त कहते थे कि अगर हम जीत भी जाएंगे ना तो हमारे कुछ ऐसे लोग हैं जो एक एक ईंट निकालते हैं और इमारत गिर जाती है। इसलिए हम सीख चुके हैं, हम बुनियाद को इस बार इतना मजबूत करेंगे कि हमारी पार्टी में से अगर कोई गलती करता है और एक एक ईंट निकलता है तो इमारत नहीं गिरेगी, और वही हुआ है, इसलिए 2 चुनाव जीते हैं।
तो मतलब उन्होंने अपना सबक सीख लिया है, लेकिन विपक्ष अभी भी बीजेपी की गलती का इंतजार कर रहा है।
लेकिन विपक्ष किसी बीजेपी की गलती का इंतजार नहीं कर रहा है, ये सोच में फर्क हो सकता है। विपक्ष जनता के साथ है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मैंने आपसे क्या बोला, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को नहीं, देखिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस चक्कर में रहती है कि कैसे हम विपक्ष के ऊपर टारगेट करें, जनता का ध्यान भटकाएं। जनता का ध्यान भटकाना अटकाना बीजेपी का काम है, वो सिर्फ जनता का असली मुद्दों से ध्यान भटकाना चाहती है। इसी पे 24 घंटे वो काम करती है, और उसमें आप लोगों का भी सहयोग ले लेती है कि कैसे हम भटका दें उनका ध्यान।
हम तो बहुत इजी पंचिंग बैग्स हो जाते हैं ना, वो तो कोई बात नहीं अनुराग जी, ये तो हमारा और आपका वो पुराना कंप्लेंट्स का और इसका रिश्ता है, वो चलता रहेगा। लेकिन फिलहाल आप मुझ पे आरोप नहीं लगा सकते।
आप पे नहीं, मैं तो कह रहा हूं आप लोगों का, मतलब आप साथ तो भाई प्रोपेगेंडा के लिए साथ तो किसी का चाहिए।
लेकिन राशिद सर, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ कि लालच की बात की कि बीजेपी को लालच है सत्ता में रहने का, लालच है। अब आप उसको लालच कह लीजिए या आप उनको उनकी मेहनत का जो है परिणाम कहीं ना कहीं तो जनता देती ही है। अब जनता के हाथ में डेमोक्रेसी में वोट होता है, ना मीडिया उसको रेगुलेट करती है, ना और कोई कर सकता है। अगर पॉलिटिशियंस मंच पे खड़े होकर आपको कन्विंस कर देता है कि आप मुझे वोट दें, तो आप जाके उनको वोट दे देते हैं। इसमें मीडिया का रोल नहीं है, सीधा संवाद है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूं कि जब बीजेपी को मान लीजिए 2 लगातार टर्म्स के बाद ये लालच अब भी है कि वो एमसीडी चुनाव को भी उसी तरीके से अप्रोच करते हैं जिस तरह से लोकसभा चुनाव को, तो जो विपक्ष इतने दिनों से सत्ता से बाहर बैठा है उससे ललक क्यों नहीं है कि हम लोगों के बीच में आके अपनी जगह बनाएं और वो हमें चुन के पहुंचाएं उस स्तर पर?
जी देखिए प्रीति, क्या होता है हमारे जो राजनीतिक वातावरण है, पॉलिटिकल कल्चर में बहुत सारी फैशनेबल चीजें कही जाती हैं। फैशनेबल चीज जो हमारे मित्र भदौरिया जी ने कहा, मतलब शूट द मैसेंजर, कि भाई मैसेंजर की गलती है। उसी तरह से एक फैशनेबल चीज ये है कि भाजपा बड़ी मेहनत करती है, उनके पन्ना प्रमुख है, उनका पूरा वेल लॉयल मशीनरी है। ये तथ्यात्मक बात है, लेकिन ये भी तथ्यात्मक बात है कि दिल्ली में वो चुनाव हारे, एक बार नहीं 2 बार हारे। वो अरविंद केजरीवाल के सामने, आम आदमी पार्टी के सामने उसकी काट नहीं ले पाए। चाहे वो बिहार का चुनाव रहा हो, जो गठबंधन का चुनाव महागठबंधन का हुआ था, या बहुत से राज्यों में भाजपा, या हिमाचल में इलेक्शन हो, बंगाल का इलेक्शन हो, वो भाजपा परास्त हो सकती है, परास्त हो जाती है। तमाम नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी रहते हैं, ये मस्कुलर नेशनलिज्म और आर्थिक व्यवस्था वगैरह सारी बातें रहती हैं। ये बातें देखिए, दरअसल विपक्ष की प्रॉब्लम क्या है, बहुत ही सिंपल गणित है। 272 का हमारे लोकतंत्र में कि 542 272 सीटें लाए वो आदमी विजयी होगा। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि एक ओपनिंग होनी चाहिए। अब उस ओपनिंग में जो है एक गैर कांग्रेस, जो गैर एनडीए का विपक्ष है, जिसमें बहुत सारी पार्टीज हैं, जिसमें भदौरिया जी की समाजवादी पार्टी है और तमाम पार्टियां हैं। ये पार्टी क्या उसका आधा ला सकती है? 272 का आधा मतलब 150 सीटों का अगर ये इंतजाम कर लें और कांग्रेस 100-125 सीटों पर अपने बूते पे खींच लाए तो बिल्कुल भाजपा को हराया जा सकता है। और देश की जनता में कोई दुविधा भी नहीं है। तो देखिए, मिडिल क्लास का नैरेटिव है कि स्टेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए। हमारे देश में देखिए कई बार सरकारें बनी तो लोग खिलाफ वोट देते हैं। जैसे स्मृति जी ने कहा, वाजपेयी जी के खिलाफ वोट दिया, राजीव गांधी के खिलाफ वोट दिया गया, इंदिरा गांधी के खिलाफ वोट दिया। कौन आ रहा है इसकी चिंता नहीं होती, ऑल्टरनेटिव आ जाते हैं और वो सरकारें भी चलती है।
और ये हमने देखा है, पहले भी बहुत बार हुआ है। लेकिन शाजिया, अब हम उस बात पे आ जाते हैं क्योंकि मुद्दा है रोड टू 2024 और स्मिता ने भी डिस्कस किया था ये पहले कि प्री पोल अलायंसेस और पोस्ट पोल अलायंसेस, यानी कि गठबंधन बनाने पर हर पार्टी जो है चिंतन मंथन कर रही होती है। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहती हूँ, क्या बीजेपी अपने आप को अब उस स्तर पर देख रही है, इतना मजबूत मान रही है कि हमें एक्चुअली प्री पोल अलायंस की जरूरत ही नहीं है? हम क्यों मेहनत करें लोगों को लुभाने में?
देखिए, लोगों के लिए काम करना, लोगों को सिर्फ लुभाना नहीं, तो ये तो मकसद है।
लोगों से मेरा मतलब है विपक्षी दलों में से किसको अलायंस में लाया जाए।
और विपक्षी दलों को अपना काम देखना है तो मैं बताती हूँ, बिच्छू अपना काम करता है, साधु अपना काम करता है। मैं किसी को बिच्छू नहीं कह रही हूँ, किसी को साधु नहीं कह रही हूँ, सबका अपना अपना काम है। तो मैं ये सबसे पहले तो आपसे ये कहूंगी कि कौन कैसे और कब क्या कर रहा है, ये आप स्ट्रैटेजी के तौर पे देखेंगे। अभी हम क्या देख रहे हैं कि एक गोल पोस्ट है, एक केंद्र है, बिंदु है, मोदी को हराना है। अब मोदी जी को कैसे हराएंगे आप स्टेट वाइज चलते हैं। आइए आपके साथ कुछ स्टेट्स में देख लेते हैं, हम लोग नजर डालते हैं। तो क्या ये कांग्रेस अपने को कुर्बान करने को तैयार है कि आम आदमी पार्टी 2 स्टेट्स में जहां पे वो काबिज है वो बनी रहे? क्या ममता बनर्जी अपनी कुर्बानी देने को तैयार हैं कि वो बाकायदा कहेंगी नहीं कांग्रेस आप आगे बढ़ें हमें? तो और या तो अगर आप देखेंगे उन सब जगहों पर जहां पे सीधे सीधे लड़ाई भाजपा की जो है जिनसे है वो है, लेकिन अगर कांग्रेस की लड़ाई है आम आदमी पार्टी से या ममता बनर्जी की लड़ाई है कम्युनिस्टों से, तो आप वहां पे क्या करेंगी? अगर आप केरल जाएंगी तो वहां पे आप देख ही रही है ना, तो क्या वो संभव है? और अगर आप हर स्टेट में अलग अलग समीकरण बदलेंगे तो आप लोगों को इसके बारे में कैसे यकीन दिलाएंगे कि आप में कोई गहराई है राजनीतिक? तो सिर्फ मकसद क्या मोदी जी को हराना है? देखिए, बात निकलेगी तो दूर तलक जाएगी। लोग बेवजह उदासी का सबब पूछेंगे, ये भी पूछेंगे कि परेशान क्यों हो। तो भाजपा को क्या परेशान करता है? वो ये परेशान करता है कि अभी तक जो काम हुआ है उसमें क्यों नहीं गति आए। आम इंसान, आम महिला जो कुछ कर सकता है उनकी जिंदगी की बेहतरी के लिए, समाज कल्याण के लिए, जन कल्याण के लिए, और वही सारी योजनाएं हैं, उसी के लिए सुबह शाम जीना है और मरना है।
लेकिन शाजिया, विपक्षी कहते हैं जैसे बीजेपी को कुछ परेशान
करता है उसके लिए
वो लगा देते हैं।
और मैं उसके आंकड़े गिना सकती हूँ, लेकिन सब जानते हैं वो आंकड़े। लेकिन क्या परेशानी का सबब क्या है इस वक्त कांग्रेस के लिए या फिर केजरीवाल के लिए या फिर ममता बनर्जी के लिए या नीतीश जी के लिए? कौन बनेगा प्रधानमंत्री? कौन? तो ये है शाजिया, आप रोटेशन के जरिए
ये बात आपकी ठीक है। मैं ये बोल रही हूं कि विपक्ष ये बोलता है कि हम जैसे ही कोई एक ठोस पिलर खड़ा करते हैं जो थोड़ा बहुत भी थ्रेट हो सकता है बीजेपी को, तो वो हमारे पीछे केंद्र की एजेंसी लगा देते हैं। ईडी है, सीबीआई है, इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट है।
सही बात है,
सही बात है।
नहीं, आपका सवाल वाजिब है। लोग ये कहते हैं, विपक्ष कह रहा है, ये सही बात है। लेकिन ये मेरा विपक्ष है, अगर वहां पे ईडी लगाई गई होती और नोटों का भरमार और पहाड़ नहीं मिलता तो आपकी बात सही होती थी। अब तो आपको खुश होना चाहिए ना। और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आंदोलन करने वालों में से मैं उन लोगों में से हूं। मैं बहुत खुश हूं, सारी एजेंसियां लगे और जहां जहां नोटों की भरमाई है, संदूकची में फंसे हुए हैं, लिहाफ के अंदर हैं, गिलाफ के ऊपर हैं और पहाड़ बने हुए, वहां पे जाना चाहिए, एजेंसीज को जाना चाहिए और ये भ्रष्ट राजनीति को
तो
खत्म करना चाहिए। उसको कह देना, आपने किसी चोर को मानते हुए कहा है कि मेरे साथ सही हुआ, किसने डाले वो नोट?
चोरी सिर्फ विपक्ष करता है। प्रश्न ये उठता है कि क्या विपक्ष ही सिर्फ भ्रष्ट है?
हाँ,
ये प्रश्न
वही मैं पूछ रहा हूं।
क्योंकि हमारी जो चुनाव की जो प्रणाली है उसमें हमें देखते हैं कि ब्लैक मनी, देखिए जो 542 लोग इलेक्ट होते हैं उसमें तमाम लोग एक एफिडेविट देते हैं कि उन्होंने 50 लाख असेंबली में और 75 लाख लोकसभा के चुनाव में खर्च किया। जब हम जानते हैं तो उसका 10 गुना कम से कम खर्च होता है। चुनाव बहुत महंगे हैं और वो तमाम राजनीतिक दल करते हैं और उसमें भाजपा भी शामिल है। लेकिन आप ईडी का रिकॉर्ड देखें, सीबीआई का, इनकम टैक्स का, कि 85-95% लोग जो है केवल विपक्ष के ऊपर रेड होती है। तो ये एक प्रश्न है जो डिस्टर्बिंग है। भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ हम सब हैं।
आपसे लूंगी रिप्लाई।
20 सेकंड बोलिए। मैं आज के दौर पे कह रही हूं, ये पहला कैबिनेट हमारे देश का है आजाद भारत में जिसके खिलाफ किसी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में किसी भी मंत्री के खिलाफ किसी भी डिपार्टमेंट में कोई भ्रष्टाचार का ना कोई स्कैम है ना कोई आरोप है। पूरे आप सोचिए, आप आजादी के बाद से देखिए, ये एक ऐसा प्राइम मिनिस्टर है जिसने अपने कैबिनेट में तो दिखा दिया करके, और पहली बार ऐसा हुआ है कि किसी भी, चाहे आप एविएशन देखते हैं, चाहे आप कोयला मंत्रालय देखते हैं, चाहे आप एनर्जी देखते हैं,
ठीक है, कोई नहीं,
सवाल ये अपने आप में एक बात है।
सवाल ये है कि एजेंसीज कंट्रोल आपके पास है, ईडी सीबीआई आप भेजते ही उन्हीं के पास है, विपक्ष के पास में। आप जाने कहां दे रहे हैं? सत्ताधारी के पास में। सत्ताधारी जो बैठे हैं
यूपीए 2 के वक्त
ये जो विक्टिम का नैरेटिव है,
हिडन वर्क तो
अनुराग जी सुनिए, ये जो विक्टिम का नैरेटिव है,
विक्टिम का नहीं है,
नैरेटिव है।
अरे विक्टिम का कैसे? अभी इन्होंने क्या बात कर रहे हैं? आप जब चुनाव होता है करोड़ों रुपए खर्च करती है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो प्रतिनिधि करते हैं, कहां से आता है वो?
कि सेलेक्टिवली टारगेट किया जाता है विपक्ष के नेताओं को, तो आप विक्टिम हुए ना। मैं उस नजरिए से पूछ रही हूँ आपसे, तो आप जनता को क्यों नहीं इस बात पे?
जनता समझ रही है, जनता समझ गई है, लेकिन बीजेपी अब नहीं समझ पा रही है। 2024 के रिजल्ट के बाद उनको समझ में आएगा कि जमीन उनके नीचे से खिसक चुकी है, क्योंकि वो समझने को तैयार नहीं है। वो इतने अहम में अभी नहीं समझ रहे हैं, क्योंकि जनता की तो बात करते ही नहीं है।
स्मिता,
जनता की बात ही नहीं करते। अगर जनता की बात कर रहे होते तो क्या बिहार उनसे जाता? जनता की बात कर रहे होते तो अकाली दल उनसे जाता? किसानों के मुद्दे पे तो अकाली दल गया है ना, बिहार भी तो इसी मुद्दे पे हटा है ना, जोड़ तोड़ की। क्या वो जनता की बात करते तो उनके एनडीए घटक जो धीरे धीरे उनसे निकलते जा रहे हैं, सुन लीजिए, और जो उनका वोट परसेंट गिरता चला जा रहा है, तो वो वोट परसेंट लाएंगे कहां से? अब
आपको लगता है कि केंद्र में जब चुनाव होंगे तो ऐसा उनको झटका लगेगा?
अरे झटका, ऐसा करंट लगेगा, उन्हें पता नहीं चलेगा कि करंट आया कहां से।
स्मिता, आपकी क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है? आप इतना लोकली वॉच करती हैं, हर पार्टी को भी और जनता की नर्व को भी जानते हैं। आप बताइए, कुछ लग रहा है, ऐसा कुछ संभावना है?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं लग रहा। और दूसरी बात, अगर इनकी बात में इतना दम होता तो योगी जी दूसरी बारी ना जीतते जिस तरह जीते थे। सो आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स पॉसिबल। और दूसरा, मैं अभी 10 दिन पहले त्रिपुरा में थी और वहां पे अगर आप देखें जो इलेक्शन मैकेनिज्म की बात करते हैं, देख लिए वहां पर बीजेपी जो जिस तरह लड़ रही थी, नॉर्थ ईस्ट वाज टोटली कांग्रेस का गढ़ था पूरा। जिस तरह कांग्रेस ने छोड़ दिया कि वहां लड़ना ही नहीं है। और त्रिपुरा में देखिए, छोटा सा राज्य है, आई थिंक 3rd स्मॉलेस्ट और समथिंग लाइक दैट, एंड वहां पर एक सीट जाती लोकसभा पर। जैसे बीजेपी वहां लड़ी है, मोदी जी 2 बारी गए, अमित शाह जी गए, नड्डा जी गए, हेमा मालिनी गई, मिथुन चक्रवर्ती, मतलब सुवेंदु गए, ईस्टर्न इंडिया के तो काफी सारे गए। पर मैं कह रही हूं, हेमा मालिनी जी को क्या पड़ी थी, है ना, उत्तर प्रदेश की हैं लेकिन वहां गई। मिथुन चक्रवर्ती भी गए, क्यों? जरूरत क्या है? सब कह सकते ना कि मेरी दिस इज गॉट नथिंग। योगी जी भी गए, जाने की क्या जरूरत थी? वो कह सकते हैं कि दिस इज नॉट माय कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी, लेकिन वो एक यूनिट की तरह काम करते हैं, हर जगह जाते हैं। मैंने देखा है इवन इन कर्नाटका जब इलेक्शंस होते हैं तो योगी जी जाते हैं। नाथ समुदाय के कुछ लोग हैं, वो लोग दे आर फैंस ऑफ योगी जी, इसलिए वो जाते हैं वहां पे कैंपेन करते हैं। वो ये तो नहीं कहते कि मैं उत्तर प्रदेश का मुख्यमंत्री हूं, मैं कर्नाटका क्यों जाऊं, त्रिपुरा क्यों जाऊं, लेकिन यहां पर अपनी पार्टी के लिए भी करने को तैयार नहीं है। कांग्रेस अपनी पार्टी है, राहुल गांधी एक बार भी नहीं गए, प्रियंका गांधी एक बार भी नहीं गई। हिमाचल गए थे लेकिन वहां नहीं गए, क्यों? भारत जोड़ो वाज ओवर बाय देन, लेकिन नहीं गए। मेहनत नहीं करनी तो फिर कहां से सीटें आएंगी?
और भारत जोड़ो का भी पॉलिटिकल बेनिफिट सर कुछ नहीं है। अगर आप देखें भारत जोड़ो यात्रा जो थी उसी दौरान चल रही थी जब गुजरात में इलेक्शंस हो रहे थे, बहुत कन्वीनियंटली गुजरात को बाईपास कर दिया बाद में भी। ये जो स्ट्रैटेजी है, लैक ऑफ स्ट्रैटेजी एक्चुअली मैं ये बोलूंगी कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से स्पेशली, क्योंकि ओल्डेस्ट पार्टी है, लार्जेस्ट कब तक बचेंगे नहीं बचेंगे ये कोई नहीं कह सकता, लेकिन ओल्डेस्ट तो है। लोगों को उम्मीद होती है कि जब देश आजाद हुआ था जब कांग्रेस पावर में थी, कांग्रेस ने हमारे देश पर इतने साल तक अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स बिठाए हैं, अब जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है कहीं ना कहीं ये खतरा नहीं है कांग्रेस को कि लोग अब उम्मीद करना भी छोड़ देंगे?
जी प्रीति, आपका प्रश्न बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और दिलचस्प भी है। देखिए, बड़ा भारत की राजनीति में बड़ा विरोधाभास होता है, मतलब पैराडॉक्स होता है, कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन होता है। राहुल गांधी ने जो शुरुआत करी भारत जोड़ो यात्रा और जो उसको रिस्पांस मिला, तो उससे जो है जो कांग्रेस के जो साथी हैं जिनकी हम बात करते हैं, जो थर्ड फ्रंट, सेकंड फ्रंट वगैरह, वो सब लोगों में थोड़ी सी चिंता है। तो बड़ा मैं आपको थोड़ा अटपटी बात लगेगी, लेकिन ये तथ्यात्मक बात है कि राहुल गांधी इस समय विपक्षी यूनिटी के लिए सबसे बड़ा रोड़ा है, सबसे बड़ा मतलब एक हर्डल, ही इज द बिगेस्ट हर्डल।
अच्छा,
द रीजन इज दैट सी राहुल गांधी स्ट्रेंथ is going to weaken the opposition unity, because whether it is नीतीश कुमार या ममता जी हो या अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, इनको कोई बिल्कुल ये बहुत क्लियर है, ये छत्रप है, राज्यों में इनका अमल दखल है, पकड़ है, ये राहुल गांधी को प्रधानमंत्री नहीं बनने देंगे। और राहुल गांधी इस स्थिति में नहीं है कि वो खुले मंच से कहे कि वो प्रधानमंत्री पद के दावेदार नहीं है। तो ये एक बड़ा अपोजिशन और जो कांग्रेस और गैर कांग्रेस में एक बड़ा ये कॉन्ट्रडिक्शन है।
इसी बात को शाजिया भी कह रही थी कि अपने ईगो को पीछे
शाजिया जानबूझ के कह रही थी, क्योंकि ये जो है भाजपा चाहती है कि नरेंद्र मोदी वर्सेस राहुल गांधी एक नैरेटिव बने, जैसा जो 14 में और 19 में हुआ, और भाजपा आसानी से चुनाव जीत ले। लेकिन राहुल गांधी ऐसा नहीं चाहेंगे कि वो चुनाव, तो अभी आप देखिएगा, अभी बहुत समय है, जैसा स्मिता जी भी कह रही थी, बहुत सारे हम उतार चढ़ाव देखेंगे, और उस उतार चढ़ाव में देखिएगा तो 24 आते आते मुझे लगता है एक अच्छी लड़ाई होगी।
शाजिया कुछ कह रहे हैं, उसके बाद आप
रशीद भाई, सवाल ये नहीं है कि भाजपा क्या चाहती है, सवाल ये भी है कि ये तवक्को करना विपक्ष के नेताओं द्वारा कि राहुल गांधी एक तरह से कुर्बानी दें सिर्फ इस मकसद से कि भाजपा हारे। अब और भाजपा से नफरत तो एक चीज़ है, लेकिन खुद से भी मोहब्बत इंसान को होगी कि आप स्वयं को पूरी तरह से निगल कर फना होकर मोदी जी को जिताना चाहते हैं, तो मोदी जी को हराना चाहते हैं, माफी चाहती हूँ, क्या आप अपने को खत्म करके, क्या आपका मकसद ये है क्या मोदी जी को किसी तरह हराना है? तो क्या नीतीश जी और ममता जी और केजरीवाल जी ये बाकायदा कह रहे हैं राहुल गांधी जी से, क्योंकि मकसद तो हराना है मोदी जी को, और कुछ हम जानते नहीं, तो आप फना हो जाइए राजनीतिक तौर पर।
देखिए,
अब ये सवाल है,
देखिए लोकतंत्र में ये सोच लेना कि हम ही प्राइम मिनिस्टर बनेंगे, लोकतंत्र में तो ये होता है ना, सभी चुन के आते हैं। इसके पहले भी 89 में हुआ है, 96 में भी हुआ है, उसके बाद भी हुआ है, 2004 में भी हुआ है कि जब आप चुनाव जीत के आ जाते हैं, विपक्ष के लोग सब चुनाव जीतते हैं, जीतने के बाद सभी पार्टियां दल एक साथ मिलकर बैठते हैं और एक नेता चुन लेते हैं। यही तो लोकतंत्र है। इस लोकतंत्र पे आपको विश्वास क्यों नहीं है? क्यों? आपको भी तो यकीन करना पड़ेगा ना कि नेता इन्हीं में से निकल आएगा। भाई यहाँ पे गुजराल जी बने थे, देवगौड़ा जी बने थे, इसी में यहाँ पे उसके बाद यूपीए के मनमोहन सिंह जी भी बने थे।
तो
ऐसा है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट
अलायंस था ना, वो कहाँ है? गठबंधन कहाँ है?
नहीं, पहले भी नहीं था, उसके चुनाव के बाद ही हुए थे, आपको शायद याद हो।
एक एक करके आप लोग ईंटें इकट्ठा करेंगे।
देखिए सवाल ये मान के चलिए कि इस समय देश को जरूरत है कि जो देश के असली मुद्दों पे बात करे। तो देश के असली मुद्दों पे तो चर्चा भारतीय जनता पार्टी करना नहीं चाहती। असली मुद्दा है ही क्या? एक ही तो असली मुद्दा है, जनता और उसकी परेशानियां। यही तो मुद्दा है, जनता और जनता की परेशानी के अलावा सारे मुद्दों पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात करेगी।
तो जनता की परेशानी, स्मिता आप कह रहे हैं कि अनुराग जी कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी तो नहीं भाप रही है, ये लोग भाप रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर भी जनता कन्विंस नहीं हो रही है।
पर जैसे शाजिया ने कहा, मतलब क्या ये खुद गर्ज हैं या अपने आप को फना करने के लिए तैयार हैं? ये दो चीजें होती हैं। जैसे एक बार चला था, जैसे रशीद को भी याद होगा, इंदिरा हटाओ देश बचाओ, जब वो किया था, यू हैव टू स्वॉलो योर ईगो। हम लोग सब कि हाँ चलो ईगो हटाओ, पहले ये फर्स्ट गोल है कि इंदिरा हटाओ, उसके बाद देखेंगे कि कौन प्रधानमंत्री बनता है। वो जमाना अलग था। आज के ही अखबार में एक नोटेड पॉलिटिकल कॉलमनिस्ट है, उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत से लोग ये सोच रहे हैं ऑपोजिशन में कि राहुल गांधी शुड प्ले द रोल ऑफ जयप्रकाश नारायण। हास्यास्पद लगता है अभी तो ना, कि इट साउंड्स फनी कि कहाँ जयप्रकाश नारायण, कहाँ आप राहुल गांधी की बात कर रहे हैं। वो पॉलिटिकल मैच्योरिटी भी नहीं है, वो सोशलिस्टिक बेंट ऑफ माइंड भी नहीं है, वो सेंस ऑफ जो अपने आप को अलग रखे और कोई एक मकसद रखे, वो है आइडियोलॉजी भी नहीं है। उस वक्त भी एक लेफ्टिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी था जरूर, लेकिन इंदिरा गांधी कोई राइटिस्ट नहीं थी, वो भी सेंटर लेफ्ट ही थी, तो वो लेफ्ट राइट की बात नहीं थी उस वक्त। लेकिन इंदिरा गांधी को हटाना है, 77 अलग बात थी, और वो इमरजेंसी का दौर था। जब देवेगौड़ा और गुजराल बने, दैट वाज अ फ्रीक नेचर जो उस वक्त हुआ। मतलब उस वक्त जिस तरह सरकार बन रही थी, रशीद और मैं रिपोर्टिंग कर रहे थे उस वक्त, हमें भी याद है कि अगर हरकिशन सिंह सुरजीत ना होते, उन्होंने नहीं बनाया होता, तो उस वक्त ना तो गुजराल साहब बनते, और उसके बाद जिस किस्म से इलेक्टोरल नहीं क्या पार्लियामेंट्री नंबर्स का गेम चल रहा था, गुजराल साहब भी ना बनते। लेकिन उसकी वजह से, बिकॉज अ गुजराल कुड बिकम अ प्राइम मिनिस्टर, बिकॉज अ देवेगौड़ा कुड बिकम अ प्राइम मिनिस्टर, हर एक छोटी पार्टी में वो एक एम्बिशन आ गया कि अगर वो बन सकते तो हम भी क्यों नहीं बन सकते। तो अब आप केसीआर को ही देख लीजिए, कहां पे वो नेशनल लीडर हैं।
टीआरएस से बीआरएस हो गया है। उसी बात को मैं आगे बढ़ाऊंगी जो स्मिता कह रही हैं, जो रशीद भाई बता रहे हैं। अब आप देखिए वीपी सिंह का वक्त, हाँ। आपको याद है बोफोर्स के बाद क्या हुआ, एक नया दौर आया राजनीति में, तो उसके कौन घटक थे, कहां से किसको आप बाहर से सपोर्ट मिल रहा था, पर एक तय था वीपी सिंह होंगे। अभी आप आज के दौर में आप क्या देख रही हैं, सिर्फ स्ट्रैटेजी की बात की जाए और इस वक्त भाजपा को भूल दिया जाए, तो आप बताइए नीतीश जी बनना चाहते हैं, साफ जाहिर है, ममता बनर्जी उसके साथ हैं कि नहीं है, केजरीवाल किस तरफ जाएंगे, राहुल गांधी कहाँ खड़े हैं इस भारत जोड़ने में यात्रा में, वो यात्री बन के रह जाएंगे, कौन है उनका हम सफर, गाड़ी किधर जा रही है, कौन है गाड़ी में, ये बहुत जरूरी सवाल है। तो ये रोड मैप की बात करी जाएगी 2024 की, तो इसका जवाब देना जरूरी है।
नीतीश जी की बात की तो इसलिए मैं बीजेपी को याद दिला दूं, यही भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती थी कि बिहार में तो हमारी सरकार चलेगी, एक सुबह ऐसी आई कि इनकी सरकार ही उलट गई। तो आप अभी स्ट्रेटेजी को जान कहां पा रहे हो, आप तो भांप भी नहीं पाए कि बिहार में आपके साथ क्या होने जा रहा है। आपके पास तो बहुत बड़े बड़े चाणक्य थे, सारे चाणक्य फेल हो गए और रातों रात में सरकार बदल गई। इसी तरह से
लेकिन ऐसा तो महाराष्ट्र में भी हुआ, बहुत सारे चाणक्यों ने मिलकर महाविकास आघाड़ी बनाई, फिर वो भी रातों रात बदल गई।
वही मैं कह रहा हूं,
पॉलिटिक्स इज अ गेम ऑफ अनसर्टेनिटीज।
वही तो ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी नहीं समझ पा रही है अभी कि उनके साथ क्या होने वाला है।
आपसे ये पूछ रही हूँ, विपक्ष समझ गया इस बात को कि आपके साथ क्या हो रहा है?
विपक्ष जनता की भाषा को समझ गया है।
अच्छा,
कि जनता की परेशानी को समझ गया है, जनता की आवाज को समझ गया है कि जनता चाह क्या रही है, कि जनता अपनी परेशानियों पे है और उस परेशानी पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात ही नहीं कर रही। मैं बार बार इसी पे टिका हुआ हूं कि जनता की समस्या पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी बात नहीं कर रही है, उसको कोई लेना देना नहीं। देखिए अभी तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रवक्ता ने एक बार भी जनता की बात नहीं की। जब से तब से विपक्ष में नीतीश कुमार जी क्या करेंगे, ममता जी क्या करेंगे, राहुल जी क्या करेंगे, समाजवादी क्या करेंगे, आपको हमारी इतनी चिंता है। सामने बैठी जनता की चिंता कर लो कि उनको रोजगार कब दोगे आप, उसकी भी तो चिंता कर लीजिए ना थोड़ी, जिन्होंने आपको चुन के बैठाया है।
चलिए अनुराग जी, ये मंच पॉलिटिकल मंच नहीं है, वो कह रही है हलक को थोड़ा विराम दीजिए। शादिया
थोड़ा सा मुझे
रशीद भाई के पास
की जरूरत है हलक को, और कान अगर खुले तो रोशनी भी पहुंचेगी और ध्वनि भी आएगी, और फिर ध्वनि को सुनकर उसे प्रोसेस करके समझिए, तो आप पाएंगे कि बहुत कुछ
बदल गया है जमीन में।
बहुत कुछ जमीन में नहीं, अपने खुद के समझ में।
चलिए रशीद, आप क्या कह रहे थे सर?
ये देखिए मेरा कहना है, ये देखिए जो पूरा नैरेटिव है 24 का बड़े साफ है। साफ से मतलब ये है कि एक तरफ भाजपा है जिसका एक बड़ा रुतबा है, उसके पास एक बड़ा कद्दावर नेता है, एक ऐसा मैग्नेटिक पर्सनैलिटी हम कह सकते हैं, लेकिन वो उसको एक तरीके का एक विश्वास है कि कहाँ पड़े हो, मतलब चक्कर में कोई नहीं है टक्कर में टाइप, ये ऐसा उसका एक स्लोगन है। और उसको लगता है सब कुछ हरा हरा, सत्ता एक ऐसा चश्मा होता है जिसको हमेशा सब सत्ताधारी पक्ष को हरा हरा नजर आता है। विपक्ष का देखिए बड़ा, मैं आपको बताऊं कि ये क्योंकि पत्रकार होने के नाते हमें प्रकाश जी हम लोगों से बातचीत करते जुड़े रहते हैं। देखिए एक प्रस्ताव ये भी आया है कि पूरे 500 जो 42 लोकसभा सीट है वहां 1-to-1 फाइट हो। अच्छा। मतलब हर राजनीतिक दल जो है वो एक जगह पर भाजपा या उसके जो अगर कोई सहयोगी है उसके खिलाफ एक लड़ाई, एक ऐसा प्रस्ताव है। अगर वो प्रस्ताव आता है तो बड़ी एक विषम परिस्थिति हो जाएगी। आप जानती हैं फर्स्ट पास द पोस्ट हमारे यहाँ सिस्टम है, किसी को एक वोट भी ज्यादा मिला तो वो आगे हमारी मान ले जाएगा। उसमें समस्या ये आएगी, जैसे हमारे मित्र हैं सपा के हैं उत्तर प्रदेश की हम जानते हैं 80 लोकसभा सीट है, अब वहां बसपा भी है, वहां कांग्रेस भी है, तो उसका डिवीजन कैसे होगा, क्योंकि सपा के पास में पूरे 80 प्रत्याशी हैं। इसी तरीके से बिहार की हम बात करें, कोई राज्य करे तो बड़ी कठिनाइयां हैं, लेकिन मतलब थ्योरी में जो
वही
होता
चीज है कि अपने आप की कुर्बानी कौन देने
जी
के
हाँ,
लिए
जी हाँ,
मानेगा।
तो गणित है।
हाँ।
और जो बात कही जाती है ना कि मोदी के खिलाफ सब, तो वो जो स्मिता जी ने कहा, इंदिरा जी के, मैं अपने पूरे जीवन यही सुनता आया हूँ।
हाँ,
तो जो लीडर है वो लीडर अपने आप को देश और सबके बराबर एक जोड़ लेता है, और वो कहता है कि वोट अगेंस्ट हिम, चाहे वो जवाहरलाल नेहरू जी हो, पूरा हर आदमी को लगता है कि वो देशद्रोह कर रहा है। मतलब अगर उस प्रधानमंत्री को लोग वोट नहीं दे रहे हैं, उसको समर्थन नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो वो लोग जो है उन्हें देश के प्रति मतलब समर्पण की भावना में या सम्मान में उनकी कमी है, जो मुझे लगता है कि बड़ा ही खराब, या पॉलिटिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से बड़ा खराब नैरेटिव है।
सबसे बड़ी वही चीज है जो लिमिट कर रही है ऑपोजिशन को कहीं ना कहीं। और मैं क्लोजिंग कमेंट्स अब आप सबसे ले लेती हूँ, उसके बाद अगर कुछ सवाल होंगे ऑडियंस के तो वो भी लेंगे। स्मिता, आई विल गिव यू द फर्स्ट राइट टू रिप्लाई हियर। जो एक बात प्रधानमंत्री ने राज्यसभा में भी कही, जब मेरे ख्याल से राष्ट्रपति के अधिभाषण उन पे स्पीच पे रिप्लाई कर रहे थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि एक अकेला कितनों पे भारी। उस वक्त अदानी के मुद्दे पर घेरने की कोशिश की जा रही थी बीजेपी को, लेकिन वो अकेला फैक्टर जो है वो कितना रेलिवेंट है एज वी लीड टू 2024, और विपक्ष के पास क्या कोई विकल्प है या नहीं है? आप एनालाइज करके इसको कैसे रैप अप करेंगे?
अभी तो कोई विकल्प नजर नहीं आ रहा, क्योंकि उसी वक्त मेघालय में चुनाव चल रहे थे। तो जो रशीद ने कहा कि दे कुड हैव प्रैक्टिस दैट, अभी है ना, कि एक तरफ होते कि 1-on-1 ले लेते हैं, बीजेपी को आड़े हाथ ले लेते हैं, लेकिन क्या हुआ? आपने देखा कि राहुल गांधी ने ममता जी के खिलाफ बयान दिए, महुआ मोइत्रा और डेरेक ओब्रायन ने राहुल गांधी के खिलाफ बयान दिए। तो उसी वक्त चल रहा था, पार्लियामेंट सेशन के 3 या 4 दिन बाद ये हुआ। ये पेनल्टिमेट ईयर है, 8 या 9 इलेक्शंस हैं शायद विधानसभा के। तो अभी यहां पर ट्रायल चलना चाहिए था ना, कि अगर हम 1-on-1 लेते हैं बीजेपी को तो हम कितने पानी में है। तो दे कुड हैव ट्राइड दैट, कि अभी एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देख लेते हैं,
बोर्ड से पहले प्री बोर्ड्स हो जाते हैं,
प्री बोर्ड्स होते हैं। तो अगर यहां पर हरा सकते हैं तो फिर हम 2024 में वो ट्राई कर सकते हैं, लेकिन किया नहीं। अब इसमें बीजेपी का तो कोई कसूर नहीं है, ना मोदी जी का कोई कसूर है। अब उस पर आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि मोदी जी ने नहीं किया या मोदी जी एक अकेले हैं, इसमें तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं किया।
विजन है,
लैक ऑफ विजन, एक ट्राई करने की कोशिश भी नहीं हो रही है। दिस इज व्हाट यू वर सेइंग, यू स्टार्टेड विद दैट ना, कि दिक्कत मीडिया को हमको हमेशा इल्जाम हम पर लगता है कि हम क्यों विपक्ष के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं। अरे वी आर सीइंग इट फॉर अ फैक्ट ना, दैट दे आर नॉट इवन ट्राइंग। तब गुस्सा चढ़ता है ना कि हम पर इल्जाम जरूर लगता है कि हम नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम प्रोपेगेंडा कर रहे हैं। मीडिया गलत है, लोग गलत है, बस ऑपोजिशन गलत है।
हमें चिंता है कि कोई विपक्ष नहीं बचता जा रहा, लेकिन विपक्ष को चिंता नहीं है कि बीजेपी इतना क्यों बढ़ रही है। मैं शाजिया आपसे भी क्लोजिंग कमेंट्स यहां ले लेती हूं। जिन चीजों के बारे में अनुराग जी लगातार बीजेपी पर अटैक कर रहे हैं कि जो जनता के मुद्दे हैं आप बात ही नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो जनता के मुद्दों को शब्द दिए जाए तो इन्फ्लेशन, महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, ये मुद्दे उठाए जाते हैं, लोगों की आवाज दबाई जा रही है, आप धर्म की राजनीति खेलते हैं, ये जो तमाम आरोप लगते हैं बीजेपी पर, इनमें से एज वी लीड टू 2024 बीजेपी को किस चीज से सबसे ज्यादा डर है? क्या कोई एक ऐसा फैक्टर है जिस पर बीजेपी काम करेगी आने वाले 1 साल में और उसको भी अपने रास्ते से हटाएगी अगर जीतना है तो चुनाव?
मैं पूरी तरह से असहमत हूं। मुझे लगता है सिर्फ और सिर्फ जनता, लोगों और लोकतंत्र के हर एक के तहत सारे जो बाशिंदे हैं इस देश के, उनकी बात होती है। और तो मैं पूरी किसी भी तरह से इत्तेफाक नहीं रखती।
तो आपके लिए ये मुद्दे हैं ही
जिसके पास नहीं, मैं ये कहूंगी जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था उसके पास कीचड़ था, मेरे पास गुलाल, जो जिसके पास था उसने दिया उछाल। तो और इसी कीचड़ में हमेशा कमल खिला है और खिलेगा। और मैं वैसे भी स्वच्छ भारत आंदोलन की बहुत बड़ी एक सिपाही हूं, तो मैं उसमें पूरा तो यकीन है। सारे तथ्य सबके सामने हैं। आप चाहे वो जल का कनेक्शन देख लीजिए, या वो एलपीजी गैस देख लीजिए, या वो जनधन का अकाउंट देख लीजिए, या बाकायदा एक सड़क को देख लीजिए, आप जनता देख रही है। तो बस मैं क्या, हमारे कहने से क्या हो जाएगा? सिर्फ बातें करना, लेकिन काम करके दिखाना। तो और धरतल की बात हुई यहाँ पे, तो धरतल में तो सबसे बड़ी रियलिटी है वो बूथ और वो बूथ कार्यकर्ता।
अनुराग जी, बातें करना और काम करके दिखाना। एक उदाहरण दूंगी आपको, और इस उदाहरण को आप सबने बहुत उछाला है कि जब यूपीए की सरकार थी और प्याज महंगा हो रहा था तो स्मृति ईरानी सड़क पर आ गई थी, इन्होंने बहुत प्रोटेस्ट किया था, बहुत हाईलाइट हुआ था, तो लोगों के बीच में ये मुद्दा गया था कि भाई महंगाई बहुत ज्यादा है, अभी भी प्याज के दाम बहुत बढ़ते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी कोई विपक्ष का नेता आके हमारे बीच में बैठ के हमारे नारे नहीं लगाता है। तो ये कमी किसकी है?
नहीं, विपक्ष के नेता खूब नारे लगाते हैं। अब आपका कैमरा नहीं घूमता तो हम क्या करें? हम लोग तो हमेशा प्रदर्शन
लोगों की आंखें तो घूम रही हैं।
नहीं, इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं ना, जो बीजेपी के प्रवक्ता कह रहे हैं कि हम जनता देख रही है, बिल्कुल जनता सब देख रही है। यही आप नहीं समझ पा रहे हो कि जनता देख रही है। आपको लग रहा है कि जनता आपकी तरफ देख रही है, लेकिन जनता आपकी तरफ लाल आंख करके देख रही है। देख जरूर रही है, लेकिन वो समय आने पे वो लाल आंखों पे जो देख रही है आपको, वो बटन के माध्यम से आपको दबा देगी।
चलिए, मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि हमारे माध्यम से मत देखिए। चश्मा जो मीडिया का है कोई ना लगाए, क्योंकि सबका अपना इंडिपेंडेंट वोट है। अपनी आंखों से देखिए। जब सपा के नेता बैठे होते हैं सड़कों पर, तो जाके उनको बताइए कि वो आपके मुद्दे उठा रहे हैं या नहीं उठा रहे हैं। हम इंतजार करेंगे। राशिद सर, आप क्लोजिंग कॉमेंट्स। रोड टू 2024 क्लियर है या अभी भी स्कोप है?
Road to 24, it's advantage BJP, but the opposition cause is not lost. We must remember, Preeti, the alliance politics is in India is from position of strength. The Congress is at present, in spite of Bharat Jodo Yatra, is perceived to be weak. अगर कांग्रेस कर्नाटक में चुनाव जीत जाती है और जो साल के अंत में चुनाव है मध्य प्रदेश, राजस्थान और छत्तीसगढ़ में, तो खासतौर से मध्य प्रदेश में अगर वापसी हो जाती है और छत्तीसगढ़ में फिर कांग्रेस जीत जाती है,
राजस्थान
तो
बचाएंगे?
राजस्थान का मामला मुझे काफी गंभीर नजर आता है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कांग्रेस वहां वापस आ पाएगी, लेकिन मध्य प्रदेश में और जैसा मैंने कहा छत्तीसगढ़ और कर्नाटक का ऐसा पोलस्टर्स भी ऐसा मान रहे हैं कुछ लोग। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब यह है कि अगर कांग्रेस कर्नाटक में चुनाव जीत जाती है तो आप देखिएगा कि बिल्कुल एक उसमें नया रंग ढंग और नया रिसर्जेंट वो आएगा और विपक्ष में भी थोड़ी सी हलचल और मचेगी। क्योंकि देखिए बड़ा एक दिलचस्प अंदाज होता है वो, जैसे एक फिल्म का गाना भी था ना कि तू मेरे पैरों में घुंघरू बांध दे फिर मेरी चाल देख ले। तो जो थोड़ा सा चुनाव जीतने के बाद में जो चाल आती है ना, वो देखने से ताल्लुक रखती है।
अच्छा, ठीक है। लेकिन और इसी बात का जिक्र स्मिता ने भी कहा था कि एक्चुअली विपक्ष को ये जो 9 राज्यों में विधानसभा चुनाव है उसे प्री बोर्ड के तरीके से देखना चाहिए था, ताकि बोर्ड के एग्जाम की तैयारी अच्छी होती। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं वो लॉस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी में काउंट होगा। अब नतीजे क्या आते हैं वो तो जनता के हाथ में, वो देखेंगे। मैं रैप अप कर रही हूँ। अपने पैनलिस्ट ने अपनी बातें रख दी हैं। अगर ऑडियंस में से किसी के पास कुछ सवाल हैं तो प्लीज जिस पैनलिस्ट को आप एड्रेस कर रहे हैं उनका नाम जरूर ले लीजिएगा। आपके पास माइक आएगा, अपना नाम और जिस पैनलिस्ट से आप पूछ रहे हैं प्लीज।
हेलो, मेरा नाम देवे है और मेरा सवाल अनुराग जी से है और बड़े लेवल पे विपक्ष से है। मैं राजस्थान से हूं और जहां पे अभी एनपीएस पेंशन स्कीम को ओपीएस में कन्वर्ट कर दिया गया, तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूं कि विपक्ष इस बारे में क्या सोचता है कि जब एनपीएस का पर्सपेक्टिव ऐसा था कि लॉन्ग टर्म फिस्कल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को कहा जा सकता है उसके अकॉर्डिंग, लेकिन ओपीएस आज रिलीफ दे रहा है, लेकिन फ्यूचर में जो मेरी जनरेशन जब मैच्योर होगी तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारे ऊपर आएगी। तो अब ये जो इशू है आज का रिलीफ वर्सेस लॉन्ग टर्म रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, उस मामले में मुझे ऐसा फील होता है कि लॉन्ग टर्म रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को थोड़ी तवज्जो देनी चाहिए। तो इस मामले में आपके क्या व्यू हैं उस?
तो इसके मतलब आप अपने पिताजी के बारे में नहीं सोचना चाहते? वो रिटायर होके अगर उनको ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम अगर मिल जाए हमारे सीनियर्स को हमारे घर में, तो आप उसके पक्ष में नहीं है क्या?
उनके
तो बस नहीं, अरे आप पेरेंट्स अपने उनको ओपीएस लेने दीजिए ना उनको। भाई ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम में उनको रिटायरमेंट के बाद पेंशन मिलेगी, इसमें दिक्कत क्या है?
नहीं, उनको दिक्कत नहीं है,
फिर
उसके एडजस्टमेंट में क्या प्रॉब्लम?
कोई एडजस्टमेंट नहीं है। वो आपको ऐसा लगता है कहीं कोई एडजस्टमेंट नहीं है। सरकारें होती हैं, सरकार फ्यूचर के लोगों का भी ध्यान रखती है और अपने जो हमारे सीनियर उनका भी ध्यान रखती है। मेरी जिम्मेदारी होती है कि हम युवाओं का भी ध्यान रखें और अपनी सीनियर्स का भी ध्यान रखें।
ठीक है, थैंक यू। प्लीज अवॉइड क्रॉस क्वेश्चनिंग। एक क्वेश्चन अगर सबको मिल जाएगा तो इजी रहेगा। हाँ जी, बताइए।
नमस्कार सभी को, मेरा नाम शिवांग है। मेरा प्रश्न डाइस पर बैठे सभी लोगों से है और स्पेशली अनुराग सर से है। सर, हम लोग कहीं ना कहीं देखते हैं कि जनता जो सबसे बड़ी दुविधा में है कि इफ नॉट मोदी देन हु, और हम लोगों को देखने के लिए पता चलता है कि राहुल गांधी पर जनता उतना ज्यादा अपना विश्वास नहीं दिखा पा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको नहीं लगता कि उन्हें पहले किसी राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री बनकर पहले अपने आप को प्रूव करना चाहिए, ताकि जनता के अंदर में भी ये वाला विश्वास जगे कि हाँ, ही कैन बी द राइट चॉइस फॉर बिकमिंग अ पीएम?
थैंक यू।
आप बस इतना ध्यान रखिए कि जिस विधायक को आप चुन रहे हो, जिस लोकसभा के सदस्य को आप चुन रहे हो, वो आपके लायक है कि नहीं, आपके समाज में, आपके मोहल्ले में, आपके कस्बे में काम कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है, आपकी मदद कर रहा है कि नहीं कर रहा है। अगर वो विधायक आपकी मदद कर रहा है, वो सांसद आपकी मदद कर रहा है, तो आप उसी को चुनिए। ज्यादा चक्कर मत पड़िए कि कौन कहां प्रधानमंत्री बनेगा, कौन मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
ये तो
जो इमीडिएट आपको जो इमीडिएट रिलीफ देने वाला कौन होगा? इमीडिएट आपका विधायक है। फिर जब विधायक अच्छा चुनोगे तो अपने आप ही लीडर अच्छा मिल जाएगा आपको।
अनुराग जी, ये सवाल मैं एक्चुअली स्मिता से भी पूछना चाहूंगी, जो हमारे यंग ऑडियंस ने पूछा है कि अगर आपका एक्सपीरियंस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में है तो क्या वो आपको बेटर पीएम कैंडिडेट बनाता है? तो वो तो डायरेक्ट एडवांटेज फिर से मोदी जी को मिल जाता है, क्योंकि वो तो आए उस एक्सपीरियंस से, और क्या वो डिसएडवांटेज है राहुल के लिए?
जी बिल्कुल, दैट बोर्ड सेल्ड 15 years ago. राहुल गांधी कर सकते थे, ही कुड हैव स्टूड फॉर इलेक्शन इन उत्तर प्रदेश जब अखिलेश नए आए थे पॉलिटिक्स में। अखिलेश जी पता नहीं क्यों अपने आप को राहुल गांधी से कम काबिल समझते हैं। इवन जब उनका जो अलायंस बना था उस टाइम भी, इफ यू रिमेंबर, ही वाज प्लेइंग द सेकेंडरी रोल, राहुल गांधी को आगे रख रहे थे। एंड इवन एट दैट टाइम आई हैड आस्क्ड हिम इन एन इंटरव्यू कि क्यों, आप तो एक बार चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं, व्हाई आर यू प्लेइंग द सेकेंडरी रोल? उनको तो कोई भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है। एंड नाइदर हिम नॉर सोनिया गांधी, दे बोथ डिड नॉट टेक एनी रोल इन गवर्नमेंट फॉर्मेशन। हालांकि मनमोहन सिंह के गवर्नमेंट में 2 टर्म्स में वो कर सकते थे, लेकिन वो बैक सीट लेकर, मतलब पावर विदाउट रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लोग समझ जाते हैं। आफ्टर सम टाइम वो जो गांधी परिवार का जो रुतबा है वो थोड़े देर ही चलेगा, उसके बाद नहीं चलेगा। आज की जनरेशन कहती है आपने किया क्या है,
अकाउंटेबिलिटी चाहिए।
या व्हेन यू अप्लाई फॉर अ जॉब, आप रेज्यूमे लेके नहीं जाते कि मैंने ये किया
दिखाएंगे,
आप दिखाएंगे तो सही। अगर उसमें 2 साल का भी गैप है तो जब आप जॉब के लिए जाते हैं पूछते हैं,
जस्टिफाई करना पड़ता है
दैट व्हाट वर यू डूइंग फॉर दोस 2 years।
नो, आई थिंक वो बहुत अच्छी एनालॉजी है एंड आई थिंक वो आपको सेटिस्फाइड करता है आंसर। स्टेज के लेफ्ट से भी कुछ क्वेश्चंस हैं। हाँ जी,
गुड आफ्टरनून पैनलिस्ट। हम मानस है और मेरा सवाल राशिद सर और स्मिता मैम से है कि मैम, जब हम कई राज्यों में देखते हैं कि वहां पे विधानसभा के इलेक्शंस में बीजेपी नहीं आगे आ पाती, लेकिन जब लोकसभा के इलेक्शंस होते हैं तो पब्लिक जो होती है वो नेशनल इंटरेस्ट और वेस्ट को लेके हमारी क्या पॉलिसी है, जस्ट लाइक एस जयशंकर को आज हम लोग देख रहे हैं, अपने फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को। तो इन सब चीजों पे जनता आजकल ज्यादा कॉन्शियस है, पहले इतनी नहीं थी। तो क्या विपक्ष ये चीज समझ नहीं पा रहा है कि आज की कॉन्शियसनेस अलग है 2014 से?
मतलब मुद्दे आप कह रहे हैं कि अलग है, नैरेटिव इस जनता के लिए अलग है। हाँ, राशिद सर पहले आप। अच्छा, ओके।
देखिए, आपने देखा होगा 2 दिन पहले की बात है, नीतीश जी ने किसी को मंच से कहा कि आप किसानों की बात करते हैं, बिहार का किसान जो है अंग्रेजी नहीं समझता, आप अंग्रेजी में क्यों बात कर रहे हैं, हिंदी में बात कीजिए। उस वक्त एक पत्रकार मारिया शकील जो है, उन्होंने कहा कि दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम, कि बिहार के जो पॉलिटिशियंस हैं ये नहीं समझते कि बिहार का किसान भी एक एस्पिरेशनल क्लास है, वो भी चाहता है कि मैं अंग्रेजी में बात करूं, मैं अंग्रेजी समझूं। इसीलिए आप देखेंगे जो यूट्यूब चैनल्स सबके चल रहे हैं आजकल, वो अंग्रेजी बात करते हैं, हिंदी भी बात करते हैं, हिंदुस्तानी बोलते हैं, उर्दू बोलते हैं, बिकॉज द एस्पिरेशनल यूथ ऑफ टुडे वांट टू स्पीक ऑल दीज लैंग्वेजेस, अंग्रेजी में भी बोलना चाहते हैं। और फॉरेन पॉलिसी की जहां बात थी, जो पहले होता था कि हाँ सिर्फ मीडिया के कुछ फॉरेन बीट जर्नलिस्ट जो फॉरेन पॉलिसी करते हैं वो ही समझाएंगे, वो उनके एक्सप्लेनेशन के माध्यम से हम समझ सकेंगे कि भारत की जो फॉरेन पॉलिसी है वो क्या है, वो सब बदल चुका है। अब G20 को ही ले लीजिए आप, 40-50 शहरों में, कस्बों में G20 के प्रोग्राम्स चल रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हमको भी, वी ऑल्सो वॉन्ट टू नो, लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि भारत पाकिस्तान के बारे में हम क्यों इतना बात करते हैं। गांव में, कस्बों में भी लोग जानना चाहते हैं।
जी सर, आपसे भी पूछा था ये सवाल।
जी देखिए, इसमें एक और बात होती है, स्मिता जी की बात से मैं पूरा सहमत हूं। उसके अलावा क्या होता है इसमें, देखिए सरकार को एडवांटेज होता है, विदेश नीति या रक्षा से जुड़े हुए जो मुद्दे होते हैं उसमें जो सत्ता में होता है, सरकार में होता है, और कांग्रेस भी रह चुकी है बहुत सालों सरकार में, उसकी बात जो होती है वो क्योंकि देश की नीति होती है, वो किसी व्यक्ति की या किसी राजनीतिक दल की नीति नहीं होती, तो उसको एक एडवांटेज होता है। लेकिन वो एडवांटेज मुझे लगता है कि देश का जो वोटर है वो बहुत समझदार है। आप उड़ीसा में आप चुनाव देखें तो उड़ीसा में एक ही समय चुनाव हुए, असेंबली में बीजू जनता दल को बहुमत मिला और लोकसभा में भाजपा को सीटें मिली। तो इस तरह का एक नैरेटिव होता है, एक नैरेटिव बनाना होगा। दरअसल राहुल गांधी की जो बहुत सारी समस्याएं हैं, उन्होंने एक सिविल सोसाइटी का या एनजीओ जो है, योगेंद्र यादव जी जैसे लोग हैं, उनसे ज्यादा वो प्रभावित नजर आते हैं। तो वो मुद्दे बहुत उठाते हैं, लेकिन उन मुद्दों का कोई समाधान हो इसमें उसका अभाव रहता है, तो इसलिए जनता से उस तरह से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहे। और एक आखिरी बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा, देखिए लोकतंत्र के बारे में हम ये कहते हैं, अरे मुख्यमंत्री तो सिर्फ 4 ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री हुए हैं जो मुख्यमंत्री की पृष्ठभूमि से आए। देश का संविधान क्या कहता है, भारत का नागरिक हो, उसका दिमागी संतुलन ठीक हो और उसकी उम्र जो 25 साल की है वो हो, उसके बाद बस उतना ही पर्याप्त है। उसकी डिग्री क्या है, उसने क्या काम किया, ये सब चीजें जिससे जरूरत नहीं है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच। कंप्लीटली रनिंग आउट ऑफ टाइम, मुझे इंडिकेट किया जा रहा है और हमारे पैनलिस्ट को भी जाना है मेरे ख्याल से। थैंक यू वेरी मच राशिद किदवाई, अनुराग भदौरिया, स्मिता प्रकाश एंड शाजिया इल्मी, एंड आई होप आप लोगों को ये सेशन एंगेजिंग लगा होगा। थैंक यू। ओवर टू यू गीतिका।
And thank you to the moderator. एक बार फिर से आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद for taking time out and joining us at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. Thank you. आप सबसे निवेदन है कि all of you stay settled. We are heading into the next performance for the day. And I hope all of you are sharing your experiences by tweeting, by posting on Instagram, Facebook. You could use the hashtags, hashtag India Ka Arth, hashtag Arth a Culture Fest. We're just warming up. We're heading into lots and lots of more sessions coming up, lots of more performances coming up, lots happening still at day 3 at Arth a Culture Fest. Okay, here comes the next performance. मैं लगातार 2 दिन से ये कहती आई हूँ आप सबसे कि at Arth when we decide कि हम इस साल कौन सी ऐसी performances हैं जो Arth में present करेंगी on Arth stage, a lot of thought goes into that. You know, is it something that has been seen before on Arth stage? Is it something that's rarely seen by Indian audiences? Does this form of art need more support than something else that's more popular? A lot of thought has gone behind curating the art and culture that you're enjoying here from Arth stage. This one is very special too. Believed to have been founded by Parasurama, Lord Vishnu's disciple. Kallari Payattu is known as the mother of all martial arts. Really, taaliyan ho jaye. It's said to have originated from the Dhanurveda, a scientific treatise on the art of warfare in ancient Bharat. Though the art form's significance as a combat code has receded in a phoenix-like resurrection, this form of martial art is today emerging as a source of inspiration for self-expression in dance forms, both traditional and contemporary, theatre and fitness. Practicing Kallari Payattu increases one's flexibility and agility, strengthens the muscles and tendons by exercising the body without the need for any equipment. Please welcome Krishna Das and company, who are exponents of this very impactful art form. बहुत सारी तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत करें and enjoy this one. It's fantastic, by the way.
Good evening. Namaskar. We'll start the Kalripayat demonstration with a salutation of Kalripayattu. Thank you so much. Kalripayat is an ancient martial art of India and which has been practiced for centuries. The next item is called Puliyankam. Puli means a tiger, Ankam means fight. Very advanced weapon from Kalripayat, which we are using for sword and shield. Shiva is the Moola Guru and Parashurama is the founder of Kalripayat. The sword is a divine weapon from Lord Shiva and shield is a divine weapon from Lord Shakti. You need a lot of concentration, focus, balance, breath control, etc. etc. That is the next item. Puliyankam, sword and shield. Kalripayat is linked with directly linked with the Indian science of war. That is the Dhanurveda, moreover yoga and Ayurveda. Kalripayat is a very oldest martial art form. We believe Kalripayat is the mother of all martial arts. The Kalripayat have 4 levels or 4 categories. The first one is the body control exercises. Second one is the wooden weapon category. Third one is the iron weapon. And last one is the unarmed combat with empty hand, like a sparring or a katars. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Anka Sadagatam. Anka means a part of the body. Sadagam means training again and again to make a perfection of the each movements. Kicking the exercises. And this is a basic and fundamental exercise which we taught at the very beginning level. First leg, near call, kicking straight. Kalripayat have its own styles and peculiarities according to the geographically, culturally and historical background of India. The next item, cone call, kicking to the corner. Second leg. Next one is the third leg. There's an opening leg, circle leg, Vidukal. We apply gingerly oil, sesame oil or dill oil, whole body and do the exercises minimum 1.5 hours. Next one is the fourth leg, Tiruchikal, turning leg, kicking in both sides, balancing in one foot. To get more flexibility, ability, balancing, and breath control. The next one is a fifth leg. That's called Iritika. The whole body make a movement to make a more suppleness and more flexibility. Sixth one with a bending. This is called Malarna Tirichiriti. The next one is the seventh leg. That's called Suchikar. Full stretching. Kalripait is connected with the yoga and Surya Namaskar. Full stretch. Having sanctum sanctorium, no any other restrictions for learning Kalripait. Anybody can learn. I mean, no caste, no religion, no gender. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Kettu Kari. Kettu means block, Kari means a stick. And that is the first weapon from Kalripaitu, which we taught after 6 months fundamental exercises. And that is the next item. Kettu Kari, the long stick using the cane. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Marra Piticha Kunda Paita. Marra means a shade or curtain. Kunda means a spear. The one man attacked with a sword and shield, another man defending with a spear. After the sword and shield, we teach different kinds of weapons also. That is the next item. Spear, wise, sword and shield. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Muchan, short stick. The speedy weapon. The second weapon from wooden category. We believe in a minute you can make a minimum 300 bows at a time. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Vadivugal, means stances. In Kalripaitu, the all movements based on steps and stances. In Kalripaitu, we use mainly 8 animal postures, Ashta Vadivugal. One by one, we'll show you. Todayil Tuldamarana. Nivarana Todayil Toludamarana Getcha Vadividamarana. That is elephant stance. Yadad Kairi Valate Lamarana Simha Vadividamarana. Next Asha Vadividamarana. Next, what is the marna? Malsya, what do we marna? That is a fish. Next, Marjara, what do we marna? Marjara, what do we marna? Amar. Next. Varaha Vadividamartha Kairi. That is a wild boar. Mari Amarna. Next, Kukkuda Vadividamartha. That is a rooster. Cock stance. Kukkuda Vadividamartha. Next, Sarpa Vadividamartha. That is a snake. Sarpa Vadividamartha. Sarpa Vadividamartha. Mari Tolda. Thank you. The next item is called dagger, kataram. The first weapon from third category, iron weapon. After the long stick, short stick, otakol, we taught the students dagger fight. That is the next item, using a lot of thrust, cuts, jumps, rolling somersault, and flying in the air, etc., etc. And that is the first weapon from third category, dagger fight. the next item is called May Piet. May means a body. Piety means exercises. After the leg exercises, after the animal postures, we connect together the whole body movements. That is called May Piet. How to increase the stamina and how to get the stamina as much longest on the stage and during the practice. Connected with the leg exercises, animal postures, leaps, jumps, etc. etc. The Guruji, Gurukul giving the side commands or vocabulary or text with a rhythmic one. That is the May Piet. തൊടാരിയിൽ തൊഴുതമർന്ന് അമർച്ചെടുത്ത് വെച്ച് വലത്ത് കൊണ്ട് ചവിട്ടി വലത്ത് വയ്യോട്ട് മാറി ഇടത്തത് കൂട്ടി വാങ്ങി അമർച്ചെടുത്ത് വെച്ച് വലത്ത് കൊണ്ട് ചവിട്ടി വലത്ത് വയ്യോട്ട് മാറി ഇടത്തെടുത്ത് നോക്കുന്ന വലത്ത് ചാടിക്കെട്ടി ചവിട്ടി വരിഞ്ഞമർന്നു നിവർന്നു വലത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി നിവർന്നു ഇടത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി നിവർന്നു വലത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി നിവർന്നു ഇടത്ത് നേരെ വലത്ത് നേരെ തിരിച്ചാടി ചവിട്ടിത്തുള്ളി പന്തിട്ട് നിന്ന് അമർന്ന് നിവർന്നു ഇടത്തെടുത്ത് നോക്കി നിന്ന് വലത്തെ ചാടിക്കെട്ടി ചവിട്ടി വലിഞ്ഞമർന്നു നിവർന്നു വലത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി മലർന്ന് തിരിച്ചിരുത്തി കൈ വീതിരുത്തി നിവർന്ന് ഇടത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി മലർന്ന് തിരിച്ചിരുത്തി കൈ വീതിരുത്തി നിവർന്ന് വലത്ത് നേരിരുത്തി മലർന്ന് തിരിച്ചിരുത്തി കൈ വീതിരുത്തി നിവർന്ന് ഇടത്ത് നേരെ വലത്ത് നേരെ മുന്നിൽ വെച്ച് തിരിഞ്ഞ് വലിഞ്ഞമർന്ന് വലത്ത് ചവിട്ടി വലംപരി മലർന്ന് ചാടി ഇടത്ത് ചവിട്ടി ഇടംപിരി മലർന്ന് ചാടി വലത് കയറി തച്ചു വളഞ്ഞ് ഇടംപിരി തച്ചു വളഞ്ഞ് തൊഴുതുകുത്തി ഓതിരം മറഞ്ഞ് ഒത്തടി പൊന്തി ചാടിക്കെട്ടി ചവിട്ടി വലിഞ്ഞമ്മ നിവർ തെരുത്ത് പൂത്രയ്ക്ക് തൊഴുത് തൊട്ടുവന്നിച്ച് സൂചിക്കിരുത്തി തൊഴുത് മാറി Thank you so much. So the next item is called Valvali, the sword on the body. Before the sword and shield, you have to practice with a single sword fight. Before the single sword fight, you have to try to get a balance and footwork, and also especially for the upper portion body flexibility. We massage with the powder, cream, oil, etc., etc. The martial artist massaging with a sharp sword on the body. You have to cover 64 steps at a time without removing the sword from the body. That is the next item. The sword on the body. Thank you so much. The next item is called Chumatadi or Vetti Chumadu. Steps. Chumudugal. That is the next item. Chumatadi. Before the enamored combat, you have to practice with the steps and beating. That is the next item. Vetti Chumadu. Advanced level. Start. Thank you so much. So the next item is called Kattiyum Tala. Katti means a knife. Tala means a piece of cloth. Very advanced weapon from the country to from the 4th level. One man attack with his 2 knife, another man defending with empty hand. After some time he is using piece of cloth. That is called Kattiyum Tala. Katti means a knife, Tala means a piece of cloth. Thank you. The next item is called Udawa, fencing sword. Thank you so much. The next item is called Varunkai, empty hand, the fourth level of Kalripayato. Sparring, katas, block technique, rolling, somersault, and flying and kick. That is the fourth level of Kalripayato. And now I'm going to combat with the empty hand. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the next item is called flexible sword. Very rigorous and very dangerous and double tempered spring. Tempered spring. That's we are using. That's the next item and last item. And we conclude the program with the salutation of country poet. We have 2 more items only. Next item, flexible sword, Urumi poet. The 5 people on stage at a time. After that, we conclude the program with the salutation of country poet. That is a system or a custom in Kalari. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the next item, the salutation of country fighter. തൊഴുത് വലിഞ്ഞമർന്ന് വലത്ത് നടന്ന് കളരി തൊട്ട് ഒന്നിച്ച് തൊഴുത് വലത് കാലെടുത്ത് വലത്ത് കൊണ്ട് തൂക്കി നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി ഇടത് കാലെടുത്ത് ഇടത് കൊണ്ട് തൂക്കി നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി അമർന്ന് വലത്തിൽ പന്തിട്ട് മുട്ട് തൊട്ട് മുയിപ്പ് തൊട്ട് കൈ നേരെ വാരി കുത്തി തൊഴുത് മുട്ട് തൊട്ട് മുയിപ്പ് തൊട്ട് കൈ നേരെ വാരി കുത്തി തൊഴുത് മുട്ട് തൊട്ട് മുയിപ്പ് തൊട്ട് കൈ നേരെ വാരി കുത്തി തൊഴുത് തൊട്ടു വന്നിച്ച് അമർന്ന് നിവർന്ന് വലത് കാലെടുത്ത് വലത്ത് കൊണ്ട് തൂക്കി നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി അമർന്ന് ഇടത് കാലെടുത്ത് ഇടത്ത് കൊണ്ട് തൂക്കി നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി അമർന്ന് വലത്ത് തൊട്ട് തൊഴുത് വലത് മാറി വലപ്പുറത്തിൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇടത്ത് നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി വലത്ത് തൊട്ട് തൊഴുത് വലത് മാറി വലപ്പുറത്തിൽ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഇടത്ത് നീക്കി ചവിട്ടി വലത്തിൽ തൊട്ട് തൊഴുത് തൊഴുത് മാറി മാറി Thank you, Dineshan. Everybody, Umesh. Hello. Thank you so much. So we thanks to Main Lopol, Festival Director, Secretary, President, and all crews from the Art Festival who invite us here, especially Panjaman Sir, Pitmake, and all members of the Art Festival. And thank you for the good audience and good support. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Namaste.
Amazing, eh? Come on, put your hands together for them once again. I thought they were phenomenal. Okay, let's head straight into the next session here. For India to make its place in the new world order, India has to be independent and capable. And the way to do that is through Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Prime Minister had said this in the Lok Sabha in 2021. Now, the world is moving very fast towards a new world order following the COVID pandemic. India should not miss this opportunity, is what the wise men are saying. In 2030, India's GDP is expected to be 8.4 trillion, and it will overtake, they say, Japan as Asia's second largest economy. Amen to that. The global power balance is increasingly moving from west to east. The old world order is on its last legs, and the role and importance of the G7 have been greatly diminished by the rise of the developing world. The G7 has increasingly become an institution in search of a role. The world today is interdependent but also polarized and will retain both features going forward. To navigate, nations will need greater diplomatic skill and foresight, and India has proven reserves of both. Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav has presented an opportunity to inspire the country. India's voice should be bold at the main table. India should not sell itself short and believe that it can take up leadership role. Order, order. For status update on India, I'd now like to click on this panel discussion. Please welcome on stage Kamal Sibbal, erstwhile Foreign Secretary of the Government of India and Indian Ambassador to Turkey, Egypt, France and Russia. He's also served as a member of India's National Security Advisory Board. We are thrilled for having him join us at Arth, a Culture Fest. Please welcome him. Namaste. Aye, sir, please. We also welcome on stage award-winning author, economist and passionate historian Prasenjit Basu. He's won awards for his first book, Asia Reborn, that tells the story of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose and INA mutinies that helped bring an end to the British Empire's presence in India. He was also the chief Asia economist at Credit Suisse and Daiwa Securities. He writes for every renowned publication from Financial Times UK to the New York Times. I'd also like to welcome Dharmic scholar and TEDx speaker, Director, Global Hindu Federation, Pandit Satish Sharma ji. Pandit ji is based in UK and is instrumental in taking up for the British Hindu community and has placed them on the forefront in the UK Parliament. He's also been a stoic advocate of Indic philosophy. Moderating this session, we have public policy expert Anurag Saxena, whose work has been featured in Washington Post, Financial Express, Economic Times, Sunday Guardian, and has worked with GE Capital, Prudential, Deutsche Bank, and Credit Suisse in global roles. I now hand this discussion over to Anurag.
Good afternoon, everyone. So if you're enjoying the sun, give us a shout. Okay, hating the sun, give us a shout. That's it? You know, I just wanted to get this started to highlight the idea of polarization and highlight the idea of minorities, as we just saw ourselves, barely anyone enjoying the sun. First of all, I want to thank Arth for organizing a really critical conversation like this. More importantly, I'd like to really thank each of you in the audience. Given the temperatures out there, those of you who are watching us live, it is fairly warm here. So those of you who managed to make it here and are sitting here, please give yourselves a round of applause. Now, a quick beginning on how we're framing the conversation today. Ambassador Saab here is, as we all know, a focus on, an expert on geopolitics, on security issues, on international relations. So Ambassador Sibbal today is going to speak primarily to the idea of the unsustainable military models and the aggressive conquest-based diplomacy that has been historically been followed in the West. Prasenjit Basu, as you all know, is a famous economist, historian. Now, as some of you have read one of my articles and videos that went viral, I personally believe that communism is dead, so communism is dead in the grave. Capitalism is irrelevant to the other 99%, which basically means we don't know who capitalism serves. So is there a space where India can provide an alternative model in terms of economic leadership? That's what Prasenjit Basu is going to speak about. And Pandit Ji here, although, when someone called Pandit very recently, it went very controversial. I hope today we won't. Pandit Ji is going to present the lens of the Indic diaspora based in the UK, not just from an individual level, but also from the lens of an organizer that presents the India story within the UK and to the West. So that's a broad structure of the format. We will have about 30 minutes of a conversation followed by Q&A. So please keep making notes. I'd like it to be more interactive today, not just from an audience point of view, but for us as well. So let's just quickly get started. Opening comments from Ambassador Sibal. We each get 2 minutes each, and then we move on to the conversation.
Well, thank you, Anurag. When we talk about India's role in the emerging global order, there is a presumption that there has been a global order. I like to describe whatever has existed as controlled disorder. After all, United Nations was set up for what? To prevent future generations from the scourge of war. And since 1945, how many conflicts have we had? And even today, we have a major conflict in Europe. The United Nations has not been able to play its role. The Security Council has not been able to do that. International law has been violated. The Charter of the UN has been violated. So if you want to create a new world order, the first thing you have to do is to reform the United Nations itself, especially the UN Security Council. Otherwise, you won't have any semblance of a new order. Not that the new order with the reform of the UN Security Council is going to do marvels, for the simple reason that the veto power will still be there. And the 5 major powers are not going to accept giving up this veto, because this is a shield for them against any possible action when they violate international law. The third is that when we now look at the world order, we shouldn't think only about security. You have various kinds of orders, of which most of the world, the entire developing world, has been a victim. You take the economic order. Look at the fact that United States, by virtue of the fact that the US dollar is the world's reserve currency, has power which you cannot easily cope with. And they have weaponized finance today in the manner in which they do, and the sanctions that they have imposed, which we have suffered from and other countries have suffered from, because you always fear the consequences of secondary sanctions on you if you intentionally or unintentionally violate them. Second is the information order. The entire narrative about what's happening in the world is controlled by the West. And I see it, unfortunately, in our own press. I mean, our press is so much supportive of Ukraine as if Russia doesn't matter. And why is this? Because the entire feedback that they get about what is happening is through agencies and other channels, and is coloring their thinking. And they have no independent voice in this. In terms of the security order, leave aside the United Nations, there is the whole issue of multipolarity. Now, India supports multipolarity. BRICS is based on multipolarity. SCO in its own way is based on multipolarity. Can we move towards real multipolarity? It's not a question that can be easily answered today, though I think we are moving in that direction. And finally, there is this whole thing about how we cope with the cultural and religious elements that also infuse diplomacy. After all, India is under attack, Hinduism under attack. Why is that? Why is that? And when it comes to India, minorities and this and that, the manner in which we have been criticized by countries who have actually violated the rights of minorities in the past and today. But they are giving moral lectures to us about how we are mishandling our minorities and this and that, on, targeting us for curbing religious freedom and stuff like that. So I think there's a lot of work ahead for countries like India to have their place in a new world order, whatever that means and whatever shape it takes. Thank you.
Wonderful. I couldn't have seen a more precise and succinct, no one associates these two words with diplomats. So thank you, sir, for framing it in our language, in the sound bites that we understand. So Ambassador Saab talked about weaponizing finance, Prasenjit. Would you want to shed some light on both the ideas of weaponizing finance and in terms of very quickly the 2 or 3 global mega trends or mega changes you see and how they might affect India, positively or negatively, but specifically limited to finance and economics? 2 minutes for your starter, and then we engage in the conversation.
I think, first of all, it's important to understand that we are very far behind China, which unfortunately is our neighbor now. Through all of history, China was not our neighbor. Our neighbor was Tibet. And it's important, first of all, to keep Tibet, at least in our maps, as a separate nation state. It always was. Tibet was our neighbor, and Tibet is part of our civilization. Civilizationally, if you think about Buddhism reached Tibet from Bengal. There was a person called Atisha Dipankar from the Pal dynasty who took Tantra and Vajrayana Buddhism to Tibet. So, now, with regard to the economy, we are, the mistakes of the 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s have pushed us back severely relative to China in particular, and of course the rest of the world as well. So we can celebrate the fact that we are now the 5th largest economy. We should have been 5th largest 25 years ago. The gap between us and China is so large that we really, as an economy, have to keep our heads down and rapidly narrow the gap between us and China in particular, and of course keep growing faster than the rest of the world for several years to come. Now, Ambassador Sybil talked about the fact that the world economic order, is skewed against developing countries. One way in which it is if you look at the so-called GATT, the old GATT arrangements, and what now is the WTO, it excluded, trade negotiations excluded agriculture, and textiles were driven by something called the multi-fiber arrangement, which is a system of quotas, which kept developing countries from developing faster. And then eventually, India for 40 years argued this case for dismantling the multi-fiber arrangement. When it was finally dismantled, all the benefits went to China because we hadn't reformed our labor market in particular to take advantage of the fact that the multi-fiber arrangement had been dismantled. So we have now, in the last 2 years, supposedly dismantled the old inflexible labor market and introduced new labor codes that will make our labor market much more flexible. This is really central. But the ironic thing is that this was passed by Parliament. It was signed by the President, but it hasn't yet been notified. India is a unique country where laws get passed, they don't get notified. There's one law that wasn't notified for 28 years. I mean, and now this one has. Now, the point about this, the reason I raised this, I'll just quickly make one point.
Quickly being the operative
word.
The quick point
is basically that if you want to think about an example of what is a dharmic economy in today's world, My example of a dharmic economy is Japan. Japan was not colonized by either West Asians or Europeans, and therefore it has maintained a dharmic social system and an economic system. And one of the central tenets of the Japanese model was to employ everybody first. And this is where we have missed the boat. I mean, first of all, I think as we get going as an economy, the first thing we need to do to emerge more rapidly into this new world order, more successfully, is to create a massive ecosystem of labor-intensive manufacturing. So I'll come to that in a bit more detail. But that, I think, is the missing element.
Can we just move on to
China
Sharmaji?
exports 9 times the textiles and garments that we do. We need to even take half of that market share, and we'll be on the road to wider prosperity.
Wonderful. Sorry. So guys, I just want us to get quick opening comments. I do want to spend this time on the idea of a dharmic economy in Japan because I see a lot of parallels there we could adopt. Now, a quick personal note about Panditji, Sharmaji, whatever he'd like to be called. There was a time when we were setting up the India Pride project and really needed some kind of voices or support internationally, especially within the UK, from where I think India really desperately needs to reclaim our heritage back. So as I've said this multiple times, the one conversation we need to have with former colonies is, look, you took our lives, you took our resources, and you took our heritage. The least you can do is give our heritage back. So I've known Panditji for the longest time as one of the earliest supporters in the UK. What I'd like you to talk about, sir, is almost as a contents page for the rest of your conversation today, is to talk to the PIO experience and what do you see changing globally when it comes to the global lens on India and to the lens India is beginning to have from an operating point of view with the rest of the world. And like I said, in an individual capacity and in the capacity of someone that organizes India's view in the UK.
Thank you. That's a wonderful and overly generous introduction, Anuragji. So we're talking to this notion about a new world order, but we are still talking within the language and framework that the old world order was created in. Now, as members of the diaspora, we have lived within that framework and seen it at first hand. And bearing in mind the paucity of time, I'm going to wrap it up in a very short space. What we are witnessing in the West is the collapse of the order which was based and financed by the slavery and colonialism dividend. That money has gone. It's finished. But whilst they had that asset base, they were able to experiment with all of the isms, whether it's capitalism, socialism, Marxism, etc., etc., etc. And if you pick the Euro-Christian world, those isms, not a single one of them has demonstrated any sustainability. So we have a slightly different perspective which we can offer them. If you look at the diaspora community, we live in little silo communities generally, but we live in dharmic principles. We don't cause suffering to anybody else. We are relatively quiet. We're not obtrusive. We are not obnoxious. We don't push the boundaries. We have got the lowest in terms of criminal activity. In the UK, recent statistics said 0%, even though we're almost 4% of the population. And this is reflected everywhere. Everywhere Bharatiyas go, we take a dharmic identity with us, and we survive in adharmic countries with adharmic histories and adharmic principles. In order for us to navigate the future, that experience, I think, is really worth considering. And I would share with you, in terms of the West, it's almost like a train wreck. It is a train, it's a runaway train. It has a huge amount of energy. The speed with which it's moving is very fast. Some of the carriages have already caught fire. And it's irrecoverable. It's irrecoverable because the principles upon which they make decisions are completely against human evolution, against peace, against tranquility, against prosperity. They are civilizations built on calm and earth. They are stuck in the calm earth loop. They decide something. Is it going to give me more calm? Yes, it is. Great, we will go ahead and do it. Can I get more earth from this? Yes, let's go and bomb Iraq and steal their oil and their gold. Those are the first two Purusharth. As an ancient civilization, we know the next two, which is dharma and moksha. And dharma and moksha are the two elements which give us sustainability. Minimum of consumption, minimum of suffering, maximum anand for all jivatmas. And those are the only principles which will allow a society to survive for a long period of time. Thank you, Anuragji. 2 minutes.
Wonderful, sir. Oh, actually 2 minutes. So this is very interesting now. So Ambassador Saab talked about the idea of weaponizing, whether it's finance or technology or diplomacy or what have you. Prasenjit ji spoke about complexity and the need for India to reform internally. The need for India to reform internally alongside making diplomatic effort. And Panditji here spoke about the idea, if I could paraphrase, that our biggest export could actually be a humane view of coexistence with the rest of the world. Now, I would like to throw in a challenge here to each of the panelists. Within these core ideas that you presented, what is the one big do and one big do not that we as Indians, what tack would you like most changed? So what are we getting wrong which we need to do today? What are we not which we need to stop? Ambassador Saab, you first.
And I think the first thing to do is to accept our limitations. Yes, we have ideas how the world should be governed, how society should be governed. We are 1.4 billion, 1/5, 1/6 of humanity. We have a role to play. But the manner in which this world has been constructed over the last few centuries and the reality of the domination of the West in the entire ecosystem that we have is not easy to dilute or work against effectively and develop a new notion of how societies should function and what should be the relationship between nations and how world governance should be, on what basis it should be constructed. I think first is to realize your limitations. And I say this because what are we at the moment constrained to do, even if we don't want to do it? I don't think we don't want to do it, but the reality is, what are we looking for? More foreign investment, developing our manufacturing sector with the help of technologies that come from abroad. All the major initiatives on the global stage, all the major initiatives, including climate change, are coming from the West. And we are responding. We may modify them, tweak them, make sure that our interests are not neglected, but we work within the frameworks that they decide for us. We have not, yes, we've just organized this Voice of the Global South conference, but the South is so terribly divided. And when push comes to shove, the South will also try to follow their respective goals and interests, though in a very broad way they may go along with India because India has the voice and capacity to make their concerns known on the world stage. So, to answer your question very briefly, and in conclusion, I would say that we have constraints. Within those constraints, we are doing reasonably well. And the fact that the Prime Minister is now talking about human-centric development is precisely what one of our panelists, Panditji, said just now. But the reality is, as we see around us, the West, when it talks so with such double standards and with such hypocrisy about human rights and things like that, they are not going to be dictated by us about how the world should be human-centric. It will be West-centric as much as possible for them to maintain that hegemony.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? It's a very quick question. So I'm trying to relate this to the world of psychoanalytics and psychology. Now, whenever a client or a patient sits down with a psychologist, the first idea they focus on is radical acceptance. That listen, you need to come to terms with who you really are, how you have treated others, how you have allowed others to treat you, and on the basis of a genuine, honest understanding, you need to reframe what you can expect from others and cannot. Now that's a view. Another view is perhaps a more idealistic view. One is a as-is view, one is a should-be view. How do we navigate what is versus what should be?
Look, we've been criticized for decades that we've been too idealistic. We should be more realistic. And we try to, be on the high moral horse, and this has been actually criticized as a big deficiency in our thinking processes with regard to how we relate to the world. And we are told now that, look, you have to basically look after yourself. And when we talk about India becoming more nationalistic, what does it actually mean? Indirectly, this is what it means, that we should actually concentrate how we build up our nation. If we can take the maximum out of the others in terms of achieving that objective, we should do so. But we should have our own vision of where we should go and how we should proceed on that path. But unfortunately, we are divided within. Let's be realistic about it. We are divided within. There's no internal consensus on what we should be and what we should push for and how we should expand our interests. I mean, if the government does this or the government does that, there are a whole host of opposition figures who would criticize the government for each and everything. And we give a picture to the outside world, which they exploit, because they know there are internal divisions in the country, which they stoke. So they want to make our progress slow down as much as possible, though at another level, they also want us to grow because our market is attractive to them. So it's a very complex situation that we face. So to answer your question, we are divided. This is what is. And what we should be, this business about Vasudev Kutumbangan and all that, up to a point, yes, it's a good philosophy to work on. But the reality of world history is that this has never been the basis of relations between people, societies, and nations. And until we become like the United States of America, that we can fashion the world according to our thinking, our desire, our values, it's a huge struggle ahead for us.
This is a very interesting segue. So we're saying that we're moving from Gandhian or Nehruvian pacifism to now a more assertive state. We perhaps could be a little more assertive. And that's a change or evolution we need to go through. Now, speaking about the idea of change, at the risk of being facetious, Prasenjit Basu was here day before yesterday in a suit. Yesterday in trousers, shirt and a Modi jacket. And today in a dhoti, kurta and a jacket. So I haven't seen anyone adapt to change so quickly within 3 days. But on a serious note, I know you do have a view on us needing to get out of the idea of pacifism and perhaps even Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which I believe is a little controversial not controversial, but contrarian to the stand India needs, or at least is officially taking on paper. So how do we...
Okay, so I think the first thing is that absolutely I agree that we need to develop our own strength, economically first of all, and then once you have economic strength, you have the capacity to develop strategic military strength as well. But I think we can learn a lot from this gigantic neighbor. If you think about Maoist China, Mao was the greatest genocidal maniac of the 20th century. And yet, he was embraced by Nixon, Kissinger, and even by Jimmy Carter. Of course, after Mao was already dead, but his successors were...
And what were the incentives? Why the trade-off?
So the point is that, first of all, China made itself a nuisance, enough of a nuisance for it to be accepted by the rest of the world and to be embraced as a friend, to such a degree that China's friend, Pol Pot, the second biggest genocidal maniac of the 20th century, who wiped out 1/3 of his people, he was the official, he had the official Cambodian seat in the UN with American support all the way through. So America supported China in its worldview. Now, we, I think, now have a remarkable conjuncture of events such that the Indo-Pacific, rather than Asia-Pacific, is the term used for strategic thinking about our region. The fact that Asia-Pacific has been replaced by Indo-Pacific is a huge advance. And now we have the notion of a Quad, a four-member strategic, economic, and perhaps military alliance or proto-alliance that is beginning to emerge. We need to use this to the hilt to strengthen ourselves economically and also to gain strategic space. Now, I think one of the tragedies of the initial years, the 50s and 60s under the Nehruvians, is that we neglected the military. The fact that we have a Krishna Menon Marg in our capital is the greatest disgrace. I mean, this was the man who drove us to defeat in 1962. And we have a huge road right in the middle, very close by, named after him. Surely we should remove this, name it after anybody else, Lal Bahadur Shastri, for instance, who saved us in 1965. So anyway, now the point is that if we didn't have a strategic thinking, despite the fact that every war that the British fought in Asia from 1839 to 1945, and actually 1946, every war that they fought was fought with the British Indian military. So the British Indian military was our inheritance. We let it go to seed. We had an economy that was the 8th most industrialized in the world, 8th largest manufactured exporter in the world in 1947. And we have let that go to seed. So now rebuilding is really important. And I think, at this point, we are at a stage where we need to rebuild quickly, close the gap between us and the top 4 economies in the world, and particularly the second largest economy in the world, which is a huge threat. Now, if you just think about that threat, I think it's important when Nixon went to meet Mao, Kissinger and Nixon were absolutely gobsmacked by the fact that Mao spent all his time, more than half of the time, talking not about the Soviet Union, but about India. The fact that India was so central to his worldview as a rival was something that somehow our foreign service never took on board. All you have to do is read Nixon's papers and the Nixon-Kissinger papers, and you see very clearly that India was the strategic threat, because we are the only civilization that has survived for 5,000 years, just like the Chinese, and we are seen as a civilizational threat to China. And if we don't understand that, and if we don't make policy on that basis, then we are going to be making mistake after mistake. And I think the first mistake is to have given up Tibet. I mean, obviously Tibet is not for us to have given up in the sense that it wasn't ours, but it was part of our civilization, and to have forgotten that is awful. We need to find ways of making Tibet quite central. Now, we already have in Ladakh and Arunachal a significant Tibetan-linked ethnic population. So I think we have the basis to start pushing back against China via Tibet and East Turkestan. I mean, these two were never part of China throughout the history of China. And yet, we now have almost come to accept East Turkestan and Tibet as Chinese. What nonsense.
Panditji, question to you. Before the question, would you like to respond to the whole idea of letting go of the era of pacifism or Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam? Would you hold a different view, or would you tend to agree?
In principle, I would agree. We have this notion of non-violence, but we have no notion of non-force. We mastered the understanding that force can be used without violence. Arjun is being exhorted to act for the benefit of everybody. He's not being told to become aggressive and go and kill the people in a moment of rage or anything like that. We have to reconnect with the notion of the legitimate use of force. And I think that's happening. So that's an encouraging sign. But there are other encouraging signs. For such a long period of time, the northern hemisphere. It used Bharat and it used China, it used Africa as the whipping posts. The moment it wanted to elevate its government wanted to elevate its own position in front of its own constituency, its own citizenry, it would drag out the poverty porn from Africa, it would drag out the most terrible pictures from Mumbai, etc. It would drag out and create documentaries such as India's Daughters, ignoring the fact that they themselves have a much, much larger problem. That whipping boy has disappeared. There are two aspects now. The world is beginning to connect with Bharat and Hindus and Indians and the indigenous traditions of this country like they have never done so before. If I can share a simple statistic, in the United Kingdom, in one weekend, there were only 750,000 attendees at all of the churches up and down the country. That is a dramatic fall in numbers. Where have those people gone? We know that there are over 3,200 yogacharyas, who are yoga practitioners and yoga teachers, who are white, English women. And so there is a shift that's occurring. And what it's doing is emphasizing that there is some sort of value in our perspectives. We need to become confident about that. Basuji, you mentioned being embraced by Kissinger, and it reminded me of that old adage where Kissinger was remarking that being an enemy of the United States can be a very dangerous thing, but being a friend can actually be fatal. So we shouldn't really take too much confidence from the relationship that the US has had with other countries. The last thing that is hugely different is economies are the activity of the people. The governments tend to be the tail that tinkers around. But when a people rise and want to become aspirational, they want to create, they engage in a dynamic activity. Now, I was in Varanasi not so long ago, and there were two students who were from Belgium, and one of them came to me and she said, since I've been here, I've noticed that in Bharat, everybody is doing something. There is an energy, a dynamism, there is activity going on, and I'd never noticed it before, but in Europe, we seem to have lost it. Now, you will see this in the diaspora community everywhere we go. The diaspora community within one generation stands up on its feet. It educates its children. It creates material wealth. And it's that branch of that dynamism that is intrinsic within us. If you look at what's happening in the United States, they have the highest number of suicides per capita in the Western Hemisphere. The incidence of mental illness is skyrocketing. How many times do we hear of a young child taking an automatic weapon and shooting innocent children and teachers? These are signs of a society whose mind is collapsing inwards. And I hold the governments of the West responsible. Although they have been painting the picture that they are the epitome of democracies, they're not. I call them scam democracies. They have no interest in the well-being of their citizens. They are playing the great game. The British people did not authorize the United Kingdom to use force against Iraq. They were not given the opportunity to do so. Jack Straw, who featured in this recent BBC documentary, he completely forged a dossier and then submitted it as evidence of weapons of mass destruction, which never existed. So there is a rift appearing in all of these scam democracies between those who govern and the people themselves. Now, this is a moment of crisis in the West. Those who are historians will remember that the American Civil War was precipitated by a gentleman called Colonel Pratt, who rode up and down the West Coast with one phrase. He said, "No taxation without representation." In the UK, in the US, the people are saying, why are we paying taxes to you when we have no representation? In the UK, it's become very apparent that the governance, the authorities, they had no concern about those 1 million plus incidences of criminal rape of those white girls of the lower classes. It was concealed again and again. So we have dynamism on our side, we have energy on our side. What we need is a government which can protect our borders so that every single Bharatiya citizen can expand and become a fully invested member of a democratic, dharmic society.
Wonderful, Panditji. Now, we have we have a few minutes to get in a couple of questions. Now, clearly, as you noticed with the diversity of opinions and topics on this panel now, where the world is headed, what the new world order is, and what role India plays in it is a very complex, multifaceted conversation. The idea for this conversation for me was to just get us started. But for those of you who want to dig in a little deeper, this may sound like a shameless self-plug, but I really urge you to buy this book, Modi Shaping a Global Order. The foreword is by Jaishankarji, the External Affairs Minister, and it's been compiled by Ambassador Sujan Chinoy, Vijay Chauthaiwale ji, and Uttam Kumar Sinha. Now, why do I recommend this? I don't recommend this because I've contributed a chapter to this. I recommend this because you literally have the best of voices who understand India and India's emerging role across technology, military, economics, policy, education, what have you. So those of you who are interested, just released last week by Nadda ji, strongly recommend. Now, we have time for a couple of questions. Could I, can we take the mic to this gentleman on the right of the stage in the black t-shirt? And just quick instructions, sir. Quick instructions. Please direct your question. Who is it directed towards? And a short question, please.
Hello. Hi, sir. My question is directed towards Ambassador, sir. Sir, 400 years ago or so, Europeans really went into sea travel, full on into it, and they came to India and all that. Once they took money out of India, now when we go to Europe, they say, where's your passport? 400 years ago, there was no such thing. So after taking the money, suddenly they invented this new thing called passport, right? So my question is for the world of today. Today we are working in AI, and as for now, the entire world is working together towards it. What if tomorrow they decide that there's this new border, polytheistic thought and dharmic thought is no longer allowed to...
Your question, sir?
This.
Okay.
So this new sea of AI...
Yeah, I'm looking for a sentence that ends with a question mark.
Yes, sir. So what's your view? How cognizant we need to be about this new passport that would be invented in the future, blocking us from the new, this era of AI? That's the question, sir.
Ambassador.
I think it's a very hypothetical question. Yes, artificial intelligence is being developed. There are two views about it. There are a lot of concerns about the impact of artificial intelligence on society in general, on human relationships, on all aspects of our life. So the last word has not been said, but in many other ways it can facilitate many things, including some of the worst things that one can think of. But anyway, I think it's not possible any longer for the West to devise a way of relating to each other as nations and creating barriers because power in the world has got diffused. Now, let's say that the major powers of the world got together, United States, Europe, China, Russia, India, and then decided that this is the way down we should go. But I can't think of any consensus developing in this regard. On the contrary, there are now serious competition between US and China, for instance, in terms of who gains ascendancy in this sector, in terms of research and the new modes of functioning and this and that. So I don't think that this question is today topical, though of course one can always keep thinking about it, reflecting on it, and see what would be the various dimensions of it. But there is, to conclude, there is absolutely no way that anything that can be constructed without India's participation and consent. So I won't be too worried about this.
You know, just on a lighter note, as much as I trust artificial intelligence, sir, I trust human stupidity a little more. And with the fan following that Kim Kardashian has, and when I look at the sales of McDonald's as the choice of nutrition, I do see some parts of the world headed in a bit of a self-destruct mode, and who knows, that might be India's opportunity. Panditji, you want to come in with the quick?
Gee, it's a very contemporary question, and I just wanted to toss in the notion that the nation which has instigated 80 military interventions in the last few decades, the nation that has been at war with itself ever since its foundation, the nation that entered into 400 plus treaties with the indigenous people of America, has enshrined its wisdom into silicon. Now, I would suggest that that's not artificial intelligence, although they would call it that. I think it's better named as artificial stupidity. We have a long way to go before we can replicate the intuition which exists inside of a human being. There are times when we all make decisions which purely logically do not give us benefit. There are times when we choose to defer something just because of a gut feel. There are times when we respond to somebody because of the million signals that we get from them and that we get a feeling for them. None of those can be enshrined in artificial intelligence. And so please recognize that it is a runaway train, it is artificial stupidity, and humanity has got a long way to go before it can control this potential monster.
If I could just put in a little
Very
plug
quickly,
here, slightly different view here,
Yeah, quick view.
and that is that, I fully understand that the Americans have been a genocidal nation and so on. But at this point, I think it is in our national interest to be aligned with America rather than with China, because our immediate threat is far greater. We have a serious threat from China, and to the extent that we can, we need to be aligned with America without being foolish about it. We're not going to be, so the stance we've taken on Russia, for instance, is absolutely right. We have a relationship with Russia that is long-standing, but on most other questions, America and us are together, and particularly when it has to do with the Indo-Pacific and Asia and the Quad.
Sorry, here's what I want to do. We literally have 2 minutes. I'd like to get in a question from the gentleman in the black T-shirt, and then the gentleman in the green shirt. And I'm afraid after that you'll have to, catch up panelists offline and have a conversation with them. But again, quick question, and who is it directed to? Let's club both the questions together.
So my question is to Sir. When you spoke of Japanese economy being...
Which Sir? Prasenjit Sir?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sure. So when you spoke of the Japanese economy being closer to a dharmic economy, their social system being closer to one that we should have had. So are there any primary sources that you can, just talk about that made you say that or made you think that, so that we can even refer to those while thinking of a dharmic state ourselves?
Well, if you want an Bharatiya example, I would say that the Marathas were the closest thing to a dharmic state that we can think of in recent history. But they didn't have long enough to establish that dharmic state. So the point about Japan is that basically Japan has a society and an economy that is fundamentally Japanese.
Can you recommend a source though, so they could pick it up? So I think his question was, what book or source can they refer to?
There's a book by a social philosopher called Murakami, and that's probably the best example. I mean, he basically. This is not the Murakami.
And can I also plug in your book, if you don't mind? Not a plug-in for a friend, but genuinely.
Yes.
If you haven't read Asia Reborn as yet, please do. It's Prasenjit's, sweat and blood for many years, but don't read it because of that. It really helps you look at Asia with a very new lens. It helps you reframe Asia from an Asian point of view, not from a Western point of view, which we've been exposed to in the past. So I think that you would find very helpful.
Just a quick comment on this question. One is that Japan is a very homogeneous society, which we are not. Secondly, if you see the state of the Japanese economy today, they are in serious difficulty. They have been stagnating now for the last about 3 decades or so.
25, 30 years.
It has aged so much as a people that their population is going to decline in the next couple of decades or whenever to 80 million from the present level of population that they have. Then it's an economy, because it's a small, although it has 110, 120 million people, but it's highly dependent on China next door. Very vital for them, is their biggest trade partner. So I don't think the Japanese model, apart from what you rightly said in terms of full employment, even that is changing. But yes, if you join the company, then for all your life you are employed by that company. They will not, it's not hire and fire as it is in the Western capitalist, especially American system. So yes, there are aspects of it, but there are some vital differences.
Asha, does anyone have a, sorry, yeah, gentleman in the green shirt, please ask the question. I will choose who to direct it to because we're already out of time.
Sir, my question is to Simple sir. Is India eyeing on veto rights? And if yes, then how it will achieve? And second question, where is African representation in UN Council?
Yeah, so is India eyeing for veto rights?
Oh.
And is there African representation in the council?
Well, first of all, Africa can't make up its mind. They want 2 seats in the UN Security Council, and they can't decide whether it should be South Africa and Nigeria, because Egypt has also put its hat in the ring. So unless they decide, it will not move forward. Number 2, there is a huge resistance to any other permanent member, if it happens, acquiring veto power, because veto has actually been the bane of the UN Security Council. So we will not get support even from those who want us to be a permanent member, if he said that we would like to be a full permanent member, not a diluted permanent member with veto rights. It won't fly.
Any chances?
No.
Yes, in this new world order that we're thinking of, it's very possible that as America's decline becomes more violent and it starts to implode at a greater rate, that there could be a wonderful relationship between Africa and Bharat. An African-Bharat relationship would change the nature of human affairs on the planet. And it's so natural, I think it's so obvious that it needs to happen. We just need a little bit of political will and vision to spark that process. The gentleman over there asked about passports, and Ambassador Ji responded to boundaries. But remember, the Americans only 2 days ago were producing social media material to influence the Nigeria election. Our Bharatiya people, we should recognize that there are no boundaries left. This is a global world. The Kurukshetra is everywhere. The Dharma Yudh is being fought everywhere. And we have got the one secret to sustainability. Everything that we do is to secure Anand. And we understood how to get Anand with Tyag and with Moksha. The highest Anand that a human being can experience is zero consumption. And isn't that the ideal formula for global sustainability? That's what we have to share with them.
Wonderful, Panditji. Now, I just realized one thing while I was sitting here. The hypocrisy in myself, sir. I was on the earlier panel with Smriti Irani ji on gender equality. And here I am running a manel. So what I'd like to do is to break that a little bit by giving a lady a chance to ask a question. Please bring in a perspective which is very diverse from the old men you see on stage.
Oh, sir. Sir, my question is very simple. The panel was talking about the weaponization of finance, the sanctions. My question is, in US, what is more powerful, the economic sanctions or the weapon industry, or in simple words, the Pentagon? I would like to know who is more powerful, the Pentagon or the sanctions?
Well, you know, since US is the biggest economy in the world and the dollar is a reserve currency, so in terms of weaponizing finance, the United States is placed in a way in which it can impose its will on others. And it's doing so successfully. After all, they succeeded in breaking entirely our oil ties with Iran. Even in areas where sanctions do not exclude certain humanitarian things, our companies are very hesitant to go into those areas because the sanctions laws of the United States are so complex that the banks and the private sector don't want to fall afoul of them. It's a very, very powerful tool that they have in their hand. though mind you, they have not succeeded fully in their sanctions policies, repeated sanctions on Russia, for instance, but Russia is suffering. Insofar as the Pentagon is concerned, that is the other handle or weapon that the United States has in terms of their global dominance. They have hundreds of military bases all around the world, hundreds. And their defense budget is over $800 billion. It is larger than the next 10 countries, their defense budgets combined. This gives them enormous power. They know that U.S. preeminence in the world rests on two things, the dollar and the military-industrial complex.
Wonderful, sir, wonderful. Thank you all. Thank you all for participating and shedding these lights. Thank you, audience, again, for bearing with us despite this heat. May I remind you again to please have some water, shikanji, whatever you feel like. Stay hydrated. It is really, really hot. Thanks again to Arth for giving us this platform. And given we are talking about India's place in the new world order, how about we end with a Jai Hind? Who wants to do the honors?
Jai. So say with us, please, Jai Hind! Jai Hind! Jai Hind! Thank you. Thank you. Dhanyawad aap sabka. Thank you very much to all our speakers. Thank you. Like he said, keep yourselves hydrated with water, though the weather is now changing and the weather will soon get really, really nice. And I hope all of you have visited that little stall back there that says, "Are you registered to vote?" Go take a look at that too. All right. Heading into the next session at Arth Culture Fest promoted by ZEEL, India's inevitable march to becoming an economic superpower, the next session coming up at Arth. Now, the three defining criteria of a superpower are economic strength, okay. The three defining criteria of a superpower, I was saying, are economic strength, military might, and soft power. And we must examine the extent to which India fulfills them in comparison with the current ruling hegemon, the United States, and the potential contender, China. Acha, please note that you won't find mention of it in Liz Truss's blueprint for a modern, brilliant Britain, but the UK has just been overtaken by India as the world's fifth biggest economy, and it could be the third biggest by the year 2030. Amen to that. The nation of 1.4 billion people is on track to move into third place behind the US and China by 2030, according to economists. A key part of India's continued rise will be its ability to grow its manufacturing sector and challenge China as the world's #1 exporter. India has already benefited from a large, well-educated, often English-speaking middle class, helping the country to develop world-class IT and pharmaceutical sectors. It also has strong consumer demand, which accounts for about 55% of the economy, compared with less than 40% in China. Now, the trick will be to benefit from its youthful working population to position itself as a manufacturing power. India also has the opportunity in reshaped international supply chains. Let's put this on the table and chat. Please welcome our first guest today, Dr. R. Jagannathan, who's been a force to reckon with in journalism and has been an editor with prestigious publications such as Financial Express, Business Today, DNA, and Forbes India, a magazine that validates the best business minds and forerunners in inventions and trailblazing talents across the spectrum. Very warm welcome to you. Dr. Jagannathan has led his passion project to fruition through his latest book, Dharmic Nation, that we put under the spotlight on Arth stage. I'd also like to invite on stage the rest of the panelists. I'd like to invite on stage Shehzad Poonawala, youngest national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, specialist in administration and governance. Namaste and a very warm welcome to you. He's a noted columnist for the Times of India, Hindustan Times, and Indian Express. Moderating this session is technocrat Amit Paranjpe. He's an alumni of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and University of Wisconsin, Madison. Let's take this supercharged topic to our panelists and get their stamp of approval. Over to you, Amit. Thank you.
Can you hear me? So we'll get started. We have had some dynamic rescheduling and a couple of our panelists should be joining in the next 5 minutes, but we'll get started directly with this topic. Now the topic that has been given to us is quite interesting. It's we're talking about the inevitable rise of India, but many people here, including all the people on our panel, we have had a brief discussion, and some of you will have the same question in mind. Is it inevitable? Is everything inevitable? And there are a lot of challenges. So what we'll try to do on this panel is get the perspective from all my co-panelists and hear from them what they see as the path for India from an economic growth standpoint, and more importantly, what are the challenges that they see, and do they agree with what they see as the opportunities, and what are their solutions or their suggestions that need to be undertaken to address some of these challenges. So, Jaggi, let's start directly with you. You have, when we have had a brief discussion, you have talked about some of the challenges specifically, including about jobs and specifically about that portion of the economy. So, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Pranjit. So, basically, the topic is probably wrongly labeled. There is nothing inevitable about anything in life. There is nothing inevitable about the fact that the world will continue to grow when we had 3 years of very poor growth due to COVID, the Ukraine-Russia war, and so many things, right? So we've got to get many things right, and we have to get many things right in a very difficult geopolitical and economic situation, right? So our strengths are very obvious now. For last 10 years, there has been a degree of consistency in your economic policy, and especially in the second term, the emphasis on reviving the economy, creating jobs has been very strong. You have had the PLI scheme, which is important, because without a manufacturing base, you cannot really have a services economy that's going to generate the jobs of the future, right? So manufacturing itself has been highly automated, and so are services. But if without manufacturing output inside the country, enough of a certain volume of it, you cannot grow the service economy, which will actually create the jobs of the current and the future. So our problem is, historically till 1991, we were a disastrous economy, socialist economy that was busy destroying jobs and everything in sight. After 91, we had a very lopsided but aggressive growth. At least we got the growth part back in 1991. But the mistake was we liberalized the capital markets before we liberalized the other factor markets, which is land and labor and all that. Whereas China actually made labor market very flexible, which is why the entire supply chains, when the global supply chain shifted away from Europe and America, they went straight to China because they didn't need to look anywhere else. And China had the possibility of scale and things. Our problem, when you liberalize capital markets before other factor markets, the tendency will be to use capital instead of labor, which is why we lost about 2.5 quarter century of jobs growth that should have come along with GDP growth. It didn't happen. It's only now, long after we should have done it, we have started doing some of that. We are encouraging job creation and our thing. So our challenge are basically 3 or 4, which I'll list in a very short point. I'll go into detail in case we have the time. First, we have to get the growth. Definitely, it's a no-brainer. We must get growth of 6 to 7 minimum %, and more if possible. Secondly, that growth needs to be oriented towards labor-intensive sectors rather than more capital-intensive, though capital-intensive will happen on its own. The last thing is we need to maintain social harmony as much as possible, because in the next 10 years, if we do not get to where we need to be, like today we are just over a $3 trillion economy. I think we will be a $10 trillion economy if we keep the social situation stable, and by around between 2032 and 2035 we will be a $10 trillion economy. After that is a time when India will be completely a big colossus on the world stage. We will be a number 3 economy, but we will carry huge heft. That's when the UN seat will come. That is when everything will come, because that $10 trillion, nobody will talk back to you. You have arrived. So that is the point. The next, I think if you remember in 2014, Modi ji said that can we keep all our other problems aside for 10 years? Okay. Now, I think that the time to repeat it is in the next 5 to 7 years. We should keep our social problems at bay. Even while we do it quietly, whatever you need to do, but you don't need to make it into a very highly polarizing issue. So that is where we need to be. And once we do that, we can actually, in any case, we will grow. 5% is a no-brainer for us. We need to get into 7 and 8 every year. For that, we need many things going. And these are the things we need to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Jaggi. Let me come to you, Hindol. When we were discussing, nothing is inevitable, as we have repeated a couple of times. But there have been some success stories and some not so successful stories over the past 3 decades. Obviously, the success story has been China, and we have looked at the double-digit growth for over 2 decades. But there was also Japan. I remember in 1989, when I was just starting college, Japan was the greatest success story, and US was on the decline. And Japan was leading the auto market, the electronics market, the semiconductor market. The stock market was at an all-time high. And then something happened. And we'll not get into the reasons of why that happened. But looking at that, and since you were alluding to that example, how would you look at some of the challenges that we have in the next 10, 20 years?
Yeah, I think Indians are very prone to 2 things. One is deification. We worship people very easily. And the other is hyperbole. We believe our own idea of greatness a little too quickly. So either we are despondent and everybody is despondent, but every little sign and immediately we sort of, seem to believe that we have almost hit where we need to hit. Let's be clear, we are getting there, but we are far away from it. You mentioned Japan. There is an earlier example to Japan also, Amit, and that's Holland. If you look a century before the Japanese example that you cited, Holland was one of the leading powers of the world, on the cusp of greatness, so to speak. And once again, like you said, something happened. Now, we don't have time today on this panel to go into what happened, but suffice it to say that something might happen to many countries. We should not take our path to greatness as guaranteed. Right? I remember, and this is worth saying, I remember when Atalji had won, and he was assured of a first 5-year term. I remember the late Sushma Swaraj saying that we came to power first for 11 days, then for 11 months, and now we will be in power for 11 years. I am always skeptical about any such statement like this. And I would like to believe it when it happens. Because we know that Atalji's great term ended at a particular point where, had it not ended, India wouldn't have had many problems that it faced later. Right? Therefore, I think now that Modi ji has had 2 terms, we are as Jaggi said, we are at a very critical juncture. And let's be very clear, I am very worried today that in the year of India's G20 presidency, every effort is being made to create an incident in Punjab. Every effort is being made. Now, how it will be contained, in which manner and shape or form, we will wait to see. But it's worth noting that such an effort is being made. I am very worried that the caste legislation, Pandora's box, that many of us have been talking about for years, has finally been opened in America. And mark my words from this stage, Seattle is not going to be the last place where this will roll out. The target of this entire caste legislation has nothing to do with Seattle. The real target of this legislation is India, and most importantly, it is Indian tech power in the United States. It is to break the back of Indian technological power and supremacy in the United States. So there will be every attempt to derail India's rise. Look, if you look at it very objectively, Amit, who wants India to rise apart from Indians? If you were one of the leading powers of the world today, would you want another billion-strong country to develop to $10 trillion and have its own mind?
They're already having a headache with China.
Exactly. Who wants another?
They have a headache with Japan, now with China.
So who wants another country which is 1 billion, a billion plus people, $10 trillion maybe, and with a mind of its own? The leading powers of the world want South Koreas, they don't want Indias. They want, in some senses, people or countries who are absolutely in tune to whatever they say. Right? So therefore, all of these things, we should be now, I would highly urge from this stage, from now to the next decade is a point of caution. And to ensure that nothing goes wrong. And this belief, we were very lucky to get a Prime Minister like Narendra Modi.
Absolutely.
Now, we need to maintain that momentum. How that momentum will be maintained? Who will maintain that momentum? In what shape and form? Jaggi alluded to an intractable land problem. We know what happened with the farmer legislation. People like me said that this farm law agitation has deeply embedded Khalistani roots. At that time, people said, no, this is all prejudice. But today, everybody can see what's happening. The same Deep Sidhu, who later died in a car crash, the same movement that he was running, this new character, who was a taxi driver in Dubai till recently. But it's no laughing matter. Sadly, it's no laughing matter. You saw the crowds at Golden Temple the other day. So I really want to advise and caution to all of us, right, that in our rhetoric, as Jaggi also pointed to, not only in our policy making, but also in our rhetoric, it's important to maintain a degree of caution. Let us get there first.
Right. No, I think very well said. Let me come to you, Shehzad, and I'll further extend this internal security issue, because while we have various challenges, there are economic challenges, there are engineering challenges, there are technology challenges for our growth. I think we've already started agreeing here that internal security and external security, basically national security, is an important issue, especially for a country like India. It's true for every country, but especially true for India. What would you look at that and talk about some of those and how we should be looking at them for the next 10 years, as Indol said?
पहले तो धन्यवाद. क्या मैं हिंदी में बात कर सकता हूं?
Sure.
देखिए, अर्थ के मंच पर अर्थव्यवस्था की बात कर रहे हैं. नाम भी अर्थ है, हिंदी में नाम है या संस्कृत, इंग्लिश में है, पर भाव हिंदी का है. या तो देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं कुछ हद तक आपकी बातों से पूरी तरह से इत्तेफाक रखता हूं कि इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर एक टाइटल है. ये टाइटल की अलग अलग परिभाषा हो सकती है, पर अगर मुझसे पूछा जाए तो इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर को अगर परिभाषित करना है तो उसका एक फॉर्मूला है जो मैं हमेशा इस्तेमाल करता हूं, वो है गीता फॉर्मूला. गीता फॉर्मूला, GITA. ये GITA अगर आपको दिख जाए, गीता अगर दिख जाए, तो मान सकते हैं कि आप इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर बनने की श्रेणी में शामिल हो चुके हैं. गीता का मतलब क्या है? G फॉर ग्रोथ एंड गरीब, I फॉर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड इन्वेस्टमेंट, T फॉर टेक्नोलॉजी एंड A फॉर आत्मनिर्भरता. तो ये गीता फॉर्मूला, देखिए, गीता देखना चाहिए, गीता को पढ़ना भी चाहिए और गीता को समझना भी चाहिए. तो अगर गीता दिखने लगे तो इकोनॉमिक सुपर पावर की तरफ आप जा रहे हैं, ये आप इसको अनुभव कर सकते हैं. अब मैं आपको चारों में बहुत शॉर्ट में बताता हूं और आपके सवाल पे आता हूं. G फॉर ग्रोथ, ये पहला ऐसा कालखंड है, अगर आपने देखा होगा, दो वैश्विक चुनौतियों के बावजूद भी हमारी ग्रोथ रेट, जो कि IMF वैसे ही कह रही है कि फास्टेस्ट लार्जेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है, इन्फ्लेशन की रेट से ऊपर रहा है. एक समय था वाजपेयी जी के जमाने में, फिर जो कालखंड आया मनमोहन सिंह जी का, उस समय डबल डिजिट इन्फ्लेशन भी गया. आमतौर पर औसतम इन्फ्लेशन 8.5-9% का था प्रतिवर्ष. आज वो इन्फ्लेशन स्पाइक भी हुआ है कोविड काल में, परंतु अगर एवरेज एनुअल इन्फ्लेशन निकाले तो वो 5% से कम रहा है और हमारी ग्रोथ रेट इन्फ्लेशन के ऊपर रही है. गरीबों को पॉवर्टी से निकालने की, कई लोग बोलते हैं कि हमने बहुत बड़ा काम किया. Average removal of people from poverty was at a rate of 8.5% during the entire period of 2004 to 14, which is right now from 2015 onwards to 22 at a rate of 11 to 12%, which is considerably higher. तो गांव और गरीब के ग्रोथ और गरीब के लिए कुछ हो रहा है. आपने देखा है कि आज जिस प्रकार से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए ये बजट की भी बात हो, 10 लाख करोड़ दिए गए हैं. जिस रफ्तार पे हाईवे बन रहे, 200% फास्टर ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ हाईवेज, 11 किलोमीटर प्रतिदिन होता था, आज 37 किलोमीटर प्रतिदिन है. 70 वर्ष में 70 एयरपोर्ट हमने बनाए, पिछले 8.5-9 वर्ष में और 70 एयरपोर्ट ऐड कर दिया है. आज रेलवे स्टेशन की बात करें या रेलवे की बात करें तो 2.4 लाख करोड़ हैज बीन इन्वेस्टेड इन रेलवेज फॉर सुविधा, सेफ्टी, स्टेशन एंड पैसेंजर कंफर्ट एक्सेट्रा. वंदे भारत ट्रेन शुरू हो चुकी है विच आर वर्ल्ड क्लास ट्रेन. टी से देखें तो टेक्नोलॉजी, और ये विषय आपके बहुत करीब है. जिस प्रकार से हमारी पूरी जनरेशन, और आप, आई एम ग्लैड कि वो हम जनरेशन से हैं जहां पर एक एक कागज के लिए हम इन लाइन खड़े रहते थे. आज मोदी जी ने ऐसा किया है कि इन लाइन वाले सब ऑनलाइन हो चुके हैं. ये वो जनरेशन है जिसने देखा है, वी हैव गॉन फ्रॉम VSNL कनेक्शन विच यूज्ड टू बी डायल्ड और 5-10 मिनट होते थे तो मेरी मां बोलती थी कि चलिए बंद करिए इसको, बिल लंबा आ जाएगा. 300 रुपया प्रति जीबी से आज 9 रुपए प्रति जीबी पे है. पूरा खान सर का क्लास और अर्थ की आप आई होप स्ट्रीम करके सब लोग यूट्यूब पे देख रहे हैं. ये वो जनरेशन है कि आज हमने 5-6.5 लाख किलोमीटर ऑप्टिकल फाइबर गांव तक डाल दिया है. तो ये केवल इंटरनेट इज नॉट जस्ट अवेलेबल इन दिल्ली, मुंबई, पुणे, इट हैज बिकम अ डिजिटल सेतु ऑफ मोदी जी. जस्ट लाइक राम सेतु कनेक्टेड Ramji's Janbhoomi and Ramji's Bhoomi to Lanka, now we are connecting India and Bharat through digital setu of Modi ji. And the reflection of that is seen in whether it is UPI platform, the unified payments interface, the manner in which India is leading in that, or whether you see the CoWIN platform, or whether you see the JAM Trinity, whether it's private sector or delivery of public sector goods in an efficient, transparent manner, where 1 rupee sent by namesake of Rajiv Mantri is not eaten up by a mantri, but it goes to the person who deserves it. So this, Rajiv. Rajiv had said it, and Rajiv is experiencing it. कि आज जब imagine आज 25 लाख करोड़ रुपए प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भेजे गरीबों के लिए, तो 25 लाख करोड़ रुपए वहां पर पहुंचे. अगर राजीव के नेम से होते तो 25 लाख करोड़ में से 21 लाख करोड़ खा जाते और 4 लाख करोड़ पहुंचते. ये बदला. और आखिरी में अगर मैं देखूं तो आत्मनिर्भरता, इसमें एक ही आपको एक उदाहरण देता हूं. 2 मोबाइल फोन की फैक्ट्री थी हमारे देश में. मोबाइल फोन जैसी चीज इंडिया इंपोर्ट करता था, इससे हमारा फॉरेन एक्सचेंज कितना खर्च होता था. हमारे देश में जिस प्रकार की अब PLI स्कीम का जिक्र किया गया, ये PLI स्कीम इस प्रकार की लाई है कि जहां 2 मोबाइल फोन की फैक्ट्री हुआ करती थी, आज 200 मोबाइल फोन की फैक्ट्री है. सैमसंग और एप्पल के सबसे बड़े मैन्युफैक्चरिंग प्लांट नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा में है. और आज हम $1 बिलियन के केवल सैमसंग और आईफोन्स एक्सपोर्ट करने की स्थिति में आ चुके हैं. यह आत्मनिर्भरता और मेक इन इंडिया का एक सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण. डिफेंस में जहां पर हर डिफेंस स्कीम वाज टू बी अ डिफेंस स्कैम, आज हम लोग डिफेंस में जब 6 लाख करोड़ खर्च करते हैं तो इसमें इस प्रकार से अब चीजें बदली है कि हम आत्मनिर्भर होते हुए केवल इंपोर्ट की नहीं बल्कि डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स विच हैव रीच्ड 12,000 करोड़ दिस ईयर, दैट हैज आल्सो बीन अचीव्ड. एंड पीपल वांट आवर aircraft, light combat aircraft, somebody wants our missile, somebody wants some other equipment. So we have changed, and wherever you can see this Gita, wherever you see Gita, you see superpower. And you can see that Gita formula will lead us to economic superpower, whether we have the title or not. Now, as far as your internal security issue is concerned, look, national security is a very important facet of ensuring that that stability remains. And only when that stability remains in this country, then we can have economic prosperity. Initially, and you would remember, Amit Bhai, that for never had we heard that there would be a terrorist attack in Pune. The only time a terrorist attack took place in Pune was an unfortunate time when the German bakery blast took place. Every 2010. Second or third week, there would be a Mumbai blast, Pune blast, Delhi blast, blast in Hyderabad, blast in other parts, Jaipur, Varanasi. We had become accustomed to living in blasts. Then there was the 26/11 attack. And it was primarily because the leadership of our country was not confident in giving a proper response. After 26/11, our armed forces were always strong, always competent, even at that time, even when they did not have the most modern equipment which we are giving them right now, but they were always capable of delivering a message to the enemy. But unfortunately, the political mindset was such, and Obama ji has written it in his book. I have not written it, I am not quoting from Obama ji and Manish Tiwari ji. Both have written that how after 26/11, for some various extracurricular considerations, Dr. Manmohan Singh, despite Fali Major, telling him that here are these camps, we can go and take the action. There was no action taken. We gave most favored nation status to Pakistan. Today in 8.5, 9 years, the transformation is that if there is a Uri, there is a surgical strike. If there is a Pulwama, there is a Balakot strike. And from MFN status, we have given MTJ status, Muh Tod Jawab status.
Good.
So when you have Muh Tod Jawab instead of MFN, I think the internal and national security is also secure.
Good.
And that is also important.
I think excellent summary. Rajiv, I mean, there's a lot to discuss on this topic, but let me first get a full round done before we get into individual specific questions. You've done a lot of work in policy. Jaggi briefly alluded to the manufacturing versus services discussion debate that we have had in India for the last 20, 30 years. And clearly by some accounts, our manufacturing play hasn't been as great as it should have been. Whether it should be what it's right now, around 14, 15%, should it be 20, should it be higher than 20, or where China was or is even higher, about 25%. But what would you like to see our policies going forward to achieve, as we have been saying, nothing is guaranteed. So to achieve this greatness that we've been talking about, when it comes to our growth in terms of our distribution between services, manufacturing, and other policy aspects of where this growth percentage-wise is going to come from?
I think I heard some of Jaggi sir's remarks. I think he alluded to factor markets and domestic liberalization continuing and so on. So I don't want to obviously repeat on that. I agree entirely with him. I will point to one aspect, which is essentially retrenching the state from many industries and businesses where even today it is heavily involved. So essentially, the government has spelled out already a program of privatization and of asset sales, where certain strategic industries have been identified. The government has said that they will retain businesses or a business presence only in those industries. I think, namely, they are defense, banking, power generation, and I think a couple of others. So, aside from these industries, the government has committed that all the PSUs and all government involvement, direct government involvement, will be withdrawn, leaving the field for the private sector. So, I think this was one of the most important policies enunciated by any government in independent India. I think nobody else has come out with such a clear statement of intent. But what obviously we need is that intent should be translated into actions. So now, why aren't we moving on that front? Probably because there are certain legal challenges to achieving divestment and privatization. There are certain political challenges because many of these are like companies with strong unions, strong labor unions, special interests which are opposed to privatization and so on. But I think the benefit that the country will see from government exiting business activity in almost all industries and allowing our private entrepreneurs free space to operate, with the government only providing a regulatory umbrella, मुझे लगता है इससे बहुत बहुत बड़ा फर्क पड़ेगा और ये जितनी जल्दी हो सके ये देश की ऊर्जा जो उद्योग ऊर्जा है उसको रिलीज करेगा. तो ये I wish this was done actually even earlier, but here we are in the decade of 2020s and hopefully it will happen now.
Thanks. Jaggi, let me come back to you, just following up on that question. We talked about manufacturing, but again, I'm going to put a number. Should it be 15%? What should we aspire for in terms of manufacturing? Because all of us have been saying that we have not looked at manufacturing as critically as we should have. And such a large country can't just be a services-led economy. I mean, there were some people, I think I remember reading about this 10 plus years back, were saying that, oh, we have just bypassed manufacturing. We are, just as we were talking about the IT services and phones, just as we bypassed the landlines, we have just bypassed the manufacturing and we are just directly, I mean, that doesn't work that way. I mean, it may work for a small country like Singapore.
Are you referring to a famous economist and wannabe politician?
Let's not get into this, but okay, so seriously, what should be that? I mean, clearly what we have right now is not adequate, 14, 15%. But I don't think we can get to 30% where China is.
I think getting manufacturing to anything between 20 to 25% is very doable, and that will happen not by a shrinking of services, but by a shrinking of agriculture. The minute manufacturing starts growing and services also start firing on all cylinders, the jobs that are needed to take all the excess agriculture labor will start getting created. That is what we need to do. And together with that, an unrelated policy is sensible urbanization. Urbanization is the key to jobs. And I don't mean only Mumbai, Calcutta stuff. I think we need the second tier and third tier things need to have sensible kind of growth. Once you do that, we will get into a virtuous cycle of investment and growth. We need opportunities for agriculture to shrink sensibly, where the excess labor can be absorbed by manufacturing and other things. I don't believe this famous economist who said we should go only in services, because services cannot operate independently of manufacturing. The reason why you have services is it's only when a physical good has to be sent from A to B to C. I mean, can Amazon operate on the basis that there are nothing produced here? I mean, theoretically we can import everything from China, and we can just flip burgers here and do whatever you need to do. But the thing is, without a core manufacturing base, even if it creates less jobs than what it would have created 30 years ago, we need that manufacturing base, because once you have the manufacturing, the services related to manufacturing is to this thing. Let me also say, manufacturing itself is transforming into a services business. To take a simple company like, say, Asian Paints. It is now saying it is a manufacturing company. Okay, it is a paints company. But they know that the real margins will not come from using the same raw materials and creating the same paint and selling it. Branding, of course, is part of the margins. But they are going forward into home decor and other things. These are services related to the painting thing, and it's not restricted to painting. So Asian Paints is actually transitioning from being just a manufacturing and branding company, marketing company, to a more services oriented thing. So all manufacturing will have an extension in services. And the third thing in manufacturing, which is only now beginning to happen, the negative thing that happened after demonetization and GST was that informal small and medium was curtailed. So basically a lot of zombie companies actually went out, and it created pain. Now that sector is reviving more formally. They're getting formal finance, they are doing that. If you see the latest report of the CEA, he shows that MSME is suddenly springing back. The middle sector, the Mittelstand of German, which is innovative and creates jobs and high quality jobs, is now getting created. Over the next 5 to 7 years, those are the ones that will create good quality jobs in manufacturing and services. And I think we are, if Amrit Pal is not a problem, Amrit Kal will come through manufacturing and a reduction thing.
I think that's Hindol. So I think we've talked about infrastructure, we have talked about other areas as well. But one of the things that is going to be important for this transformation, for these new jobs, manufacturing and others, is skilling. And I think that's something that, I mean, there's been focus on this by this government, but somehow I think it still doesn't get talked about as much as it should. And I think there are some clear areas that we are lacking. What's your view on the whole skilling thing, especially as Jaggi mentioned, when we have 50+% of our economy which is in the agriculture sector, as it tries to move, how do we address that?
No, this is a very important point. I just want to take one point that Jaggi said. I completely agree that we have excess labor in agriculture. Anybody in their right minds would agree to this. But you know, often in the conversation about agriculture, I also do feel sometimes, not on this stage, but sometimes, agriculture tends to be undervalued a little bit. You know, they used to have a prime minister who said, why? So what if we don't grow food in India? We can import food. We're importing everything else. We can import food. That is a ridiculous assertion. Please understand, sovereignty of a nation is based on certain key ingredients of self-sufficiency, what we today call Atmanirbharta. Unless a nation is self-sufficient on certain key ingredients, there is no sovereignty. And sovereignty has no meaning, right? You cannot say that, oh, well, whatever we eat, somebody else will give us and then we'll buy. That means, that's not sovereignty, right? Also, critically, agriculture is important because in the next 15 to 20 years, there will be a food crisis in the world. The world does not have enough production mechanisms with today's technology. You may say tomorrow there will be a massive enhancement of technology and so on and so forth, but I'm saying with today's technology and today's assessment, to feed the entire population of the world. One of the major places where there will be a problem is China. You can already see China is buying large swaths of land and farms in Africa to feed its population. They have one of their staple diet is pork, but they don't have enough pork. This entire cattle problem with Bangladesh that we have a problem. Most people don't understand why is there a problem and why are we not able to solve that problem entirely. It's not that Bangladesh is not cooperating. Of course, there's other problems with smugglers and so on and so forth. There is a demand supply issue. Bangladesh doesn't have enough cattle to fulfill the demand for that sort of food in that country. So where will it go? And please remember, Amit, as many people understand, look, some part of global warming we will not be able to stop. And if we can't stop it, as the seas rise, as the Bay of Bengal rises, a part of Bangladesh will be subsumed. That part of Bangladesh that will be subsumed, it's a country of 200 million people. At least 5 to 20 people, between 5 to 20 million people. Where will those people go? They will come towards India. Now, no democratic government, in fact, no government, forget democratic, can stop tens of thousands of people coming towards their border. What are they going to do? Tell the army to shoot those people? No, it's not possible. So therefore, these are clear challenges that are coming for India. Therefore, food and supplying food, not only is it important for our sovereignty, I would strongly argue that it is a future strategic lever for us. Right? So therefore, we need agriculture. However, we have too many people in agriculture. Agricultural productivity in India is one of the lowest in the world. Even much smaller countries like Vietnam and others have far higher agricultural productivity. The point about skilling is very important. You see, in India, we have this process where skilling is so bad, which is why some edtech companies have done great work. But you look at that entire sector with a little bit of question mark. You look at White Hat Junior, just to name a name.
You know what happened just last week.
Just look at White Hat Junior. It's a classic example. So, marketing can delude a lot of people in our country to believe that they have access to knowledge and skills which they actually don't. Therefore, it's one place where we need far deeper, not necessarily more, but deeper checks and balances and regulations so that skilling can be delivered. And that skilling is directly correlated to jobs. It's not like this White Hat Junior kind of rubbish, right? Where all these people will never be able to, transition into anything better.
No, I think one area, especially when it comes to manufacturing skilling, that some countries that we should learn from and who have done an excellent job. Germany is one of them. And they have done a lot of what is called as apprenticeship-driven training or internship-driven training. And that's something that we've talked about, but we haven't adopted it as well. Because a lot of the manufacturing training is ultimately not classroom training. It is going to be on-the-job training. And there are people as early as, after 8th or 9th grade who, after age 14 or after age 16, should be spending time on the shop floor, learning some of the skills.
So I will just make one small point before you go to Rajiv. See, this is why the one district, one product is a good idea. Essentially, what is it? It is empowering local communities to continue a tradition of excellence. You mentioned and Jaggi also mentioned the Mittelstand, right? What is the Mittelstand? It is small companies but who produce excellence in one thing. They may make one screw, but that one screw is the best in the world. Right? So if you want the best in the world in that category of screws, you will go to that company. Right? So that one district, one product idea is a very good idea. Because what was to happen or what was happening to us is all those skill sets were being lost. The people who had the skill sets of metallurgical work, for instance, were becoming security guards in our societies, which is a total waste of generations of knowledge.
No, I think you mentioned about Atmanirbharta. I think Shehzad had also alluded to that in his opening remarks. I think that is something that is especially important when it comes to key strategic industries. And of course, it starts with food. But it also includes core manufacturing. It obviously includes defense. It includes other key building blocks of the 21st century, which is semiconductors. I mean, that's something that I had a separate panel discussion just 2 days back. And when it comes to some of these key manufacturing elements, it was very interesting. Just yesterday, I was at a conference where Piyush Goyal ji made a very strong remark about how we have become dependent on the most basic manufacturing goods on China, where our trade deficit was of the order of $1 billion not long back, 10, 20 years back. Now this year we have got to 100. And he was urging companies in India to look at Atmanirbharta seriously? Why is it that for every small thing, or for, he actually gave an example, for saving 10 paisa, do you always have to go to the cheapest source? And that is something, so Atmanirbharta, I think, is not just a word or a phrase. I think it needs to be inculcated in all aspects of a way a product is built, right? From sourcing, from manufacturing. And I think that is, whether it's agriculture, whether it's manufacturing, we as the third largest economy that we aspire to can't rely on any foreign source for these kind of things, right? And COVID again made it very clear in terms of vaccines or some of the other things. Rajiv, can you expand on this?
No, I just wanted to mention before coming to that, on a little bit on taxes.
Okay.
So I think at this point in India, fairly universal agreement that share of manufacturing should increase, share of agriculture should decline. Labor force occupied in agriculture should also be reduced. But do we even discuss on why agriculture income is not taxed at all?
Good point.
So why are we prioritizing the income of someone who's making, let's say, 10 lakh rupees in agriculture over someone who makes 10 lakhs from manufacturing? What is the difference between the two of them? You know, poor people are anyway excluded from taxes. They don't have to pay taxes. The lower income groups are never taxed, right? But when it comes to even corporate income, certain types of agriculture companies are excluded completely. I think this is a major flaw in our tax system, which needs to be corrected. Because at the same time that we are trying to push manufacturing, reduce labor concentration in agriculture, we are doing nothing about a very strong incentive actually. And not just a strong incentive, it is also a major channel for laundering of, frankly, black money. There are people who are pushing their own income through agricultural channels just to escape the tax net. So this is एक विकृति है, it's a distortion in the tax system which should be fixed.
Good point. Shehzad, we've again, let me come back to you specifically on the topic of Atmanirbhar Bharat. There are countries that have done this really, really well. Now, since you've talked about it and it's part of your Gita, can you expand on specific sectors that we should be prioritizing going forward? We have talked about agriculture, manufacturing, but if you can drill a little bit deeper and say what areas and what do we need to do? I mean, skilling is one. Are there any other areas that we need to look at? Is there a fundamental focus as a nation, right? I mean, again, I'm going back to what Piyush said. I think we don't realize this is, many times Atmanirbhar or Swadeshi sourcing is looked down upon because for a long time the world was talking about free trade and how you have to be the most optimal and source something from wherever it's cheapest. Just optimize it, right? Well, last few years world has realized that that's now not exactly the best thing to do. You have to look at your interests first, even if something may be a little bit more expensive. So how do we really realize this vision of becoming Atmanirbhar?
Look, going forward, I think that there will be 3 areas where we need to focus. And in a couple of those areas, Atmanirbharta push is required. One is, of course, manufacturing. One is pharmaceuticals. And one is becoming the knowledge hub of the world. We can become the pharmacy of the world, the manufacturing hub of the world, and the knowledge and innovation center of the world. So I call it PMK. Now some people can take other meaning also from it. So PMK of the world we can become. They have to mend their ways. But PMK for sure. Simply because pharmacy of the world also, if you see, I'll give you a small example and it connects to our city again. For years and years, and before I was born, my mother and my grandmother have told me, it used to take decades for our vaccine to come once it has been launched in the world. The vaccine drive would be launched 20, 30 years later. This is the only time that when a pandemic struck, at the time when globe was developing a vaccine for its own self, we developed not one but 2 Atmanirbhar vaccines, and both of those vaccines have have been very successful. They haven't been judged like the vaccine in China or the Pfizer vaccine, the kind of controversy we've seen. And today we have not only been able to give 220 crore doses in our own country, but we have been able to even send the vaccine doses to various other countries under Vaccine Maitri. India is being looked at this one area, and for that also, if you see, we have already started for pharmacy and pharmaceuticals. We are not only creating the right kind of infrastructure, but even they are creating the bulk drug park. The foundation has been laid in Himachal Pradesh. We are investing heavily in this. We have many schemes to cater to that. As far as manufacturing is concerned, lot of detail has been spoken about that. In that manufacturing sector also, we must pay particular attention to manufacturing of devices that will help us connect with the digital world. Because in digital world, we are going to have a great transformation which are already undergoing. And in Industry 4.0, whatever we are assuming right now, the traditional means of manufacturing, those are going to change. It is not going to be driven by the way we are assuming right now. Do we really need to invest so much in skill training as we contemplate is also a question, because look, we are anyways, the national new education policy is focusing on skill training. We have PM Kaushal Vikas Yojana. We have the new scheme of Vishwakarma. That is also on skill. But after the artificial intelligence induced technologies that we are going to get, do we really need skills in the traditional sense, or do we need skills that are able to use artificial intelligence and deliver the output? Do we need more soft skill training? Do we need more life skills training? Then we need skill training of a particular manufacturing process. Tomorrow it might be possible, and it might sound very far-fetched, but it might be possible that somebody who has absolutely no knowledge may, with the help of artificial intelligence, be able to repair a car or do a basic surgery also. Do we really need to skill train that person for that? So we have to look 50 years forward and see what kind of skills also we need to impart. And thirdly, knowledge and innovation. That is where we must focus on. If you see the focus of our entire approach in the last 8-9 years, these institutions of excellence, whether it is IITs, whether it is AIIMS, whether it is IIMs, whether it is all other knowledge centers, we are making more of them so they become more accessible to people. Every year we built a new IIM, every year we built a new IIT, and secondly we are trying to take it on digital so that the access can be improved. I think these things together will help us become more Atmanirbhar in these areas. Of course, policy measures are there. We can give a particular incentive to push the promotion, to promote the manufacturing in a particular area, etc. But the larger focus has to be on these areas, and that is what this government is also doing.
Good. I think this is a good perspective on skilling. I think one thing that has been discussed is what we need to learn. I mean, this is not just India, but for the entire world in the age of AI, for the next 20, 30 years, is learning to learn more than learning a specific skill, which is basically learning to be adaptable to learn a new technology or a new thing that comes up, which may not be there today, but we need to be geared to understanding that, picking that up.
Do you know many people are using Chat GPT to write code, and these are coders.
Yes.
So do I need to learn coding anymore?
Yeah.
I can do it on, I'm saying don't use it for your projects, Chat GPT, but this is the way the world is moving.
So I think I thought I had 10 to 15 more minutes, but I think I have 5 more per dynamic change. So maybe we can take 2 quick questions from the audience. Anyone with a mic?
हेलो ओके सर, मेरा क्वेश्चन शहजाद पूनावाला सर से है. सर, आपने इंडियन रेलवेज की बात की थी. सर, उसमें अभी बहुत सारा इलीगल ऑक्यूपेशन है, बहुत वाइड एरिया में.
प्लीज बी ब्रीफ एंड क्विक क्वेश्चन सो दैट वी कैन गेट मोर.
सर, तो क्या वो इंडियन गवर्नमेंट रिमूव करेगी इलीगल ऑक्यूपेंट्स को, जो बहुत बड़े एरिया में इंडियन रेलवे के एरिया के अंदर ऑक्यूपाई करके बैठे हैं?
देखिए, ये इसमें ज़्यादा डिटेल में जाने का अभी समय नहीं है, परंतु अगर कोई इलीगली स्क्वाट कर रहा है और रेलवे की ज़मीन है, तो जहाँ जहाँ रेलवे के क्लेम्स बनते हैं उसको लीगल प्रोसेस से उसको रिक्वेजिशन करके उस पर जो भी हमें ट्रैक ले करना है, जो भी इस्तेमाल करना है, वो किया ही जाता है. कोर्ट्स मस्ट ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड दैट if an asset or a land belongs to certain government agency, then they must not put a premium on people illegally occupying it. I understand that there have been some areas where some past governments have incentivized. ये incentivize किया गया है कि लोग उस पे जाकर कब्जा करें, पर अब ये कब्जा छुड़ाना भी जरूरी है, लीगली छुड़ाना जरूरी है, ऑल्टरनेटिव देकर छुड़ाना जरूरी है, और कोर्ट को भी इसमें थोड़ा सा प्रोएक्टिवली उसको incentivize नहीं करना चाहिए.
Okay, I think we have only 2 minutes, so and I see Anand in the audience, and so I'm going to repeat his phrase and give 30 seconds to each of the 4 panelists here. One quick starting question: should we aspire for 10% growth, or is 8 is fine, or even 6 or 7 is fine? But you have 30 seconds each.
No, I think 8% plus is eminently doable. I think we have all the pieces in place. Productivity-driven growth sustained at 8% plus is, I think, should be the target for us for the next couple of decades at least.
I think if India's social situation holds, and if there aren't any major disturbances to its social and security situation, 8% plus is absolutely doable. I think all the ingredients, as Rajiv was just saying, have fallen into place. But I must add a line of caution. We must be extra vigilant to ensure that nothing disturbs, especially nothing in terms of social disturbance or security disturbance occurs to derail this.
Absolutely. Shehzad?
IMF has already predicted that we are going to be the fastest, largest growing economy in the world. We are poised to do 6 to 7% at this stage in the world economy. I think that is a good area. But going forward, we must focus on 3 things: clicks, digital; bricks, infrastructure; and fix. Fix a lot of things that we have not been able to fix. No, not the fixing that Robert Wada does. Fix. We had only 38% toilet coverage, 100% toilet coverage. Yes. Or when you have 10 crore taps, that opportunity cost of the woman sitting at home or wasting her time and becoming a productive asset in the economy, that also adds lots to the economy. So clicks, bricks, and fix.
Your TLAs are excellent 3-letter acronyms, Jackie.
See, the social safety net has been spread well and in a sensible way by the Modi government. So that's a good thing that's in place. What is not happening is that at the state level, there has to be far more reforms. Most of the reforms have been center-led, whereas the real problems which entrepreneurs face are at the state level. Yeah. So the states need to join that reform bandwagon. Last thing, one point on skilling. I'll just mention this. Skilling is not a supply side problem, meaning we are looking at it as though we have to put efforts to skill people, whereas what you said was the right thing. That is, industry must be incentivized, if necessary, subsidized to take up the job of skilling, because skilling happens only on a job. I mean, okay, whatever theoretical knowledge you can do can come from elsewhere, but skilling is a demand side problem, not a supply side problem.
Yes. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Hindol. Thank you, Shehzad. And thank you, Jackie. This was a great discussion. We would have liked to have more time, but I think we touched upon a lot of different issues that I would have liked to cover. So thank you very much.
As long as you're happy, we're happy. And I assure you they are happy. Thank you very much to the moderator and all the panelists for giving us your time. आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. धन्यवाद. Thank you. Okay, so the sun has begun to set. The weather here is beautiful now. The lights are coming on. The nursery is as beautiful as it always was. Session after session, performance after performance. Arth has been magic this year. This is my first year at Arth, and I think it's absolutely magical. Okay, let's move into the next session here. Now, this one's very interesting because we're putting the spotlight on something that has been bothering probably all of us for some time now. India's democracy, I believe, is taking a ranking battering these days. For my country, which prides itself as the world's largest democracy, this is strange news. And many of us who don't like or understand India being down in the line are wondering if democracy rankings are democratic in the first place, as I, India, didn't vote for it. Democracy Index is based on measures of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, individual economic choice, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of movement, and women's rights. Personally, I have all of these forms of freedom, and I'm sure you'll concur with me that most of us do. Note kiya jaye, the freedom to be in and out of this ranking is also my choice. As the Minister of External Affairs, Mr. S. Jaishankar, told a news network, and I love what he said, as you use the dichotomy of democracy and autocracy, you want the truthful answer. It is called hypocrisy. Because you have a set of self-appointed custodians of the world who find it very difficult to stomach that somebody in India is not looking for their approval, is not willing to play the game they want to be played. So they invent their rules, their parameters, they pass their judgments, and then they make it out to be some sort of global exercise. I also, to be fair, let me say here that these rankings are global exercises. For example, Freedom House's latest global report on political rights and civil liberties covers developments in 195 countries and 15 territories. WeDem claims to produce the largest global data set on democracy involving 202 countries from 1789 to 2020. I just know one thing. We don't need to fight a fight that ain't fair. So to discuss whether this is fair or not, with us today is a distinguished panel of guests. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Salvatore Babonis, sociologist and professor at Sydney University. He's authored the acclaimed book, The New Authoritarianism. Good evening, namaste, welcome. I love what you're wearing. Betty, please. I'd also like to invite Anand Ranganathan, well-known socio-political speaker, a genetic engineer by profession, winner of the coveted Jawaharlal Nehru Centenary Scholarship for Cambridge, United Kingdom. His columns regularly appear in First Post, DNA and News Laundry. He is also consulting editor of Swaraj. Over to you. And this one looks to be like a blockbuster, है ना? एक बार फिर से मन कर रहा है आपसे तालियां बजवा दो. Over to you.
Thanks very much. 45 minutes, yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a real pleasure to be interacting with Professor Salvatore. And his Twitter feed, I don't know if you've been following him over the last week, even before that. It's an absolute wonderful thing to be looking at his tweets, the videos that he's putting. He's almost on a Nehruvian discovery of India, if not a Bharat Jodo Yatra. And but I suppose you can see the similarities with Jawaharlal Nehru. But I hope he's restricted all those similarities to just the cap. You don't know any Mountbattens, do you?
I thought you were a nationalist.
I'm going to throw open the floor to a lot of audience questions very quickly because
you haven't prepared the session.
because he seems to be a wonderful person, and he's riled up the chauthi fails and commies and urban naxals, you know. So the enemy of an enemy is a friend. So I'm not going to grill him that much.
I have to be clear. I'm not an enemy of anybody. I've never used any of those words you just mentioned.
Like your sense of humor.
I have never used any of those words, and I won't.
Absolutely.
Urban naxals, please come towards the stage. I'd love to meet you, and I'm happy to hug every one of you.
Maybe once you start your party, you can invite a lot of urban naxals to vote for you. So let's get down to serious business. The debate is about democracy and the rankings, decoding the rankings. And let me begin straight off by saying that these rankings are absolute rubbish. Only fools and jackfruits and copper-plated jackasses would believe in them. They are as much believable as you would say that Taliban worked for women empowerment, or Hafiz Saeed was an apostle for peace and non-violence. But the fact is, now that we've got this thing out of the way, we as logical and rational people, and not,
of course,
demented commies, have to talk about democracy, and in a very serious way, because it's not that everything is right. I mean, by which I mean not that everything is correct in our country and in democracies. So let's have the next 10, 15 odd minutes discussing about what is right and what is wrong. Not about the rankings, because both of us don't believe in those rankings. But to begin with, I'd like you, Professor, to set the frame up, and then I'll come and talk about what I believe should be the frame. So to begin with, two questions. One, what, in your opinion, is democracy? And number two, why do you, very briefly, believe that these rankings are not worth the paper they're written on?
The American humorist and journalist H.L. Mencken said a little over 100 years ago, said that democracy is the theory that the people know what they want and deserve to get it good and hard. Now, he was no fan of democracy. He was saying that democracy is getting the worst of what you want and what you vote for. But in a way, that's a reasonable definition. It's not for us as commentators, as intellectuals, as university professors, to decide whether or not the voters have made the right decision. In a democracy, the voters are sovereign. Democracy means being able to look your leader in the eye and say, "You're fired." And if you have that authority, then you live in a democracy.
Right. So you believe India is a democracy?
India?
Yeah.
Of course India is a democracy. That's a,
Just to
that's
get that
a silly
out of
question.
it.
Look, even for the Varieties of Democracy Institute, the question is not, is India a democracy? The question is, what is the quality
Correct.
of
That's
India's
what I meant.
democracy?
Yeah.
And that's where all of the rankings and the criticisms come in. It's very difficult to criticize India as an electoral democracy. The question is always, does it have all of the larger requisites, the broader requisites that are necessary in order to ensure the proper functioning of a quality democracy? That's where the qualitative analyses, where the subjective analyses can be used to undermine the objective fact that if you look for a country that has 3 or 4 decades history of free and fair elections with routine transfer of power between parties, you can't find a single one under $10,000 or $20,000 GDP per capita except India.
Right. And the other question of why do you very briefly believe that these so-called democracy rankings are deeply flawed?
Each of the democracy rankings has serious problems. I'll have a paper coming out next week on March 1st about the Varieties of Democracy Institute rankings. It has very serious methodological problems in the way it's been constructed. So, for example, it has a subindex called Free and Fair Elections. On that subindex, there are 8 measures of free and fair elections. On those 8 measures collectively, Hong Kong scores 20 places higher than India for free and fair elections. Now, that's easy to point out and say that's ridiculous. Of course we can't take this seriously. But from a social science standpoint, it's important to look at the methodological reasons why. So the questionnaire asks, does the country have violence at elections? Well, in Hong Kong there's no violence at elections because it's a one-party police state. Is there any vote buying? Well, in Hong Kong there's no vote buying. There's only one party you can vote for. Does the Electoral Commission have full authority to manage the election? Well, in Hong Kong, it's perfect authority, absolute authority over a single-party system. Okay. And the examples go on like that.
Right.
So the problems are deeply embedded in the methodology of the rankings, not in any ill will towards India, and I always want to emphasize that. But there are serious methodological flaws in the rankings when you can find that a one-party dictatorship actually has freer and fairer elections than India because the way you've set up the metrics predetermines that conclusion. Nowhere do they ask, is there actual competition in the election?
Right.
That's
So
not one of the metrics.
Sure. I mean, I got what you said. Let's kind of play around with this theme a little bit. Let's raise the bar a little rather than comparing us to Hong Kong. Both of us actually believe that these democracy rankings that come out from the Nordic countries or the West are deeply flawed when it comes to India.
No, but they're deeply flawed.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Not when it comes to India.
Oh, per se. Right.
They're deeply flawed. They have serious methodological shortcomings.
Right.
Where they fail to measure actual competition in the real world.
Sure.
Is it possible to unseat the party in power?
Right.
That should be the number one question of a democracy rank. But 30 seconds. This is important.
All right.
30 seconds.
As long as you pay me 10 rupees for using that phrase.
They don't actually ask, is the election competitive? So a country that has the election won 95-5 can get the same ranking as one where it's 51-49. That's my first use.
don't know if you've seen the OTT Fuzzy, but I need to make sure.
Yes, yeah.
Especially because you're wearing that cap, you might be. Legit, thank you. No, but if you were to say a perfect democracy is 10, let's say, ranking, where would you fit India? Be honest.
I can't tell you India's ranking as a democracy. Of course, Indian democracy has challenges. Every democracy does. In my own experience, in research I've been doing the past 3 to 5 years, most of the challenges facing Indian democracy are challenges of poverty. And they're challenges of history, not challenges of actual
That's such an answer
democracy.
that a politician would give. I
But
mean,
they
honestly,
are.
he's already formed his party.
You
and his party symbol is Mysore Park. No, but you mean to say you haven't really thought about, on a scale of 10, how much would you guess?
Look, I can't tell you.
I would say 5. You don't have an answer
you're
to that?
lowballing India. I think you're lowballing India. Look, everything in the world depends
so I'm
on
lowballing,
GDP
so
per
now I'm going to
capita.
put you on the thing. So you think it's 7?
If
If 5 is lowballing,
let me benchmark it instead to what kind of countries
Australia.
have
Why don't you
similar
benchmark
democracies.
Australia on 10?
I don't think India has quite the same quality of democracy when it comes to its organizational operation as Australia does.
Right.
Okay. In Australia, polling is essentially flawless.
Mm-hmm.
There are no issues with electoral registers. There are no problems with candidate symbols.
Same is the case with India as well.
But there are no problems. There are no objections. Everything just runs smoothly. Now, does that make Australia a better democracy? I'm not sure, because those are the conventional measures of democracy. A better measure of democracy is, can people get the policies they want?
Yeah.
In Australia, the answer is typically no.
Mm-hmm.
In Australia, the political establishment has one basically agreed set of policies, and no matter who you vote for, you're not really going to change that consensus. In India, by contrast, that's what I said at the beginning, democracy is the theory that people know what they want and deserve to get it.
Right.
Whether it's good for them or not.
Excellent. Before we move further, let me put my frame.
So I might say India actually has a higher quality democracy than Australia. If by democracy we mean, do elections have consequences?
Yeah.
Can the people get what they want? And can the people fire their leaders?
Right.
And in India, the clear answer to both of those at the national level and at the state level is yes and yes.
Yeah, excellent. So this is how I put my frame. I think India is a democracy. I would, on a scale of 10, I would give it 5. But I also believe that India is a banana republic. Now let me qualify that. And I say this from 3 points of view. Number one, in no other country is the majority population so actively discriminated against constitutionally and legally. Now, that can only happen in a banana republic. Here is how, Professor, I describe democracy, much along the lines of how you have. But essentially, in order to grade democracy, you look at 2 great institutions of democracy. One is you would look at the way elections happen in any country, so election commission. And the other is the judiciary. Because judiciary, according to me, should be above politicians and the whole political process, legislature, and of course it isn't. But the fact is Supreme Court. So essentially, if you look at the two most important indicators of democracy, the Supreme Court of India and the Election Commission, I would say by and large, barring a few faults that are traditional or they crop up every now and then, they are independent. Election Commission is independent and the Supreme Court is independent. It is, you have a lot of cases where I'll come to why I call this country a banana republic. And I talked about just one issue yesterday, which is that you had the ethnic cleansing and genocide of the majority population in Kashmir 30 years ago. And 700,000 people are displaced. In no other large economy you would find the majority population being refugees in their own country. But India is that case where Kashmiri Hindus have been discriminated against. Not only that, the Supreme Court refuses to open cases of persecution of Kashmiri Hindus, saying, quote, too much time has elapsed. Now, is that democracy?
But Anand, I have to disagree with you on each of these points. Democracy is, can you vote for things and get them done? Now, liberal internationalists want to accrue to that definition of democracy all of their own personal pet politics, their own personal pet projects. It strikes me that you're doing the same. You just have a different set of pet peeves from what liberal internationalists have. A democracy means, can you vote and get what you want? The people voted to abrogate Article 370, and you got an abrogation of Article 370. Yeah. The plight of the Pandits will be taken up when the people of India want to take up the plight of the Pandits. And until that becomes a major election issue in India, it's not going to be a major issue for the parties, because India is a democracy. When it comes to independence of institutions, no, I'm sorry. In America, courts are highly politicized. We elect our judges. No collegium system. We elect our judges in many states in the United States.
So what you're saying, I'm just extending the definition of... So, I mean, if you were to restrict the definition of democracy as just electoral, then what you're saying, of course, makes sense. But as I said,
everything needed
the Election Commission is independent. And, elections happen in this country fairly independently throughout the length and breadth of this country, state elections and central elections. But what I'm talking about is you keep on broadening the definition of democracy, and here I will include more and more things. But I just gave you one example where the Supreme Court of India doesn't want to reopen cases of murder, rape, genocide, because it feels too much time has elapsed. Now, in any democracy...
That may be a bad thing.
That's what I mean.
But you can't say that every bad policy means there's no democracy. Yeah. Democracy means elections. It means having the necessary freedoms to support a meaningful choice. Freedom of the press, freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to contest elections. If you have those basic freedoms, you have a democracy. Now, if you say my democracy produces policies I don't like,
so freedom
I'm sorry.
Let's come to freedom of speech, for example.
Freedom of speech.
So in India, we don't have essentially freedom of speech because it is subject to something. That's why I say it's a banana republic, and there are so many examples. Not just the center or the Modi government not exercising or giving freedom of speech, but state governments as well. I mean, there was a case 2 weeks ago where a chemistry professor from Jadavpur University had passed on or shared through an email a cartoon of Mamata Banerjee. He was arrested on that day. It took him 11 years to be acquitted by the court. And now, those are the people who actually are tweeting democracy rankings when it comes and saying India is no longer democratic.
And these are problems of poverty. These are problems of living in a country where there is a history of communal violence. Of course, India has narrower limits on what is allowable speech because India, just to be frank, has a history of people killing each other over these things that we don't have in Australia, that we don't have in the United States.
That's a bit patronizing.
I'm sorry, but it's true.
You saying that Indians don't deserve the extent of freedom of speech that Australia does.
I'm saying Indians, through their institutions, I think have made a sensible and reasonable decision to put limits on freedom of speech that we don't accept in the United States.
Right. So
now,
according to you, let me finish. Look, it's heating up, which is good.
10 seconds.
10 seconds, all right.
Give me
this. He is really going to be a politician.
All right.
There we go.
Freedom of speech is limited, sure.
Yeah, so as I'm saying, talk to the person who's arrested and who was acquitted after 11 years. His life has been ruined. Are you telling me that being an Indian, he needed less of freedom of speech than an Australian or an American? Now, let me give you another example. I completely condemn what happened to Pawan Khera. You had a huge police presence. He made a terrible comment against the Prime Minister. He kind of made, even though some may say that it was a jocular comment, the middle name being Gautam Das instead of his Prime Minister's father's name. And the next thing you know, you have like 100 cops on the tarmac preventing him from going because someone filed an FIR in Assam, Guwahati. All those people, and I condemn that. But the funny thing is, all those people who were condemning it, saying it is the coming of the emergency, were actually celebrating when the Punjab police had whisked Tejinder Bagga away, who's a politician from the BJP, just because he said, he used a word that Mahua Moitra used in the parliament. So, I mean, I can use parliamentary language now. he said, 100 harami marenge tab ek Kejriwal paida hoga. Now, I don't know if that's correct or not, but the fact of... No, it's not. No, don't quote me on that. The fact of the matter is that a case was registered in Punjab for what he said. And the Punjab police came and actually took him from his home. He was en route to God knows what would have happened to him, tortured in Punjab. Haryana police came in and kind of freed him. The fact of the matter is all those people who were crying the death of democracy when Pawan Khera was being arrested were celebrating the arrest of Tejinder Bagga.
I can give you another example.
So many of those.
When Article 370 was abrogated, India turned off the internet in Srinagar.
Right.
Widely criticized around the world as a restriction on freedom of speech. What did Dr. Jaishankar said? He said, we accept some restrictions in order to save many lives.
The problem is it's relative. It's subjective.
I'm an American. I come from a liberal democracy where freedom of speech is absolutely fundamental, where if you want to wave a Nazi flag in front of a Jewish synagogue, you can do that. It's your basic right as an American. We have that culture. If Indians, and it's up to you, if Indians have decided that your political speech has to be more civil...
No, I'm putting you on the spot. It's not up to us. I'm saying, is this decision better than what our state has decided?
I'm not going to say one is better than worse. I'm going to say one is what Americans want.
You being so political.
I am not going to criticize Indian democracy for making decisions that Indians believe are sensible as long...
Well, I am.
No, you can criticize it as a policy.
Of course, yeah. I can criticize American democracy and I can criticize Indian democracy.
But it doesn't limit democracy.
Now,
it doesn't limit democracy.
The reason why I believe it's a banana republic...
Finish sense. It doesn't limit democracy.
I need 10 more.
It doesn't limit democracy as long as it doesn't prevent the full expression of political thought in campaigns. If you can still campaign for office...
That's just so subjective. That's almost draconian.
If you say...
And patronizing. And I take serious offense to that as an Indian. You are saying in America and Australia, we have unfettered freedom of speech and expression. But you guys, this is suited for you. You should not do this. You should not do that. Yes.
That is not what makes India a democracy or not.
In a sense.
America is not a democracy because of freedom of speech. America is a democracy because it's elected.
You just said one of the elements of what defines a democracy is freedom of speech.
Sufficient speech to conduct political campaigns is what's necessary.
In that extent, you would rate America higher than India.
No. I would rate America freer than India.
There we go.
Freer than India,
Freer is not better?
I'm free.
Freer is not higher on the index?
I'm free to own and carry a gun in America. That's a basic civil right in America, is if I want to own a firearm, I can own a firearm, and if I want to carry it, I can carry it. Now, that's not a basic freedom in India. It's a basic freedom in America. America is freer than India.
There is basic freedom in India to carry firearms.
That doesn't make it more of a democracy.
Haven't you attended any marriages in Bihar? No, but let me define again, because maybe I wasn't very clear. Why we are a banana republic. Here, Hindus are prevented from legally going to the court in demanding their temples back. Temples that have been destroyed and mosques built over it. Through an act of parliament.
Through an act of your parliament that your parliament can reverse, and your parliament has chosen not to reverse
Exactly.
This
is a place where for a year, you can blockade highways, 5 highways that connects Delhi, the capital of India. Sure. You can blockade them for a year. And still, the Supreme Court says, we are not going to remove those blockades. Is this not a banana republic? When you talk of press freedom.
Sure.
Now, in Chhattisgarh, a journalist complained of power cuts. He was charged with sedition. You had Kunakanam nuclear power plant activists. In one day, 8,000 of them were arrested under charges of sedition by the Congress. The BJP has done the same. I mean, in Gujarat, an editor, Mr. Patel, Dhaval Patel, not the Dhaval Patel I know of, the BJP person, but he criticized the COVID handling of the Gujarat chief minister. He was charged with sedition and arrested for 15 days.
When do the questions come?
So it's a freewheeling discussion. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I gauge the quality of your answers, so I'm not going to ask you many more questions. No, just joking. The point of the matter is,
the point is
the
India
rankings,
may
the
be a
rankings
banana
may be whatever
republic.
they may be, whoever is coming up
That's
with
up
those
to you.
rankings there. But we have to
But it's
define
still a democracy.
a better place to live in for Indians, for Americans, for Australians. And I'm afraid, Professor, you want to make Australia and America a better place for Australians and Americans to live in. But we are just friends, so please don't take it in a very antagonistic way. But I'm just saying, we deserve much better. We deserve much better on a lot of fronts.
And you may.
Let me talk about the other thing.
but
We talk
let
of
me-
majoritarianism for Article 370. For 70 years.
Give me my 30 seconds. Take a break. What? Okay.
Give me 10 rupees more. You can't.
Give me my 30 seconds. Take a break from the monologue. Look, everything you're saying may be true.
Yeah.
Don't convince me. Convince them. Convince the voters.
Yes.
India is a democracy. If it has policies that you don't like, you can change them. That's what the heart of a democracy is. You can't say, I don't like this policy, so India is not a democracy. The protesters are blocking the streets, so India is not a democracy. The farmers are not getting their money,
You're
so
taking the
India
easy
is
way
not a
out. You
democracy.
just now talked
A
about freedom of
journalist was-
speech.
A journalist
You said
was
it's part
beat
of
up.
democracy.
A journalist was beat up in some town. India is not a
Constitutionally,
democracy.
no, Professor,
That's
constitutionally,
not the question.
Constitutionally, we have been restrained. We've been shackled constitutionally. And if this government were to change the constitution, people would say this is the death of democracy. I mean, irony. This government would like to remove, or if it likes to remove, or if it wants to remove the shackles from the constitution that are, misguiding us into believing we're a democracy, people will accuse of Modi of actually being a dictator, trying to remove things from the constitution that ought to be removed.
Look, there are two
Now, that is the
serious
hallmark
problems.
of democracy.
There are two serious problems with Indian democracy. Would you like to hear them?
Yes, very quickly, because you've just given me a tenor. I mean, I won't.
There are two serious problems with Indian democracy. One you've already gotten to, which is the extraordinary reach of the Supreme Court. The idea that the Supreme Court can appoint its own future members through the collegium system, and that it can set aside lawfully enacted constitutional amendments through the basic structure doctrine, that is unprecedented in the world. And I think that you really have to see, it may be a good thing. I can't tell you whether it's good or bad for the Supreme Court to have such powers. I can tell you that it is undemocratic for the Supreme Court to have such powers. What would be more democratic is for the Supreme Court to be beholden to the electorate, either directly or indirectly via your elected representatives. That's the first problem.
So now you're grading
Second-
democracy, right?
Because
you're
it's
grading
not-
it.
I'm saying that is not
First it was freedom of
democratic.
speech,
But I'm
then it
being
was
clear.
collegium system, which is logical.
No,
I'm
it's
agreeing with
not
you.
democratic because you can't vote on it.
Now,
okay. The second thing that's not democratic, so there are two major problems. The second is the lack of reapportionment in India's Lok Sabha since 1971. That lack of reapportionment is profoundly undemocratic. Democracy means one person, one vote. And India no longer has that systematically. People who are poorer, people who are more Muslim in the north of India tend to have fewer votes than people in the south of India. That may be appropriate. You may think it's a good policy, but it's certainly not democratic.
Sorry,
now, what
people
I
who are
find
more
troubling,
what? People who are more up north?
the entire north of India is underrepresented in the Lok Sabha because of the freezing of reapportionment since 1971. Now, those are two things that are undemocratic. Now, what I find troubling, as someone who studies democracy, is that not a single one of the international democracy rankings cites these two clear transgressions of international democratic norms when they criticize Indian democracy,
not just that.
because they agree with these policies.
Yeah,
they refuse
the other
to
thing,
condemn
if
them.
you were to read some of the democracy rankings and the reports, they say before 2014, rarely, if ever, the governments were draconian in stifling freedom. So they completely ignore the 8,000 charges of sedition on activists and so many other things, stifling of press freedom and all that. So obviously, we're not discussing that. Incidentally, so I'm not in much disagreement with the professor and his views, except on a very lighter vein, who he calls as his guru and mentor. I don't know whether you know. The guru, as Professor calls him, was responsible for the quote-unquote coup story. And the mentor was the guy who punched someone in New York. These are the journalists who, for the professor, are...
Oh, there are
it's
three.
like... It's okay. It's,
You're leaving them out.
Now,
I have
my
learned
condemnation.
we have to tell people
No, let
who
me
their
finish.
mentors
You can't interrupt me as yet. You're not an anchor. So my condemning words will not do justice to the preposterousness of him choosing those two as his gurus and mentors. So I have to play something that will be sufficiently provide the outrage. There. Did you see that shriek? That shriek signifies our outrage at who you've chosen as your guru and mentor.
Look,
these are the people.
There are...
Now they say, now one second, they say journalism is the second oldest profession. These two people, journalists you've chosen as your guru and mentor, have made it the world's oldest profession.
There are three people I've learned more from.
It is, now when you
want to
say
hear
that
the
people
answer or
must,
not?
now one second, no,
All right.
one second. You need to explain how on earth are you choosing such people who are responsible for spreading the most vicious lies and propaganda and fake news and setting false narratives over the last 2 decades as your gurus and mentors? Explain.
Would you like an answer?
Please.
All right. There are three people who've taught me more than anybody else about Indian democracy. Shekhar Gupta, absolutely number one. Rajdeep Sardesai, number two.
I just proved my point.
You wanted to hear Karan Thapar, number three. Now
it goes from bad to worse. My God.
If you like what I've been writing about Indian democracy for the past 6 months, you have to credit them. Because I didn't learn it from Anand. I am now watching Anand on YouTube.
Quite unfortunate, but
I'm starting to pick up.
The fact of the matter is, let us take a
chemistry books.
You wanted democracy, vox populi. But let's take a vote.
But
how many of you think that his three gurus are worthy of being called gurus? Sorry, let me rephrase that. How many of you think that Professor's three gurus, Shekhar Gupta, Rajdeep Sardesai, and Karan Thapar, are not worthy of being called gurus? Raise your hands.
All right. Second vote.
Democracy is alive.
Quiet. Second vote.
I think let's end
Second
there
vote.
and let's throw the
Second
floor
vote.
open for some questions.
Second vote.
Professor.
Second vote.
Now
Second,
one second.
please.
Any
30
questions?
seconds. Be quiet.
Any
Second
questions
vote.
for the
Second
for the
vote.
pupil of
You'll
Shekhar
have to
Gupta
stop
and
this,
Rajdeep
so we'll never
Sardesai?
get to questions. Second vote. How many of you like the education that I have received from these three gurus? Or should I change my message? Do you like the education I've received? No? Well, then I'll have to give up my compliments of Indian democracy and go back from 10 out of 10 to 5 out of 10.
No, but seriously, you need to, I mean, you might be a good pupil, but, I mean, you need to choose your gurus well. We have a couple of minutes, I think, to throw open the floor for questions for the pupil, if not the gurus. Anyone?
Hello.
Yeah.
Sir, you often say that your work is focused on the indexes and not particularly on India. So you've essentially shown the emperor has no clothes and the indexes are not worth the position we're giving them. So how do you see the way out of it? Do you suppose in future we'll have China coming up with a world index of something and Iran with something and that's the future you foresee? Or do you leave it open to young people to solve this problem? What do you see the solution?
You're not going to change the indices. What you have to do is get more data out there. And I would like to see the government of India commission more real, solid survey data so that when we see allegations in the Western media about negative views of Indian democracy, you can turn to hard survey data where people are systematically asked, do you feel that your voice is being heard? Do you feel that you're able to freely select your leaders? If there were hard survey data on India, that would be a fantastic counter-narrative to the subjective evaluations we currently see.
Thank you. On a closing note, just 10 seconds. I think we as Indians, deserve better. We will demand better, critically, and we will not hate our government, we will not hate anyone, but we will always stand up for democratic values, freedom of speech, and we'd like to be as equal as any other citizen of any other country without being patronized to. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you both of you. It was such a live discussion, I thought. We have run out of time. You could sort of mail your questions to them.
I'm coming straight out into the audience, and I'm
Same.
happy to answer any questions without any gatekeepers preventing it.
So the good time continues. He's going to come to you. Thank you both. Thank you. A round of applause for both the gentlemen there. I thought it was one hell of a discussion. Yeah. All right, at Arth, a culture fest promoted by ZEEL. Here comes the next session. Our next session for the day puts the spotlight on the magnificent Maratha Empire. Wow. And puts on Arth stage the book, Mastery of Hindustan, the Maratha Empire, also known as the Maratha Confederacy, dominated a large portion of India during the 17th and the 18th century. We're all aware of that. The Maratha Empire formally began with the rise of Chhatrapati Shivaji in 1674. The Maratha Empire brought to an end the chaos that prevailed in the Deccan Plateau as a result of the expansion and advent of the Mughal Empire into south of India. Hence, Maratha Empire is largely credited with ending the Mughal rule in India and often seen as a true Indian power that dominated the Indian subcontinent during the 17th and the 18th centuries. At its peak, I've learned that the Maratha Empire extended from Peshawar in the north to Tanjavur in the south. Well, I am not the Vidwan here, so I'm going to call on the Vidwans. This is just things that I know. To discuss the great Maratha legacy, we have our panelists, Uday Kulkarni ji, who is devoted to the cause of bringing forth the gems and vignettes of the Maratha Empire. बहुत सारी तालियों के साथ आप इनका स्वागत करें. Shri Uday Kulkarni has authored 7 books that document the history of the Peshwas to the Battle of Panipat, making him truly a pan-Indian chronicler of the 18th century. He is a fellow at the Royal Asiatic Society of London and winner of numerous awards for his extensive writings on the Maratha Empire. Namaste, sir. Very warm welcome. Our next panelist, author Meenakshi Jain of the Indian Council of Social Science Research. She is a specialist of cultural and religious developments in medieval and early modern India. Her recent publications are Flight of Deities and Rebirth of Temples. In discussion with our guests will be technocrat Amit Parajpe. He is an alumni of the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, and University of Wisconsin-Madison. Welcome to you, ma'am. Namaste and a very warm welcome. We're going to begin this session here by inaugurating scholar and stalwart of Marathi literature, Uday Kulkarni's latest book, Mastery of Hindustan. For this, may I please request Shri Uday Kulkarni, Ms. Meenakshi Jain and Amit Paranjpe to do the honors. I request you to come forward and present this historical epic to the audience at Arth. Thank you and congratulations, Udayji. Wow. And this book is available there in the Kunjung Books store, everybody. You could also get it signed from the author after the session once he heads there. All right. Amitji, I hand this panel over to you.
Is this on? Yeah. Thank you very much. This is going to be a very, very interesting conversation with my very good friend, Dr. Uday Kulkarni. And we are very honored to have Meenakshi ji here on our panel as well. So let's get right to it, right? I think the Maratha Empire, as was discussed just now, how many of you here have heard about that empire? One of the things that we see
or think is outside of Maharashtra, not many people have even heard about it, right? And the standard perception here in our history is we had the Mughals through the 17th century, and then we had the British in the 19th century. And 18th century was this era of chaos where, a lot of small things were going on, some fights were going on, there were a lot of regional powers. And then there was this big loss at Panipat. Suddenly the Marathas come out of nowhere and lose at Panipat. Nothing how it got there. And then there's Plassey. And we are told that after Plassey, the British pretty much took over. And that's quite far from the truth, but for whatever reasons, that's the history that most of us have learned, some in Maharashtra and many outside Maharashtra. What Dr. Kulkarni has been able to do through his series of books about the 18th century is talk about an empire, a power that was essentially the key power in the 18th century, and that took power from the Mughals, and finally it was the British who had to take India or capture India from this power. So we're going to learn about this. Dr. Kulkarni, let's get to the title of this session. It said magnificent. But magnificent in what way? Is it in terms of the monuments they built, or in terms of the strategy they had, or the odds that they were against, or some of the reforms they did? Why magnificent?
Let me look at the way I look at it. Magnificent is actually usually addressed to buildings, monuments built by great emperors like you see in Delhi or Agra. The Marathas did not leave such monuments behind, built in marble and Pietre de Jura and such things. But their monuments are basically on the forts. If you come to Maharashtra, there are over 500 forts built in basalt stone. That was their architecture. And they did not have time to build pleasure palaces because they were too busy fighting a very stubborn enemy whom they overcame and spread throughout the 18th century. Now about these magnificent Mughal monuments, they remind you that there was a dynasty which ruled here, because when you look at a monument, you wonder who built it, and that gives you the clue that there must have been a dynasty which built them. But I just wanted to give a quote about one of the authors who wrote the history of India along with Romila Thapar, that was Percival Spear. And it's very interesting to note what this gentleman wrote. He was a teacher of history. He taught in several Delhi schools. And he says that prestige dictated display in the form of personal pomp or magnificent buildings. To this we owe the Mughal architectural heritage from the Taj Mahal downwards. They were the Mughal equivalent of Marie Antoinette's chocolate cake for the peasants. You could look at them but not subsist on them. The nobles followed the imperial example. If the emperor was building a huge mausoleum for his wife, the nobles followed that. And they virtually confiscated their fortunes at death. When all these drafts had been made upon the annual national surplus of the country, little remained for productive works. And Percival Spear in the end says, a few fine bridges and sarais, a few trunk roads, and the repair of Firoz Shah's canal to Delhi leave little else to be added. The Mughals preferred a garden to a canal, and their officers a tomb to a well. So the great opportunity of spreading the concentrated national surplus on productive work was missed. India was the scene of much economic activity but little economic progress. So what you see in these monuments is the money of the people, which was squandered on a display of their own prestige, and which was something which is today called magnificent, but the Marathas probably would be called magnificent for the ideology for which they spread their empire.
So let me come back to the 18th century. You've argued in your books about how this was one of the last indigenous empires from which the British captured. But if you go back 500 years, in North India especially, large parts of India, this was the first indigenous empire as well. Can you talk a little bit about that and how this transition came about? Starting with, I know it's a tough ask, but starting with Chhatrapati Shivaji in the 17th century, how did this Swarajya begin and end up being a Samrajya in less than 100 years?
Actually, if you go back to the history, if you go in the 13th to the 14th century, that is when the invasions which started in the 12th and 13th century in the north, they gradually spread through the peninsula. And at various places, there were various kingdoms and empires which built up. And uniformly, if you find, there was discrimination against the indigenous population on economic, social, as well as political grounds and based on their faith. Now, this was something which was not sufficiently resisted until the arrival of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. He was the man who realized that we have to get out of this thraldom, of this slavery which we have been imposed upon us, And that is why he first enunciated the word Swarajya. I'll put it to you that Swarajya as a word has been used only twice in Indian history. First when Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj used it, and the second time when Lokmanya Tilak used it. And both these times we were actually under some kind of slavery. Because the Mughals and the Delhi Sultanates which were ruling over us were essentially Turco-Persian people, Afghan people who ruled over here. And the sign that they were aliens was very simple. The test for that is very simple. All you have to see is the court language, the standard religion which was followed, the system of promotions which was offered. There's an excellent book by Athar Ali of Aligarh Muslim University where he lays down the mansabdaris given during the Mughal period from Akbar to Aurangzeb. And you'll find the highest mansabdaris were reserved for those who came from Turkic and from Persian descent. And even the Rajputs and the Marathas had to make do with very small amount of mansabs. The clause was very simple. If you want to rise socially, economically, and in your political career, you have to convert. And from that point of view, it was a kind of operation which was on the indigenous people. That's why I say that after 500 years of foreign rule, the Marathas were the first indigenous empire of India, and it was also the last indigenous empire of India before the British took over. Today, if you look back at your history of the last 800 years, you would find if this 175-year empire was not there, there would be very little for you to look back and feel proud about and hold your head high. And that is the importance and the magnificence, as it is said, of the Marathas. And that's why it is important that sooner or later our textbooks start bringing out these things. And that has been the purpose of my entire exercise of writing these books.
Yeah, I think, and you have done an amazing and stupendous effort. Meenakshi ji, let me come to you. We were talking about this magnificent empire as well. So two questions, and you can pick the order. How was it magnificent to you in terms of, as Dr. Kulkarni mentioned, in terms of preserving some of the Indic traditions that and culture that we had lost for 500 years? And secondly, how is this known outside of Maharashtra?
Thank you. First of all, I have to confess that I have not read this book because I got it late in the evening yesterday and I had to hand it over to them today morning. But at night, the little time that I got, I was able to flick through the book, and the whole night I was disturbed. Living in North India, being an academic, I was not aware that India had produced a historian of Dr. Kulkarni's caliber who has devoted his life to bringing back to us a very, very glorious chapter in our history. You know, he has documented photographs, he has found rare documents, produced them in the original, then translated them. It's an absolute mine of information. Now I feel very sad that as an academic who was teaching in Delhi University, this great Maratha history of which we should all be so proud was really not much known to me. We had learnt a little bit about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, but only in the most derogatory terms that Aurangzeb referred to him. And the contribution of the Marathas in preserving and restoring our civilizational heritage is something that we should all remember and bow our heads to. The Madhav Rao, who is the subject of this book, he died when he was hardly 27. And his last will, young man of 27, he dies of tuberculosis, but his last will, which has been presented by Dr. Kulkarni. Imagine a person is dying and he's writing in his will to his successor, you must recapture Kashi, Ayodhya, Prayag. So that sense of identification with the land was something that the Marathas exemplified so well in this period. And you know, there's so many instances that he has documented. And I just want to mention one or two. You know, there was in the 16th century, when the Mughal Empire was at its peak, 6 Maharashtrian Brahmin families came from the Deccan and settled in Kashi. Now that was a period when Mughal might was at its peak. But these 6 Maharashtrian Brahmin families with no money, with no state power, they thought that it is their civilizational duty to come to the land of Kashi. And they come there. And it's amazing what they do there. One family, they take the initiative to rebuild the Kashi temple. In the time of Akbar, their Todar Mal is the revenue minister. He's in charge of this area. And this Maharashtrian family tells him that it's your duty to rebuild the Kashi temple. So this Maharashtrian Brahmin family, with the help of Todar Mal, builds the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And great-grandson of this same family, sitting in Kashi, far away from the western Deccan, when Shivaji runs away from the Agra fort, he provides him shelter at Kashi and arranges for his safe travel back home. And when Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj reaches Raigad, this person travels to Raigad and tells him, it is my duty to coronate you as king, as Chhatrapati, because you have to deal with so many powers, you should deal with them with equality. So he arranges and presides over the coronation ceremony of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Can you imagine this kind of association, dedication, and love for this heritage of this country? This is something that the Marathas, they exemplify so beautifully. The Marathas under the Peshwas, they have to fight the Nizam, they have to fight the Hyder Ali, they have to fight the Mughals, they have to fight the East India Company. They are the ones who go up till Attak and Cuttack. So, when the Maratha army reaches Attak, there is Diwali celebrated in the Maratha Peshwa camp, that Attak se Cuttack tak. Now Maharashtra Rajya is there. So, it's very difficult for us to visualize that there could be a community in the medieval period, dark medieval period, surrounded by such hostile forces, but is not relenting and is fighting its level best to retain the grandeur of this civilization.
So, Meenakshi ji, let me come to the key point, right? Why is this unfortunately not so well known outside of Maharashtra and these days increasingly even inside Maharashtra?
I don't know about inside Maharashtra, but I can certainly say outside Maharashtra, in Delhi, this does not figure in our curriculum at all. The reasons, it's for anyone to guess. There was perhaps a natural bias against the great and brave sons of this soil, and there was a tendency to exaggerate, glorify another dynasty of this period, which record was not all that great and glorious in any case. And you mentioned Athar Ali's book on the Mughal nobility. So that book says that 70% of Akbar's nobility, Akbar whom we regard as the greatest of the Mughals, 70% of his nobility was reserved for Irani and Turani, people who had come from Iran and Central Asia. The rest, 30%, was divided between Indian Muslims and Rajputs. And Akbar chose these two communities with great care because he knew that no foreign noble will revolt against him with the leadership of either the Rajputs or the, Indian Muslims. So, we can go on trying to exonerate, whitewash the ugly aspect of the medieval period, but you just have to scratch beneath the surface and realize what they did to our culture and polity.
I think that's very well put. And thanks to books like what have been written by Dr. Kulkarni, we hope that they will help in setting the record straight. One of the things, as a Maharashtrian, as a Punekar, I have to admit that over the last 50 years, not much new work. There was, of course, a lot of great historical work done 50, 100 years back by the likes of Sardesai, even Yadunath Sarkar. But lately, a lot of the work was, if whatever was done was in Marathi. So a great thing Dr. Kulkarni has done is brought this work out in English. and it's going to be translated in other Indian languages as well. So this is finally stepped out of the Marathi fold, and people all around India and people around the world are now reading about it. Now, one thing that I would like to ask you is, since we have just 15 minutes, so we can't really go into the full description of the century. So let's talk about a few misconceptions that are there, and let's take them head on. So, for example, one of the ones that I mentioned up front, that Panipat was the end of the Maratha Empire. Was it?
Actually, if you go into the reasons why Panipat was fought, it was fought by people in the far south of the country in the defense of India and the invaders coming from the northwest frontier. You must realize Ahmad Shah Abdali had come on his fifth invasion of India in 1759. And it was the strongest paramount power in India at that time was the Marathas. In 1752, the Mughal emperor had signed a treaty called the Ahadnama, by which he entrusted the protection of the Mughals from internal and external enemies to the Marathas. So it was a responsibility they had undertaken as early as 1752. And in 1757, when Abdali came, he not only looted Delhi, and he looted it to such an extent that all the animals and the horses and the donkeys were also taken away from here. There was not even a washerman's donkey left to carry the treasure away. After that, he went to Mathura and Vrindavan, where he massacred the pilgrims. It is said the waters of the Yamuna there ran red for several days. That's a scale of massacre which was carried out. And when he went back, the Marathas followed him, and Raghunath Rao and Mallarrao Holkar, these names may seem new to you. They followed him, captured Delhi, and entered the Punjab and captured Lahore, Attock, Peshawar and Multan. So these four cities which are today in Pakistan were under Maratha rule for no less than 18 months. At Lahore, Raghunath Rao Peshwa was approached by the Shah of Iran at that time, saying that you come from the east and I will come from the west, and let us crush Abdali between us. You take Kabul, I will take Kandahar. And Raghunath Rao writes to Nana Sahib Peshwa in Pune that I say this offer has come, but Kandahar was part of India till Shah Jahan's time, and why should we give it away to Iran? So that was the concept of India's borders in the Maratha mind, and you can imagine Lahore was almost 1,500 miles from where Pune was, so supply lines was heavily stretched. Now Punjab was the province from where Abdali got most of his resources, because it was a rich province. So immediately the Marathas entered Punjab, immediately got rid of his difficulties in his own country, and he was welcomed by the Rohilla chief here called Najib Khan, who was at Najibabad. He came down with 60,000 soldiers. Dattaji Scindia was defending Delhi at that time. He was killed on Makar Sankranti Day in 1760. And in the south, there was a huge victory won over the Nizam around the same time. And a large army was sent north to face Ahmad Shah Abdali, because he would not go back in the summer months as he usually did. He settled down in Anup Shahar on the Ganga. And he was supplied by all his friends there, the Rohillas, who were in the Doab, in the Trans-Ganga region, Shujaud-Daula, Awadh. They all became his allies. And a large army from the south came to evict this invader. And Sadashiv Rao Bhau, who was leading that army, you find him writing to Shujaud-Daula that first let us get rid of this invader, apas ki baat we can settle later on. So this was the concept. I think this was one of the earliest enunciations of the Indian nation, or at least the political boundaries of what was understood as India. So the Battle of Panipat, which fought, it was a near-run thing. There's a document written by a historian in Abdali's camp, where he says at one stage the Marathas came so close to Abdali, who was always in the back of his army, that he mounted his women on fast camels and horses, so if the Marathas reached them, they can be taken away to the nook of safety. That is the limit to which they had almost won the battle, when a bullet struck their prince, Vishwasra, who was an elephant, and that set off a chain of events which finally led to the debacle that happened at Panipat. But have you ever heard of the Marathas actually, after winning a battle, slaughtering the non-combatants? If you see, when Bajirao came to Delhi in 1737, you find he writes to his brother that I could have burnt the suburbs of this city, but Delhi is a Mahasthal, and destroying the suburbs of the city will break the cord of diplomacy with the emperor. In 1739, the Portuguese were evicted from Vasai. His brother Chimaji Appa, who won that great victory and evicted the Portuguese from northern Firangan, as it was called, north of Bombay. The entire area was liberated. He let the Portuguese dependents with their ladies march out of Vasai fort with their band, beating their band and going on to ships supplied by the English to go back to Goa. So that was the way the Marathas in the Bharati Yuddha, as they called it, they let off their enemy. On the other hand, after Panipat, the non-combatants were made to stand in the line. They were given a few drops of water and some gram on their hand to eat, and their heads were chopped off. Every chief of the Abdali army had pyramids of chopped heads before his tent to show what a great victory he has been. So this was the kind of cruelty which you found after Panipat. And the battle was fought for the frontier of India. Today, if that battle had not been fought, today you find that the river Satluj is almost 200 kilometers. It forms the boundary of India. That boundary, as one famous political leader long back had said, had that battle not been fought, today Pakistan would have been on your doorstep. The entire Indo-Gangetic plain and the West and East Pakistan would have probably joined together across that. So this battle laid the grounds of that the boundary will be Satluj. When Abdali went back from Delhi, he wrote a letter to the Peshwa that I hand over the administration of Hindustan to you, and you continue with Shah Alam as the emperor, who was that time an absentee emperor, he was sitting in Allahabad. And he went back, and thereafter it was kind of formalized that Satluj will be the border of India, and you find even today that is the boundary between India and Pakistan.
No, I think, Meenakshi, you wanted to add something.
Yes, I wanted to say something. When we are talking about the Marathas, it's very important for us to remember that large parts of sacred cities in North India that we see today are rebuilt by the Marathas in the 18th century. Kashi that we see today, there was nothing of Kashi left. All the buildings, sacred buildings of Kashi, were destroyed in one invasion after another. And the record of destruction of temples in Kashi has been meticulously maintained in Persian histories that were written at that time, because they were very proud of what they were doing. So in the 18th century, when Mughal power was in decline, then the proud Marathas, they come to sacred cities like Kashi, and they rebuild the ghats, they rebuild temples. One lady, Ahilyabai Holkar, she builds two important temples which are so important as in our civilizational journey. She rebuilds the Kashi temple that we see today. It's a small little temple because that main area of the temple was occupied by the masjid. She could not displace that, but in the ancient Hindu tradition, she rebuilds the temple as close as possible to the original site. And she rebuilds the temple at Somnath. We've all heard of Mahmud Ghaznavi's attack on Somnath, then Alauddin Khalji, then it goes on. But I just want to take 1 minute. What is important about the temple at Somnath? When you go to a temple, the main image that is to be worshipped is in the center of the temple. In Somnath, the image is not in the center. In the center is a small staircase leading to the basement. That staircase is so small that only 1 or 2 people can go down at a time. And the link is put in the basement, which gives you an idea of how strong that fear of iconoclasm was when Mughal Empire was past its prime. So when we go to Kashi, when we go to these places, we should remember these brave and valorous sons and daughters of this country,
Yeah, I think thanks for highlighting this. Dr. Kulkarni, briefly talking about Madhavrao specifically, since that's the subject of your most recent book, just to give a quick context to everyone here. Bajirao, which many of you have heard, made popular by a movie, and that's a separate discussion. But Bajirao's son was Nanasaheb Peshwa, who saw the farthest extent of the empire just before Panipat. And then in the great loss of Panipat, Nanasaheb Peshwa himself passed away very quickly. And a young Madhavrao essentially took charge at age 16. And with such a big loss in front of him, he was able to recover and redeem a lot of the lost ground, including supremacy of Delhi. The Marathas had controlled Delhi before Panipat. They lost that control, but in less than 10 years, Madhav Rao and his team was able to get back control over Delhi. Can you briefly talk about that? And I also, I mean, again, we have limited time, but I want to talk a little bit or get your thoughts a little bit about Marathas in Delhi over multiple decades, in that 5 or 6 decades that happened after that as well.
Just 12 years after the death of Aurangzeb in 1707, 1719 was the first time Maratha armies came to Delhi. 30,000 Maratha troops were in the city of Delhi in 1719, who were brought there by the Sayyid chief Hussain Ali. And using their power, the then Emperor Farrukh Siyar was deposed and a new emperor was put in his place. That was the first visit of the Marathas to Delhi proper. Although reaching Delhi has always been an aim right from Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. His son Rajaram Maharaj, there's a letter available where he says that I have kept aside 300,000 hone. Hone was a currency of those days valuing about 5 rupees per hone for the capture of Delhi. And that time he was under siege in the fort of Jinji in Tamil Nadu. But the vision was that one day we will capture Delhi. When 1719 was the first time they came there. In 1737, I mentioned Baji Rao reached Delhi because he wanted to force Muhammad Shah, who was the emperor, to cede Malwa to the Marathas. After 1737, when Abdali invaded India, Muhammad Shah invited Nana Sahib Peshwa to come to his help in 1748, and Nana Sahib Peshwa came to Delhi and met the emperor, but by that time Abdali had already been defeated. That was the first invasion of Abdali. In 1752, you find that the Wazir, Safdar Jung, whose name is associated with several monuments here, was defeated by the Rohilas. And he sent men to Scindia and Holkar that please come and help me. So they rescued the Wazir from the Rohilas, and the Wazir and the Emperor at that time signed the Ahadnama, which granted several provinces to the Marathas in exchange for protection of the Mughals from their internal and external enemies. The next arrival here was in 1754-55, when they again came here under Raghunath Rao. They came back here in 1758, again under Raghunath Rao. 1759, Dattaji Shinde was here trying to defend Delhi against Abdali once again. 1760, Sadashiv Rao Bhau with a large army was here. Till 29th of January 1761, when Abdali entered Delhi and handed over the city to his protege, who was Najib-ud-Dawla of Najibabad. And when the Marathas retreated from Panipat, there was an upsurge of enemies around. The Nizam of Hyderabad, Hyder Ali from the south, Shuja-ud-Dawla crossed the Jamuna and took the fort of Jhansi. Najib-ud-Dawla was in control of Delhi. You find even some Rajput princes attacking in the Marathas and the battle taking place between them at that time. So the first part of my book talks about the abyss that they had fallen into. Besides, there was civil war raging into their own house. Madhav Rao was 16 years old and his uncle wanted to grab all the power in his hands. And the first 2 years were spent in defeating the Nizam till August 1763. The Nizam was so decisively defeated that he never raised his head in the south for the next 30 years. Following that, there were 3 or 4 campaigns against Hyder Ali. Hyder Ali was defeated every time. An indemnity of 32 lakh rupees was taken from him every year for every defeat that he sustained under Madhav Rao. In 1771, on the outskirts of Srirangapatnam, there's a temple heritage town called Melukote, where Hyder and Tipu had to run away from the battlefield dressed as beggars. And that is a very well documented chapter in the capture of the Carnatic right up to the Srirangapatnam region. Thereafter, a large Maratha army came to the north in 1769, and after subduing several enemies, they captured Delhi in February 1771. The Shah Alam, who had proclaimed himself emperor, was that time an asylum under the English. And in 1771, it was he who was escorted to come back to Delhi and occupy the throne here with promises of territory and money again. Now everybody wonders, why did they put the Mughal emperor back on the throne?
I guess that's a question I was going to ask. I mean, that's a question. Why did they not occupy the throne themselves?
For one, Delhi was far away from their power center, which was in Maharashtra, in Pune. Secondly, the Chhatrapati Shahu and subsequent Chhatrapatis had no desire to shift their base from Pune and Satara and come and rule in Delhi. The Peshwas were the prime ministers of the Chhatrapati. So if the king or the sovereign was not willing to come to Delhi, there was no way the prime minister could have established his rule in Delhi. So the policy of the Marathas was very simple, to allow the Mughal to reign, but the rule was by the Marathas because they were following the dictates of what the Marathas were doing them. And because the Mughal emperor after 1760 was merely a puppet, he was a phantom actually, they could easily control him. And you find that from 1771 onwards, almost till 1803, barring a year or two in between, the Maratha flag was flying on the Red Fort. Shah Alam was being protected by the Scindias. Mahatji Scindia was here till 1794. After that, his troops were here till 1803. And the most important evidence of this, you just have to cross the river, go to Noida, visit the golf course, and see the large monument there to the Battle of Patparganj, which was fought between the East India Company and the Marathas. Delhi was captured not from the Mughals. Delhi was captured by the East India Company from the Marathas. And therefore the entire myth that the Mughals emperor gave way to the British Empire is completely false.
I think that's a key point that unfortunately very few people even in Maharashtra know very well.
I just want to add one of the things. We are talking about the Marathas and we are bringing in the Mughals. I think all of us should remember that Shivaji, though he fought Aurangzeb for such a long time, he never vandalized a mosque. So when we talk about the Marathas, we have to be very clear that they may have whatever the reasons for waging of war, they were very conscious of their heritage. They were determined to preserve and protect that heritage, but they never vandalized another mosque or Eidgah. Second point is that I just want to continue what you said about the Battle of Panipat. The invitation to the Afghans to invade India was actually given by a Delhi cleric, Shah Wali Ullah. Now, Shah Wali Ullah wrote many letters to the Afghan ruler, Ahmad Shah Abdali, and said, that, everywhere the sound of the azan will stop because the Sikhs and the Marathas and the Jats, they are coming to power everywhere. So it's your duty to protect the faith and come and invade India. This invitation to an outsider to come and attack India was a feature like Babur is supposed to have been invited to India to attack India by the Lodi governor of Bengal. Now, I just want to conclude this thing by saying that when the battle for Panipat was about to be fought, the Marathas repeatedly told the Nawab of Awadh that look upon it as a battle between us Indians and a foreigner. So don't side with the foreigner because he is belonging to your faith. So this was the kind of vision that they demonstrated, but unfortunately their plea fell on deaf ears, and the Nawab of Awadh and the Rohilas, they chose to side with Abdali only because of the commonality of religion, where the Marathas said, look upon it as a battle between us of the subcontinent and foreigners.
Very well summarized. I think there are two or three things, as Dr. Kulkarni mentioned, since again we are here in Delhi, if next time you are in Noida and near the Noida golf course, you would know where the most important battle for Delhi in 1803 was fought. Similarly, next time you are near the Talkatora Stadium, that's where Bajirao won a battle in 1737. So there are a lot of these small landmarks, if you will, associated with the Marathas right here where we are sitting, right? The other point that I like to highlight a lot about Panipat, and it's a simple geographical statement. You can look at it on the map, on a Google map today. The distance from Kabul to Panipat is actually a lot less than distance from Pune to Panipat. So that will give you an idea of who was fighting on incense home turf, because after you come down Khyber Pass, they were essentially the plains of Punjab, and it was a fairly smooth journey for Abdali, where the Marathas had to cross the Narmada, the Vindhyas, the Satpuras, the Chambal, and through that entire reach Delhi. So Marathas had stretched their power that far, and that was one of the reasons why some of their supply lines, as Dr. Kulkarni talked about, were strained. And but I'll just mention that Dr. Kulkarni has written an entire book about the Battle of Panipat. In fact, that was his first book that made him into a historian. For those of you who don't know, Dr. Kulkarni, I'll again re-emphasize, is actually a retired Navy officer, is a Navy surgeon who took up writing history just about a decade back. And I mean, I'm not an academician, so I'm going to ask that question to Meenakshi ji. But the kind of work that he has done is probably worth multiple PhDs. Actually, I can say that as a layman.
Yes, actually, when we were students of history, then the standard book for us was Sardesai's 3-volume History of the Marathas. It was very meticulously researched. There is no doubt about the scholarship. But when I compared that book with Dr. Kulkarni's work, I'm reminded of how people say that historians, they make history very boring. So that Sardesai's book really seems so boring in comparison, because he has, put life and blood and made those people living people for us. I mean, you brought history alive, and it's a real joy to go through and the kind of documentation, I don't know from where he has got these rare documents. He knows Marathi. He has gone to England, got the archival material, paintings. He has published a whole book on Wales. What's his name?
James Wales.
James Wales, who was the painter in India of the East India Company at that time. So he's collected all the paintings of that person and produced a volume on that. So I think that, this session we should dedicate to Dr. Kulkarni. And since he's written history in such a relatable manner, we should all buy his books and at least read them. I've been enchanted with his book since yesterday evening.
Thank you very much. I couldn't have put it better. Dr. Kulkarni, we have about 5 to 6 minutes. We'll take a few audience questions, but I wanted to give you one last word to talk about the book, and then we will get a few questions from the audience.
I'll speak a few words about my journey, how I strayed into history.
Sure.
Sometimes last week somebody asked me, how come you're a surgeon and how did you do history of all, what kind of an aberration is this? So looking back at the last 60 years of my life, I've begun to feel that probably the surgery was an aberration and history was my vocation, because in school I wrote my first book in history. And of course now surgery I've reduced a lot. I'm devoting more time to writing more books because I have to go a long way. I have to finish the entire period till 1818, and I hope I get the time to do it in the next 10 years. So basically, I strayed into this because there was a lot of annoyance, I would say, when I read histories written by others. And most of these people who have written histories in English have not referred to the Marathi documents at all. Because there are thousands and thousands and thousands of letters which were never translated into English. They've always been, the last of these books were published probably 100 years back. They are very difficult to get. A few university libraries, probably Deccan College in Pune. That's all that, even they're not even been digitized and put on the internet. And getting those books together from 2007, I used to get books from the library and I used to literally photograph it page by page. I must have taken about 60 to 70,000 photographs because I had to build my own library on my hard disk. And that is why during the COVID period in 2.5 years when I was sitting at home and I couldn't visit any library, I could write 3 books because all the references were at my fingertips. And even this book I could finish in 2 years because all the references are on my hard disk today. So that angst against the kind of history written by English authors, even today, the way they are referred to, they usually tiptoe around the Maratha period because they don't know much about what the Marathas have done. And they try to avoid the issue or brush it under the carpet, thinking that the reader will not notice, and most of the time they get away with it. That is my observation. And therefore I had to set the record straight. And nobody knew who was Uday Kulkarni in 2010 when I started writing this book on Panipat, because I wanted to release it on the 250th anniversary of the battle on the 14th of January 2011. And I had no time to find a publisher, so I decided I'm going to start my own publishing firm. And that is working quite well, thank you, for the last 12 years. Because I don't have to answer an editor, I don't have to answer a publisher, I don't have to see what is he doing with my book, what are the production values of the book, what kind of paper he is using, what is the design of my cover. It's all in my own hands. So I would recommend all the authors over here that please try self-publishing once. And you'll realize the benefits of it. You don't have to go from door to door to publisher asking him, please publish my books. They are not worth the effort, let me tell you that.
I think you should write a separate book about self-publishing someday, because you're right, it will help so many of the, especially young authors
Astonishingly, in the world of academia, self-publishing is looked down upon as some kind of, a lower level of writing. Yeah. I thoroughly disagree with this, because you will find a lot of trash published by these publishing houses. And most of it is trash, actually. So when you put your name on a book, you have to ensure that you have to claim that responsibility that you have written it. Otherwise, don't put your name there.
So, audience questions, quick. We'll take a couple of them. Is there a mic by any chance? There's a hand up here. Please get a mic quickly so we can get more questions. Yeah, maybe we'll take 2-3 questions and then we'll answer.
So I've read 2 of your books, Maju, as we've discussed. But I think the aspect that perhaps the rest of the world needs to know a lot more about is the role of the remarkable Maratha women. 100 years before Jane Austen was writing her books where English women were only looking for husbands, you had Jijabai, Yasubai, 2 great queens, but you also had Tarabai, who actually defeated Aurangzeb. Last 7 years of Aurangzeb's life, he was defeated by Tarabai, a woman. That's the ultimate ignominy, I think, for this male chauvinist. And then there is also Ahilyabai, of course, which you've talked about just now. There was Lakshmibai, and I think 758 was actually a Maratha-led revolutionary war. So please don't stop at 1818, take it to 1858. And also, of course, there was Baijabai, who I think is the unsung heroine also.
Today we talk of gender equality. In the Maratha household, there has been gender equality from the 17th and 18th centuries. It was not just Jizabai, Shivaji Maharaj's mother. It was, as you said, Yesubai, Tarabai. Later on in the Peshwa period, the Radhabai, who was Bajirao's mother. She was a very strong lady. Till the 1750s, she had a very strong say in the administration. Nana Sahib's wife, Gopika Bai, who lived long till 1784, and her word counted even in Madhavrau's days. Later on, as you said, Ahilya Devi, who has, of course, done so much work which all of us know. Baizabai, who was the wife of Daulat Rao Shinde, and of course, Lakshmi Bai of Jhansi. So all these, the 4 main leaders of the 1857 revolution, as you call it, were basically proteges of the last Peshwa at Bithur. It was Rani Lakshmi Bai, it was Tatya Tope, it was Nana Sahib Peshwa and Rao Sahib Peshwa. So these were the 4 main leaders who actually fought the 1857 battle from Kanpur. And somehow they have been reduced to a second level leadership, which was really not the case.
Any other quick question? We can take one more. Very, very brief. Please be brief.
Yeah. Ma'am, I understand that there is need to rewrite the history. Where is the Northeast in this image?
Listen, every region needs its own place. I'm saying that history, many parts of India have been neglected. Northeast is one of them. Today we're discussing the Marathas who have been totally ignored. You see, so Northeast, as you rightly say, but we are not part of the curriculum, we are not part of the syllabus making thing, so we cannot say anything on this. But individual efforts are being made, like Vikram Sampath has written a little bit on the Northeast, he has written on Lachit, Dr. Kulkarni is producing so much on the Marathas. So, now the discipline is actually democratized. Anyone can venture and write something on an area which has been neglected. The only thing is that your sources have to be meticulous, you have to do detailed research. Don't depend on the state to do everything. It will not do anything.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I think that's a great note to close on. So I would like to thank Meenakshi ji and Dr. Kulkarni. Once again, Dr. Kulkarni's books are self-published and they're available on Amazon.in. So please do check them out. And do take a look at this period of history that's not that well known. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panelists of the session that's just gone by. कितना बढ़िया मौसम है नहीं? Excited हैं आप सब अगले सेशन के लिए? ओहो! मतलब you looked into your schedule and you know what's happening. Okay. Yeah, even I'm looking forward to watching Joram. You know, Shyam Benegal had said about him that he is a consummate actor and he is a complete dream to work with. He also said, and I agree, that the film industry has not really made full use of him. As a member of the Indian audience, I would love to see them benefit from the brilliance of Manoj Bajpayee. Manoj Bajpayee has survived rejections, dejections, and sneers to emerge as one of Indian cinema's most acclaimed actors. Regarded as one of the finest actors of Indian cinema, he is recipient of 3 National Film Awards, 6 Filmfare Awards, and 2 Asia Pacific Screen Awards. In 2019, he was awarded India's 4th largest civilian honor, the Padma Shri, for his contribution to the arts. Ladies and gentlemen, asli maino mein Mumbai ka king kaun? Bhiku Matre. Please put your hands together in a huge round of applause for this brilliant actor. Oh, he's so brilliant. Manoj Bajpayee. Namaste. Good evening. And Neelesh ji aa gaye hain, but I am going to do the honors with you too. To talk to this legendary epic actor and his journey and his forthcoming film Joram, we have with us Neelesh Misra. Now, of course, he is India's most loved storyteller who revived the ancient Indian art of storytelling and is one of the main contributors to the revival of radio listening in India over the last decade. We are so thrilled to have him here at Arth, a cultural fest promoted by ZEEL. So should we start this session? एक बार फिर से? और प्यार? मनोज के लिए और प्यार, come on! They don't make actors like him anymore. Over to you.
स्वागत है आपका मनोज। हम जब पिछली बार मिले थे तो आपने वादा किया था कि आप मेरे गांव आएंगे। उस वादे को आपने तोड़ा है अभी तक। तो मैंने आपको यहाँ पर पकड़ लिया है।
आप अपने गांव को छोड़िए, आपके जिले और आपके राज्य के करीब तक नहीं गया हूं मैं। तो
लेकिन मैं आपके लिए तोहफा लाया हूं जो उसकी तरफ आपको उकसाएगा।
जी। इन सबको दिखाते हैं। इस पे लिखा है छोटे शहर का बंदा हूं मैं। बिल्कुल सही बात है। इस पे लिखना चाहिए था कि छोटे गांव का बंदा हूं मैं। छोटा शहर नहीं, मैं गांव का हूं और पूरी तरीके से इस बात को जो है हमेशा सोते जागते मैं इसको याद रखता हूं। लेकिन धन्यवाद नीलेश भाई इस सुंदर से तोहफे के लिए, और इसको मैं कल पहन करके इंस्टाग्राम पे डालूंगा।
आएगा सब। जड़ों
जी जोर से बोलिए।
इतने फिट दिख रहे हैं, एक्स्ट्रा लार्ज नहीं चाहिए उनको। जड़ों की बात करते हैं। सबसे पहले आप जड़ों से जुड़े रहते हैं और पिछली बार जब हम बात किए थे तो आपने कहा था कि जो कुलबुलाहट आप में रहती है
जी
वो है जिंदा।
वो सिर्फ बढ़ती जाती है इस उम्र के साथ, वो जिंदा नहीं रहती है। वो आपके जीवन का और आपकी पहचान बन जाती है। तो मेरे ख्याल से वो पहचान बनती जा रही है।
जैसे जैसे यश बढ़ता है ऐसा मुझे लगता है कि शायद इंसान और एकांकी होता जाता हो या एकांत बेहतर लगता हो। ऐसा होता है क्या आपके साथ?
मैं इन सारी कहावतों को तोड़ना चाहता हूं क्योंकि जब आपको प्यार मिलता है लोगों का तो आप उसको स्वीकार करते हैं और सर झुकाकर स्वीकार करते हैं। लेकिन आपको ये भी पता होना चाहिए कि वो प्यार आपको आपके अपने ईमानदारी से किए हुए काम के कारण मिल रहा है और इतने सालों की मेहनत और त्याग के कारण मिल रहा है, तो उसकी उस बात की खुशी होती है। लेकिन जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो आपके तोहफे पे लिखा हुआ है, छोटे शहर का बंदा हूं मैं, ये मेरी पहचान है और ये मेरी शुरुआत है और ये मेरा अंत है।
वाह।
और इसके अलावा कोई सच्चाई है नहीं।
वाह वाह। ऊंचाइयों पर भी जड़ों से लगातार जुड़े रहते हैं आप, उनको
कोशिश नहीं करता हूं, यही हूं मैं।
यही है आप, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, वो दिखता है आप में और आपके कहने में और आपके जीवन में दूरी नहीं है कोई। कलाकार के तौर पर आपकी जो यात्रा है वो आगे के कुछ महीनों में और आगे के समय में वो क्या नए आयाम लाने वाली है?
गुलमोहर रिलीज हो रही है। आप जितने भी बड़े प्यारे से लोग यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं, गुलमोहर जरूर देखिएगा। एक बहुत ही कमाल की फिल्म बनी है और शर्मिला टैगोर जी 13 साल के बाद वापसी कर रही हैं।
वाह वाह।
और करीब 200-300 लोगों को दिखा चुके हैं हम लोग और सब तरफ से बहुत ज्यादा प्यार मिल रहा है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि पूरा हिंदुस्तान और जो भी लोग परिवार में यकीन रखते हैं उनको ये फिल्म जरूर देखनी चाहिए।
किस बारे थोड़ा और बताएं?
हमारे आधुनिक समाज में परिवार टूटता जा रहा है। जब हम छोटे थे तो जॉइंट फैमिली में थे, फिर वहां से अलग हुए मेरे पिताजी और उसके बाद अपना घर बनाया, फिर उनके बच्चों ने अपना अपना मुकाम ढूंढा, वो घर से बाहर निकल गए। कुछ इसी तरीके की कहानी है, दिल्ली के एक बंगले की कहानी है जिसका नाम गुलमोहर है। और गुलमोहर में रहने वाले लोगों की जिंदगी कैसे आपस में उलझती है जब वो बंगला उनके हाथ से जा रहा होता है। तो कुछ बड़े पारिवारिक रिश्तों के नए नए आयाम आपको देखने को मिलेंगे। इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि इस पूरी भाग दौड़ की जिंदगी में अगर आप अपने बचपन को, अपने पिताजी के बचपन को, उनकी यात्रा को, उनके संघर्ष को, अपने दादा दादी के संघर्ष को, उन सब चीजों को बड़े नए रूप में देखना चाहते हैं तो गुलमोहर जरूर देखिएगा।
वाह, बहुत सुंदर। और आपकी एक और रचना आ रही है, जोरम।
जी, जोरम, जो कि जी स्टूडियो ने बनाई है और रोटरडैम इंटरनेशनल फिल्म फेस्टिवल में ये बड़े गर्व की बात है हमारे लिए कि बहुत बड़े कंपटीशन में थी ये, जो यहाँ से मैं अभी कुछ हाल फिलहाल में ही वापस आया। 5 शो रखे गए थे जोरम के और 5 हाउसफुल थे। और वो ऐसा नहीं था कि हिंदुस्तानी लोग जो रॉटरडैम में रहते हैं उन्होंने देखा, जबकि 98% जो रॉटरडैम के लोग थे उन्होंने उस फिल्म को देखा। एक उस पूरे हॉल में जगह नहीं मिलती थी। उस फिल्म के बारे में इतनी चर्चा थी, इतनी उसके बारे में लोग जानना चाहते थे कि लोगों ने देखा और बहुत सराहा और वहीं से हम लोग लौटे हैं अभी।
किस बारे में थोड़ा बताइए।
एक आदमी है जो जंगल में रहने वाला आदिवासी, जो किन्हीं कारणों से वो मुंबई शहर के में आके रहता है और वो कंस्ट्रक्शन में साइट पे काम करता है और फिर वो अपनी छोटी सी बच्ची को लेकर उसको भागना पड़ता है वापस जंगल की तरफ, क्योंकि न सिर्फ उसको अपनी बच्ची की जान बचानी है, अपनी जान बचानी है, बल्कि ये भी पता करना है कि ये कौन है जो ये सब कर रहा है।
जड़ों से कटना, जड़ों से दूर हो जाना, विस्थापित हो जाना, ये भारत के बहुत से लोगों का दर्द है। और क्या उस दर्द को कहीं ना कहीं समेटती है ये कहानी?
जी बिल्कुल। जब जंगल से, गांव से एक ट्राइबल अपने गांव से जो है विस्थापित होता है और वो किस तरह से वो अपनी जड़ें तलाशता रहता है और जहां पर है वो वहां पर भी खुशी नहीं है, लेकिन उससे सिर्फ एक बात की खुशी है कि उसका अपना परिवार वहां पर है। लेकिन जो 4 दीवारें हैं वो दीवारें भी नहीं हैं वहां पर। लेकिन वापस से सब कुछ का आंसर आपको वापस जड़ पे ही जाके मिलता है। ये इस फिल्म की कहानी है।
वाह, बहुत से लोगों के लिए प्रासंगिक है, चाहे वो शहर में रहते हों या गांव में रहते हों।
जी जी।
तो बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको इस फिल्म।
धन्यवाद।
ऐसा अक्सर फैशनेबल हो गया है कहना कि आप अलग तरह का काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप तो इसके अगुवाई रहे हैं। आपने तो ये यात्रा शुरू की थी, आप अग्रणी रहे हैं तब जब ये फैशनेबल नहीं था।
जी 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 बिल्कुल।
और अब आप जब इसको मुख्य धारा बनते देखते हैं, वो जो पैरेलल माना जाता था,
जी,
तो क्या थॉट्स हैं
आप? उसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान ओटीटी प्लेटफॉर्म्स का रहा है, और ये जो यंग लोग यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं, ये इनमें इन लोगों का योगदान बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने इस तरह की फिल्मों को आगे बढ़ाया है। इस तरह की फिल्मों के लिए इन लोगों ने पब्लिसिटी की है, इन लोगों ने देखा है, इन लोगों ने सोशल मीडिया पे इन फिल्मों को अपनी आवाज़ दी है। तो इनका मैं बहुत शुक्रिया कहना चाहता हूं कि आपने एक अलग तरीके की फिल्मों को आगे बढ़ाया।
मुझे ये भी लगता है कि हम जो हमारी जो कम्युनिटी है कम्युनिकेटर्स की, उसने भारत के युवा लोगों को बहुत गलत समझा है और स्टीरियोटाइप किया है बहुत लंबे वक्त से, ये कहते हुए, ये सोचते हुए कि सिर्फ उन्हें सतही कंटेंट चाहिए या एक तरह का कंटेंट चाहिए। अगर आज के वक्त में एक आदिवासी की कहानी एक मास प्लेटफॉर्म पर हो पा रही है, तो जैसा आपने बिल्कुल कहा, वो इन दर्शकों की बदौलत है और इन युवा दर्शकों की बदौलत है खासकर। तो क्या आपको ये लगता है कि इस ऑडियंस को कहीं और इसकी समझ को और इसकी सोच को कहीं मिसअंडरस्टैंड किया गया है क्रिएटर्स के द्वारा?
अब बिल्कुल, हाँ, जो एक कन्वेंशनल क्रिएटर होता है, जो फॉर्मूला की तलाश कर रहा होता है, वो कहीं ना कहीं ऑडियंस के टेस्ट को भी उस फॉर्मूला में डाल के देखना चाहता है कि दर्शकों को ये पसंद है, दर्शकों को वो पसंद है, दर्शक को वो नहीं समझेंगे, दर्शक ये नहीं समझेंगे। अगर वो सब सही था तो मैं यहां पर क्यों हूं? अगर मैं यहां पे हूं तो वो सिर्फ इसलिए क्योंकि इन दर्शकों के ओपन माइंडेडनेस की वजह से, इनके स्वीकारने की वजह से मैं आज यहां बैठा हूं। जबकि मेरी यात्रा बहुत लंबी है, लेकिन आज का जो युवा वर्ग है, आज का जो पीढ़ी है, वो उसके हाथ में एक बहुत बड़ा संसार है, और उस संसार को वो देख रहा है, समझ रहा है, और वो नए तरीके से देख रहा है। नए वो, क्योंकि उसकी पैदाइश इस समय में हुई है। वो 1970 की पैदाइश नहीं है, उसकी 1960 की पैदाइश नहीं है, वो इस समय की पैदाइश है। तो उसके लिए वो हाथ में जो संसार है, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट है, उस सच्चाई के साथ पैदा हुआ है, और उसको अपने ढंग से वो उसका उपयोग कर रहा है। तो जब वो इसका उपयोग कर रहा है तो उसकी आशाएं आपसे बिल्कुल अलग होती हैं, जो किसी 1960 के आदमी की होगी या 1970 के आदमियों की होगी। हमें एज ए क्रिएटर उनके हिसाब से अपने आप को अडेप्ट करना पड़ेगा, ना कि हम सोचें कि वो हमारे हिसाब से अडेप्ट करेंगे। तो उनके हिसाब से आपको उनकी कहानी देनी पड़ेगी। आपको उनके टेस्ट को, उनकी सोच को रिस्पेक्ट करना पड़ेगा।
बिल्कुल। अभी तक अक्सर ये सोचा जाता था कि ऑडियंस को ये देखना चाहिए, या जहां तक उनको ये पसंद आएगा इसलिए हम उनको ये दिखाएंगे। इट वाज अ वन वे कॉन्वर्सेशन, राइट। और अब वो कॉन्वर्सेशन बराबरी का है। हम ऑडियंस की आंखों में आंखें डाल के देख पा रहे हैं और उनसे समझ पा रहे हैं कि वो चाहते क्या हैं और क्या नहीं चाहते हैं।
जी बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं आप। क्योंकि आज अगर आप अपने नैरेटिव सेट करना चाहेंगे इनके साथ, तो आप फेल हो जाएंगे। आपको अपने आप को चैलेंज लगातार करना पड़ेगा, और लगातार बाहर जा कर के, चाहे वो सोशल मीडिया पे हो, चाहे अखबार के माध्यम से हो, चाहे टीवी के माध्यम से हो, या किताब के माध्यम से हो, आपको लगातार जानना पड़ेगा कि ये जो आज का समय है वो है क्या, उसकी सोच क्या है, उसकी चुनौतियां क्या हैं। अगर आप उसके साथ अपनी रचना को सामने रखेंगे, तभी आप इनके दिलो दिमाग में उतर पाएंगे, नहीं तो नहीं उतर पाएंगे।
आप कैसे जुड़े रहने की कोशिश करते हैं उनकी आवाज से, उनको समझने का कैसे प्रयास करते हैं?
मैं इनके साथ मैं उतर जाता हूं। बाकी सारी जो रिसर्च चलती है हम लोगों की, वो तो होती ही है व्यक्तिगत तौर पे, लेकिन मैं इनसे दूर नहीं रहता। एक बड़ी अच्छी बात किसी फिल्म मेकर ने कहा था कि एक एक्टर जो है दर्शकों से प्यार पाना चाहता है, और जब वो फेमस हो जाता है तो वो अपने गाड़ी के शीशे पे काले रंग की परत चढ़ा लेता है कि कोई उसको देख ना पाए। वो मैं उस बात पे मैंने कभी विश्वास ही नहीं किया। आप जितने ज्यादा मशहूर हों, कहीं ना कहीं आपको ये याद रखना पड़ेगा कि आपको ताकत और आपको विचार और आइडियाज उस दर्शक से ही आएगा, उसके बीच में रहने से ही आएगा। तो मैं इनके बीच में बहुत रहता हूं।
बिल्कुल। आज मैं अपने छोटे स्तर पे यही सोच रहा था कि जब बाउंसर्स वगैरह थे और मैं इस यहाँ पे जो कमरा है उसमें जहाँ हम मिले, और मैं अचानक मैं बाहर निकल के टहलने चला गया, क्योंकि एक स्टोरी टेलर अपनी ऑडियंस के बिना अधूरा है।
जी,
ऑडियंस नहीं तो उसको बनाया है। तो ये जो विनम्रता है, ये जो ह्यूमिलिटी है, इसको आप बचाए रखें, बचाए क्या संवार रहे हैं, और बड़ी बखूबी संवार रहे हैं। इसका धन्यवाद आपका फैन होने के नाते।
धन्यवाद।
एम्पैथी जो कि सबसे बड़ा गहना है किसी कलाकार का, उसको वैल्यू करते हैं आप, उसको जीवित रखते हैं, कैसे संभालते हैं उसको?
देखिए, एम्पैथी तभी हो सकती है, बड़ी सीधी सी बात है, पुरानी कहावत है, आप दूसरे के साथ वो व्यवहार न करें जो आपको अपने प्रति अच्छा न लगता हो। शुरुआत वहां से होती है। और किसी भी हमारे जो आध्यात्मिक गुरु हैं वो कहते हैं किसी भी चीज को किसी इज्म के नजरिए से मत देखिए, हमेशा मानवतावादी होकर के देखिए कि सही क्या है और गलत क्या है। जब आप सही और गलत को पहचानना शुरू करते हैं बिना किसी इज्म के, तब आपको चीजों के बारे में उसके गहरे में जाके पता चलना शुरू होता है कि गलती कहां है या कौन सही है। तो मैं किसी इज्म में बिलीव नहीं करता हूं, और बहुत दबाव लोग डालते हैं, तब मैं कहता हूं कि मैं मानवतावादी आदमी हूं। और मुझे पता है, मैं जेंडर के तौर पे चीजों को देखता हूं, ना मैं किसी रंग रूप जाति धर्म के तौर पे देखता हूं। मैं ये देखता हूं कि सही क्या है और गलत क्या है। जब आप किसी इज्म से बंधे नहीं होते हैं तो आप सीधी तरीके से देख पाते हैं, और मैं वो सीधी तरीके से देखने में ज्यादा यकीन रखता हूं। इसीलिए मैंने कभी किसी इज्म को फॉलो नहीं किया।
द स्लो इंटरव्यू में आपने बताया था कि आप सब्जी खुद लेते हैं अपनी।
जी, अभी अगर आपसे ईमानदारी से बात करूं तो 8 महीने से नहीं हुआ है वो, क्योंकि जीवन थोड़ा बहुत व्यस्त हो गया। और कल मनीष पॉल ने एक अवार्ड फंक्शन में पूछ लिया कि आलू कितने रुपए किलो है, मैं बता नहीं पाया था। नहीं तो पहले मैं बता देता था, 8 महीने पहले मैं बता देता था, लेकिन आजकल सब्जियों के दाम जो है ऊपर नीचे हो रहे हैं, तो अभी के समय में आप पूछेंगे तो मैं फंस जाऊंगा। जी।
और आपने एक पिता के तौर पर अपनी बेटी से जो बताया था, जो आपका खूबसूरत रिश्ता है, वो कैसे इवॉल्व कर रहा है?
मेरी बेटी मेरी दोस्त है, और वो बचपन से ही मैंने उसको उसी ढंग से रखा हुआ है। वो अपनी माँ से डरती है, माँ से वो झगड़ा करती है, लेकिन मेरे साथ में उसका वन वे है। वो मुझे ज्यादा डांटती है, और उसकी डांट में खाना मुझे मंजूर होता है, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं मुझे लगता है कि जब ये बड़ी हो रही है तो मैं उसके साथ में पिता से ज्यादा मैं उसका दोस्त बनना चाहूंगा, ताकि वो सारी बातें वो मुझसे आगे करे सबसे पहले, या अपनी माता से करे, लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा कि सबसे पहले मुझसे बात करे वो। तो मित्र होने में ज्यादा भलाई है आजकल के बच्चों के साथ में।
बिल्कुल। आप जो जोरम के जो डायरेक्टर हैं
जी, देवाशीष मखीजा
जी, देवाशीष, इस युग ने, इस ओटीटी के युग ने ऐसे भी बहुत सारे जो टैलेंटेड लोगों को, जो अन्यथा जो अवसर नहीं पाते, उनको ऐसे निर्देशन या और रोल्स में आगे आने का आप कैसे देख रहे हैं, इस उभरते हुए नए नामों को और नए टैलेंट को?
देखिए, बहुत सारे ओटीटी अभी आया, और सबसे ज्यादा फायदा ओटीटी को पैंडेमिक के समय में हुआ, क्योंकि सारे लोग घर के अंदर बंद थे। मैं बहुत सालों से नामी गिरामी डायरेक्टर के साथ काम करना मैंने बंद कर दिया था। और मैं हमेशा कोशिश करता था कि मैं उन डायरेक्टर्स के साथ काम करूं जो नई कहानी कह रहे हैं और नए ढंग से कह रहे हैं। उसी की कड़ी में चाहे वो बुधिया सिंह हो, चाहे गैंग्स ऑफ वासेपुर हो, या फिर या फिर मिसिंग हो, स्पेशल 26 हो, गली गुलियां हो, एक रुख करके फिल्म आई थी, फिर भोसले, और अब जोरम, या फिर गुलमोहर जो आ रही है। मैं नए डायरेक्टर के साथ इसलिए काम करना चाहता हूं, तो उसका आंसर उसी में छुपा हुआ है जो मैंने कुछ देर पहले दिया था, कि ये नए समय की पैदाइश है और ये इनके लिए इनकी आशाएं एक एक्टर से बिल्कुल अलग हैं। और मैं अपने एक्टर में के इवॉल्व होने में, उसके विकास में मैं बहुत ज़्यादा रुचि रखता हूं और बहुत ज़्यादा उसको लेकर परेशान रहता हूं। तो अगर मैं किसी पुराने के साथ ही लगा रहूंगा तो मेरा विकास नहीं होगा, क्योंकि मुझसे वही कराएगा जो उसने देखा है। ये जो नए लोग हैं, इनकी आशाएं आपसे वही है जो वर्ल्ड सिनेमा में किसी बहुत ही फेमस डायरेक्टर की अपने एक्टर्स से होती है। तो ये वर्ल्ड सिनेमा में पले बढ़े लोग हैं। वो सिर्फ हिंदी फिल्में देख करके नहीं बड़े हुए हैं, वो मलयालम सिनेमा भी देखा है उन्होंने, तमिल सिनेमा भी देखा है, तेलुगु देखा है, वो नीदरलैंड की फिल्में देखकर बड़े हुए हैं, वो ऑस्ट्रेलिया की फिल्में देखी है, अमेरिका की देखी है। तो वो अपने एक्टर को उतनी ही ऊपर देखना चाहते हैं अपने क्राफ्ट में। तो वो मेरे लिए बहुत अच्छा है, क्योंकि वो मुझे चैलेंज करते हैं और मुझे सोने नहीं देते हैं, मुझे परेशान करते हैं, और वो चाहते हैं कि मनोज बाजपेयी वो ना हो जो वो ऑलरेडी कर चुका है।
और अब वो उनको पता है कि सिर्फ आप हिंदुस्तान की सरहदों के लिए नहीं बना रहे हैं, वो दुनिया भर में देखा जाएगा, दुनिया भर में जैसा फैमिली मैन के।
बिल्कुल सही कर रहे हैं आप, बिल्कुल सही कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए मैं चाहता हूं कि मेरे डायरेक्टर्स मुझे चैलेंज करें, उनकी आशाएं मुझसे बहुत बड़ी हों, ताकि मैं मेहनत करूं, मेहनत करने पे मैं मजबूर हूं। और ये इतना प्यार तो लोग दे ही रहे हैं ना, तो मुझे उसको लेके चिंता नहीं होनी चाहिए। जब मैं काम करूं तो मुझे इस बात की चिंता होनी चाहिए कि मैं अपने काम को ईमानदारी से कर पाऊं।
घमंड तो नहीं आ गया?
किस बात का घमंड होगा? बेलवा गांव से हैं और वापस चल जाए।
ये जो ऑडियंस है हमारी, इसमें कल के निर्देशक, कल के एक्टर, कल के कलाकार हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि आपकी बातें सुनने के बाद बहुत हिम्मत उन्हें आई होगी, जोश मिला होगा। लेकिन कहानी के साथ आपका रिश्ता क्या बदला है, इन द सेंस कि पहले जब अब आप ज्यादा पावर सेंटर में हैं, सॉर्ट ऑफ क्रिएटिव पावर सेंटर में हैं इन अ वे, जब एक फिल्म आप बना रहे हैं, हो सकता है कि अब ज्यादा फीडबैक दे पाते हों या सजेस्ट कर पाते हो कि इसको ऐसे ढाल दिया जाए। क्या आपका पार्टिसिपेशन, आपका इन्वॉल्वमेंट, आपका कोलैबोरेशन अब बढ़ा है?
नहीं, पहले भी करता रहा हूं मैं, पहले भी करता रहा हूं। ये है कि थोड़ी सी इन दर्शकों के कारण थोड़ी सी हैसियत मेरी थोड़ी सी बढ़ गई है। लेकिन जो इंक्लूसिवनेस और कोलैबोरेशन और एक डेमोक्रेटिक नेचर ऑन द सेट, इसको मैंने पहले भी मेंटेन किया और आज और भी ज्यादा मेंटेन करता हूं। वर्कशॉप्स ज्यादातर मैं अपनी फिल्मों के खुद ही लेता हूं और अब मैं ज्यादा मेहनत करता हूं ताकि जो नए कलाकार हैं या जो मुझसे जूनियर हैं, वो उनको ये एहसास हो कि हम लोग यहाँ पर काम करने आए हैं और हमको अपना बेहतरीन काम इस सेट पे और कैमरे के सामने देना है। तो हमारे बैरी जॉन हमारे टीचर थे, तो जब हम पहुंचते थे रिहर्सल करने के लिए तो हमेशा देखते थे कि वो झाड़ू उठाते थे और वो फ्लोर को साफ करना शुरू करते थे। तो वो अपने आप ही सारे के सारे स्टूडेंट्स हमारे जैसे कुछ ना कुछ करना शुरू कर देते थे। तो मैं उस टीचर का सिखाया हुआ हूं कि वो आपको कहता नहीं था कि आप फ्लोर साफ कीजिए, वो पहले अगुवाई करते थे, वो खुद करना शुरू करते थे, कर करके वो फिर एग्जाम्पल सेट करते थे हमारे लिए। तो मैं उसी तरह का आदमी हूं, मैं किसी से कहता नहीं हूं, मैं उतनी ही मेहनत करता हूं, शायद ज्यादा करता हूं, ताकि बाकी लोगों को ये लगे कि अगर ये आदमी कर रहा है तो हमें भी करना है।
कितनी बड़ी और कितनी अद्भुत बात कही है अभी मनोज ने, और क्यों मैं आपको बताता हूं, ये लाइफ लेसन है, और क्योंकि ये लीडरशिप और लीडर की पहली निशानी है। चाहे आप एक्टिंग में हो या आप किसी स्टार्टअप के फाउंडर हो, यहाँ बहुत से फाउंडर्स होंगे और कल के बड़े बड़े सफल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होंगे, ये लीडरशिप की निशानी है और इट इज ट्रूली अ लाइफ लेसन आई थिंक, जो आप में से बहुत से लोग सुन रहे होंगे. आप ह्यूमिलिटी को वैल्यू करते हैं, लेकिन क्या आप अपने आसपास देखते हैं कि जो इतनी शोहरत अचानक इस युग में, स्टार्टअप, इंटरनेट, तुरंत वायरल हो जाना, इसको आप आसपास कैसे देख रहे हैं?
देखिए, ये चुनाव है नीलेश, मैं आपको सच में बताऊं, और हर किसी का व्यक्तिगत चुनाव है कि वो 2 साल के लिए मशहूर होना चाहता है या 20 साल के लिए होना चाहता है. ये व्यक्तिगत चुनाव है. अगर 2 साल के लिए मशहूर होना चाहते हैं तो बहुत सारे ऐसे माध्यम सोशल मीडिया पे आ चुके हैं जहां पे आप मशहूर हो सकते हैं. अगर आप 20 साल तक के लिए होना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए आपको कम से कम 4 साल देना पड़ेगा अभी, बिना किसी डिस्ट्रैक्शन के. हमने 10 साल दिया था, और ऐसा नहीं कि हम देना चाहते थे, हमारे पास में कोई और माध्यम था ही नहीं कि हम 5 साल थिएटर करने के बाद कहीं जाकर के हम कंज्यूम हो जाएं. हमारे पास कोई उस समय दूरदर्शन था और नया नया जो है जी टीवी आ रहा था. लेकिन जो नए कलाकार आते हैं, मैं उनसे हमेशा कहता हूं, आप कम से कम 3 साल थिएटर कीजिए, आप क्राफ्ट को सीखिए, पहले उसमें पूरा दम लगा दीजिए. क्योंकि देखिए, आप मेहनत 30 साल की उम्र तक ही करते हैं, उसके बाद जो आपने मेहनत की हुई है उसका कमा के खाते हैं आप, क्योंकि वो सबसे पहले आपकी तकनीक को ठीक कर देता है. डिस्ट्रैक्शन बहुत है आज के जमाने में. सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज जो यंग टैलेंट को है कि उस डिस्ट्रैक्शन से अपने आप को कैसे बचा के रखे. क्योंकि हर 6 महीने में कोई ना कोई फेमस होता है. लेकिन इनको एक बात हमेशा याद रखनी चाहिए कि वो आदमी जो 6 महीने में फेमस होता है, वही 6 महीने के बाद गायब हो जाता है, कोई दूसरा आ जाता है. तो आपको वो चाहिए, या आप अगले 20 साल तक आप जो है काम करें और लोग आपकी इज्जत करें, आपके काम को सराहें, आप उस स्थिति में जाना चाहते हैं. मेरा चुनाव था कि मैं काम को ज्यादा से ज्यादा सीखूंगा, वो मेरा चुनाव था. ज्ञान मैं कभी किसी को नहीं देता, क्योंकि मेरा अपना मानना है ज्ञान देने वाला सबसे बड़ा बेवकूफ है, सबसे बड़ा. क्योंकि हर का जीवन, हर की परिस्थिति, हर की सोच अलग है, और वो मेरे जैसी ही यात्रा किसी की होगी ये मुमकिन नहीं है. मेरे भाइयों की नहीं हो पाई, एक ही घर में पैदा हुए, और मेरी बेटी का जीवन कैसा होगा मैं नहीं तय कर सकता. मैं उसको सिर्फ रास्ते बता सकता हूं. रास्ते पे जाना है तो आप जाइए, नहीं जाना है तो मत जाइए, लेकिन मैं ज्ञान कभी नहीं दूंगा उसको. क्योंकि अंत में आप बेवकूफ बनते हैं, और बनना स्वाभाविक है, क्योंकि आपकी यात्रा उसकी यात्रा से भिन्न होने वाली है, आप उसको रोक नहीं सकते.
लेकिन फिर भी आप सबके लिए एक लाइफ लेसन इसमें था. सॉरी, मैं पोस्टमैन का काम कर रहा हूं और मैं परिभाषित कर रहा हूं. जो आपने कहा कि शुरुआत के सालों की तो तपस्या है, और खासकर आज जो इंस्टेंट फेम का जमाना है, जब टेस्ट मैच से हम एक क्रिकेट के छोटे स्वरूप में आ गए हैं, जब 3 घंटे की फिल्मों से 15 सेकंड पे आ चुके हैं, तो यश भी और शोहरत भी खासकर जो युवा लोग हैं उनको जल्दी मिलती है, या ऐसा लगता है कि तुरंत मिल जाएगी. वो जिस भी करियर को परसू कर रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि आपने बहुत बड़ी और बहुत काम की बात कही है कि अगर वो इनिशियल ग्राइंड नहीं होगा तो इट्स नॉट गोइंग टू पे ऑफ. जो भी कर रहे हो, वो चाहे आर्ट्स में हो या कुछ भी जीवन में
किसी भी जीवन के किसी भी हिस्से में आपको कम से कम 4 साल 5 साल देना पड़ेगा, और वो भी 16 घंटे 18 घंटे, और वो भी बिना किसी डिस्ट्रैक्शन के. वो पूरा दीजिए, उसके बाद फिर बल्ले बल्ले है. फिर आप बड़े मजे से आप अपने काम को बड़े जुनून के साथ और प्रेम के साथ कर पाएंगे, और उसका फल भी भोग पाएंगे.
रिग्रेट्स हैं, कोई अफसोस है आपके?
गांव छोड़ने का. मेरे माता पिता गुजर गए, और पहली बार मुझे रिग्रेट हुआ कि मैंने उनके साथ ज्यादा समय नहीं गुजारा. तो रिग्रेट कहें या मैं उसको, चूंकि आपने सवाल रिग्रेट का किया इसीलिए उस तरह से जवाब दे रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं हमेशा जो है डेस्टिनी में बिलीव करता हूं, प्रारब्ध में मेरा विश्वास है, और मुझे लगता है कि शायद मेरे प्रारब्ध में नहीं था कि मैं उनके साथ ज्यादा समय गुजार पाया.
क्या इसने आपको प्रेरित किया कि जितना हो सके अपनी बेटी के साथ ज़्यादा समय गुजारें?
मैं उसके साथ ज़्यादा समय गुजारता हूं, क्योंकि मैं तो एक ऐसे परिवार का मैं पैदा हुआ था जहां पे बहुत सारे लोग थे। मेरी बेटी एक ऐसे परिवार में है जो न्यूक्लियर फैमिली है। उस पूरे घर में सिर्फ 2.5 लोग रहते हैं, पति पत्नी और 12 साल की बेटी। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि जो भी समय हमारा खाली होता है वो उसी के साथ बीतता है या पत्नी के साथ बीतता है। उसकी वजह से नहीं बताता मैं उसको मेमोरी देना चाहता हूं कि मैं था उसके साथ में। तो एक मेमोरी के तौर पे बच्चों का पिता के प्रति या माता के प्रति, वो जब बड़े हो जाते हैं तो एनीवे वो आपसे दूर चले जाते हैं, अपने ड्रीम को चेस करते हैं वो। तो कम से कम 30 के बाद हमेशा बच्चों को याद आता है कि माता पिता के साथ उसने क्या क्या समय बिताए थे। आई वॉन्ट हर टू हैव दोज मेमोरीज। तो अलग अलग चीज़ें करता हूँ, कुछ चीज़ें मानती है मेरी, कुछ चीज़ें नहीं मानती है। और मेरी कोशिश है कि वो थिएटर करे और बहुत कम उम्र से थिएटर करे, जो मैं नहीं कर पाया था, क्योंकि मैं बिहार के एक छोटे सी जगह से था, वहाँ पे थिएटर का कल्चर नहीं था। लेकिन मैं चाहता हूँ कि बैरी जॉन साहब अभी बहुत एक्टिव हैं मुंबई में, उनके पास वो जाना शुरू करे, भले ही जाकर के बैठे या फिर फ्लोर को साफ करे, वो भी चलेगा। लेकिन एक रंगमंच की का जो डिसिप्लिन है उसको जाने और समझे, ये मैं चाहता हूँ। उसके साथ समय बिताना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है। और दूसरा कारण ये भी है, उसको भले ही हम बात ना कर रहे हों, एक ही कमरे में बैठे हुए,
आसपास रहना।
जी, बस आसपास रहती है वो, उसको ऑब्जर्व करता रहता हूं। तो मुझे एक प्रकृति का एक चमत्कार मुझे दिखता है कि कहाँ छोटी थी और कैसे कैसे बड़ी होती जा रही है, और क्या क्या चीजें ये लोग कर रहे हैं, और क्या क्या सोच डेवलप हो रहे हैं इन लोगों के। तो प्रकृति का चमत्कार है वो अपने आप में।
हर पिता की सोच को आपने इतने खूबसूरत शब्दों में कहा। मैं भी वैदेही को देख के ऐसा ही ऐसे ही महसूस करता हूँ। आप ज्ञान देने में विश्वास नहीं करते हैं, लेकिन अपना अनुभव ज़रूर मुझे बताइए कि आपने असफलता के साथ बहुत सामना किया है। इस ऑडियंस के लिए खासकर ज़िंदगी में असफलताएं भगवान करे ना आए, लेकिन आएंगी, तो मुझे लगता है कि आप जो कहेंगे वो लाइफ लेसन ही होगा उनके लिए।
मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि देखिए, मैंने बहुत ज्यादा रिजेक्शन और बहुत ज्यादा उतार चढ़ाव की जिंदगी देखी है, बहुत ज्यादा। अगर मुझे किसी चीज ने बचाया है तो वो मेरा जुनून अभिनय को लेकर के जो हमेशा रहा है, उसने बचाया मुझे। मेरे सबसे बुरे समय में भी मैं अखबार के किसी एक न्यूज को चुन लेता था और उस न्यूज को पढ़ करके उसमें एक कैरेक्टर को उठा के उसकी अपनी कहानी लिखता था, और उसको मैं पूरे दिन तैयार करता था और फिर शाम को अपने दोस्तों को दिखाता था। और उसके बाद मेरे दोस्त अगर खुश हो जाते थे मेरे परफॉर्मेंस से तो मुझे पार्टी करा देते थे, और अगर खुश नहीं होते थे तो फिर ऐसे ही सो जाते थे हम लोग। तो मेरा जो जुनून और प्रेम काम को लेकर के और उस विधा को लेकर के, उसने मुझे सारी असफलताओं, सारे रिजेक्शन से मुझे हमेशा बचाया। इसीलिए मैं कभी डिप्रेशन में नहीं गया, इसीलिए मैं कभी फ्रस्ट्रेट नहीं हुआ, क्योंकि एक सेइंग जो मैं मानता हूं, when there is no work there is lot of work.
Wow.
So
beautiful.
So ये अगर आप करेंगे तो सारे रिजेक्शन never defines you, failure never defines you, similarly success doesn't define you. मनोज बाजपेयी जो एक्टर है वो 30 साल पहले भी था और आज भी वही एक्टर है। फेलियर के समय में मनोज बाजपेयी बुरा एक्टर नहीं हो गया था। वो कमर्शियली एक जो मार्केट का जो इंटरप्रिटेशन होता है उसके हिसाब से मैं फेलियर था, लेकिन जो मैं काम कर रहा था मैं अपनी नजर में फेलियर नहीं था। मैं सिर्फ एक बात जानता था कि सिर्फ एक मौका मिलेगा, मैं फिर वापस आ जाऊंगा, और मुझे वो मौका राजनीति में मिला।
कितनी अद्भुत बात कही है, और कितने सारे लाइफ लेसन्स लेके आज शाम आप जाएंगे और आप ये भी जान जाएंगे कि मनोज बाजपेयी यूं ही नहीं बनते। और इतनी खूबसूरत बात उन्होंने कही कि आज से 30 साल पहले भी मैं वही कलाकार था और सिर्फ सफलता और असफलता से अपने आप को मैं आंकूं ऐसा कभी नहीं था। ये सब आपके लिए बहुत प्रासंगिक है, मेरे लिए भी बहुत धन्यवाद। मैंने बहुत सीखा, जितना अच्छी आपने बातचीत की। आपकी आने वाली फिल्म गुलमोहर और जो राम के लिए बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं।
थैंक यू
और बहुत धन्यवाद, हमेशा की तरह बहुत अच्छा लगा।
हजरात हजरात हजरात, बड़े अफसोस के साथ ये सूचित किया जाता है कि कल रात वासेपुर की एक लड़की को अगवा कर लिया गया है। हजरात, 24 घंटे के अंदर अगर वो लड़की अपने घर नहीं पहुंची तो पूरे इलाके में इतना बम मारेंगे कि इलाका धुआं धुआं हो जाएगा और रामाधीर सिंह के पूरे खानदान से हजरात हजरात हजरात, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, चला रे।
ओह थैंक यू सो मच। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मनोज for joining us on that stage. And Neelesh ji, thank you so much as usual. बहुत ही खूबसूरत बातचीत।
चाबी आप लोगों के घर भिजवा दिया है, ताला खोल लीजिएगा।
ओहो, बहुत मजा आया है ना? Amazing. चलिए, I have to keep doing my duty, so I'm going to head straight into the next session. The next session puts the spotlight on a very, very important matter. One country, one law. Time for a uniform civil code. As early as 1985, the Honorable Supreme Court of India had observed that there is an imminent need for uniform civil code in India. In Muhammad Ahmad Khan versus Shabano Begum AIR 1985, SC 945, it was observed that a common civil code will help the cause of national integration by removing disparate loyalties to laws that have conflicting ideologies. No community, it said, is likely to bell the cat by making gratuitous concessions on this issue. It is the state which is charged with the duty of securing a uniform civil code for the citizens of the country, and unquestionably, it has the legislative competence to do so. Therefore, a uniform civil code is imperative for the protection of the oppressed and the promotion of national unity and solidarity. Now, to discuss this very pressing topic further, we have an eminent panel of speakers. I'm going to now welcome them on stage. Please welcome on stage Supreme Court Counsel J. Sai Deepak. He has studied in depth the cultural riches of the world with a focus on the influence of Middle Eastern and European. Please welcome him. Influences on Bharat. Saira Shah Halim, well-known activist, TEDx speaker, is a firebrand known for taking up causes of the disenfranchised, politically marginalized. Her short film, Ek Khas Aadmi, can be viewed online. She was recently awarded the Southeast Association for Regional Cooperation Women's Award. Aye, ma'am, please come. Please welcome them, everybody. I'd also like to invite on stage Shehzad Poonawala, youngest national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Please put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Namaste. Welcome once again on our stage. Also, please welcome distinguished Supreme Court advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain. He comes from a lineage of eminent lawyers that have been valiantly supporting various Hindutva causes. Notable among them is the Krishna Janmabhoomi case in Mathura and many others. Swagat hai aapka. Our next panelist, entrepreneur, writer, public speaker Lokesh Jindal, director Jindal Public School and Jindal Edutech. He's been a part of the Indian National Congress in various capacities. His passion is to strive for skill development of the youth of the nation. that he works on alongside at the Tata Group. Very warm welcome to you too. Also, please welcome on stage Dr. Taslima Ahmed Rahmani, President Muslim Political Council of India. She was erstwhile national spokesperson for the Samajwadi Party. She runs various medical charities and is an expert commentator on the Arab and West Asian region politics. Also, please give a round of applause to Anand Ranganathan, well-known socio-political speaker. Is a genetic engineer by profession. He was on this stage just a little earlier. Welcome back. This raging topic of the day will be moderated by Abhinav Prakash, National Vice President of the Bharatiya Janata Youth Morcha, the youth wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party. He's also a bilingual columnist in English and Hindi for several nationalist publications, writings on socio-economic and political issues. Abhinav, this is a massive panel that you have there, and I'm telling you, the youth of the country is waiting for this session to unfold. So go for it.
Thank you, and thank you, G, Vikram Sampath, and Shranshi for organizing this wonderful 3-day festival. And as expected, this is the last panel of the Cultural Fest, and this is the grand finale, and we have a very grand panel with us. So we have a very interesting topic with us, as you know, that it's about the one nation, one law. And we are going to specifically discuss the Uniform Civil Code. And this is a very pertinent question because, see, if you look at the India's history, India has never been governed by a high-end state which has created or implemented uniform laws all across the country. You had great empires, the Mauryans, the Guptas, and different kinds of empires, but they were very decentralized in their functioning. So in India, we never had this entire system of uniformity, one nation, one law kind of a system where you have social laws, cultural laws being governed by a centralized authority in a uniform manner. So I want to start this debate by asking this fundamental question to Sai Deepak. Sai, why do you think that suddenly, in the modern era, that we need to have this entire concept of one nation, one law? Do you agree that this is the part of the India's historical tradition to have uniformity in the social laws, in the cultural laws, in the religious laws? And is it desirable?
So I don't think uniformity as far as the personal realm or the cultural realm or even the religious realm for that matter is the norm in Bharat. That has not been the case. This is largely a consequence of a nation-state based approach where Eurocentrism effectively tells you that if you happen to be a single nation, then there must be homogeneity at least with respect to a certain set of laws, and personal laws being a part of it. It makes sense to have that, assuming that the population is homogeneous, but if that's not the case, I'm not sure it's a welcome move. At the very least, I'd like to know the basis of it. My position has been that if the Uniform Civil Code, as and when a draft is released, is based on Bharatiya ethos, I would certainly support it. But if it requires any further concessions from the majority community, I may not be able to support it. In principle, I don't know what I'm going to support at this point because I have not seen a document yet. And as a lawyer, I've said this before, that I don't think it is in common sense to support a document which you're yet to see. You can't sign on a blank check or a blank piece of paper. So as long as there is no document on the basis of which a discussion can happen on an intelligent basis, I don't think it's possible to take a position. So I remain consideredly agnostic at this point. If at all I'm pushed to taking a position, the position will be if it is based on Bharatiya Sanskriti, then I might consider and I might get on board. That's my position.
Thank you, Sai. Anand, coming to you. Sai made a very valid point that you have no draft as of now. You have no idea what we are talking about. We have a blank idea about the Uniform Civil Code or similar kind of uniform kind of social laws or the cultural laws, maybe in the realms of succession, marriage, and other things. But you tell me one thing. India is a very diverse country. There's so many communities, castes, religious traditions, tribes. They have their thousands of years of history of evolution, the social system, the cultural norms. Why should they surrender their rights to the modern secular republic which came into existence in 1947?
First of all, thank you very much to Abhinav and the organizers. This really is a very large panel and reminds me of the 8 p.m. debates. Although Arnab has gained a lot of weight since I saw him last.
You have 60 seconds now.
But I must also say this at the outset, Abhinav, that I am really proud to be Indian, proud to be one amongst you because sitting next to me is a gentleman who is so safe and sound. He is, ये बाहर घूम रहे हैं, जो कहना चाहते हैं वो कह सकते हैं. 1 साल पहले ये जिसके साथ डिबेट में थे वो बेचारी घर के अंदर है. ये वो देश है. तो जो लॉज बनाते हैं, जो इस देश को प्रोटेस्ट करते हैं, जिस देश पे डेमोक्रेसी नहीं है, वो ये याद रखें कि रहमानी साहब इज सेफ एंड साउंड and he's here with me. Remember that, always. Don't forget that. All those who think that this is not a democracy, remember that. That there is a woman, poor woman, all she did was just quoted some scriptures and her life has been ruined. Number one. Number two, it's very important to state, Abhinav, just to...
Let's not interrupt each other. Rahmani Saab, let's not interrupt each other.
No,
let's focus on the topic. Let's focus on the topic.
This is like tarnishing my image on the basis of a falsehood.
Let's,
so that's why
Anandji, let's focus on the topic itself. Let's not make personal remarks.
To the topic.
Let's not make personal remarks, Anandji. Let's focus on the topic.
It was not a personal remark. I was proud to be Indian. How is that personal? Yes. I am proud that you are safe. How is that personal? We all are safe. Absolutely.
Let's refocus on the topic.
Yes. और tarnish तो image तब होगी ना जब image होगी. But let me. नहीं, Ramani साहब.
Sir, if this is the way of this debate at the outset, targeting a personality, then I have so many things to say for so many people. But I don't want to continue with that. I can leave this debate if you have to insult me over here.
I'm not insulting
anyone. This is like
anyone.
Insulting.
Anandji,
did I insult anyone?
Anandji, Anand Ranganathan.
You are insulting me.
Let's come to
spreading falsehood about me.
Let's
you
come
are
to the topic,
spreading rumors against me, and you are trying to demonize my personality this way, and I object to it.
Anandji, let's only focus on the topic, please.
आपका objection sir आंखों पर, as long as my head is satisfactorily attached to my torso. Now, I want to come. No, let's be done with it. Ramani साहब, please सुनिए अब आप. Yes. Okay.
Anandji, please.
So, as far as UCC is concerned, I just want to say two things. You are right as to say why should communities suffer for the greater good. For that, Abhinav, I have to say this, that there are some universal goods, right? There are some things that are good, proven scientifically or otherwise philosophically, that are good universally. And one universal good that we have imbibed from our civilization, Hindu civilization, Indian Bharatiya civilization, is the equality of man and woman. There are like that, there are so many. And there are societies that have rules that sometimes do not conform to those universal goods. For example, it is scientifically proven that you will severely damage the body of a woman if you marry her upon puberty. This is scientifically proven. So to say that if you were to remove that, if you were to ban child marriage, you would make a society suffer. I'm sorry. You are reforming that society. You are going towards progressiveness. You are going towards what is scientifically proven to be correct. So we must remove discrimination like that. We must remove polygamy. We must remove child marriage. We must remove the fact that in some religions, it is ordained that a woman would get half the inheritance that a man would. How is this justified? So I am absolutely for removing things that are patently wrong. They are anti-woman. They are discriminatory. They are patriarchal. And I am for adding things that go for the universal good. And that is why we need uniform civil code. Thank you.
Thank you, Anand. And I request my panelists that let's focus only on the topic and we should avoid unwanted comments on each other going forward. Sarah, let me come to you. When we talk about a uniform civil code, often it becomes the debate about Muslims and the Hindus. But beyond this Hindu-Muslim binary, there is lots of diversity in the country. There are different tribal communities, there are different regional cultural variations. So do you agree that a modern state should override their cultural concerns and social concerns and create a uniform law?
So firstly, good evening. Thank you so much, Arth and Vikram Sampath ji, for having me over for such a pertinent discussion. So, well, the topic today is UCC and whether I am for it or not. So my previous panel speaker said that he's ambiguous on the topic and he's neutral on the topic. I would say the same. We are not against it and we are not for it. Because here, when you're talking about personal laws, I think talking whether a 15% is bothered or whether a 10% of the population is bothered or whether 5% of the population is bothered is not the contention. The contention here is the majority community, which comprises of 80% of the population. Are they okay with tweaking their laws? Are they okay with tweaking their personal laws? Because here, if you look at the Constitution of India, it is said that the state is the UCC is not enforceable, however, it is recommended. So here, let's look at the sale of alcohol, right? So it says that the alcohol consumption would not be encouraged, or usage of drugs, or consumption of any intoxicant. But we see that alcohol is readily available across India. So isn't it available? Because here the state very clearly says that consumption of alcohol, cigarette smoking should be avoided. But we see the sale of alcohol, cigarettes. So I think here we need to look at the larger picture, because here it is not that the Muslim community is getting affected, the Muslim community is not getting affected. Firstly, we need to know whether the larger Hindu majority community is okay with tweaking the Hindu Succession Act, the adoption issue, the marriage issue, and there's so many other bindings that come in the Hindu personal law that governs various aspects of the life. So I think here this document needs to be discussed with the various stakeholders of the different communities, and we need to ask them whether they are okay with tweaking their personal laws. Then it comes to the Muslim community, then we can ask them whether they are all right or not. Because here, the UCC has been under the directive principles of state policy, and it very clearly says it is not enforceable, it is recommended. So I think I would go by it. We are not against it. It can be recommended. But I trade that we need to take all the various stakeholders of all the communities in account, make a formidable document, and see whether it is enforceable or not, because India is too diverse a country, so many religions, so many borders. If you see, the British, I would say, were rather lazy. It would have been implemented long time ago, but the British didn't want to unsettle the apple cart. It was such a complex issue. So they let it be in the directive principle of state policy, and they said that let it not be a mandate. Let it evolve. Let the document evolve. Let it kind of get justifiable, and once it is justifiable, then we can implement and make it a law. So it still remains in the directive principle of state policy, and I think it needs to be debated, it needs to be discussed. We need to take everyone into account. That's what I want to say at this moment.
I'll come back to you, Sai, Anand, and everyone. Let's first have the opening remarks by all the panelists. Vishnu Shankarji, she made a very important point that this is a very complex project. This is not a very simple thing of just creating a draft about the civil laws and the social laws. What's your stand on the Uniform Civil Code?
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार. धर्म संस्थापना के देवता भगवान श्री कृष्ण के चरणों में मेरा नमन. And I would like to thank Vikram Sampath ji and Arth for organizing such a beautiful event and for creating such a panel so that we can have diverse views. First of all, I would like to say that as a right-wing Hindu intellectual, I do not believe, and I strongly am saying this, I do not believe in the concept of Uniform Civil Code. Uniform Civil Code is completely a hoax, and I'm today telling it on your panel that if Uniform Civil Code is implemented, many of the provisions of Uniform Civil Code will go against the majority community, as my friend Sai Deepak has told. And I would also like to tell you that in 2018, the Law Commission had returned the proposal of Uniform Civil Code because we do not know, as Sai Deepak has rightly told, the areas on which there has to be uniformity. First of all, we have to understand that when we are talking about uniform civil code, we must ask ourselves this question, that what are the subjects on which we are asking for uniformity? And through my study and research, and as far as my knowledge goes, I personally believe and feel that there is one area where I, as a citizen of this country, need uniformity. And let me put it in perspective. And I want to ask a question to all of you, that आपने क्या किसी देश में ऐसा कानून देखा है कि अगर कोई ऑफेंस कोई आदमी करे तो वो एक धर्म के लिए ऑफेंस होगा, दूसरे धर्म के लिए ऑफेंस नहीं होगा? अगर क्रिमिनल लॉ का सबसे बेसिक सिद्धांत है कि क्रिमिनल लॉ सबके लिए यूनिफॉर्म होगा. मतलब अगर आज कोई आदमी चोरी करेगा तो अगर वो चोरी हिंदू करता है तो उसके लिए ऑफेंस है, क्रिश्चियन करता है, मुस्लिम करता है, कोई भी आदमी करता है, इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ हिज रिलीजन, वो ऑफेंस रहेगा. पर भारतीय आईपीसी में, इंडियन पीनल कोड में, देयर इज अ प्रोविजन, एंड प्लीज रीड इट एंड करेक्ट मी इफ आई एम रॉन्ग, सेक्शन 494 ऑफ द आईपीसी. सेक्शन 494 ऑफ द आईपीसी में, if a Muslim is having more than one marriage, it's not an offense, it's exempted under section 494 IPC, while if a Hindu is marrying more than once, it's an offense under IPC. Bigamy का offense है. So I personally believe, and I filed a petition also in the Supreme Court, the 5 judges of the Supreme Court have issued notice in the matter, and I'm only saying that please bring uniformity in the penal laws. If bigamy is an offense, it has to be an offense for a Hindu also, it has to be an offense for a Muslim also, for a Christian also. You cannot have this kind of an exemption on the basis of religion. And apart from this number of marriage, I do not see any area where I feel or believe that there has to be uniformity. I am not here to sort out or make the things मैं किसी और आदमी के घर को ठीक करने के लिए नहीं बैठा हूं. मैं यहां पे अपने घर को ठीक करने बैठा हूं. मैं चाहता हूं कि मेरा सनातन धर्म जो अजर अमर है वो अजर अमर रहे, और उसमें जो डिफिकल्टीज हैं उसको मैं रिमूव करूं. मैं उसके लिए यहां बैठा हूं.
Fair point, Rahmani ji, what's your take on the entire concept of uniform civil code? Why do we see a section of Muslim intelligentsia opposing the concept of equal social laws for the women, irrespective of their religious identity?
See, the debate of Uniform Civil Code was concluded on 23rd November 1946 in the Constituent Assembly itself. And the ball was set into the court of the central government. For last 75 years, Article 44 says that it's the duty of the government to keep on endeavor to make a consensus on the Uniform Civil Code. More than a dozen times, various high courts and Supreme Court of India has directed the government of India to come out with a uniform civil code. No government has replied. And very recently, this January 2023 itself, in the Supreme Court of India, our government has said that this is the prerogative of the legislation, and this is a very complex issue. We will take our own time, and judiciary has no right to interfere therein. Law Commission in 2018, as by my brother Vishnu Jain, my brother, has said, my Indian brother, of course he is my brother. So the Law Commission has recommended that before considering any uniform civil code, you have to make the codification of each and every religion of the country. This was the recommendation in 2018 by the Law Commission of India, our statutory body of our government. Still, so this is not the issue of a public debate. The public debate is over in 1946 itself. Now this is the duty of the central government to come out with a legislation. Some state governments during the last election, particularly the BJP governments, in their manifestos they have mentioned that they will come out with a uniform civil code like in Uttarakhand, like so many other states, but they did not. So keeping on a debate in the public arena is another thing, and those legislative debates, bringing those debates inside the parliament and discussing those debates in with the legislature is quite different. So I think this is not more than a political issue rather than a social issue. Every successive government made it a political, to score the political browning points, and nothing concrete they did. And as far as me, as Indian Muslim, as a proud Indian Muslim, my stand is concerned, as a community person, I will say, what shall I oppose? मैं किसकी मुखालफत करूं? मेरे सामने कोई ब्लूप्रिंट नहीं है. यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का नक्शा क्या होगा, उसका स्वरूप क्या होगा, उसके प्रोविजंस क्या होंगे, ये मुझे मालूम नहीं. आनंद रघुनाथन कुछ भी कह सकते हैं, शहजाद पूनावाला जी कुछ भी कह सकते हैं.
So you are open to the idea of the uniform civil code.
Let the country see the blueprint of that uniform civil code. Let the country discuss it. Let the country debate it. अभी विष्णु जैन को भी पसंद नहीं है यूसीसी का आइडिया. अभी ऐसे बहुत सारे लोग हो सकते हैं जिसे अब जो प्रोविजंस आएंगे तभी तो विष्णु जैन भी कंसीडर करेंगे, मैं भी करूंगा, आनंद भी करेंगे, सबका कंसेंसस बनेगा, तब वो कोड आएगा. तो ये गवर्नमेंट की जिम्मेदारी है कि वो लेकर आए. हम डिमांड करते हैं, लाइए. शुक्रिया.
शहजाद, this point is coming up again and again. That कोई blueprint है ही नहीं, there is no blueprint, we don't know what we are talking about. I think this has become a scapegoat in this panel. Let's discuss the idea of the uniform civil code. Whether it is desirable or not desirable, do you support it or do you oppose it?
आज मुझे बड़ी खुशी है अभिनव जी कि इतने ओजस्वी वक्ता जो मुस्लिम पक्ष से अमूमन अपनी बात रखते, तस्लीम रहमानी ने ये स्पष्ट किया कि देखिए हमें कोई परेशानी नहीं है, हमने तो ब्लूप्रिंट देखा नहीं है. तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि अर्थ के इस चर्चा के बाद वो ऑल इंडिया मुस्लिम पर्सनल लॉ बोर्ड को जरूर फोन करके पूछेंगे कि जब ब्लूप्रिंट आया नहीं, बच्चा पैदा हुआ नहीं, तो मुंडन करने क्यों बैठ गया आप? अब रुक जाइए.
मैं कर चुका हूं उनको फोन.
रहमानी जी, जो रूल का आप अभी हवाला आनंद रंगनाथन को दे रहे थे, वही रूल आप ब्रेक कर रहे हैं. यही यूनिफॉर्मिटी नहीं है डिबेट कोड में. ये सिविल कोड कहां मानेंगे? ये डिबेट कोड में यूनिफॉर्मिटी नहीं मानते. अब देखिए, ये मंडली बड़ी विचित्र मंडली. अब मैं किसी का नाम नहीं ले रहा हूं. आपको हो सकता है आप कहें कि पहले ड्राफ्ट तो लाओ, शहजाद जी ड्राफ्ट बताओ, फिर हम बताएं. एनआरसी का ड्राफ्ट देखा था क्या सड़कों पे उतरने से पहले? ड्राफ्ट देखा नहीं, पर बड़ी बड़ी एक्ट्रेसेस, बड़े बड़े वक्ता, बड़े बड़े बुद्धिजीवी, ये एनआरसी आएगा, ये ऐसा होगा, ये वैसा होगा, दंगे कर दो, शाहीन बाग में बैठ जाओ, ये सब थे. अब रुक जाइए. तस्लीम रहमानी मुस्कुरा रही है, अच्छी बात, लोकतंत्र के लिए अच्छी बात. और जय साई दीपक भी मुस्कुरा रहे, ये यूनिफॉर्म लाफ्टर कोड है. अब दूसरी बात देखिए, कम से कम एक चीज देखिए, यहां पर भी हमारे विष्णु भाई है, जय साई दीपक है, तस्लीम जी है, सहरा जी है, दोनों ने, सबने कहा कि हम बिना देखे नहीं बोलेंगे. परंतु एक हिपोक्रेसी जानना बहुत जरूरी है. जय साई दीपक और विष्णु जैन उस विचारधारा के हैं जो अपनी कन्वीनियंस के हिसाब से संविधान का गला घोटकर उसके शरिया को संविधान के ऊपर नहीं रखते. जब पसंद आए मन में तो संविधान, जब पसंद आए मन में तो शरिया. ये संविधान के तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ही शाहबानू का फैसला सुनाया था ना. आज पूछिए इनसे, शाहबानू से लेकर शायरा बानू तक जो 3 तलाक का फैसला है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दिया है, क्या मानने को तैयार है? ये लोग क्या मानने को तैयार है? 3 तलाक का भी वो विरोध करते हैं, नहीं मानेंगे. सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहे तो कहे, ये कम्युनल एजेंडा है. जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है शाहबानू को मेंटेनेंस मिले, जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट कहता है 3 तलाक हो, उसको खत्म करे, कानून लाओ, तो ये लोग कहते हैं इट्स अ कम्युनल प्रोजेक्ट. और आखिरी बात, आपको नहीं चाहिए यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, बहुत अच्छी बात है, ठीक है, आपने कह दिया. केवल 2 चीजें स्पष्ट कीजिए. अगर ये आपके धार्मिक अधिकारों का इतना ही बड़ा हनन है, इट इज सच अ असॉल्ट ऑन द राइट टू प्रैक्टिस योर रिलीजन अंडर आर्टिकल 25, then why you are not demanding every day and night that my criminal code should be according to Sharia, where you cut my hand if I'm caught robbing? Tomorrow morning I want Mr. Taslim Rahmani standing in line demanding कि now I don't want uniform criminal code also. If Ramesh and Anand are caught stealing, they will be given one punishment. If Taslim is caught stealing, his hand will be chopped off. Please, tomorrow morning you tell me, Taslim, are you ready for it? हाँ, यू आर रेडी फॉर इट, ओके।
और इसमें
सुन लीजिए
भाई, इसमें एक एग्जाम्पशन होना चाहिए।
हाँ, एग्जाम्पशन क्या होना चाहिए?
एग्जाम्पशन ये होना चाहिए कि अगर जिहाद करेंगे तो वो शरिया में एग्जाम्प्ट हो जाएगा।
विष्णु जी, वी विल कम बैक।
अच्छा, लास्ट पॉइंट, ये यूसीसी जो है, यूसीसी इसका वैसे तो फुल फॉर्म है यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड, बट इस यूसीसी के नाम पे एक बीबीसी है। यूसीसी के नाम पे बीबीसी ये है बहकाना, भड़काना और चिल्लाना। अब देखिए, ये बहकाना, भड़काना, चिल्लाना कमिटी जो है, जब यूसीसी गोवा में लागू हुआ 1960 के दशक में, तब इनकी चहीती सरकार थी वहां पे, तब यूसीसी कॉम्युनल नहीं था, सेक्युलर था। जब यूसीसी के विषय में सुप्रीम कोर्ट से लेकर 10 कोर्टों ने कहा कि यूसीसी आना चाहिए, तब यूसीसी कॉम्युनल नहीं था, यूसीसी सेक्युलर था। जब नेहरू जी और बाकी सारे महानुभाव संविधान की सभा में बैठकर यूसीसी को डायरेक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी बनाए, तब यूसीसी कॉम्युनल नहीं था, वो सेक्युलर था। और आज जब हिमाचल, गुजरात या कोई उत्तराखंड का स्टेट अपनी जनता से पूछ के यूसीसी के लिए पैनल बनाए, तो हाय सांप्रदायिक माहौल फैल गया है, डर का माहौल है। ये किस प्रकार का ये बीबीसी चल रहा है? ये दोहरे मापदंड है। मैं भी देखिए, हमारी जिन भी सरकारों ने इसको इंप्लीमेंट किया, अभिनव जी, लास्ट 10 सेकेंड्स, 30 सेकेंड्स, लास्ट 30 सेकेंड्स अर्नब, कि देखिए, हम यूसीसी के प्रति पूर्ण तरीके से समर्पित है। संविधान के एक एक प्रावधान के प्रति हम पूर्ण तरीके से समर्पित है। यह संविधान सहूलियत का डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं है कि यह पसंद आए तो ले लो, वो पसंद नहीं आए तो हटा दो। हम संविधान के प्रति समर्पित है, परंतु हां, उसकी एक प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए। जो जय साई, दीपक और विष्णु जैन ने आर्टिकुलेट की है, वो सारी बहुत ही गंभीर विषयों पर चर्चा करने के हेतु ही, जहां पर भी हमारी राज्य सरकारों ने जनता के पास से मैंडेट लिया इस विषय पर, तो पहले पैनल और सर्व समाज के साथ उसके ऊपर चिंतन करके ड्राफ्ट लाने का काम किया जाएगा। अभी ड्राफ्ट आया नहीं है। जो बच्चा पैदा नहीं हुआ है, तस्लीम रहमानी, उसका मुंडन कराना बंद करो।
ठीक है शहजाद. Only Anand gets 60 seconds, right? Only you all will get only 30 seconds. No, Lokesh is left. Lokesh, let's come back to you, and could you please give us a legal perspective of the entire debate? Because we are talking on the political aspect, we are talking on the emotional aspect of the UCC, the religious aspect, but what exactly is the legal aspect of the entire exercise?
Good evening, everyone. There was a lot of discussion with respect to Article 44 of the Constitution. But if we read the exact wording of Article 44, it states that the state shall endeavor to secure for all its citizens a uniform civil code. Now compare that with Article 43 of the Constitution. The Article 43 of the Constitution says with suitable legislation. So my point is, Article 44 of the Constitution does not direct the state that you have to bring about a suitable legislation so as to realize a uniform civil code. So the point is, if the state indeed wants to realize a uniform civil code all across the territory of India, then introducing a law is not a necessity. It's not the only way. Secondly, when you're talking about the constitutional framework, so over here, we all need to keep in mind the Minerva Mills case judgment, that there has to be a balance between the directive principle of state policy and the fundamental rights. There also has to be an understanding of the S.R. Bommai case 1994, whereby secularism forms the basic structure of the Constitution. And while we consider Article 44, we also need to understand Article 25 till Article 28, Article 29, Article 30, with respect to equality, Article 14, 15, 16, and also the fundamental duty of promoting brotherhood amongst all its citizens, Article 15, 1A. Over here, it becomes important for us to understand that all these articles are aiming at preventing India from becoming a theocratic state. We have to make sure that India continues to function as a secular state. And if the primacy is to preserve the secular fabric of the secular identity of the nation, then over here, if one law, such as introduction of uniform civil code, it sounds more like unconstitutional civil code over here. Because if you look at the constitution and the framework within which it is being introduced, and the manner in which it is being introduced, it does not fall in line with the constitutional ethos. Secondly, Now we have seen all through this time period, there are debates that there is some form of a non-homogeneity. Now the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955, if you consider section 5 clause 4 of this Hindu Marriage Act, even over here it gives a significant room for different forms of customs to prevail along with a uniform form of a marriage all across the country. In fact, Hindu Marriage Act was for the benefit of the Hindu society. And when we are talking about marriage amongst the Muslims or any community for that instance, so we must bear in mind marriage has different meaning for different person. A woman or a man might consider marriage as a sacrosanct, as a sacred ceremony, investiture ceremony, or as a sacred institution, which might have a religious significance. And if that person wants to live this particular institution as a religious matter of fact, enjoying Article 25 right, freedom of professing that religion, then how can a state stop that particular individual from practicing and living in that particular religious life? It's not about Hindu versus Muslim. It's not about pitting one religion against the other. It is about drawing a balance between state and society, giving the right space to religion where it is required. And even with respect to family law, over here, the legal provisions, the penal code are all active. In fact, when he said about Article 498A with respect to domestic violence, CRPC Section 125, CRPC Section 127, they are still applicable. In fact, in the Daniel Latifi case, the Supreme Court lightly interpreted the Muslim Women Protection Act 1986 in liberal light. It's not about communalizing the issue. We need to understand, although our head is safe over the head, but we also have to take care what is inside this head. Are we trying to simply radicalize and is Hinduism into bringing out swords and trying to imitate the West? No, we can teach West what is non-violence, how to coexist together, what peace is. हमने इस दुनिया को हिंसा नहीं अहिंसा दी है. We gave this world Buddha. We gave this world Gandhi. We gave this world how to live
that's a different
in a
point
plural
altogether.
form of manner. So
Thank
over
you.
here,
Sai, lots of panelists have talked about the secularism and the basic structure of the constitution. Right. Well, India, I think, has 6 classical languages. And there is no word for secularism in any of the India's classical language because concept itself was absent throughout the civilizational history of India. But still, India was the most diverse, most tolerant, most plural society without the concept of secularism. So how do you respond to this idea that we have to have a uniform civil code because of secularism? Is there any other rationale behind it? Or do you really want to go back to the old system where different caste and communities can follow their own tradition like the opponents of the UCCC are talking about?
So let me start first of all by wholeheartedly endorsing the opening remarks of my dear friend Anand Ranganathan. In letter and spirit. Second, I think it's important to understand that we are beating around the actual issue here under the pretext of uniformity. Which community in this country has a problem with equal treatment is the specific question that you must ask. What are the issues and what are the areas? 1, on the question of polygamous marriages or monogamous marriages. 2, on the question of succession. 3, on the question of maintenance and any other issue such as child marriage or forced circumcision, so to speak. Okay, these are the issues. If these are the issues, which is the group or the community under question which has a problem with this? So when people start using my opening remarks as a way of getting out of this debate, I might as well bring the issue back to the center of the table and say, sorry, the issue in question is Muslim exceptionalism. I don't wish to beat around the bush. And if that is the issue, it makes very little sense for certain panelists to hide behind other communities in my position or Vishnu's position to say, no, look at them, since they have not committed, why should we commit? And the argument that is being presented is, well, Hindus are not open to uniformity. Let's see if you're okay with interference with your personal laws. Our personal laws have already been interfered with since 1955. We were never consulted with this. The majority community was never asked any kind of questions. Today, the Supreme Court says that the new law, apparently, according to the Supreme Court, is before you pass a legislation, you're supposed to have a discussion with the community. That too with respect to farmers and farm laws, where we afforded this kind of an opportunity. If that is not the case, you're actually speaking with a victim majority here, which is already suffering the consequences of Nehru's forcible introduction of the Hindu code in the 1950s. So I don't think anybody has the moral authority to pontificate to Hindus with respect to state intervention. If there is a community in this country that has been constantly interfered with by the state, regardless of who's in power, it is the Hindu community. That is a fact. Second, look, here's the important issue. You want to address these issues. I think whichever government is interested in discussing Uniform Civil Code must actually drop the discussion on the Uniform Civil Code and must grow a spine to discuss the issue of Muslim exceptionalism as opposed to sending chadars to Ajmer. Okay? That is something for the government to do. 3. The next question will be, well, is this consistent with India's commitment to secularism? Sorry. India is equally committed to the question of human rights, and India is equally committed to the question of gender justice and social justice. It is possible for this country to take a position against polygamous marriages, child marriages, forced circumcision, and even with respect to succession, without having to resort to Uniform Civil Code. Because the moment you start talking about Uniform Civil Code, their argument is going to be, it's unenforceable, it needs to be done, this needs to be done, that needs to be done. Sorry, I don't need to go the path of Uniform Civil Code to enforce any of these aspects. The state has the power to interfere with any kind of social injustice. That is the precise reason that Article 17 was introduced in the Constitution for what? To abolish untouchability. Then should the state have actually indulged all those people who opposed this particular issue and kept its hands holding with respect to abolition of untouchability? When Article 25(2)(b) was introduced with respect to the entry of former untouchables into temples, the state has taken a particular decision. And that was a Hindu-specific intervention, that was a community-specific intervention. Did secularism come in the way of this kind of intervention because it's a Hindu community? No, it did not. So if the Constitution has shown the way that the Indian state reserves the power, constitutionally speaking, to interfere with a single community, provided there are legitimate grounds to do so, why should we resort to Uniform Civil Code to interfere with Muslim exceptionalism on these specific areas? Let's have a discussion on this. So now Uniform Civil Code is no more the discussion. Let me see what their position is on Muslim exceptionalism.
You want to say something? Yes.
Yes, thank you. You know, my good friend Lokesh Abhinav started off that he is a lawyer. He is a lawyer, he is a very dear friend. In audience में इनके clients अगर बैठे होंगे वो अगले दिन कल जज से कहेंगे मैं लॉर्ड मैं अकेले लड़ लूंगा केस. मुझे क्या कह रहे हैं ये? कह रहे हैं we gave the world Gandhi. I hope you meant Mahatma Gandhi, not Rahul Gandhi. No. And he is proud of the fact. He is talking about, let me quote Mahatma Gandhi. क्योंकि जब तक facts नहीं देंगे तब तक legalist का क्या चलता रहेगा? Let me quote. This is what Mahatma Gandhi said. Hindus should not harbor anger in their hearts against Muslims, even if the latter wanted to destroy them. Even if the Muslims want to kill us all, we should face death bravely. And if they establish their rule after killing all Hindus, we would be ushering in a new world by sacrificing our lives, unquote.
And today is the...
Wait a minute.
First of all, Anand, let's just talk about UCC, not Gandhi. We can have a different panel on Gandhi.
Of course. No, Lokesh, this is unfair. This is like a real TV debate. Yaar, abhi interrupt mat karo. Give me 30 seconds. Or my brother Vishnu ne jo baat kari hai, 494 ki. I just want to ask him ki, does he want Muslims to not practice polygamy, or does he want Hindus to practice polygamy? मतलब डिस्क्रिमिनेशन किसके अगेंस्ट हो रही है?
That's a very direct question. You have to give an answer.
But मैं एक चीज बताना चाहता हूं क्योंकि लोग ये समझ नहीं पाए मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूं. When a Muslim says I am against discrimination, he is against discrimination practiced in all other religions except Islam. When a Hindu says, like I am saying, I am civilizationally a Hindu. I might be a Darwinian atheist, but I am civilized. All of us are.
No, you are a Nastik who go to Mahakaleshwar Mandir in
with pride. With pride. और रहमानी साहब के ग्रैंडफादर जैन थे तभी इनको भी इट्स अ फैक्ट आपने खुद एडमिट किया है. नहीं मैं तो फैक्ट्स बता रहा हूं.
ओके आनंद लेट्स
तभी इन्होंने कहा माय ब्रदर इज विष्णु जैन. दोनों के ग्रैंडफादर जैन हैं. मैं ये बताना चाह रहा हूं. देखिए मैं हिंदू हूं, ये अब मुस्लिम है ये. सो फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर इज that a Hindu wants discrimination to be removed from everywhere. This is the difference. Please remember, as Rahmani Saab, he can marry a child. आप बुरा मत मानिएगा, मैं आपको लीगल पोजीशन बता रहा हूं आपकी, ठीक है? He can marry 4 wives. It is another matter if 4 women would like to marry him, but that's another matter. Third issue. खुदा ना खास्ता अगर ये अल्लाह को प्यारे हो गए, so the daughter will get half the inheritance as his son. And ये discrimination यहाँ हुआ. मेरा discrimination देखिए. I can have a Hindu undivided family and take benefit of tax. Take tax benefit. That is available to Jains, Hindus and Sikhs, but not Muslims.
I think
I'm against that.
we need to avoid being personal here about any co-panelists. I would request Anandji not to get personal here, because here the topic is UCC.
You speak.
So
Sarah.
no,
साहब
one second,
ऐसा है,
one second.
जब सैया हो कोतवाल तो डर काहे का? आनंद साहब, भाई पता है कि भाई यहाँ से लेके
अच्छा मैं एक चीज ऐड कर रही हूँ. One
Sorry.
second.
I am not interrupting anyone in between, neither you nor him.
So let
I
me
am
talk
repeatedly
now.
asking him not to take people's name.
This is unfair.
I'm repeatedly
Actually,
asking him not to take the
मैं
name.
आनंद
You cannot
रंगारात
make an- you cannot make an allegation.
मैं आनंद जी की बहुत इज्जत करता हूँ. पढ़े लिखे आदमी लगते हैं चेहरे से, वेस्टर्नाइज ड्रेस पहने हैं, मॉडर्न से लगते हैं, और सुना है साइंटिस्ट भी हैं, लेकिन इनको लेबोरेटरी से कम स्टूडियो में ज्यादा देखा है.
कुछ गलत
अगर बदतमीजी में करने पे आऊं तो थोड़ी सी मुझे भी आती है, इन्हीं से सीखिए, बहुत इनसे सीखिए अगर पर्सनल होना चाहो.
So much of cackle here. So you know, I'm just saying one thing. We are not here to insult co-panelists. Please, let's all maintain a decorum here. And one second, here
let's not
there are a lot of things. Let's not belittle any panelist, because your respect is not going up by belittling another co-panelist. So let's get back to the topic. So here, when we are talking about secularism, here it is very clearly mentioned in the 42nd amendment, right? Because the Constitution of India is a living document. It is not a dead document. It's a living document. It is forever evolving, right? So when the makers of the Constitution decided that they will amend and bring in that word secular, because they felt that India is onto a path where state and religion should be separate. Here, there is no particular priority, even if the Hindu community is in a majority, but there would be no preference. So I think this is very progressive. Now coming back to UCC, we need to look at it in a pragmatic manner, in a detached manner, and understand that the document is under the directive state, of state policy, and let the draft come out. And then we need to look at it in a detached way, and it needs to be addressed in a phased manner, in an informed manner, taking the stakeholders into account, because once you trust something, for example, and then you need to revoke it. We saw what happened during the farmers' protest, during the farming, when the farming community went hammer and tongs against the bill that was passed. So we don't want a revocation. We want a very uniformed and a very principled stand on it, taking the accountability of all the stakeholders. That's what I want to say.
Vishnu Janji.
मेरे टाइम का क्या हुआ? मेरा टाइम ले लिया इन्होंने.
No personal remarks.
कोई personal नहीं था.
Please don't take any personal.
कोई personal
I'll come back to
नहीं था,
you again. विष्णु जान.
मेरे भाई यहाँ पे लोकेश भाई ने और सायरा बहन ने सेकुलर की बात कही और कहा 42nd अमेंडमेंट में सेकुलर वर्ड ऐड हुआ. मैं उस डिबेट में नहीं जाना चाहता हूं, पर मैं इतना पूछना चाहता हूं बड़ी लॉजिकली आज इन सारे लोगों से जो यहां पे बैठे हैं, और इसको एक पर्सपेक्टिव में रखना चाहता हूं कि देखिए हमारे संविधान के साथ कितना बड़ा खिलवाड़ हुआ है. और देखिए आज अगर सपोज करिए, मैं अपनी बात को एक उदाहरण से समझाना चाहता हूं. आई वॉन्ट टू एक्सप्लेन इट बाय एन एग्जाम्पल. आज सपोज करिए हम सब लोग यहां पे एक शपथ लें, एक ओथ लें. ऐसा किसी भी लीगल हिस्ट्री में, वर्ल्ड की लीगल हिस्ट्री में, फॉरगेट अबाउट इंडियन लीगल हिस्ट्री, वर्ल्ड की लीगल हिस्ट्री में ऐसा नहीं हुआ है कि किसी शपथ को, किसी ओथ को बैकडेट में बदला गया. We the people of India having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, social, secular, democratic republic. तो ये जो दो वर्ड आए सेकुलर और सोशलिस्ट, जैसे भी मेरी बहन सायरा ने कहा कि ये 42nd अमेंडमेंट से 1976 में आए, और ये संविधान की शपथ कब ली गई थी? On 26 November 1949. Just a minute. Let me put it in perspective. तो सेकुलर नहीं, ये जितना यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड का आर्गुमेंट सेकुलर पे बिल्ड कर रहे हैं. मैं तो सबसे पहली बात आनंद रंगनाथन को बधाई देना चाहता हूं कि आज वीर सावरकर की पुण्यतिथि पे महात्मा गांधी का क्या रोल रहा है, उन्होंने उसको जस्टिफाई कर दिया. पर मैं दूसरी बात सेकुलर के आर्गुमेंट को डिस्ट्रॉय करना चाहता हूं. मैं इनसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि सेकुलर वर्ड की डेफिनेशन क्या है?
नहीं विष्णु जान, सेकुलरिज्म पे डिबेट नहीं है.
सुनिए,
यूनिफॉर्म सिविल कोड पे
बता दें कि गोडसे के दौर में अभी भी हम गांधी के साथ हैं.
माय ओनली पॉइंट इज दिस.
गोडसे के दौर में गांधी के साथ हूं.
Just listen to
No,
what
no,
I'm
no.
saying.
No
I'm
debate
saying
on
secular
secularism. We can
can't be
have
a reason to
Vikramji,
develop uniform
we need a
civility.
different panel for discussing secularism.
I'm
But
only
let me
saying.
let me ask a different question.
Try to
Let me ask
understand
a
my
different
point.
question. Let me reorient the debate. A very
Should the
fundamental.
government control mosques like it controls temples? ये secularism है आपका?
Anand ji, there is a very fundamental question here, and that question is the conflict between modernity and the tradition. The rise of nation states in the last 200 years have also created the requirement, this need for creating uniformity, uniform laws, because societies are much more integrated than they were 200 years back. But there's also the question of survival of the old traditions, people right to choose their culture, their traditions, and different kinds of things. So why is there an opposition from one side to the tradition and from the other side to the modernity, and how we can resolve it? Shahjad.
May I, with your permission, Anand? Just 20 seconds and then the remaining time can be given to Anand.
You're my chota bhai, Sara ji is my elder sister. Coach, please.
You got the age right. ऐसा है कि देखिए, all of this argument one agrees with. We have to also see our traditions, etc. Nobody is imposing anything on anybody. Uniformity doesn't mean that you will lose what is essential to your faith or your practice or your beliefs or your traditions. But if those particular aspects are incompatible with what we believe constitutes a society that is governed by rule of law and constitution, then it must be moderated like it was done for the Hindus 1955. All we are saying is this, that look, I am very happy when a Sabrimala verdict comes out. But my party opposes the triple talaq verdict from Supreme Court. Ye hypocrisy nahi chalegi. Ye hypocrisy nahi chalegi. The Uniform Civil Code is the biggest tool to ensure gender empowerment and women's rights. But it is unfortunate that today those who say ladki hu, lad sakti hu, or some of its versions are today at the forefront of, one second sir, I have not even taken your name, are at the forefront of sacrificing women's rights at the altar of vote bank politics. That is the fundamental problem, and I have only one question to ask. Lokesh, I know because he and I have appeared on television debates. Lokesh, did you support the Sabrimala verdict of the Supreme Court? Did he? Did he? He did support it. He said it is absolutely right. But Lokesh, tell me, then do you say that the Prime Minister who overturned the Supreme Court verdict on Shah Banu is wrong? Today I ask you with all your integrity to answer that question.
I'll answer this question. See, first of all, when we talk about what happened in the Shah Banu
Answer the question.
So I'm answering the question. What do you think I'm doing? So when you are talking about the 1985 Shah Banu case and the subsequent Muslim Act that was introduced in the Parliament, over here we have seen that over a period of time this Muslim Women Act has strengthened women's right even more. Because I'll tell you why.
Dekhiye secularism.
Allow me to answer.
Secularism 1.1.
As per the Muslim Women Act 1986, now the Muslim woman is entitled to maintenance during the period of iddat itself, that is 90 days. And the Supreme Court has rightly pointed out that section 127 involves, and the man has to give him lakhs of rupees, whatever has to be the maintenance for the rest of her life during the iddat period.
No,
so
why not beyond iddat? That's the question here. That's the question of Uniform Civil Code. But why? Yeah. Why only certain period for one section of the community and why lifetime?
This is one second.
Wait a minute. Now it's my turn. The question is asked. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. See, we are having the Special Marriage Act 1954. As per the Special Marriage Act, it is the Uniform Civil Code in the country. A person belonging to any religion, I mean it's free for all, any person belonging to any religion
Lokesh,
can get the marriage registered under the Special Marriage Act and have all the benefits of divorce succession in that Special Marriage Act.
Shahjad asked a very clear question to you, you are not answering.
One second. And Anand, I don't think Anand should be kept out of a debate for so long, and I hand it over to Anand. But now in front of you, you are seeing the difference between the mindset of a JSI Deepak and a Vishnu Jain on one side, who may have a particular point of view, and a Lokesh Jindal and a Taslim Rahmani.
Because, COVID times has gave rise to WhatsApp University, and people who gain knowledge from WhatsApp University without knowing the concept of rhetorics.
Anand, are you the
I
professor
mean,
of
rhetorics
WhatsApp
appeal to
University?
all of you, but when we talk about the conceptual
If you
basis,
believe
let's have a
JNU
debate
is
over
WhatsApp
it.
University. No, but
We cannot have a debate on the conceptual basis when you're taking different stands on different communities.
I'm not taking
Abhinav,
different stand. The
you are.
point is,
Lokesh.
the point is,
Anand,
listen,
Anand,
wait a minute.
Anand,
keep it
you
very
then
simple.
Rahmani.
No, you do one thing, you come here now in the participating panel.
Anand, you and then Rahmani.
You cannot very
No, you do one
target the
thing.
moderator.
You
He cannot target the moderator.
I'm asking everyone the question.
No, you are extremist moderator, sir.
He is doing his work.
Extremist moderator, new terminology.
Towards
Thank
the
you.
rightist, you are extreme right.
अब ये victim card निकाल लिया इन्होंने. पहले debit card, credit card. Let me keep it very simple. You see, people accuse me because they fear fact समझना सबको वो लगता है. मैंने discrimination की बात करी. मैं कह रहा हूं कि हिंदू अनडिवाइडेड फैमिली को टैक्स बेनिफिट्स मिलते हैं, ये डिस्क्रिमिनेशन है, ये हटना चाहिए. ये किसी ने सुना नहीं. जो मैंने मुस्लिम का डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रहा है वो सुना और उस पर चढ़ गए कि हाय हाय क्या बोल दिया. आई आस्क अ वेरी सिंपल क्वेश्चन टू माय फ्रेंड लोकेश. आर यू फॉर और आर यू अगेंस्ट चाइल्ड मैरिज? यस और नो?
I am against child marriage.
बस बात खत्म हो गई.
But, please, let me complete.
But आ गया ना.
Do you know
ये
Age
but
of
है.
Consent Act
ये
1891?
but है.
Do you know Sarda Bill? It took more than 150 years for our reformers so as to do away with the evil of child marriage.
तो आप
When I'm talking
150 साल और
about,
लगाएंगे आप क्या?
listen. What I'm saying,
No,
that
is
this
it your case
evil
that the
of-
Muslim community of India is 150 years
No,
behind?
what I say is, when child marriage. So what I say is, over here, if at all reforms are to be carried out, there is an important need for civil society to act. Why aren't you creating necessary and sufficient conditions for Muslim civil society?
What are the
itself
necessary
act?
conditions to stop child marriage? What are the necessary conditions to stop
So
child marriage?
let
Please elaborate.
it be, listen.
Let's come to Rahmani ji because you please answer this question.
As an Indian Muslim, I also want to know what are the necessary conditions to
Law
stop child marriage.
Commission in 2018 recommended that the Nikah Nama must outrightly condemn polygamy and all such practices which are derogatory to women and all such social evils. That's the constructive way.
But
Over
that
here
is
I would-
not enforceable under any
What
circumstances.
I'm saying is,
That is
that
not
is the word of Law
enforceable.
Commission.
Yes, the point.
In
अरे मुझसे तो
2018.
पूछ लीजिए, आप मेरे बारे में बात
Sir, hold
किए
on,
जा
just a
रहे हैं.
second. Here's the
मेरे
point.
बारे में मुझसे भी कुछ
रहमानी
पूछ
जी,
लीजिए.
रहमानी
आप
जी,
मुझसे कुछ पूछना नहीं चाहते.
I'm coming to
मुझे
you.
बीच में बिठा के और सब लोग मुझे एक पैट बना के फाइटिंग कर रहे हैं. आप अपनी राजनीति साध रहे हैं, मुझे बिठा के बीच में.
विक्टिम कार्ड नंबर 2.
अच्छा
अभी
रहमानी जी एक मेरा सवाल सुन लीजिए. ये जो बार बार ये प्रश्न आ रहा है कि सोसाइटी को डिसाइड करना चाहिए, दूसरे लोग कह रहे हैं कि दूसरे कम्युनिटी के सेंस में डिसाइड नहीं किया जाता है, सरकार कर देती है. सो आपको ऐसा क्यों लगता है, या आपको नहीं, मतलब पर्सनली आपको नहीं, बाकी जो अपोज करते हैं, कि व्हाई डू द क्लरिक्स हैव द राइट टू इंटरप्रेट एवरीथिंग एंड सुप्रीम कोर्ट शुड नॉट?
एग्जैक्टली. देखिए, अभी जो इन्होंने शहजाद ने बहुत सी बातें की थी, एक एक करके मैं उनका जवाब दे सकता हूं, बट उससे डिबेट डिरेल होगी. जब हमारे पास आर्गुमेंट नहीं होता तो हम पर्सनल हो जाते हैं. हमारे पास आर्गुमेंट होना चाहिए. जो आपका सवाल है, एग्जैक्टली सवाल का जवाब इसका मिलना चाहिए. क्लर्जी क्लास किसी भी धर्म में हो, चाहे वो हिंदुओं में हो, मुसलमानों में हो, सिखों में, ईसाइयों में हो, वो अकेले ठेकेदार किसी कम्युनिटी की नहीं हो सकती. ये एक बड़ा मसला है जिसकी वजह से सारी कम्युनिटीज के अंदर इस किस्म के सवालात पैदा होते हैं जिसपे हमको डिबेट करनी पड़ रही है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, चाइल्ड मैरिज पर इतनी ज्यादा बात हम लोगों ने की. मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी एज सच डू नॉट सपोर्ट टू द चाइल्ड मैरिज एट ऑल. मौजूद है और हम उस पर अमल करते हैं. कोई क्लर्जी अगर कहीं से खड़े होकर कह रहा है, उसको कम्युनिटी एक्सेप्ट नहीं कर रही है. ट्रिपल तलाक, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ऑफ इंडिया ने जब ये वर्डिक्ट दिया कि इंस्टेंट ट्रिपल तलाक इज नल एंड वाइड, मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी ने ओपन हार्टेडली उसे कबूल किया है और मैं कबूल करता हूं, हमें एंडोर्स करते हैं. नहीं, अभी मेरी बात पूरी होने दीजिए. ये जो हमको लेके विक्टिम कार्ड खेला जाता है, मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी को लेके विक्टिम कार्ड भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोग सत्ता में लेके उसको यूज करना चाहते हैं. किसको ये फिक्र है कि कबीले का क्या हुआ? किसको ये फिक्र है कि कबीले का क्या हुआ? सब इस पे लड़ रहे हैं कि सरदार कौन है. तो आप अपनी सरदारी बचाने के लिए हिंदू और मुसलमानों को जिसका आप जिक्र कर मुसलमानों को नहीं है। आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं उसके बाद? वो पोर्टुगीज एक्ट है। अब बताइए।
थैंक यू। नहीं देखिए भाई, नॉर्मली मुझे 30 सेकंड्स लगते हैं या 10 सेकंड्स लगेंगे। रहमानी साहब, ट्रिपल तलाक का जो कुरान में नहीं है उसमें इनको कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है अगर सुप्रीम कोर्ट हटा दे। सिंपल सवाल पूछता हूं, वर यू फॉर or were you against the Supreme Court Shah Bano judgment? Yes or no? No. There we go. There we go. It is so easy to expose him. जो मैंने अभी इनसे पूछा, रमानी साहब देखिए गलत है, मैंने अभी इनसे पूछा कि इफ खुदा ना खास्ता अगर आप अल्लाह को, हम सबको जाना है एक दिन, बुरा ना मानिए,
no personal remarks.
I'm just saying the inheritance. Are you for the inheritance that a daughter should get half the inheritance as the son? He said yes. Did you not say yes? 1/3. So you are for unequal inheritance being given?
It is the prescribed law.
By whom? By whom?
देखिए, आप डिबेट को पर्सपेक्टिव में लाइए। इंडियन के आप लोग अगर बगैर पढ़े आप एक साइंटिस्ट को पॉलिटिशियन बनना चाहते हैं तो आपकी मर्जी है। आप जरूर
बगैर पढ़े मत कहिए, आपसे ज्यादा कुरान मैंने पढ़ी है।
नहीं पढ़ा है आपने। आप नहीं, अगर ये बात है तो चेंज कीजिए। आप नहीं वो भी दिख रहा है। आप मुझे
जाकिर नायक मेरे गुरु हैं, प्लीज।
बाल लिया इन्होंने, दिखाई दे रहा है कि जाकिर नायक की मेंटालिटी लेके यहां पर आनंद जी बैठे और बहुत सारे लोग बैठे हैं। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि सारे देश को रेडिकलाइज हो जाना चाहिए। आप हिंदुत्व जैसे सनातन संस्कृति को रेडिकलाइज करने के लिए यहां पर बैठे, और अगर इन सब लड़कों को, इन बच्चों को भ्रमित करना चाहते हैं, आपकी मर्जी। मैं देश का सोचना चाहता हूं, देश का फ्यूचर।
ठीक है रवानी जी। Saint Deepak, let me come to you. When I ask some questions, I'll be accused of being extreme right wing. Right. But I think you know that in this country, in this time and age, apparently when you speak and when you ask for the objective answers, you are a rightist and you are an extremist. But that's fine with me. Saint, Anand did not answer that question. The conflict between modernity and the tradition. And what can be the way forward?
See, first of all, on the three specific issues that I spelled out, this much is clear, that someone has said that they're okay with their daughters getting 1/3 the share of the succession. On child marriage, we are being told that the bulk of the Muslim community is opposing it, in which case it should not have a problem with that being brought by way of a law through codification. So that admission must be taken. Now, with respect to this conflict between modernity and tradition certainly has its space. And I certainly stand by that particular position. However, the state equally has a call to take. It has the right to take the decision with respect to which of these practices can or cannot survive in the current day and age. That right remains with the state. Most importantly, what is the realm in which the state wants to operate here? Is it saying that we will change the way you read the kalma? Is it saying that notwithstanding the fact there is a law with respect to decibel levels and the number of times you can actually shout on the rooftops, nobody is following it, right? The state is only asking for intervention with respect to three sensitive areas: gender justice, pedophilia, that's what I would call it, and three is with respect to succession. If the state does not have the right to take a decision with respect to pedophilia, which is being justified in the name of a particular document, what is it that the state is useful for? And what would you call such a state? I would call such a state a soft state, because it constantly buckles and bends the moment somebody comes out on the street. So as much as I hold certain groups for holding back their own communities, with or without the consent of the community, let the community have the discussion on that. But the state is also buckling under pressure. Unfortunately, on this particular issue, I would have to agree with someone who I thought I would never agree with, which is Mr. Rahmani, which is that this discussion must certainly happen in the parliament. But this much is clear, that even in the so-called elite group, they are trying to look for justifications and context to protect child marriage. We've just seen that. And we are also looking at justifications with respect to why women must be treated not at par with men on the issue of succession. If this is what is to be expected from this elite panel, what discussion are we supposed to be having with the larger masses from that particular community? Discuss.
Shahjab, this entire allegation of being a soft state, and who should have the right to interpret tradition?
The state that does away with Article 370 can hardly be characterized as a soft state. I think that if we have done away with Article 370 in due course of time, whatever are the committed positions of the party, and because the party is the political vehicle in which the instrument of the state is operating, I think it can be taken without any kind of doubt that this party and this government is committed to whatever it has written in the manifesto. Yes, of course, it's a democracy. A democracy means that you bear with all kinds of elements, you take them along, you give them an opportunity, and if they still are unwilling, then you do what you have to do. And I think that was amply clear in Article 370's case.
Including farm laws, I agree.
No, including farm laws. No, I completely agree. Deepak, that's the difference between being an armchair critic and somebody who has to run a country of 140 crore people. I'm sorry to say, you're my friend, but that's the difference between... Anand, just 1 second. It's easy to be a panelist. 1 second. Now, both of you guys can't corner me.
No, it is.
I am no Taslim Rahmani.
पर मैं सिर्फ एक बात कहना चाहूंगा कि as Shehzad said correctly, whatever is written in the constitution, sooner or later has to be, listened to, has to be, whatever implemented. He talked about uniform civil code. अब मैं हर एक की hypocrisy बताना चाहता हूं. बीजेपी की hypocrisy directive principles में ये भी लिखा है कि you must not allow cow slaughter. There are enough BJP ruled states that allow cow slaughter. वहां पे ये क्यों नहीं implement कर रहे हैं directive principle? मेघालय में, गोवा में,
दिल्ली में और मेघालय में भी हमारी सरकार बना दो, जैसे ही मिलता है मौका वहां पे भी लगा देंगे. आनंद
गोवा.
Are Anand, Goa. Are Anand, now give me all the states in one go. What we will do is that we will have a different discussion on this also.
Please, Anand, don't be an armchair critic.
Now, देखिए पर एक चीज अच्छी है कि जेएसआई दीपक और आनंद रंगनाथन की एक्सपेक्टेशंस केवल मुझसे है, कांग्रेस और लेफ्ट से तो कोई एक्सपेक्टेशन नहीं. तो ये बात भी ठीक है, लोकतंत्र में ये होता है. The last point I want to make is that, and settling this last point of the debate is that, look, the hypocrisy should end there, that those who are the critics of UCC, those who say that this is some sort of a Hindutva project, are those who contest on the ticket of a party which till date has not condemned the kind of genocide of the Uyghur Muslims that we see taking place in the name of a philosophy that they continue to espouse in their own political party even today, and she's sitting on my right. She has contested on the ticket of CPM. It is not personal. It is a position. They have exposed my party's position. I am entitled to expose
here I am personally against deriding or making any personal attack. My friend, my elder brother, Mr. Ranganathan, he's about 8-9 years older, but every TV show, he says I'm his elder sister. So again, I'm saying he's good about 8-9 years, mental, yeah. So again, I'm saying he's 8-9 years older than me, but it likes to please his male ego. So on every TV show, he calls me his elder sister. So again, I'm saying, please, don't be so sexist. Don't assume just because a lady is married, she's older than you. Okay, now coming back, here I'm again saying that the British found the UCC very complex in 1835. So they never even tweaked the religious laws.
British found giving us freedom very complex, madam. The British found giving us freedom complex.
Let me finish. So the British are very clear. They will only tweak the codification as far as crimes is written, as far as evidence is concerned, as far as contracts is concerned, but they never tweak the religious laws of any religion. And my friends here, who are from the majority community, have more problems with their personal laws being altered than the Muslim community or any other minority community. As my panelist said, that he is a very proud Hindu, but he has big problem with UCC. Didn't you say that, sir? So again, the topic comes that let us not be in such a hurry, Because what happens is when you thrust down a law without proper consultation, as you saw in the farm laws, it had to be revoked. So let it be something that can be debated, discussed. Let the whole draft come about. Let the stakeholders be asked, and then we will see what needs to be done.
I would see that as a veiled threat being issued to the Indian government that if you come out with the UCC, we'll come out with this on the streets like the farm laws. Second, all I would say is, I'm grateful to Arth for giving me an opportunity to see Shehzad ji, Taslim ji, and Saira ji fight amongst themselves. Thank you.
Okay,
you are always happy seeing the people fighting. So you love fighting.
Vishnu Janji, last remarks, closing remarks.
मैं बस लास्ट में इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं इस पूरी डिस्कशन और डिबेट के बाद जो जैसा दीपक जी ने कहा, आनंद जी ने कहा, हम सब लोग यहाँ पे एक ऐसे कानून के लिए हैं जो सबके हित में हो और किसी का नुकसान ना पहुंचाए। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात, मैं दोबारा इस बात को रिपीट करना चाहता हूं एज अ प्राउड हिंदू, एज अ सनातनी, कि मैं यहां पे किसी का घर ठीक करने के लिए नहीं बैठा हूं। मुझे अपने आर्य सनातन वैदिक हिंदू धर्म को अजर और अमर रखना है और उसके लिए जो डिफिकल्टीज आएंगी उसको मैं ठीक करूंगा एज अ लॉयर।
We can take an audience question. The time is up, but we can take audience question. Anyone in the one audience question? No? Okay, so let me ask audience a question. How many of you are in the favor of one nation, one law? And how many of you are against it? Oh, there are people, but an absolute minority. Okay, but thank you. Thank you, panelists, for being such a wonderful discussant.
Wonderful.
And thank you, audience, for being so wonderful. It is a very strong debate. It's a very long, winding debate. I don't think we can end it in just one panel, but looking to see you forward. Thank you, and thank you, Ji.
Thank you for moderating. Yes, it was a strong debate, but this debate needs to happen. Thank you to all the panelists. Looking forward to good times. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. Thank you. Okay. I'm just wondering if we had an open house and you were asking questions, how much more fun would that be? So everybody stay with us because now we're going to have lots of fun. So hang in there. Listen, for the performance of the day, the man with the most rich and vibrant voice, a voice that can echo across the dunes and sunsets of Rajasthan, a voice that has so many layers and textures that it leaves you spellbound. We'd like to bring on stage with a huge round of applause, multi-talented Kutle Khan, who's here this evening as the Kutle Khan Project. So are you all ready to have an evening full of music?